Chapter 1. I originally intended to be a good person. October 18th, 2121. In a dilapidated factory over 200 square meters on the outskirts of Linjiang City. The light was dim and the air was stifling. Attention citizens, recently, our city has witnessed a series of malevolent ghost attacks. To ensure your safety, please minimize your outings. Should you encounter any supernatural occurrences, promptly contact the Supernatural Bureau. We assure you that we will dispatch powerful spirit exorcists to your location at the earliest opportunity to eliminate the malevolent spirits and safeguard your security. Chu Feng, a towering figure, reclined in his office chair, resembling a small mountain. He casually switched off the radio and scanned the faces of his mere 4 employees. Did you all hear that? All employees turned their heads, their gazes fixated on Chu Feng, their expressions somewhat dazed. Bang! Noticing this, Chu Feng's fierce eyes widened, and he slammed his fist onto the desk, causing the ashtray to leap 3 feet into the air. Did you hear? Are you all deaf? The employees trembled in fear, instantly standing upright. Yes, sir. Chu Feng retorted, the ghostly energy has been rampant for a year now. To protect you, countless lives have been lost daily. Do you even appreciate the effort I've invested in providing you with this safe and stable job? You're all so lazy, fishing in troubled waters. Ask yourselves, does your work ethic truly reflect well on me? If you continue this way, this factory will inevitably go bankrupt, and when the doors open, each of you will fall victim to those spirit exorcists. The 4 ghostly employees exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Indeed, Chu Feng was the owner of this factory, and his only 4 employees were all ghosts. The first to shed blood tears was a ghostly figure resembling Sadako, who was weaving thermal pants from her hair. Boss, it's not that we're not working hard. I've been on overtime for over 700 hours, diligently toiling away, and during that time, I've collapsed 18 times only to be doused with cold water by you to wake me up and continue working. Could you at least arrange a day off for me? Aunt Chu, whose mouth had been smashed into a gaping hole, began to weep, letting in a draft. Online, people call them little darlings, yet upon arrival, am made to be the factory girl. I truly believed your sweet words. The elderly man clad in a cotton jacket sighed deeply. Let's not discuss anything else, boss. Could you install a fan? Even a drowned ghost like me has succumbed to heat stroke. If not, a simple hand fan would suffice. A ghost without hands gazed wistfully at the ceiling, while his feet leisurely worked the sewing machine. I actually feel quite fulfilled. When I entered, the boss promised to help me forget the troubles of losing my hands. I have indeed forgotten, as I now dream of operating a sewing machine. Before the ghosts could finish their lamentations, Chu Feng pulled out a brick adorned with yellow talismans from his bosom and placed it on the desk. You all seem to carry quite a heavy grudge, don't you? The ghosts immediately gasped, burying themselves in their work, and the once dreary factory transformed into a bustling hive of activity. Why linger in slumber in life? After death, one shall find eternal rest. Work. Today, I shall make this sewing machine smoke, devoting light and warmth in an ordinary position. My ghostly existence is destined to be extraordinary. I am but a brick. Wherever I am needed, there I shall be placed. Hey, don't say it, but the moment Boss Chu took out this brick, my back no longer ached, my legs no longer felt weary, and I could collapse 5 more times in one breath. Chu Feng cast a cold glance at the crowd and sighed helplessly. A fool is limited by the brick. The ancients do not deceive me. Gazing at the brick on the desk, a hint of nostalgia flickered in Chu Feng's eyes. He originally did not belong to this world, just like many protagonists in novels. He too had traversed here, however, unlike them. This body did not adhere to the typical hero template. A bald head, towering over 2 meters, with dark skin and muscular build. A scar slicing through eyes the size of copper bells, extending from forehead to mouth. When he smiled, it could scare a dog into unconsciousness. He recalled the day of his arrival upon awakening. He found himself on a bus and chanced upon a thief in action. His sense of justice surged, and without hesitation, he knocked the thief unconscious with a single slap. When the police arrived, they were clearly taken aback by Chu Feng's appearance, unable to discern who the real victim was, and ended up taking both men into custody. The outcome was swift. The thief received a 15-day detention, while Chu Feng was sentenced to a year. The issue arose during the recording of the statement. The young officer responsible for recording felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing Chu Feng, and upon investigation, discovered that he was a fugitive evading justice. In the blink of an eye, he was taken from gratitude to incarceration. As for why this long-hidden rogue had so eagerly aided a passerby, it remains a mystery. During his time in reform, the ghostly energy erupted, and numerous terrifying entities descended upon the world, unleashing a wave of bloodshed and terror. Fortunately, awakened individuals also emerged among humanity, barely maintaining peace through their awakened abilities to combat the ghostly beings. However, the probability of awakening was low, roughly 1 in 10, and those who did awaken could join the Supernatural Bureau, securing a stable position. Yet in this regard, Chu Feng found himself on the side of the masses, devoid of any awakening potential. Fortunately, on the day of his release, the benefits of being a traveler arrived. The villain system. Main quest. Prove yourself as a villain. Quest description. Humans fear ghosts 3 parts, while ghosts fear humans 7 parts, especially when you are a villain. Come on, brother. Let those little darlings witness what true malevolence looks like. Quest content. Establish a labor factory according to the system's provided template and imprison 5 malevolent ghosts within it within 1 month. Quest reward. Villain physique grants the host the ability to touch soul entities, enhancing attack and defense against ghostly beings. Note: failure to complete the task in a timely manner indicates you are unworthy of being a villain, and the system will retract all rewards. In addition, Chu Feng also received a yellow talisman in his starter pack, which after several uses, he discovered could inflict tangible harm on ghosts when affixed to physical objects. Chu Feng initially thought such a task could be easily accomplished, but reality proved otherwise. Whenever a supernatural incident occurred within the city, the Supernatural Bureau would promptly dispatch spirit exorcists to suppress them. Even if Chu Feng managed to encounter them, the ghosts would flee desperately upon seeing his esteemed presence. After a full month, the only one he managed to catch was a slow-moving old man. 3 hours remaining for the task, completed 45, and it's quite vexing. Chu Feng stared at the constantly flashing countdown, feeling increasingly agitated. Just then a message popped up on his phone screen. Major incident. Last night, 2 supernatural occurrences took place outside the northern bus station of Linjiang City, with the victims being female. Upon discovery, their vital essence had been completely drained. Until the Supernatural Bureau resolves the situation, citizens in the vicinity are advised to refrain from going out. I initially wanted to be a good person, but now I have no choice. Chu Feng's lips involuntarily curled upward, revealing a set of stark white teeth, which appeared even more sinister under the cold light of the phone. Chapter 2. The Burly Girl. As night fell, the night in Linjiang City was eerily quiet, with only the cool breeze and pale moonlight lingering in the streets. At that moment, a manhole cover outside the northern bus station shifted slightly. A wisp of black mist pushed the manhole cover up by about 10 centimeters, and after scanning the surroundings with hidden eyes, a shadowy figure crawled out from the sewer. He appeared to be no older than 6 or 7, standing just over a meter tall, with a youthful face that had not yet lost its innocence. Yet his eyes were filled with malice and cunning. Damn those spirit exorcists, forcing me to hide in the sewer. I will settle this score with you. He was the malevolent spirit causing panic among the citizens of Linjiang City, targeting solitary women due to his limited strength. Typically, a little ghost would first manifest in an adorable form reminiscent of a lost child, disguising himself as a kid separated from his parents, then transforming the resentment within into candy that induces unconsciousness, appealing to women's sympathy to trick them into consuming the candy. Once they fainted, he would reveal his true form and drain their vital essence. Seeing that the street was deserted, the little ghost lurked in the shadows, quietly waiting for prey to appear. Yet, he waited for 2 hours without any sign of life. Damn it, why isn't anyone coming out? Should I change my hiding spot? Just as the little ghost prepared to step out from the shadows, a figure emerging from the end of the street caught his attention, leaving him momentarily stunned. It was a remarkably robust woman. No, not robust. She was hulking, or perhaps a Wuling Hongguang draped in a car cover. standing around 1 meter 50 tall. Her width matched her height. A wide floral dress trailed on the ground, and her thick, dark hair cascaded down to her chest. She seemed somewhat introverted, perpetually lowering her head, making it difficult to discern her face. Her steps were incredibly slow, as if each movement required immense effort under her weight. Upon seeing this, the little ghost hurriedly retreated back into the shadows, occasionally glancing at the peculiar woman, his expression a mix of anxiety and anticipation. With this build, it might take 10 pieces of candy to bring her down. Nevertheless, if this job succeeds, at least I can evolve from a level to a level malevolent spirit. Note, malevolent spirits and spirit exorcists share a common ranking system, ranging from SSS down to A, B, C, and D levels. Phew, so nervous, so excited. Another 20 minutes passed, and the burly woman finally arrived at the entrance of the bus station, continuing to shuffle forward. The mischievous spirit could hardly contain itself, and in a swirl of dark energy, transformed into a child clad in overalls, clutching a handful of vividly colored candies, stealthily trailing behind. "Excuse me, miss, could you guide me to find my mother?" The woman momentarily halted in her tracks. A shiver ran through the little spirit. Not only was this woman robustly built, but her voice also resonated with a rich timbre. Despite this, the little spirit diligently put on a performance, tears instantly adorning its youthful face. "I got separated from my parents in the afternoon and have been waiting for so long, but they never came to find me. The wind here is so strong and cold, sob, sob, sob." The woman still did not turn around, yet her voice betrayed a hint of concealed delight. "Little one, do you truly wish for me to take you home?" The little spirit sensed something amiss, but there was no time for contemplation, so it hastily nodded. "Yes, yes. Please, miss, I really don't want to be alone here. Look, I have plenty of candies to share. Just for you." Before the last words escaped, the little spirit stood frozen in place, the candies slipping from its palm, one by one, to the ground. The mist before it slowly rose, and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a towering figure over 2 meters tall, her oversized dress barely reaching her knees, revealing legs adorned with a thick layer of hair swaying in the breeze. The colossal silhouette obscured the moonlight, casting the little spirit back into the shadows. "Were you crouching just now?" "Huh, but that matters not, for I am a spirit, a man-eating spirit." At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, blowing the mist's thick wig to the ground, revealing her horrifying visage. The smooth crown of her head reflected the ghastly moonlight, a scar slicing through half of her cheek, the corners of her mouth curling upward, causing the muscles in her face to bulge grotesquely. Her sinister grin, paired with eyes the size of bells, this was no human countenance. Surprise! The little spirit's face contorted in terror, blood tears erupting forth. "Mom! Mother!" Before its cries could fade into the distance, the burly figure before it reached into a snakeskin bag and swiftly ensnared the little spirit within. "Help! Let me out! Mother, save me! Sobi, sobi, sobi!" Chu Feng deftly tightened the opening of the bag with rope. Affixing a yellow talisman, he pried from a brick onto the snakeskin bag, grinning malevolently. "Little friend, stop your cries. Uncle is not a good person. Begin now. Uncle will take you home." At those words, a wave of panic washed over the little spirit. "What is happening? I, a spirit, am being kidnapped? Is there anyone there? Help me!" Hearing the child's desperate cries, Chu Feng raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to the bag. "Quiet down. If you keep screaming, I'll dispose of you right here." It was uncertain whether the little spirit was rendered unconscious or merely intimidated, but it fell silent in an instant. Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction, retrieving the wig and placing it back atop his head, then casually hoisting the snakeskin bag onto his shoulder, humming a tune as he made his way toward the factory. Little sister bravely moved forward. "Keep going. Do not look back." But just then, 2 sharp voices rang out from behind. "Stop! Put down your weapon. Kneel on the ground. Hands on your head. Surrender immediately. Cease your steps at once. Otherwise, we will take immediate action." Chu Feng turned to see blinding lights illuminating his eyes, hastily shielding his face with a hand. "Who's there? Are you human or spirit?" The 2 voices responded in unison. "Rest assured, We are officials from the Supernatural Affairs Bureau. We hope you will cooperate with our work." Before their words could fully register, the man in the floral dress turned and fled, vanishing down the street in the blink of an eye, leaving only a fallen wig behind. The female spirit practitioner stepped forward to retrieve the wig, taking a whiff, her brow furrowing tightly. The male spirit practitioner approached, bewildered. "What's going on? Are we more terrifying than the spirits?" The female spirit practitioner shook her head. "This is a malevolent spirit. The wig he dropped still retains a potent aura of dark energy based on its intensity. It is likely a Class B or higher malevolent spirit. We must report this matter immediately." The male spirit practitioner, still puzzled, inquired, "That shouldn't be the case, right? When we shone our flashlight on him, there was a shadow." The female spirit practitioner gasped sharply. Gasp! That means this malevolent spirit has likely reached the level of corpse-soul fusion. Such an ability is only possessed by class of malevolent spirits. Upon hearing this, both spirit practitioners instinctively gazed toward the street corner where Chu Feng had vanished, their brows knitting together in concern. If this spirit is not eliminated, the city will be in grave danger. Chapter 3: Surpassing the Task. Fortunately, I ran swiftly. I nearly fell victim to an ambush. I can't even determine if kidnapping ghosts is a crime. Chu Feng dashed over 10 kilometers in one breath, finally returning to his factory, where he kicked open the heavy door. Instantly, the system's voice resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the test. Rewards are being distributed." That moment, a surge of dark energy suddenly enveloped Chu Feng's body, continuously flowing into his skin. Overwhelmed by excitement, he couldn't help but stretch out his arms and shout, "Come forth, power! An unending stream of power! He! Rewards have been distributed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the villain physique." After being interrupted by this cold announcement, Chu Feng opened his eyes. "Is that it?" The reward came so unexpectedly, it felt utterly surreal, as if nothing had transpired. "Boss, are you all right? Have you lost your mind?" Faced with 4 pairs of curious eyes, Chu Feng awkwardly cleared his throat. Just then, the system's voice echoed once more. "Main quest triggered. Expand influence. Quest details. Within 1 month, confine 50 evil spirits in the labor factory. Quest reward. All abilities doubled." Ding! Side quest triggered. Resource accumulation. Quest description. In this world, money reigns supreme. Where does the money come from? Naturally, from your brothers. Go forth. Exploit your subordinates. Let them shine and create wealth for you. That will be your capital to enter the underworld. Quest details. Enforce labor on evil spirits. With a minimum work time of 12 hours a day, 5 spirits must accumulate a total of 1,800 working hours within a month. Quest reward. Black Tiger AF Ultimate Skill Max. No need to use. Automatically mastered. What the heck? I've already surpassed the task right from the start. The highest has worked over 900 hours straight? What on earth are you? As he listened to the system's voice, which had become a gasp of astonishment, the rewards were also dispensed, just as before, leaving no sensation at all. Hearing this, Chu Feng couldn't help but smirk. The system merely provided a template for the factory. The matter of renting the premises still fell upon him. Why should these spirits enjoy free food and drink? Stop whining. What's the next task? Excellent. You are a person of character. This system greatly appreciates that. New task triggered. Seize territory. Quest description. As a villain, how can you tolerate those evil spirits acting brazenly on your turf? Go. Eliminate them. Quest details. Head to the North City Cinema and clear out the evil spirits inside. Quest reward. The Gate of Reincarnation. Scene description. Want to watch a movie? Come on down. 100 employees performing live. Experience the most authentic cinematic adventure. Chu Feng frowned. 100 employees. Is that even larger than mine? You wretched system. Had you warned me earlier, I wouldn't have wasted so much effort catching a small ghost. Oh, right. Small ghost? With that thought, Chu Feng hurriedly opened the snake skin bag at his feet, revealing a little ghost whose head had turned green from suffocation. If he hadn't been preoccupied with untying the bag, he might have suffocated inside. The little ghost propped himself up on the ground, gasping for breath. Chu Feng lightly patted his back and, sure enough, having acquired the villain physique, he could indeed interact with spirits. "Hey, little brother, are you all right? Don't touch me." The little ghost shoved Chu Feng's hand away, catching a glimpse of the window and dashing towards it, preparing to escape through the window. Thud. The little ghost's head collided with the window, producing a resonant thrum. The window remained unyielding, while a bump formed on his forehead. Clutching his head, the little ghost stumbled back, staring dumbfounded at the window, unable to grasp the situation for quite some time. What's wrong with this glass? At that moment, a chorus of teasing voices rang out from behind him. All resistance is pointless. You're already inside. Just accept your reformation, if you really could escape. Why would we still be here? What a pity, to be imprisoned at such a young age. Sigh. The little ghost glared back, ready to explode in anger, but when he finally saw their faces, his expression froze in shock. Before him stood four malevolent spirits, their ephemeral dark mists coalescing into black, ghostly fog, revealing faces that left him utterly astounded. The vengeful spirit Sadako, the village corpse Aunt Chu, both legendary ghosts, my childhood nightmares. And that kind-looking old man, even from a distance, radiated the power of thunder. Wasn't he that Master Ma, the Hunyuan ghost? Lastly, there was the one-armed ghost. Though his identity remained unknown, anyone who could leisurely operate a sewing machine alongside the three prominent ghosts certainly wasn't an ordinary character. At that moment, a dissonant voice pulled him back to reality. I almost forgot to introduce him. This is my newly summoned employee. From now on, we are family. Please give him the warmest welcome. Clap, clap, clap. Seeing the serious expressions on the other spirits, the little ghost furrowed his brow and turned to Chu Feng with a tilted head. This is clearly a human. Besides that face, I don't sense the unique, dangerous aura that a spirit master possesses. Why do these four evil spirits still listen to him? Who on earth is he? Noticing the little ghost's bewildered gaze, Chu Feng inquired, why not respond? The little ghost flinched, glanced at the spirits, and, feeling guilty, murmured, my name is Giuseppe. I hope to be well acquainted with everyone. Wait, why did you bring me here? Hearing this, Chu Feng's interest peaked as he squatted down, placing a large hand on the little ghost's shoulder. Gazing earnestly into his eyes, since you're here, let me explain. The reason I brought you here is that I worry you might stray down a misguided path. I, Chu, may not be exceptional, but I can help alleviate the grievances within your heart, guiding you towards reincarnation. Additionally, I will help you realize your value as a ghost, becoming a spirit that is beneficial to society and the people. By the way, do you have any relatives seeking work? You can refer them here. If you gather enough people, I can guarantee you a position as a team leader. If you work hard enough, there is still room for advancement. The four spirits regarded Chu Feng with disdain. Here we go again, starting the deception. What an abomination! He is so young. Isn't he this child labor? Chu Feng shot them a cold glance, accompanied by a heavy snort. The spirits fell silent once more. Giuseppe blinked, finally grasping the situation. Wait, boss, I'm only 7 years old. I can't help you with anything. Chu Feng spoke earnestly. Please don't belittle yourself. Every piece of gold will eventually shine. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I recognized that you are brimming with potential. Rest assured, through our combined efforts, I will undoubtedly find a suitable position for you. As Giuseppe began to smile, tears welled up in his eyes. Shine? What the heck are you talking about? Are you even listening to me? I'm not even of legal age. Do you have any humanity left? Chapter 4. You're quite brave. Though this factory only housed 4 spirits, it had already formed a mature industrial chain. Sadako wove thermal pants, the one-armed ghost sewed wool sweaters, the drowned ghost handled the accounts, Aunt Chu conducted live sales, and Chu Feng was in charge of deliveries. With the sudden arrival of a little brat, he truly didn't know what role to assign him. After some contemplation, Chu Feng said, well, for now, there isn't a suitable position for you. You'll just have to pretend to be Aunt Chu's son and join her in live streaming to sell sympathy. If you encounter any negative reviews from customers, just invade their dreams and give them a gentle reminder. With that, Chu Feng returned to his small office to rest. Seeing that his cries and protests were in vain, Giuseppe gave up struggling and cautiously approached Aunt Chu, asking with a hint of wariness, Aunt Chu, what do I need to do? Without hesitation, Aunt Chu pulled him into her embrace. Just pretend for now. Why are you so stiff? Is Aunt Chu really that intimidating? Giuseppe looked up at Aunt Chu's mouth, which had been smashed by stones, and managed a forced smile. However, When he glanced at the live-streaming phone, he discovered that, under the filter, Aunt Chu appeared to be a classical beauty, and the live-stream business was surprisingly thriving. Aunt Chu, I'm curious. All of you are legendary, long-established evil spirits, and your strength is at least S-rank. Why do you submit to a mere human? Aunt Chu cast a glance towards Chu Feng's room, a hint of nostalgia glimmering in her eyes. Boss Chu is a good person. He is not as terrible as you think. Giuseppe was momentarily taken aback. That a good person? A ghost trafficker? A good person? Aunt Chu saw through his thoughts and chuckled dismissively. What I said is true. You'll understand in time. Lowering his head, Giuseppe frowned. No, I have not avenged my great grievance. My heart is filled with resentment. I cannot stay here. Aunt Chu shrugged, temporarily shutting down the live stream, and said earnestly, if all goes well, Boss Chu will help you resolve your grievances tomorrow. Of course, if you can't wait for that, you're free to leave, don't worry. We'll pretend we didn't see anything. Really? Giuseppe's heart leaped with joy. Upon seeing Aunt Chu nod, he cautiously pointed at the phone and asked, can I use this phone? Of course. Upon hearing this, Xiao Sei Pai swiftly seized his mobile phone, casting a wary glance towards the direction of Chu Feng's abode. He retreated to a corner, unwavering in his resolve, and dialed a number. Hello? Is this the Supernatural Bureau? I've been abducted. Yes. My name is Xiao Sei Pai. Just last night, I consumed 2 individuals. Yes, I am indeed the specter by the bus station. Hurry and apprehend me. The one who abducted me. He must be human. A bald man, with a scarred face. I swear, it's all true. There are 4 others who were also taken. You know Sadako? The one who crawls out of the television. And Aunt Chu. After a prolonged silence on the other end, a voice finally responded, Dear citizen, please refrain from occupying shared resources. If you truly have been abducted by a human, perhaps you could contact the realm of the deceased instead. As you are outside our jurisdiction, goodbye. Following this, the line was met with a series of disjointed sounds. These people are simply insufferable. I tell you, I've encountered a lunatic who claims to be a ghost and says he was kidnapped. It is utterly preposterous. Tears nearly spilled from Xiao Sei Pai's eyes as he listened, only to be met with the sound of the call being disconnected. He slumped to the ground in despair. I truly have been abducted. Woe is me! The following morning, Chu Feng emerged from his small room, paying no heed to the still weeping Xiao Sei Pai in the corner, and made his way to the entrance of the North City Cinema. The once bustling North City Commercial Center was now entirely cordoned off, with a multitude of talismans plastered upon the blue metal barriers. Seizing the opportunity while the crowd was sparse, Chu Feng leaped into the shopping mall from a corner. The mall boasted 5 stories, with the cinema perched atop. Following the closure, the entire building had its electricity severed. Fortunately, it was daytime, and light still filtered through the frosted glass of the rooftop. Upon entering the mall's atrium, Chu Feng felt a gaze fixated upon him. Looking up, he beheld a man clad in a red suit, ominously grinning at him from the edge of the 5th-floor railing. The man's face was deathly pale, and the corners of his mouth were stretched back to the roots of his ears, forming a ghastly smile. Another one destined for demise. Chu Feng tilted his head back, adopting a stern expression, his eyes narrowing dangerously. What are you staring at? The man's countenance froze, for he was a red-clad, vengeful spirit, an entity with which the Supernatural Bureau was utterly at a loss. Yet, in that fleeting moment of eye contact, he felt an inexplicable unease. The tone of the other party suggested he was unhinged. What is it to you? Chu Feng's gaze flashed with fury as he shifted his shoulders, inhaled deeply, and then suddenly bolted forward. Leaping over 2 meters high, his fingers clamping onto the railing of the 2nd floor like iron bars, the red-clad spirit was so startled that his jaw nearly hit the ground. The bizarre man ascended to the 2nd floor and, bending his body, leapt again, managing to grasp the railing of the 3rd floor. Most terrifying of all were his eyes. Those bloodshot orbs remained locked onto the red-clad spirit, never wavering, as if any movement on the latter's part would awaken a bloodthirsty instinct. In mere moments, Chu Feng vaulted over the railing, standing before the red-clad spirit, gazing down at the man who was 2 heads shorter than himself. Feeling courageous, are we? The red-clad spirit looked up, his mouth agape, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Brother, why aren't you using the stairs? No sooner had the words left his lips than he saw a sinister smile creep across Chu Feng's face, and the next moment, a fist the size of a cauldron swung towards his abdomen. The red-clad spirit chuckled in relief. Fortunately, this fellow lacks any spiritual energy. Otherwise, this punch would bang. The sound of the impact reverberated throughout the entire mall. The red-clad spirit hunched over, retreating more than 10 steps, collapsing against the wall. What the hell? You're toxic. Just as the red-clad spirit was about to speak, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking back at Chu Feng with a gaze filled with incredulity at human anatomy. As he had said that humans cannot harm us without using spiritual power. What in the world is this? Most importantly, this lowly human dares to strike me, openly provoking the dignity of a red-clad ghost king. Is this not courting death? The red-clad spirit grew increasingly furious, his body trembling uncontrollably. Just as he was about to explode, he noticed a pair of size 52 shoes standing before him. Winky face, hero, brother, father, please stop. I was wrong. I was blind. I'll bow down to you. Once I return, I'll gouge out my eyes. Chu Feng cast a disdainful glance at him and snorted. Humph! Ignorant creature, are you unaware that this place is haunted? Hurry and scram. The red-clad spirit, utterly bewildered, gazed up at the disdainful look in Chu Feng's eyes, tears flowing uncontrollably. After all this, you didn't even realize I was a ghost before attacking me? Is there no law at all? Hello? Is there no one who can intervene? This guy is treating ghosts like humans. Chapter 5. He went on a rampage in the cinema. Chu Feng glanced at the still-dazed red-clad spirit, his brows furrowing once more. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get lost. By the way, let me give you a word of advice. Once you go outside, be clever about what to say and what not to say. Otherwise, humph. The red-clad spirit felt as though he was on the brink of collapse. Having been a ghost for so long, it was the first time he had been so brazenly threatened. I am the owner of this cinema. Where else could I possibly go? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. You're the owner? After saying that, he leaned closer to the red-clad spirit, eagerly inquiring. So, you are a ghost? The red-clad spirit quivered all over. Hastily standing up, his body stiffening. How could I be a ghost? I'm a person. A proper human. Chu Feng immediately lost interest, sighing, then you're too weak to be a ghost. The red-clad spirit. Chu Feng then jested. Regardless of whether you are human or ghost, hurry and leave. This mall has been sealed off due to your cinema being haunted, and once the issues are resolved, it will reopen. What I say, couple of days? The red-clad spirit wished to flee. However, with over 100 employees still inside the cinema, he could only grit his teeth and respond. Hero, you may not be aware, but there were disturbances recently, yet the Supernatural Bureau has already addressed the matter. A notification to lift the ban should be issued by this afternoon. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Really? The red-clad spirit nodded eagerly. Indeed. I wouldn't dare lie to you. You aren't aware of this news? The dog system only issued tasks once dangers were resolved. Wasn't this wasting my time? Chu Feng silently cursed, then feigned comprehension, saying, How could I not know? I merely seized this opportunity to come and watch a movie and unwind. The red-clad spirit felt a sense of foreboding. If this calamity were allowed into the cinema, who knows what might transpire? However, upon a change of thought, a smile crept onto his lips. This fellow had yet to realize his ghostly identity. He was clearly a brawn over brains type of individual. Once he stepped into the cinema, what was there to fear? Meeting you is a stroke of luck. Hero, your presence here is an honor for our cinema. Enter at your leisure. Today, all expenses are on me. Chu Feng promptly gave a thumbs up, impressive. I'm definitely keeping you as a brother. In the future, should you encounter any troubles, feel free to find me at Brother Feng's textile factory. So, I can go in now. The red-clad spirit nodded vigorously and then waved towards the cinema. Immediately, a ghost dressed like a waiter approached. Take Brother Feng inside and attend to him well. The waiter ghost nodded eagerly and led the way. As Chu Feng confidently strode into the cinema, the expression of the red-clad spirit darkened ominously. Since you've willingly walked into my trap, don't blame me for being impolite. However, a moment later, the waiter ghost rushed out, a sinister grin on his face. Boss, everything is arranged. The red-clad spirit nodded but felt a twinge of anxiety as he asked, Did he exhibit any unusual behavior? The waiter ghost scratched his head. Yes, this guy immediately requested us to arrange something more thrilling for him upon entering, making suggestive gestures. It was clear he wasn't a decent person. The red-clad spirit scoffed. Ha, that oaf Icety worried. Fulfill whatever request he has. What else? The waiter ghost wore a complex expression. Also, as he passed the front desk, he swiped 2 buckets of popcorn. The red-clad spirit, service staff, shameless, scoundrel. Chu Feng settled onto the couch, surveying the empty screening room, feeling utterly at ease. A movie enthusiast at heart, he had not entered a cinema for far too long due to his appearance. The mere thought of watching an exhilarating film in such a spacious environment filled him with uncontainable excitement. How delightfully twisted. I love it. Just then, the lights abruptly dimmed, plunging the screening room into darkness. Here it comes. Hee hee. It's finally starting. Beep beep. Beep 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 beep. The sound of a charge echoed as the film commenced, leaving Chu Feng utterly bewildered. Is this what the waiter referred to as an exciting film? It's merely a war movie. Why is he grinning so lewdly? I see this deceiving the customers. However, it must be said that this so-called holographic projection is truly advanced. All the characters and scenes are projected around the viewers, making one feel as though they are truly present in the midst of it all. Chu Feng found himself internally complaining, yet within just 5 minutes, he was completely engrossed in the film. This was a modern war movie that depicted the tale of a hero from Huaxia fighting against invaders. Our hero had taken the high ground, but he could not withstand the overwhelming enemy forces. One by one, his comrades fell, leaving him alone to defend the position. Nevertheless, he remained undaunted, facing death with courage and resolutely refusing to give up. Chu Feng stood to the side, watching helplessly as the heroes continued to fall, his expression growing increasingly grave. The red-clad malevolent spirit lurked in a corner of the theater, observing every move made by Chu Feng. Noticing his immersion in the plot, a malevolent glint began to shine in his eyes. This so-called holographic projection was, in fact, a performance by his subordinates, the spirits, with the gunfire and chaos conjured from their ghostly essence. Such an immersive experience could fully captivate the audience, and his aim was to deliver a fatal blow to Chu Feng when he least expected it. As the time drew near, the red-clad spirit signaled to his minions, indicating it was time to ACT the same time. To avenge a previous insult, he donned a yellow dogskin outfit, armed himself with a rifle, and infiltrated the enemy's ranks. The spirit portraying the protagonist also received the signal. In a bid to enhance the authenticity of his performance, he shouted slogans even as the enemies charged forward. As long as there is a tower, there is hope. Never surrender. Come on, you little devils. Today, I will fight you to the end. The spirits regarded him with sinister grins, yet their peripheral gaze was fixed on Chu Feng. Should they advance just a couple more steps, their blades would turn and pierce through him. The red-clad spirit, quietly positioned behind Chu Feng, had already aimed for the back of his head, waiting for the next breath to extract his brain matter. Just then, a furious roar echoed throughout the theater. You little devils! I will fight you too! In the confusion of the spirits, Chu Feng reached into his pocket and pulled out a brick, charging into the ranks of the spirits with a battle cry. The little demon closest to the hero was completely stunned, and before he could react, the incoming brick sent him crashing to the ground. Ah! A scream rang out, startling the other spirits. Chu Feng then dashed into the enemy ranks like a ravenous wolf, wildly swinging the brick in his hand, leaving destruction in his wake and cries of despair behind him. After toppling 2 enemies, he furiously turned back and shouted, "Hero, I will cover you. Hurry and go. Get out of here." The hero spirit fell into a state of bewilderment. Those who came to watch the movie had seen many things, yet this was the first time witnessing such dedication. Wait, brother, if you keep this up, you might alter history. Hearing the continuous cries of anguish from the spirits, the red-clad malevolent spirit was beside himself with frustration. He's alone. What is there to fear? Charge at him. The spirits were driven to madness. You make it sound easy. Why don't you lead the charge? Help, he's coming to kill me. Winky face, comrade, be rational. This is just a performance. A performance. Chapter 6. Not only refusing to surrender but daring to fight back, Chu Feng had gone berserk, moving through the spirits like a god of war. With each brick he wielded toppling a spirit into nothingness. At that moment, Chu Feng realized that with his newfound toughness, He possessed seemingly limitless strength, effortlessly knocking down over 10 little demons without even breaking a sweat. But then, an unexpected event occurred. He quickly pursued a little demon attempting to flee, raising the brick and striking it against the back of its head. With a sharp crack, the little demon collapsed to its knees, clutching its head and wailing, "Ah, my head!" Ah, after a moment, realizing there was no pain, it tentatively felt its head, discovering only some residual brick debris. "Huh? I'm fine. Brothers, I'm not dead. His brick broke. Get him." The spirits turned back, revealing expressions of malice. "He has no weapon. Charge. Let's torment his soul after he's dead. Make him wish he could live or die." Chu Feng picked up a yellow talisman from the ground, silently returning it to his pocket, casting a fierce glare at the spirits, his muscles visibly bulging with power. "How laughable! It's time for you to witness true strength." Boom! No sooner had he spoken than a gunshot rang out. The red-clad malevolent spirit, lurking in the shadows, had seized the opportunity, condensing ghostly energy into a bullet and firing it. As the bullet struck Chu Feng's head, it sparked and produced a resounding ding, leaving no mark behind. The red-clad spirit stood frozen, staring at the unscathed back of Chu Feng's head, unable to comprehend the situation for a long time. Chu Feng, clutching the back of his head, turned his gaze towards the red-clad spirit. His eyes now blazing red as he gritted his teeth and declared, "Not only do you little devils refuse to surrender, but you also dare to fight back." The red-clad spirit remained stunned for a moment before helplessly chuckling, tears of blood streaming down his face as he tossed aside his gun. "What kind of monster are you? Fine. Come on then, hero, don't hold back." Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Feng lunged forward, unleashing a whirlwind of destruction upon the parking lot. Crows flying planes, black tigers digging hearts, Mount Tai crushing down. One tiger kills 2 sheep. At that moment, a vehicle from the Supernatural Affairs Bureau arrived at the North City Commercial Center. A man in his 50s stepped out, gazing intently at the cinema on the 5th floor, his eyes filled with steely resolve. He was Chen Guoqiang, the deputy director of the Supernatural Affairs Bureau. Though he was past middle age, he remained an A-class powerhouse. After 2 failed attempts to subdue the spirits, this time, we must succeed. 2 young subordinates hurriedly followed. Noticing Chen Guoqiang's unwavering demeanor, they felt a sense of worry. "Director Chen, the Spirit King in that cinema has become quite formidable. With just the 3 of us, it feels a bit daunting. Furthermore, news of an S-class malevolent spirit causing havoc had emerged last night, drawing many police forces for defense. Director Chen, perhaps we should wait until this matter passes before coming back." Chen Guoqiang turned to his subordinates, his gaze filled with disappointment and helplessness. "That makes it even more imperative to resolve this issue immediately. Only then can we focus on dealing with the S-class Spirit King. Otherwise, if we delay, the cinema's Spirit King will only grow stronger, increasing our pressure. If you're afraid, just wait here. I will handle it alone." With that, Chen Guoqiang pushed open the barrier door and strode inside. His subordinates exchanged glances, helplessly following him. "Director, that's not what we meant." Before they could finish, Chen Guoqiang suddenly raised a hand, signaling them to be silent. "Listen." The 2 subordinates furrowed their brows, hearing faint sounds from the top floor, which, upon closer inspection, resembled a chorus of wails. Chen Guoqiang's brow furrowed deeply. "Haven't we sealed off the mall? Why are the spirits causing havoc again?" "Charge!" he commanded, striding towards the rooftop, with his 2 subordinates hastily in tow. The further they ascended, the more alarmed they became. Upon reaching the cinema's entrance, the screams became alarmingly clear. "Help! The little devils are tearing me apart. It hurts! Please stop pulling my hair. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Call the police. Get someone to handle this." The terrifying wail sent shivers down the spines of the 3 men, causing them to instinctively halt. "Xiaozhong, Shaoli, we must strengthen our defenses." Boom! Before Chen Guoqiang could finish, the sound of collapsing walls echoed from within, and a horde of malevolent spirits surged from the screening room. Upon spotting the 3 figures clad in Supernatural Affairs Bureau uniforms, they charged with frenzied intent. Even the battle-hardened Chen Guoqiang felt his scalp tingle at the sight, gritting his teeth and shouting, "This is bad. We've fallen into their trap. Prepare for battle." The 2 subordinates, being newcomers with only D-class abilities, had never encountered such a scene. One trembled uncontrollably, while the others sank to the ground in fear. But the next moment left them astounded once more. "Sir, don't shoot. We'll follow you, comrade. There's someone in there who has gone mad watching the movie. They're attacking the spirits. Someone, please intervene." A bloodied, malevolent spirit hurriedly helped the fallen newcomer to his feet. "Little comrade, get up quickly. Help me escape. I don't want to be here for even a second longer." "Wait, what are you still doing? Hurry and put handcuffs on me." The three agents of the Supernatural Affairs Bureau turned pale, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, Chen Guoqiang also noticed that the spirits looked ragged and worn. If not for the palpable aura of malevolence, one might mistake them for a group of refugees. Having never dealt with a situation like this, Chen Guoqiang could only instruct them to huddle in a corner. "Now, honestly tell me, what has happened in there?" One of the spirits, clutching what little hair remained, began to speak, tears of grievance mingling with blood streaming down his face. "Sir, you must take charge on our behalf." In the midst of it all, there stood a Baldi, a notorious figure known for his malevolent deeds. "Are you aware that he not only yanked at my hair but also struck me across the face? As an elderly individual who has lived for decades, I have never endured such indignity. Even in death, I find myself subjected to this outrage. I hereby file a formal complaint. This bald fiend not only assaults spirits but also brazenly snatched my mobile phone. As for me, I had handed over my wallet to him. Yet he still had the audacity to smash it against my face while berating me as a pauper." Witnessing the woeful plight of the spirits, Chen Guoqiang could not help but frown and inquire, "Where is your leader?" The spirits exchanged glances, and the elder, having been struck by the bald one, was pinned to the ground for what felt like an eternity, leaving the floor beneath them shattered. "It was only during the chaos of their fall that we managed to escape. They are likely still on the 4th floor now." Just then, the floor above quaked violently once more, causing the malevolent spirits to swallow nervously. "At this rate, they must be on the 3rd floor," they murmured. Chapter 7. May there be no violence in heaven. Upon hearing this, Chen Guoqiang rushed to the railing and peered over, his pupils dilating in astonishment. Amidst the rubble of the 3rd floor, a towering man, easily 2 meters in height, was mercilessly pummeling a red-clad, vengeful spirit into the ground. His fists rained down relentlessly, splattering the spirit's blood against his dark skin, cascading down his muscular form, a perfect embodiment of the aesthetics of violence. Hearing the sound of flesh colliding with muscle, Chen Guoqiang felt rejuvenated, as if he had shed 20 years. I had previously thought that Elbu was invincible. Yet this man surpassed him in valor. Who was this warrior? The two newcomers had never witnessed such a spectacle before, their jaws nearly unhinged in disbelief. This is a scene that even the films would hesitate to portray. Chu Feng was still lost in the cinematic spectacle, his fists the size of cooking pots raining down as he continued to curse, "You dog of a lieutenant! What a vile demon you've become! Come on, keep tormenting me, you scoundrel!" The red-clad spirit was on the brink of collapse, blood and tears flowing freely. To be tormented by a beating while being insulted is a double affront. "Brother, let me tell you, we are merely acting here." Just as the red-clad spirit was about to break down, it caught sight of Chen Guoqiang and the others at the railing, and a glimmer of hope sparked within its despair. "Comrades, help! This madman is attacking spirits." Gazing into those sincere eyes, Chen Guoqiang felt a flicker of compassion for the spirit for the first time. Despite its nature, it deserved at least a modicum of respect. "Stop! No more beating!" No sooner had the words left his lips than Chu Feng abruptly turned his head, his eyes ablaze. Chen Guoqiang trembled involuntarily. What sort of eyes were those? Merely locking gazes for a fleeting moment. He felt an overwhelming, violent aura envelop him, as if he were trapped within a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Any slight movement could lead to him being flayed alive by the demon before him. In response, Chen Guoqiang could only mechanically turn his head away, lowering his voice. "It's all right, you carry on. I'm merely concerned you might tire yourself out." "Chu Feng, red-clad spirit." Chu Feng glanced around, finally regaining his senses as he stared incredulously at the red-clad spirit. "Is the film finished?" The red-clad spirit wiped away its nosebleed. "It's over, brother. Don't forget to give a 5-star rating." These 9 words are crucial. Chu Feng nodded. "Point 1 should always leave a fragrant rose for others. I understand this principle. After saying this, he turned his attention back to Chen Guoqiang. Yes, there's something you wish to discuss. Chen Guoqiang, with utmost seriousness, replied, I am Chen Guoqiang from the Supernatural Bureau. I sincerely thank you for participating in the protection of the citizens of Linjiang City. Here, I represent. Chu Feng raised a hand to interrupt, his expression one of bewilderment as he turned to the red-clad spirit and then back to Chen Guoqiang. Are you implying that he is a spirit, and those above are spirits too? Chen Guoqiang's countenance stiffened. You didn't he know? Chu Feng tilted his head toward the red-clad spirit, narrowing his eyes. You deceived me? Deceived? What of it? Come on, hit me again, you fool. The red-clad spirit looked around in panic, its gaze fixed on a nearby window before it suddenly lunged forward, shattering the glass. Did ya? The resentment emanating from the red-clad spirit had been shattered by Chu Feng, leaving it in a moment of vulnerability. Upon contact with sunlight, it dissipated into a wisp of luminous essence. Witnessing this, Chen Guoqiang's murky eyes filled with melancholy. You must always believe in the light. May there be no violence in heaven. Chu Feng, however, had no time to entertain the musings of this sentimental old man. He turned and dashed toward the 5th floor, only to find that nearly 100 spirits had vanished, leaving behind 2 new recruits from the Supernatural Bureau. Gazing at him with weakened expressions, thanks to the valiant hero for dispersing the lingering resentment of those souls. Just moments ago, we completed their absolution. Chu Feng was utterly taken aback. Not a single one remains? The 2 hurriedly nodded. Indeed, we owe it all to you. Without your strength, we could never have absolved so many spirits. With anger simmering just beneath the surface, Chu Feng's body trembled involuntarily as he repeated the calming mantra within his mind. Prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, kindness. Much better. Chen Guoqiang hurried after him, inquiring, May I ask your esteemed name? Chu Feng glanced back. I'm Chu Feng, by the way. Earlier you mentioned wanting to thank me. Surely it's not just a verbal acknowledgement? Chen Guoqiang grinned. Of course, little Chu. What kind of gratitude do you desire? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. Little Chu? Chen Guoqiang blinked innocently. Is there a problem? Chu Feng took a deep breath. Everyone at the factory calls me Brother Feng. Chen Guoqiang responded, Very well, Brother Feng, if you need anything, feel free to express it directly. Chu Feng nodded appreciatively. You're quite straightforward. In that case, let us keep it simple. I'll charge 1,000 for each spirit. Let us say 100 spirits. How does that sound? Chen Guoqiang froze. He knew that the standard rate for exorcising spirits typically started in the 5-digit range. Suddenly offering a mere 1,000 per spirit left him momentarily speechless. Chu Feng furrowed his brow. Is that too high? Chen Guoqiang quickly shook his head. Brother Feng, if you're facing financial difficulties, I suggest you consider joining our Supernatural Bureau. This way, Chu Feng chuckled coldly. Chen Guoqiang was taken aback. What is wrong now? Unfazed, Chu Feng shook his head and turned to leave. As a factory manager, why would I work for you? What a pipe dream. Chen Guoqiang quickly explained. But how can this be considered as working for us? Resisting evil and safeguarding the safety of the populace is a duty every citizen should uphold. Moreover, the benefits at the Supernatural Bureau are genuinely commendable. Once you join, all your living needs will be met. Chu Feng paused, turning back with a skeptical look. You're saying all my needs? Chen Guoqiang nodded earnestly. A starting salary in the 5-digit range, plus year-end bonuses based on performance. Join us, and you'll step into an elevated lifestyle instantly. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. What about other perks? Chen Guoqiang added. We can also provide housing, completely freeing you from the burdens of being a mortgage slave. Chu Feng cleared his throat twice. Ahem. I'm not particularly materialistic. We're all men here. You should understand me better. Chen Guoqiang scratched his head, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. I'll apply for a gym membership for you right away. Here I was, praising you for being straightforward, yet you're acting like a childish fool at your age. Chu Feng shot him a piercing glance before ultimately gritting his teeth and striding away. Brother Feng? Brother Feng? Watching him depart, Chen Guoqiang stomped his feet in frustration. If these conditions can't entice him to stay, what on earth does he want? Did I forget to mention the 5 insurances and 1 fund? The 2 subordinates exchanged glances, sighing in resignation. Director Chen, Brother Feng is likely hoping for the organization to arrange a wife for him. Chen Guoqiang was momentarily stunned. then retorted with irritation, "Why didn't you say so earlier? So he wants a wife, does he? Consider it done." Chapter 8. After all, he is my little brother. Chu Feng walked alone on the path home, feeling a deep sense of melancholy. Ever since assuming this body, it had been ages since a girl had looked at him directly, and since acquiring this villainous physique, his appearance had grown increasingly unsettling. Given enough time, he might very well end up a lonely old bachelor, which would be a disgrace to all time travelers. Lost in thought, Chu Feng arrived at the factory entrance, preparing to unlock the door when a bright voice called out from behind him. "Brother Feng." Turning around, he spotted a youthful girl standing not far behind him. "Oh, Xiaoxian, is that you? What brings you here?" The girl had a lovely face, her skin as fair as jade, her hair styled in 2 braids. Clad in a light blue dress, she resembled a quintessential girl next door. This was Tang Xiaoxian, the landlord's daughter and the only girl in this world who did not recoil from Chu Feng. Tang Xiaoxian offered an awkward smile, her cheeks revealing 2 dimples as she shyly said, "Brother Feng, your rent is due Adam. Why mother asked me to come collect it." Chu Feng chuckled wryly and shook his head. "Little sister, collecting rent is a normal task. Why are you so bashful? Besides, I'm not that financially strapped. I'll transfer it to you now." Tang Xiaoxuan's expression was complex as she said, "Brother Feng, there's no need for you to put on a brave front. I understand that you have your own difficulties. Establishing a factory for the disabled and providing them with a meal is no small feat." Chu Feng felt a sudden tightness in his chest. The factory housed malevolent spirits, and to prevent any exposure, he had long since covered all the windows with thick curtains. Otherwise, the people from the Supernatural Affairs Bureau would undoubtedly come knocking. "Disabled? Have you seen them?" Tang Xiaoxian nodded deeply. "Today, when I passed by your factory, I saw a poor little deaf-mute child pitifully gesturing at me from the window. Out of curiosity, I took a glance inside. And that's when I realized you are a kind-hearted boss. Brother Feng, rest assured, I will discuss with my mother later and try to negotiate a reduction in your rent to help alleviate some of your burdens." Chu Feng let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the soundproofing provided by the labor reform facility was excellent, allowing the little girl to mistake Xiao Sei Pai for a deaf-mute. Thinking of the one-armed ghost, he felt somewhat at ease. However, he could only grit his teeth and continue to fabricate his story. "No need, Xiaoxian. Listen to your brother. Not everyone in this society is as kind-hearted as you. Many will look upon these disabled individuals with disdain, and my duty is to protect them and to quietly contribute what I can to society. To avoid unnecessary troubles, please do not disclose the matters of the factory to others." "All right." Tang Xiaoxian nodded in agreement, and when she looked back at Chu Feng, there was a hint of admiration in her eyes. I understand now, Brother Feng. I didn't expect you to be so handsome, and yet have such a kind heart." Chu Feng was instantly moved to the point of tears. The little girl was delightful in many ways, but her ability to lie was rather lacking. "All right, Xiaoxian, I have sent you the money via WeChat. Please give it to your mother. Then I shall take my leave now. Goodbye, Brother Feng." With that, Tang Xiaoxian turned and left, her heart brimming with joy, watching her graceful silhouette disappear. Chu Feng couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Such a wonderful girl, but alas, a 5-year starting point. Chu Feng turned and opened the factory's main door, his expression instantly transforming into one of stern resolve. "Xiao Sei Pai." As soon as the words left his mouth, a small figure rushed in, kneeling before him. It was Xiao Sei Pai. "I can work for you." The abruptness of this scene left Chu Feng momentarily at a loss, and he asked with suspicion, and then Xiao Sei Pai took a deep breath. "But you must first let me out to kill 2 people. Chu Feng furrowed his brow. "Let you out to commit murder?" Xiao Sei Pai nodded solemnly. "Yes, though I can sense a strange power within this factory diminishing the resentment within me. I cannot rest until they are dead." Chu Feng noticed that as Xiao Sei Pai spoke, the resentment emanating from him seemed to swell significantly. "Who do you wish to kill?" Xiao Sei Pai slowly lowered his head, his eyes turning blood-red. "Why, stepmother and stepfather, that pair of scoundrels, Bu Yao and Bai Lian." "Stepmother and stepfather?" Upon hearing this, the 4 ghosts paused their tasks, sitting down with small stools, quietly awaiting the unfolding drama. Xiao Sei Pai continued recounting his tragic tale. "My mother had an accident, and after her death, my father found a stepmother for me. Not long after, that woman caused my father's demise and found another stepfather for me. And that S when my nightmare began. At first, they pretended to care for me, attending to my daily needs, but they were actually administering slow-acting poison in my food. By the time I discovered it, my body had already lost the ability to move, and it was then that their true colors were revealed. They were both sadists. After I became immobile, they would stab me with needles, burn me with cigarette butts, and even force garbage into my mouth, compelling me to swallow it. After my death, to prevent my corpse from transforming, they constructed a soul-locking well to seal my body inside. Had it not been for a kind-hearted person who destroyed the well, I wouldn't even have had the right to become a ghost. If you let me out to kill them, I swear I will return and wholeheartedly assist you, working for you like a beast of burden. As he spoke, Xiao Sei Pai rolled up his sleeves, revealing countless needle marks and burn scars on his slender arms. Seeing this, the other malicious spirits looked at Chu Feng with pleading expressions. Why not lend a hand? It's truly tragic for someone so young to endure such torment. Chu Feng shot a cold glance at them. Is this your excuse for slacking off? The four spirits exchanged awkward smiles and returned to their seats, behaving themselves. Chu Feng turned to Xiao Sei Pai and prepared to leave. Xiao Sei Pai sprang to his feet, urgently calling out, "Hey, you haven't answered me yet. I brought you in to dispel your resentment, not to go out and kill. You're just a little brat. And your mind is filled with thoughts of violence? Just stay put. While I have no intention of dealing with those scumbags, you are my little brother, so this matter falls on your brother Feng's shoulders. But remember, if I fall, you must take the blame for me." After saying this, Chu Feng yanked the factory door open. Xiao Sei Pai stood frozen, staring in shock at Chu Feng's towering figure, and the words of Aunt Chu echoed in his mind. Boss Chu is a decent person. He is not as bad as you think. With that thought, Xiao Sei Pai couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling an unexpected warmth from this rogue, a curious sensation. Chapter 9. Rogues are not to be feared. What is concerning is when rogues possess knowledge. In the depths of the night, Xiao Sei Pai remained perched by the window, eagerly watching the road leading to the city center. When he finally spotted that tall figure, all fatigue vanished from his eyes. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, he hurriedly rushed out to greet him. "Brother Feng, how did the investigation go? Did you see that pair of scoundrels?" Chu Feng cast a casual glance at him, retrieved his phone from his pocket, opened a video file, and tossed it to him. "Watch this, then remember to delete it. I am going to sleep now. Think carefully about how you'll repay me." With that, Chu Feng dove into his small quarters. Xiao Sei Pai, puzzled, stared at the video on his phone, his eyes widening with every passing moment. By the end, 2 lines of tears streamed down his cheeks. "Thank you, Brother Feng." The other 4 spirits gathered curiously around, peeking at the video, then exchanged complex glances in the direction of Chu Feng's room. "Brother Feng has quite the brain, huh? Not easy. Clearly, he could rely on brute force, yet he plays it smart. Rogues are not to be feared. What is concerning is when rogues possess knowledge." Inside the Linjiang City Police Department, Chen Aoshue was engrossed in a detective novel, her delicate brows knit in slight tension, yet it did nothing to diminish her beauty. Her long, slightly curled eyelashes resembled a butterfly resting upon them. Her nose, perfectly proportioned, and her rosy lips, akin to freshly plucked rose petals, were presently tightly pursed. As the youngest officer in the Linjiang City Police Department, she was also famously known as the Ice Queen. A perfect embodiment of capability and beauty. Just as Chen Aoshue was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly overheard a conversation outside. This is too bizarre. So many murders have occurred within a month, all happening at their place. Indeed, 3 members of the Xiao family have already died, and now even 2 outsiders couldn't escape. The Xiao family? Chen Aoshue's brow furrowed as she pushed open the door to stop 2 fellow officers. "Are you referring to the Xiao family from the Linjiang Villa area?" The 2 officers nodded vigorously. "Yes, Captain Chund. A murder just occurred at the Xiao residence. The case statement and surveillance footage from their home have been sent over. Do you want to take a look?" Chen Aoshue nodded and walked into the case analysis room alongside 2 officers. The surveillance footage was remarkably clear, documenting the entire sequence of events surrounding the incident. At 18:06, Yao left work early and returned home. After watching television for a few minutes, he entered the bedroom, lying on the bed and playing with his phone, remaining relatively inactive. At 2013, Billion's luxury car arrived at the villa. After disembarking, Billion forcefully pushed open the door, tossed her bag into the living room, and stormed into the bedroom. Upon seeing Bu Yao lying in bed, she did not speak to him but opened the wardrobe and glanced beneath the bed, seemingly searching for something. Finding nothing, she abruptly threw back Bu Yao's blanket and a quarrel ensued. From the video, it was evident that Bu Yao had been enduring her provocations while Billion relentlessly pressed on. And after a brief exchange that failed to reach a resolution, she lunged at Bu Yao, attempting to scratch his face. Bu Yao grabbed a pillow to defend himself, inadvertently revealing a blue document and a piece of red lingerie hidden beneath it. Both were momentarily stunned, and then Bu Yao fervently attempted to explain. Billion, trembling with rage, wore a look of teeth-gritting fury. Just then, Bu Yao's phone screen lit up. Billion insisted he answer the call on speaker. Bu Yao complied, but the content of the call left him pale with fear. As he began to explain, Billion seized a pair of scissors from the bedside table and plunged them directly into his heart. Bu Yao collapsed and Billion froze in place, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. She turned to flee, but as she reached the living room, her foot slipped on a spot of shower gel, causing her to crash into the coffee table and die on the spot. As the video concluded, the two officers added, "We have already examined the scene." The document was Bu Yao's passport, suggesting he was involved with another woman and preparing to leave the country. Unfortunately for Billion, she had the misfortune of slipping and fatally injuring herself. They also checked the couple's communication devices. Billion's phone contained a text message accusing Bu Yao of infidelity, and a recorded phone call revealed a man's voice asking when Bu Yao had left. Chen Aoshue furrowed her brow. "A man?" The officers nodded. It was a rather gruff voice, and he referred to Bu Yao as "my little darling." A chill ran down Chen Aoshue's spine. Bu Yao is over 6 feet tall, sporting a beard that gives him a rugged appearance. Who would have thought he had such tastes? After a moment of reflection, she shook her head. "I sense there is more to this than meets the eye. By the way, why does the video start at 6 in the evening? What about the earlier footage?" One officer replied, "Their home surveillance storage card is too small. It can only record this segment." Chen Aoshue was momentarily taken aback before shaking her head and smiling wryly. "That presents even more questions. Two sudden heirs to a fortune, spending someone else's money, would undoubtedly indulge in the best of everything." Furthermore, when Bu Yao was stabbed in the heart, the look in his eyes directed at Billion was one of disbelief and helplessness. It is known that a person's gaze does not lie in their final moments. Lastly, the appearance of those scissors is too coincidental. A bedroom is meant for rest, and sharp instruments like scissors are not typically kept near the pillow. The two officers frowned. "What should we do now?" Chen Aoshue sighed. "Continue the investigation. It would be best to locate the man behind Bu Yao. That would simplify matters considerably. And don't forget to check for fingerprints on the scissors." Seeing their determination, the two officers stood up. "All right, we will head out now." Chen Aoshue nodded faintly, and once they left, she slumped into her chair, massaging her temples. Just as she was about to rest, her phone rang. "Hello, Dad?" A booming voice came from the other end. "Did you see the message I sent you? It's been ages, and you still haven't replied." Chen Aoshue sighed helplessly. "Dad, I'm not ready for marriage right now. I'm not interested in matchmaking." Before she could finish, her father interrupted. "Xiaoshue, have I ever pressed you before? But this time, the opportunity is rare. Mr. Chu is truly a once-in-a-lifetime hero. You need a man who is stronger than you to keep you in check. I've already promised him. Are you really going to embarrass your father? Dad, you can't just say that I have a case on my hands. I have to hang up." Chen Aoshue hurriedly ended the call. Within 2 minutes, a message popped up on her phone. "Tomorrow at noon, location. Forest CAF in the North District. The Bureau is covering the expenses for your private venue." Chapter 10. The fundamental lack of trust between people. The next day at noon, within the Wealth Plaza in the North District. "This guy is so tall. He must be gasping for air while walking. Mom, what a monster. Such a robust figure, with explosive muscle definition, is the very essence of walking testosterone. I must see his face. Pardon my intrusion." Chu Feng chuckled nonchalantly. Had it been his former temperament, he would have erupted long ago, but today was different. Earlier that day, he received a call from Chen Guoqiang, informing him that if he agreed to join the Paranormal Bureau, he would be assigned a wife. An arranged marriage. Chu Feng reluctantly acquiesced. Whether or not he got a wife was trivial. As a citizen of Linjiang, his primary desire was to contribute to the community, thereby repaying society. To this end, Chu Feng had meticulously dressed himself, a black suit, polished shoes, and sunglasses, completing the look of a suave gentleman. Spotting the sign for Forest CAF from afar, a smile crept across Chu Feng's face, startling a girl roller skating nearby, who promptly fell in a split, sliding several meters. At that moment, a child wearing a green fish head hat suddenly appeared in front of Chu Feng, holding up a rose. "Uncle, would you buy a bouquet?" Chu Feng frowned. "Scram, don't ruin my good mood." The child ran back in front of him again, looking up with puppy dog eyes. "Uncle, please just buy one." Chu Feng lowered his head, his gaze growing colder. "I'll say it one last time. Scram." Whispers began to circulate among the onlookers. "If he doesn't want to buy, why be so fierce? Children, run away. He won tea by flowers." With that face, who would he gift them to? However, the child was undeterred, and when Chu Feng stepped over him, he clung to his leg, hanging there desperately. "Uncle, I haven't tea eaten in days. Please have pity on me." Chu Feng's temples throbbed. He raised his massive hand, preparing to strike the child. As he did, the child's piercing cries echoed throughout the plaza. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out from behind. "Stop!" Chu Feng turned to see a breathtaking sight. Beauty scored 99. Physique scored 99. Attire scored 99, leaving 1 point to avoid arrogance. The lady, clad in a beige trench coat, exuded an air of confidence, stepping forward to protect the child and glaring defiantly at Chu Feng. "In broad daylight, you still think of hitting a child? Do you have any humanity left?" Chu Feng scoffed dismissively. "Oh? A living bodhisattva? If you want to be a good Samaritan, buy the flowers yourself." You, the lady, uninterested in further banter, crouched down, speaking gently to the child. "Don't be afraid, little one. Your sister is here. How much for the flowers?" "I will buy them all." The child nodded through tears, handing the entire bouquet to the lady. "Thank you, sister. I won't sell them anymore. They're a gift for you." The lady smiled kindly. "But I can't take your things. How much are they?" The child pulled out a QR code from his clothes. 998 for a single flower. This is 50 flowers, totaling 49,900. "Sister, will you pay by scan or in cash?" The lady's expression froze. "How much?" The child looked up, disappointment evident in his eyes. He slowly squatted down, hugging his legs helplessly. "Why parents are gone. I'm all alone in this world. Life is tough. Food is expensive, and water costs a lot too. I just want to live a little better." The lady's brows furrowed, exhaling a bitter laugh. "But you still can't." Before she could finish, the child began drawing circles in the dirt with his finger, tears streaming down his cheeks, dripping onto the ground. "It's all right, big sister. I know you're a good person. Just consider the flowers a gift from me. You can go now. Don't worry about me." Sob sob. The lady's heart melted. Just then, Chu Feng's mocking voice cut through the moment. "Lady, don't listen to his sob story. I've seen plenty of beggars like him. He's likely part of a gang observing from the shadows. Even if you buy flowers now, it won't help him. Instead, it will only embolden the gang's arrogance, and this little beggar will just continue to deceive others. But if the flowers don't sell, he'll probably face a beating. Everyone has their fate. If you want to blame someone, blame fate." The beautiful woman cast a cold glance at him, then swiftly took out her phone to scan the QR code affixed to the child's clothing. After confirming the payment, she glared at Chu Feng and questioned, "How can you be so certain that he is being manipulated? Not everyone is as sinister as you presume." Before she could finish her sentence, a chilling notification echoed from Chu Feng's pocket. "Wealth Treasure has credited your account, 49,900 yuan. Chu Feng retrieved his phone, surveyed the displayed figures, and nodded in satisfaction. "The task I arranged for him could hardly deceive you. Could it? Yet, the benevolent warning I offered was met with your scorn. It seems the most fundamental trust between individuals has been eroded. Xiao Sei Pai, let's go. I'm already late for my date." Upon hearing this, Xiao Sei Pai hastily followed suit. "Brother Feng, how did I perform just now?" "There's room for improvement. Your crouching looked somewhat contrived. If you had been a tad more clever, it might have been more challenging. However, I must admit, that girl, despite lacking intelligence, is quite stunning, and her choice of perfume demonstrates good taste. Not to mention, when that sister held me, her skin felt remarkably elastic." As the two figures receded from view, the woman remained lost in thought. In the end, I was the fool. When she finally regained her senses, the duo had vanished from sight. Damn it, two con artists. Just you wait. Chu Feng led Xiao Sei Pai into a forest CAF and casually selected a seat. Brother Feng, Xiao Sei Pai remarked with a complex expression, I understand this is your first date, but there's no need to be so agitated. Chu Feng furrowed his brow. What am I agitated about? What great storms have I not weathered? It's merely a casual coffee with a young lady. How could I possibly be nervous? Xiao Sei Pai's face flushed. All right, but could you please set me down? This is rather peculiar. Chu Feng's expression stiffened. He had indeed been somewhat anxious, having unconsciously held Xiao Sei Pai like a pillow, his foot incessantly bouncing, which looked rather unappealing. After placing Xiao Sei Pai down, he took a couple of deep breaths, preparing to salvage his dignity, when the cheerful greeting of the staff at the entrance interrupted him. Welcome, Miss Jin. Mr. Chu is already here. P.S. inside. Both Chu Feng and Xiao Sei Pai turned their heads simultaneously, their smiles freezing in place. Xiao Sei Pai and Chu Feng. Winky face, Qin Ao Shui. Chapter 11. Our work does not include permanent positions. Qin Ao Shui could hardly believe that the so-called heroic figure her father had mentioned was this infuriating bald man. Chu Feng was equally astonished to realize that the victim he had tricked into buying flowers merely 5 minutes ago was now his blind date. Suddenly, something dawned on him, and he turned sharply to Xiao Sei Pai. What did you say about her skin? Xiao Sei Pai, taken aback by Chu Feng's suddenly intense gaze, stammered, Brother Feng, calm down. Children speak without thinking. It's my first blind date. I need to make a good impression. Just sit tight. I'll be right back with that. Xiao Sei Pai dashed away. Chu Feng felt a wave of emotion welling up, nearly moved to tears, but before he could speak, Qin Ao Shui had already seated herself across from him. In a mere 5 minutes, you've managed to swindle a police officer, Mr. Chu. Impressive technique. Qin Ao Shui forcibly restrained her anger, placing the bouquet of roses on the table with a sardonic smile. After the earlier incident in the square, Chu Feng found himself far less anxious. Taking a deep breath, he offered a resigned smile. Comrade Guochang mentioned he arranged for me to meet an intelligent woman. Didn't he expect to fail the first test? I am truly disappointed. Qin Ao Shui stared at him in disbelief, her anger boiling over into a mocking laugh. Test? Disappointed? You? Chu Feng shrugged. What else can I say? As a police officer, how could I place my trust in someone who fell for such a clumsy scheme? Qin Ao Shui glared at him, but upon reflection, she realized he had a point. I can't be bothered to waste words with you. We have nothing to discuss. Return my money, or I will arrest you right now. Chu Feng glanced at her. Arrest me? That sounds rather easy. Before he could finish, Qin Ao Shui stood abruptly, placing her badge on the table. Badge number 36D177, due to your involvement in a fraud case. I am officially arresting you. Chu Feng's face paled, and he quickly interrupted her. No, please sit down. We can talk this through. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ao Shui slowly resumed her seat. There's nothing to discuss. Either you return my money, or you spend time in jail. It's your choice. Chu Feng awkwardly chuckled. Of course, I'll return the money, but I truly don't have any right now. Could we perhaps postpone this for a few days? Qin Ao Shui gritted her teeth. Just 5 minutes ago, you swindled 50,000 from me, and now you claim you have no money? I truly didn't deceive you. Before Chu Feng could elaborate, Qin Ao Shui snatched his phone and swiftly opened the Wealth Treasure app balance, 3.06 yuan. Qin Ao Shui squinted, then examined the transaction history. However, upon seeing the displayed records, she was taken aback. Transferred to Linjiang City Charity Fund, 49. 900. Income, 49. 900. Transferred to Liba Township Hope Primary School, 4. 600. Scan QR code payment to Old Wong's Convenience Store, 4.5. Transferred to Linjiang City Welfare Institute, 3. 000. Qin Ao Shui furrowed her brow. Flipping through several pages, discovering that the majority were donations to charitable organizations, with the smallest amounts being in the thousands. In contrast, her own expenditures, aside from purchasing cigarettes, rarely exceeded 10 yuan. She desperately sought a flaw in the records. Yet every charity listed was verifiably real, eliminating the possibility of money laundering. Despite this, Qin Ao Shui remained unconvinced that this fearsome-looking con artist could possibly engage in such benevolent acts. The contrast was simply too stark. Officer Qin? A gentle call pulled Qin Ao Shui from her thoughts. After casting a suspicious glance at Chu Feng, she returned his phone. You donated all my money? Chu Feng nodded silently, forcing a strained smile. Please give me some time. I will repay you. Qin Ao Shui shot him a look of disdain and sighed. Fine, Let us put this aside for now. We have more pressing matters to attend to. Pressing matters? Pressing matters. Chu Feng suddenly felt his breath quicken, his dark complexion turning a shade of deep purple. Yes, yes. Let us discuss pressing matters, Miss Chen. Aren't you afraid of me? Chen Ao Shui found his sudden shyness both amusing and perplexing. I deal with criminals all the time. I've encountered all sorts of rogues. How could I fear you? My father has ordered me to complete this blind date, and if all else fails, I must at least go through the motions. Chu Feng was nervously rubbing his hands. You don't need to suppress yourself so much. If you're not interested, you can just say so. I'm self-aware enough for that. Chen Ao Shui frowned. In that fleeting moment, she had glimpsed a hint of insecurity in the towering man before her. Just as she was about to offer some comfort, Chu Feng began to ramble on. After all, Old Chen assured me that if this doesn't work out, he can arrange another batch. Chen Ao Shui's temples throbbed at his words. It sounds like you're actually a bit hopeful? Chu Feng's expression stiffened. That's not the case. I just didn't want you to be disappointed. Chen Ao Shui shot him a sidelong glance. Let us get down to business. Introduce yourself. Chu Feng's smile widened, eagerly sharing his background, explaining how his factory had become a rehabilitation center for the disabled. Chen Ao Shui listened intently, gradually lowering her guard. I had no idea you previously worked in prison. What kind of work did you do there? Were you a guard? Chu Feng awkwardly rubbed his hands together. No, I wasn't a guard. I just did some odd jobs, like digging stones, drying peppers, and picking cotton. Chen Ao Shui questioned. That sounds rather varied. Were you a temp worker? I thought if you performed well, you could get a permanent position. Why go through the trouble of starting your own business? Chu Feng nodded reluctantly. I suppose it was a temp position, but even if I performed well, it only meant a reduction in my sentence. There was no chance for a permanent position. Chen Ao Shui, Chu Feng. Chen Ao Shui sighed in resignation. Let us change the subject. What are your hobbies? Seeing a lack of disdain in her eyes, Chu Feng froze for a moment, even contemplating names for their future children. I'm a simple man. I don't have many hobbies that I usually enjoy reading, thinking about how to improve factory efficiency, and when I'm bored, I might watch beautiful women on live streams. Chen Ao Shui, observing Chu Feng's earnest demeanor, shook her head with a smile. Stop pretending. I know you're not that kind of person. Chu Feng's expression froze. You know this? Fine. I admit I enjoy watching beautiful women on live streams. Chen Ao Shui, Chu Feng. After a moment of silence, just as Chen Ao Shui was about to speak, her phone suddenly rang. It's a call from the bureau. I'll step outside to take it. Hello? Is there any progress on the Xiao family case? The mention of the Xiao family caused Chu Feng to furrow his brow involuntarily as he watched Chen Ao Shui's graceful figure retreat. Before long, Chen Ao Shui returned, offering an apologetic smile that I'm sorry, there was a homicide yesterday, and my subordinate called to report on the situation. Chu Feng smiled dismissively. It's nothing. The matter at hand is far more pressing. Chen Ao Shui nodded in agreement, intending to voice her thoughts, but upon catching a glimpse into Chu Feng's eyes, she found herself momentarily taken aback. Why did the tension in his gaze vanish so suddenly after I answered the phone? Only to be replaced by a hint of wariness? Chapter 12. A sense of quality. Noticing Chu Feng's peculiar demeanor, Chen Ao Shui deliberately shifted the conversation towards the case. The Xiao family situation is quite strange. Within just a month, 5 members have perished. Each incident appears to be accidental, yet it feels far too suspicious. Chu Feng furrowed his brow. 5 deaths in a month. Are we certain this is not the work of malevolent spirits? Chen Ao Shui nodded. There were no signs of negative energy at the scene. I suspect it may very well be the result of human actions. Chu Feng scratched his head awkwardly. If it were a ghost? I could assist you, however. If it is indeed human, I am at a loss. Nevertheless, I have faith that with your skills, the truth will inevitably come to light. Chen Ao Shui looked deeply at Chu Feng, clearly unsatisfied with his answer, and could only nod silently. Let us hope for that. From a young age, Chen Ao Shui aspired to become a detective akin to Sherlock Holmes, dedicating herself to the study of psychology and investigative techniques. Often, before a suspect even uttered a word, she could discern right from wrong merely through a glance. Yet, during her recent conversation with Chu Feng, she had detected no clues. Could it be that my initial impression was merely an illusion? Let us set that aside for now. What were you doing before your imprisonment? Attending school? No, given your circumstances, you likely did not spend much time in class, and my apologies. I do not intend to offend. Chu Feng chuckled dismissively. Actually, I've come to terms with it. It's nothing I haven't grown accustomed to. As he spoke, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his eyes before his unexpected journey. He had been a veritable academic prodigy, establishing his own company immediately after graduation. With his exceptional observational skills and affable nature, he quickly bonded with his employees, in just 2 years, through their collective efforts. The company experienced remarkable growth. The atmosphere was harmonious, filled with camaraderie, as they worked tirelessly to expand and strengthen their endeavors. They were not merely colleagues. They were akin to family. Reflecting on those times brought him immense joy. Regrettably, that bliss was abruptly shattered when the police stormed in, dismantling what they deemed a pyramid scheme. Chu Feng was sentenced to 6 years, but due to exemplary behavior, his term was reduced by 1. Little did he know that on the day of his release, he would be struck by a vehicle, propelling him into this new existence. Just as Chen Ao Shui was about to speak, her phone rang once more. "Hello? I'm outside." "What? A supernatural incident at the amusement park?" "Understood. I shall be there immediately." After hanging up, Chen Ao Shui glanced apologetically at Chu Feng. "Mr. Chu, there has been an incident at the amusement park. I must leave at once. We shall continue our conversation another time." Chu Feng quickly rose, tentatively inquiring, "Officer Chen, what about our matter?" "We will discuss it later. I truly must hurry." Chen Ao Shui responded, turning to exit, only to collide with a solid embrace. Looking up, she was surprised to find that Chu Feng had positioned himself directly in front of her, leading her to exclaim in embarrassment and anger. "What are you doing?" Chu Feng, lowering his head slightly, replied with urgency, "You must give me a definitive answer. I still need to respond to your father. Moreover, if you agree, am I to let my wife handle the supernatural incident alone? You know I excel at dealing with ghosts." Chen Ao Shui was momentarily speechless. It was their first meeting. How could he expect an immediate response? His brashness was rather off-putting. Yet, she had to admit, when she collided with him, the firmness of his muscles and his commanding presence were undeniably impressive. "Officer Chen? Huh?" Chen Ao Shui snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing slightly as she met his gaze. "Then it shall depend on your capabilities." With that, she dashed out, her footsteps echoing. "Stay safe," Chu Feng called out, following her to the entrance of the CAF. He watched Chen Ao Shui's figure vanish into the crowd. He retrieved a voice recorder from his pocket, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "That young lady is quite astute. She discerned my unease with just a glance, but who hasn't studied psychology?" As Chen Ao Shui noted the shift in Chu Feng's emotions, he too recognized the wariness that had manifested in her eyes. Observing her deliberate attempt to change the subject, he chose to play along. Simultaneously, he noticed her seemingly casual touch on her bag, from which she retrieved a voice recorder. If his suspicions were correct, that device likely contained their subsequent conversation. When compared to the call received from Bu Yao, he could find himself in quite a predicament. "Brother Feng, why are you alone?" Chu Feng jumped at the sudden voice behind him, turning to see the anxious face of Xiao Sei Pai, irritation bubbling within him. "You scared me? Why do you sneak up like a ghost?" Xiao Sei Pai replied without hesitation. Not waiting for an explanation, Chu Feng crouched down, placing a hand on Xiao Sei Pai's shoulder with a fatherly affection. "By the way, you still owe me an answer. What did you say about Officer Chen's complexion?" Xiao Sei Pai looked bewildered. "Officer Chen? Brother Feng, what are you talking about? I just went to the restroom and lost track of everything." Chu Feng shot him a sidelong glance. "Oh, really?" With that, he turned and walked away. Xiao Sei Pai hurriedly followed. "Brother Feng, where are we headed now?" "To the amusement park." Chapter 13. Mirror Ghost. Chen Ao Shui drove alone towards the amusement park. "Damn it, the voice recorder is missing. Chu Feng, I hope you didn't take it. Otherwise, your suspicions will only deepen." Before long, she arrived at the amusement park and quickly approached a group of individuals from the Supernatural Bureau upon spotting them. "Team Leader Wang, what's the situation?" Team Leader Wang, in his early 40s with a receding hairline and standing around 6 feet tall, was a B-level awakened and the captain of the supernatural team to which Chen Ao Shui belonged. He cast a fleeting glance at her, his brow furrowing slightly. "There's been an issue in the mirror maze. Over an hour ago, more than 10 citizens entered, and none have emerged. I suspect they have been ensnared by a mirror ghost in the mirrored realm." Chen Ao Shui's expression grew serious. Mirror ghosts are malevolent spirits of C-class or higher. Although they lack physical aggression, their methods are exceedingly cunning. They can transform into the likeness of their victims within the mirror. luring them into the mirrored world to slowly drain their life essence. Noticing her grave demeanor, Team Leader Wang sighed in mild annoyance. Those creatures are quite troublesome. Xiao Qian, once inside, you must stick close to us and be prepared to replenish our energy as needed. The other two younger awakened members exchanged knowing glances with Chen Ao Shui, their smiles laced with a hint of mockery. Despite her exceptional talent for investigation, her lack of offensive capabilities relegated her to a supportive role, akin to a moving energy pack. Every supernatural team comprises only 4 members, and each mission carries life or death stakes. No one desires a deadweight presence in their ranks, which explained her lack of popularity within the team. Understood, Team Leader. With a curt nod, Team Leader Wang signaled for his 4 subordinates to enter the amusement park. The mirror maze spanned over 200 square meters. The entrance, shaped like a clown's face, now appeared ominous. Once inside, maintain formation. As before, I will handle the mirror ghost attacks. Xiao Zhang, keep track of its movements. Xiao Li, assist with offensive maneuvers. Xiao Qin, be vigilant for your safety. Do you all understand? Yes, with that, the 4 of them stepped into the mirror maze. The entrance door automatically sealing behind them. Countless mirrors stood erect within, creating infinite reflections that seemed to ensnare them in a web of eyes. Team Leader Wang immediately activated his abilities, flames igniting on his arms as he surveyed their surroundings warily. Xiao Zhang, quickly use your sensing ability to locate the mirror ghost. Xiao Zhang, his expression solemn, nodded and closed his eyes, expanding his sensory perception. His capability allowed him to pinpoint spirits by detecting the density of negative energy. Yet, at that moment, he sensed an overwhelming presence of negative energy surrounding every mirror, as though each one concealed a mirror ghost. After a moment, beads of sweat began to form on Xiao Zhang's forehead. This is impossible, Team Leader. The negative energy in this maze is too dense. I cannot locate the mirror ghost. Given the intensity of the energy, it may very well be a B-class or higher malevolent spirit. Team Leader Wang's brow furrowed deeply. Damn it, there have been no supernatural incidents here previously. How could a B-class malevolent spirit suddenly appear? Xiao Li interjected. Team Leader, if every mirror poses a threat, why not simply shatter them? Team Leader Wang shook his head. While that may seem logical, any attempt to approach the mirrors would provide the ghost with an opportunity to strike. We could inadvertently fall into its trap. Xiao Li grinned. That shouldn't be too difficult. I can freeze the mirrors first. Chen Aoxue cautioned. However, Xiao Zhang mentioned that this is a B-level or higher malevolent spirit. It likely isn't as simple as it appears. Is it? Xiao Li, dismissive, shook his head and jested. Regardless of its level, it's merely a mirror ghost, and its attack power is as clear as day. Snow Beauty, if you're afraid, perhaps you should stand back. Before Chen Aoxue could respond, Xiao Li's expression turned serious. With a swift motion of his right hand, a gust of chilling wind surged forth, causing a thin layer of ice to form on the surfaces of the surrounding mirrors. He then delivered a powerful kick, shattering the mirror into shards of glass that scattered across the ground. Observing this, Xiao Li looked at Chen Aoxue with a mocking glint in his eyes. Snow Beauty, I hope you're not frightened. If all is well, quickly replenish my spiritual energy. We cannot afford to delay our mission. Just as Chen Aoxue was about to retort, Team Leader Wang interjected sternly. Enough. What time is it for bickering? Proceed. Xiao Li shrugged and aimed a kick at a nearby mirror. However, at that moment, the icy layer on the mirror abruptly shattered under a force, and just as Xiao Li's foot was about to make contact, a hand reached out from within, seizing his ankle. Xiao Li's face turned ashen. Captain, save me! The sudden turn of events caused everyone to gasp in shock, but before they could react, Xiao Li was dragged into the mirror. Furious, Team Leader Wang unleashed a fiery punch, shattering the mirror. Yet the mirror ghost had already escaped to another mirror. Damn mirror ghost. Come out. At that moment, a horrific female figure appeared in a distant mirror. Her face contorted, clad in white, hovering above the ground, her terrifying voice resonating throughout the labyrinth. He. I'm right here. Come catch me. Team Leader Wang's flames flared intensely as he charged forward, smashing that mirror. Come out. You get out here. Suddenly, reflections of the mirror ghost appeared in all the mirrors, mockingly laughing. You almost hit me. Keep it up. Enraged, Team Leader Wang's flames surged once more, and he shattered over 10 mirrors in one breath. Just then, Chen Aoshua's anxious voice pierced through. Captain, calm down. Don't fall for the mirror ghost's trickery. Team leader Wang's fury was ignited further. He shot a glance at Chen Aoshue and demanded, "Hurry and replenish my spiritual energy. We must break these mirrors quickly to rescue Shaoli." He paused. "By the way, where is Xiao Zhang?" At that moment, Chen Aoshue abruptly lifted her head, a sinister smile spreading across her face, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. "Xiao Zhang? The moment you rushed out, I had already pulled him into the mirror." Team leader Wang's heart sank in shock, realizing that Chen Aoshue was actually the manifestation of the mirror ghost. He intended to retaliate, but before he could act, he was thrust into the mirror by the mirror ghost before he could react. Having succeeded, the mirror ghost wore a triumphant expression, waving her hand to restore the previously shattered mirrors, returning the maze to its prior state. For awakened one's essence. This should be enough for me to evolve into an A-level malevolent spirit, right? Just then, a soft knocking echoed from outside. "Officer Chun, are you in there?" You dropped your voice recorder at the CAF. Chapter 14. Generally, one would not laugh. Chu Feng gently pushed open the door to the maze and glanced around. "Are you certain Officer Chen is here?" Xiao Sei-Pai nodded earnestly. "Absolutely. The air still carries her perfume, floral notes mixed with a unique freshness, combined with her distinct body scent. A delightful aroma, Brother Feng. Can you imagine that enchanting feeling?" A glimmer of cold light flickered in Chu Feng's eyes. "I can't, but I know if you keep describing it, I might just have to silence you." Xiao Sei-Pai quickly shook his head. "I was wrong. But to be fair, Brother Feng, we do need to be cautious. I can sense a strong energy clinging to the surfaces of these mirrors, indicating the presence of malevolent spirits within." "Malevolent spirits?" A spark of excitement flashed in Chu Feng's eyes, his hands instinctively rubbing together as his voice lowered a few octaves. "We must indeed be careful. We cannot allow them to escape." Xiao Sei-Pai recalled that dreadful night as he observed Chu Feng's meticulous application of talismans to the snake skin pouch. "What a calamity," he murmured. Soon, two figures, one large, one small, stealthily slipped into the mirror maze. After half an hour of crouching and searching, they found nothing at all. The mirror ghost had already spotted the duo and, despite having several opportunities to attack, her sixth sense warned her that this bald man was not to be trifled with. Reluctantly, she remained hidden within the mirrors, observing. Chu Feng looked around, puzzled. Why is it that after searching for so long, there's not a single trace? "Are you sure it's in here?" Xiao Sei-Pai frowned and nodded. "I'm certain, Brother Feng. Look closely at those mirrors. The surface displays flowing cold air. That's energy. If you touch it, you'll feel a chilling cold. Usually, this indicates the presence of malevolent spirits." Chu Feng furrowed his brow, unable to sense any spirits, a persistent anguish in his heart. It was one thing to mistake a spirit for a person, but he dreaded the day he might confuse a person for a spirit. With this thought, Chu Feng fixed his gaze on the mirror, preparing to place his hand against it when he noticed the reflection tremble. "What the?" Chu Feng hastily rubbed his eyes, only to find that the reflection appeared normal. "What's wrong, Brother Feng? Did you feel something?" Xiao Sei-Pai inquired, astonished. "You truly are something else." Chu Feng stared at the mirror. "No, I just haven't looked in a mirror for a while. I startled myself. But to be fair, despite looking a bit fierce upon closer inspection, I'm not ugly at all." He then struck a few poses in front of the mirror. Xiao Sei-Pai almost burst out laughing but caught sight of Chu Feng's wide, copper-like eyes, fixated on his own reflection. Xiao Sei-Pai's face paled. "That's not fierce, Brother Feng. That's called having character." "No, it should be perfect. Look closely at those perfect muscle lines, defined cheekbones. Heavens, Brother Feng, you are simply flawless." Chu Feng grinned, his face flushing with embarrassment. "Not bad, Xiao Sei-Pai. You have a knack for discovering beauty. Hearing you say that, I'm starting to understand your feelings. This isn't just handsome, it's perfection." A suppressed giggle broke the silence. Chu Feng's expression hardened immediately. "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Sei-Pai looked bewildered. "Brother Feng, it wasn't me laughing. Not you?" They exchanged glances, then instinctively turned their heads to face the mirror before them. The reflection still showed Chu Feng, his movements synchronized, but the gaze lacked his sharpness. The grin lingered too long, the body tense, legs trembling slightly. The mirror ghost was on the verge of tears. As a mirror ghost, her performances were typically professional. She rarely laughed. Yet this bald man's unexpected remark had shattered her composure. Seeing Chu Feng's expression grow increasingly menacing, a thin sheen of sweat formed on her forehead. Chu Feng's eyes widened, veins bulging on his bald head. "You're laughing at me? Are you actually laughing at me to my face?" An overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the mirror ghost, causing her to forget her original intentions. Yet she knew that if she did not act soon, this man might do something unimaginable. "Damn it. Since you've seen through me, let us see how you fare against me." As the words left her lips, the reflection transformed into the true form of the mirror ghost, lunging at Chu Feng. Arms wrapping around his waist, attempting to drag him into the mirror. However, despite her efforts, she found herself unable to pull him in. At that moment, a furious roar reverberated throughout the maze. "How dare you mock me to my face? Do you have any idea how much that hurts my fragile psyche?" Several mirrors shattered in response, and the mirror ghost was taken aback, intending to retreat into a mirror, only to be yanked by her hair. "You think you can bully me and then run away?" The mirror ghost turned, trembling, and upon meeting Chu Feng's bloodshot eyes, visions of countless crime scenes flooded her mind. "What do you intend to do?" Before she could finish, a fist the size of a sandbag was already approaching. "Don't hit me. I truly didn't mean to mock you. I swear, I wasn't laughing at you. I swear, I'm a woman. How can you do this? Let us talk this out. People from Dian shouldn't fight each other. Big brother, you're the most handsome, just as sweet as candy. All right." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's rage intensified, and he swung his iron fist. "Mock me? You dare use such vicious words against me? I know I might look a bit extreme, but using such words to insult me? Do you even have a shred of humanity?" The mirror demon was utterly devastated, its hollow eyes fixated on Chu Feng's grotesque visage, an internal turmoil rife with skepticism regarding humanity. "Since you are aware of your own ugliness, what harm is there in my laughter? Must I be punished for merely smiling? Is my explanation falling on deaf ears? The more I explain, the more I am struck. It's unacceptable to call me ugly, yet to call me handsome is equally disallowed. What do you truly desire? Can a scoundrel act with impunity? Is there no law remaining?" The mirror demon's sense of grievance deepened, and ultimately, it let out a mournful laugh. "Ha ha ha, it has become clear to me. Being a ghost means the absence of rights. Go ahead, strike me freely. If you possess true courage, then kill me. I truly wish to be rid of this life." Woe is me. Chapter 15. I am still an employee at Fenggu Textile Factory. As Chu Feng's fists continued to rain down, the mirror demon's resentment gradually dissipated. Before long, all the surrounding mirrors shattered, and those trapped within the mirror realm emerged in the corners of the labyrinth. Has someone subdued the mirror demon? We are free. Woe is me. I thought I would perish within. Amidst the collective relief, a piercing wail and the reprimand of a man echoed nearby. "I have given you all the money from my bank card. And you still want me to take out a loan? Are you even human? Oh no. Don't strike. I'm taking it out. I'm taking it out. Useless creature. Can't you even manage facial recognition? Press your face closer." The crowd turned to see the mirror demon being berated by a burly man, who was demanding that it take out a loan, meting out slaps at any hint of non-compliance. The onlookers watched in horror. What is happening? Is that demon still after us? Is that man human? What if he decides to rob us too? Hearing the murmurs, Chu Feng immediately turned around. Who goes there? The crowd jumped in surprise. This man looks even more terrifying than the demon, brother. Don't shoot. We are human, mother. A monster. Officer Wang stepped forward first. Stop. Release that mirror demon. Tears streamed down the mirror demon's face as it exclaimed. Officer, you must stand up for me. I have given him all my money, and he still wants me to take out a loan. Beating is one thing, but he is forcing me to take pictures. If I disobey, he will send the photos to my family. Woe is me. Officer Wang took a deep breath and rushed to Chu Feng, looking up in disbelief. Goodness, he is even taller than me. This comrade, while you have saved us, such behavior is not acceptable. We all have a day of reckoning. And what if we face such treatment then? Before he could finish, Chu Feng's enormous hand was already before him. What is this about? Chu Feng rubbed his fingers together. No need to wait for that day. Pay up. You can't expect me to save you for free. Officer Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. You robbing me? I am the captain of the Supernatural Bureau. Chu Feng frowned, glancing at the mirror demon. Throw him back into the mirror. You will be released when you pay up. Officer Wong's face froze in fear. No. Is there no law left? I am from the Supernatural Bureau. Chu Feng scoffed disdainfully. The Supernatural Bureau? I am from Fenggu Textile Factory. What are you waiting for? Go. Reluctantly, the mirror demon chose to comply. Officer Wong instinctively took a step back. No. What are you doing? I was just helping you. The mirror demon, with a complex expression, said, Thank you, big brother. But this guy hits too hard. Perhaps you could dig into your pockets? Trust me, spending money can avert calamity. Just then, a figure dashed out from the crowd. Chu Feng. Isn't this enough? Chu Feng turned to see Chen Aoshue and raised an eyebrow, then glared at the mirror demon. You wretched creature. How dare you flaunt your power before me? If you don't release that buzzcut, I shall break your legs, the mirror demon. Officer Wong. The onlookers. After saying this, Chu Feng hurriedly approached Chen Aoshue. Concern etched on his face. Darling, are you all right? Did that female ghost harm you? Let me check for injuries. Chen Aoshue shook her head. Be serious. I am at work. Chu Feng immediately understood. All right. I will wait for you to finish before checking. Chen Aoshue. Officer Wong, still skeptical, asked. So you two know each other? Chen Aoshue nodded helplessly. He is the one who single-handedly resolved the issue at Beijing Cinema. And my father introduced him as a potential match. Officer Wong awkwardly chuckled. I see, young man, you have quite a promising future ahead. I am somewhat aware of your situation. Although you have not awakened any abilities, I believe you possess noteworthy qualities. Would you be interested in joining the Supernatural Bureau? I can help you apply for an exception to become a member of our team. Before Chu Feng could respond, Chen Aoshue interjected, Officer Wong, there's no need to persuade him. My father told me that if Chu Feng joins the Supernatural Bureau, he will at least secure a position as a team leader. Really? Haha. Officer Wong rubbed his hands awkwardly. Then I shall organize the crowd's evacuation. Aoshue, Fenggu, you both take care. By the way, Officer Chen, what do you plan to do with this mirror demon? Without waiting for Chen Aoshue to respond, Chu Feng swiftly pulled out a snake skin bag and stuffed the mirror demon inside. You needn't worry about this. I will handle it myself. Rest assured, I guarantee she will not come out to cause harm. The mirror demon struggled relentlessly, crying out, Let me out! Help! I will not go with him. In response to the mirror demon's cries, the crowd displayed a cold indifference, lowering their heads as they departed. Once the crowd had dispersed, Chu Feng retrieved the recording pin from his pocket. Officer Chen, your recording pin was left in the coffee shop, so I brought it back for you. I never expected to encounter such a situation. Chen Aoshue feigned nonchalance as she accepted the pin, smiling slightly. Thank you, Mr. Chu. By the way, how do you plan to deal with this mirror demon? Chu Feng sighed. We are all here to make a living. Do you truly think I would make things difficult for her? Rest assured, Officer Chen, I will arrange everything properly. But you, in the future, during such crises, please do call me, if you were to be harmed. I would be heartbroken. With that, Chu Feng gently placed his large hand atop Chen Aoshue's head. As she gazed into his warm, bell-like eyes, Chen Aoshue found herself momentarily entranced. This rugged-looking fellow actually possesses such a gentle side? The contrast is striking. Aoshue? Chen Aoshue snapped back to reality, a blush creeping onto her face, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. Mr. Chu, I need to return to the bureau. You carry on. I must take my leave. With that, Chen Aoshue hurriedly exited, her graceful silhouette lingering in Chu Feng's mind as he carried the snake skin bag in one hand and rubbed his shiny head with the other. What of the beautiful officer? Under my relentless waves of charm, no one can escape unscathed. Just as Chu Feng reveled in his triumph, an incongruous sound emerged from the snake skin bag. Gift. Chu Feng. Chapter 16. The Supernatural Alliance. Inside Fenggu Textile Factory, the four demons gazed with mixed expressions at the mirror demon, who had been thoroughly beaten. Sister, don't cry. Being with Fenggu is quite a privilege. Indeed. Look at me. I've been dead for many years, yet my spirit remains high. I can still weave dozens of woolen sweaters without breaking a sweat. Rest assured. Once Fenggu arranges a job for you, you will soon forget your troubles. Listening to the comforting words of the other demons and observing their haggard appearances, the mirror demon cried even harder. Chu Feng took a deep breath. All right, that's enough. We are running a business here. We cannot have tears. Let me ask you something. How did you end up at the amusement park? Chu Feng had been unable to comprehend the mirror demon's appearance. Although the ghostly energy had erupted for a year and malevolent spirits abounded, thanks to the management of the Supernatural Bureau, most areas had been cleared of evil spirits, ion locations untouched by ghostly energy. Spirits would not simply materialize. The same applied to the previously encountered Giuseppe, who should have remained at the bottom of the well, transformed into a heap of bones, yet someone had disrupted the soul-locking well and infused him with ghostly energy, thus turning him into an evil spirit. Chu Feng had inquired about Giuseppe, but the fellow claimed the person who did it wore a large cloak, obscuring their face entirely. The mirror demon eyed Chu Feng warily. "I can tell you, but you must let me go." Chu Feng nodded, agreed. The mirror demon raised an eyebrow. "Are you serious?" Chu Feng replied solemnly. "Of course, I never deceive. Once you tell me, the door will be opened for you." The mirror demon took a few deep breaths. "It was members of the Supernatural Alliance who brought me to the amusement park." "The Supernatural Alliance? The Supernatural Alliance." Two astonished voices rang out simultaneously. Chu Feng turned to see the normally expressionless one-armed ghost, showing a glimmer of surprise in its eyes. "You know?" The one-armed specter furrowed his brow in contemplation for quite some time. The glimmer in his eyes gradually fading. "I recall this name, yet it eludes my memory, striking me as oddly familiar." Chu Feng's brow slightly knitted in thought. He had encountered the one-armed specter by chance. At that time, he had lost his memory, unable to recall anything, including his own name. To his surprise, he still retained some impression of this supernatural alliance. Chu Feng then turned his gaze towards the mirror ghost. "Is the meaning of this organization as literal as it sounds?" The mirror ghost nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is said that this force has infiltrated the entirety of the Great Xia, with its leader referred to as the Ghost Emperor. And beneath him, there are 12 ghostly servants, each classified as an S-grade or higher malevolent spirit. However, their operations are exceedingly clandestine. To this day, no one has laid eyes on their faces, nor can anyone ascertain whether they are human or ghost." Chu Feng nodded thoughtfully, his curiosity piqued. "How do you communicate then?" "Through a mysterious radio." Chu Feng was taken aback. "What on earth? Do you employ such advanced technology?" The mirror ghost scoffed. "It's merely a radio. Do not forget, we were once human, and we are not lacking in high-tech talents. We even possess our own exclusive network, where one can engage in daily life, gaming, financial management, everything you could desire." As the mirror ghost spoke, she noticed the glimmer of excitement in Chu Feng's eyes. "What is it? Why are you so agitated? You are not even a ghost." Chu Feng hastily pulled out a notebook. "Do not concern yourself with the details. Dear sister, please divulge everything you know, and once you have done so, you may depart." The mirror ghost instinctively sensed something amiss, yet glancing at Chu Feng's formidable fist and the nearby factory gates, she ultimately chose to acquiesce. Half an hour later, the mirror ghost approached the gate and tentatively inquired, "So, I can truly leave?" Chu Feng nodded earnestly. "Yes. If you find yourself weary, the Feng Gu Textile Factory always welcomes you back." The mirror ghost, with a complicated expression, gazed at Chu Feng for a moment, but ultimately, she returned. Chu Feng, perplexed, asked, "What is the matter?" "Not leaving." The mirror ghost pouted. "You deceived me." Chu Feng frowned. "How have I deceived you?" The mirror ghost retorted. "Why are you gripping that brick so tightly? Are you planning to chase after me and strike the moment I step over the threshold?" Chu Feng slowly placed the brick back in his pocket and grinned. "You see quite clearly. My dear, heed my advice. Stay put. For if fate brings us face to face again in Lingjiang, it would put me in a rather awkward position to determine whether to strike or not." "Considering we are acquaintances," the mirror ghost nodded, choked up. "I understand. I truly should not have trusted you. As long as you comprehend, now adjust your attitude. I shall experience your life as a malevolent spirit." With that, Chu Feng activated his phone's network and input the IP address provided by the mirror ghost. After a brief loading period, the screen abruptly darkened, revealing several blood-red characters at the center. 48 Tongqing. "Everything you desire is here." Chu Feng tapped the screen, and 4 options appeared: housing, employment, entertainment, friendship. He was taken aback by the richness of these malevolent spirits' spiritual lives. Upon clicking on housing, he discovered an abundance of listings for tombs and haunted residences. Phoenix Mountain Detached Villa, perpetually shrouded in dark energy, facing the Star of Death, fully furnished, move-in ready. encompassing 420 square meters, with a down payment of 10 ordinary people's life essence. Shared rental, 44, Lakeside East Road Old House. Exquisite 2-bedroom, limited to single female ghosts, 800 cc of human blood per month, quarterly payment, urgent sale, ancestral cursed wardrobe, a truly extraordinary mansion, self-infused with dark energy, the landlord being pursued by the Supernatural Bureau, reluctantly parting with it. Full price of 5 living humans, interested parties contact 135. After perusing the listings, Chu Feng realized the number of malevolent spirits in Lingjiang exceeded his expectations, with hundreds of houses and old residences marked as sold. Moreover, those capable of purchasing luxurious haunted houses were formidable spirits, while those of lower rank or insufficient power opted for menial labor to acquire human blood. Is there a hierarchy among ghosts? Ah well, today I shall perform a good deed for the vast proletariat. Chu Feng shook his head in resignation and proceeded to call a number listed in the rental advertisement. There was no ringtone, only a harsh, crackling sound. The call was quickly answered by a hoarse, elderly voice. Hello? Who is this? There's potential. Chu Feng cleared his throat twice, attempting to lower his voice. Greetings, I saw your wardrobe for sale on 48 Tongqing. Is it still available? Yes. If you're interested, you can come directly to Beihuan Mountain Mental Hospital to take a look in person. It's absolutely worth it. But let me be clear, only full payment is accepted. Sounds good. I appreciate your straightforwardness. Chu Feng grinned, then inquired. By the way, you're certain this ISNTA middleman's property, right? Upon hearing this, the elderly man did not become angry but rather explained earnestly. Rest assured. I am the landlord. We are all ghosts here, so I understand your difficulties. Just come over with confidence. If the old man deceives you, you can slap me twice and simply walk away. Is that acceptable? Chu Feng's smile broadened, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Then I can rest easy, sir. You are truly a good person. Chapter 17. Our factory needs such talent. Beihuan Mountain Mental Hospital was adorned with rusted railings, overrun with unknown vines. The vast courtyard was rife with weeds, and the moonlight cast a pallid glow on the stark white walls, reminiscent of a corpse's skin, devoid of any vitality. This institution was repurposed from a private school established in the last century. Following the eruption of ghostly energy, it frequently experienced supernatural incidents and was forced to close within a week. Subsequently, the Supernatural Bureau conducted an investigation, but all spirits had vanished, leaving them with nothing to show for their efforts. Chu Feng extinguished his cigarette but, stay sharp, and do not reveal any flaws. Xiao Sei Pai confidently replied, do not worry, I am an old hand at this. Chu Feng nodded in approval and pushed open the iron gate of the hospital. The two figures made their way directly to the main building. All around was shrouded in darkness, the massive structure creaking as the cold wind rattled the dilapidated windows. Xiao Sei Pai glanced around. Is Boss Huang here? I called earlier about the wardrobe. No sooner had he spoken than the lights in the hall flickered on, illuminating the staircase leading to the second floor. A hunched figure abruptly appeared at the corner of the stairs. Standing about 1.60 meters tall, seemingly in his 60s or 70s, clad in a blood-stained white coat, with a pallid complexion and deeply sunken eyes. A distinguished guest has arrived, and a young one at that. Quick, please come upstairs. Boss Huang wore a benevolent smile, but upon seeing Chu Feng, his expression immediately froze. Is this a human? Chu Feng took a deep breath. Democracy and prosperity, unity and friendship. Xiao Sei Pai hurriedly interjected. He is human. My family found him as a human servant, and he can also serve as food if necessary. Rest assured, old man, he is perfectly fine. Boss Huang scrutinized Chu Feng with skepticism. Is such a thing even possible? This little friend must come from a well-off family. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Come, little friend. You're here to see the wardrobe, correct? Follow me upstairs. Chu Feng and Xiao Sei Pai obediently followed Boss Huang up the stairs, and soon they arrived in a consultation room on the third floor. Once inside, Boss Huang busied himself retrieving 2 bottles of mineral water, handing them to the two. Here, you must be tired. Have some water. Xiao Sei Pai forced a smile. No need to be so kind, sir. It's a bit awkward for us. Boss Huang shot him a glare and replied with a laugh. What are you saying? What's a bottle of water? As the saying goes, amicability breeds profit. Even if the deal falls through, we maintain our kindness. Also, the first time I laid eyes on you, I was reminded of my mischievous grandson. And I couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. Decades have passed, and I wonder how he is faring now. Seeing the glimmer of nostalgia in Boss Huang's eyes, Xiao Sei Pai momentarily lost his focus. Grandpa Huang, please don't do this. Otherwise, we won't be able to proceed with our business here. Before he could finish, he suddenly felt a cold gaze locking onto him, turning to meet Chu Feng's murderous stare. Chu Feng forced a strained smile, quickly grabbing the bottle of water and gulping it down. The old man is quite understanding. Young master, do not let his kindness go to waste. Boss Huang grinned widely. Yes? Yes, I love hearing such words from young people. Now that you're here, do not treat yourself as an outsider. Chu Feng wholeheartedly agreed. Rest assured, we shall soon be like family. Boss Huang burst into hearty laughter. Although this young man may not be the most handsome, I enjoy his conversation. Ha ha ha. Observing the two laughing heartily, Xiao Sei Pai couldn't help but lower his head and sigh. What a sin! Boss Huang waved his hand dismissively and walked to the corner of the room, patting a wardrobe nearby. This is the wardrobe I listed online. Feel free to take a look. If you like it, we can negotiate the price. The wardrobe before them was merely a metal cabinet coated in white paint, with two dark red stains extending from the center of the doors down to the bottom, suggesting it had seen better days. As the two inspected it, Boss Huang stood to the side. Offering an introduction, I purchased this cabinet when I was still the director. One day, a deranged patient burst in, killed me, and stuffed my body inside. The lingering resentment has never dissipated, so the negative energy within is quite potent. If you were to stay inside for 10 days or half a month, even without sustenance, you could ascend to become a C-grade malevolent spirit. Xiao Sei Pai looked astonished and exclaimed, Grandpa Huang. You were the director here? Boss Huang nodded, speaking with heartfelt gravity. Indeed. After spending more than half my life in medicine, I never imagined I would meet my end at the hands of a patient. I suppose my medical skills were lacking. Xiao Sei Pai felt a pang of sympathy and turned to Chu Feng, almost pleading, Brother Feng, Grandpa Huang is a good man. How about? Chu Feng nodded seriously. Yes, our factory is in dire need of talents like him. Don't worry, I won't treat him unfairly. Xiao Sei Pai was taken aback. No, Brother Feng, that's not what I meant. Boss Huang, snapping back to reality, asked in confusion, what are you talking about? What factory? Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng replied, Old sir, I recognize you as a good spirit, so I will afford you the respect you deserve. However, as a rogue, we must adhere to certain formalities. I have a question for you. Boss Huang, still bewildered, nodded slowly. All right, speak. Chu Feng nodded appreciatively. Does this wardrobe conceal anything? Young man, if you like this wardrobe, just tell me I can give it to you outright. Boss Huang replied. Chu Feng chuckled and shook his head. The wardrobe is of no consequence, old sir. What we truly desire is you, dummy. The old spirit instinctively took a step back, a flush of embarrassment creeping onto his aged face. No, young man, how can you play such thrilling games? I'm too old for this. Chu Feng felt a chill run down his spine and chose not to elaborate further. Pointing at the cabinet, he said, Old sir, you're overthinking this. We are all respectable individuals here. I want to act recklessly. Having been a doctor your whole life, it's a waste for you to remain here. Let us do this. Cooperate and step inside the cabinet. I will take you to a place where you can truly realize your life's value. The old spirit's expression turned wary. What if I refuse to cooperate? Chu Feng replied earnestly, if you choose not to cooperate, that's fine. I will continue to persuade you, but I must confess, I have a flaw. I lack patience. The old spirit, feeling anxious, responded, your impatience is of no concern to me. Chu Feng smiled apologetically, that's not quite right. My impatience can lead to irritability, and my actions may become indiscriminate. Chapter 18. Entertainment options? Boss Huang comfortably settled into the wardrobe, but as the door began to close, he hesitated and poked his head out. Brother Feng, I can just stay here, right? You wouldn't let the Supernatural Bureau catch me at this moment, would you? Chu Feng couldn't help but laugh. After finally capturing such a significant spirit, why would I hand you over to the Supernatural Bureau? Boss Huang looked taken aback. Huh? Chu Feng nodded solemnly before closing the wardrobe door, hurriedly affixing a talisman. Rest assured, Brother Feng is not that kind of person. Just be good, and it will all be over soon. Having completed these tasks, Chu Feng showed no intention of leaving. He brushed off the dust from a chair and sat down, engrossed in his phone. Xiao Sei Pai, curious, inquired, Brother Feng, aren't we going back? Chu Feng shook his head with a smile, just as he heard a series of light footsteps echoing from the stairwell, tap, 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 the sound of high heels. Moments later, two soft voices floated down the corridor. A malevolent spirit that can dominate an entire hospital must possess extraordinary power. Sister, as long as we serve this big shot well, the tips will undoubtedly be generous. Understood, sister. No matter how formidable he is, once he experiences my skills, he will surely submit. Ha 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 ha. The voices were sultry, and the last burst of laughter was particularly enticing. Xiao Seipai felt his breath quicken with anticipation as he glanced at Chu Feng. Brother Feng, did you summon them? Chu Feng's brows twitched. Yes, I selected from the entertainment options. I was curious, and to my surprise, they truly exist. By the way, I picked two. Let us each take one and make the most of it. Don't let me down. Xiao Seipai's face flushed even more, his youthful demeanor morphing into a cheeky grin. Brother Feng, this is my first time. Is it too sudden? And in this room with you? Chu Feng shot him a glance, of course. Since it's your first time and you lack experience, I must guide you through it. Pay attention and don't mess up. There's a first time for everything. Don't be nervous. Xiao Seipai's smile stretched from ear to ear as he nodded vigorously. Guide me? Hee. All right, Brother Feng. I'll follow your lead. As the footsteps drew nearer, Chu Feng stood up, preparing for a sprint towards the door. Get ready. Xiao Seipai, a mix of tension and excitement, mimicked Chu Feng's stance, readying himself for the dash. This is so thrilling. I truly love it. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a gentle knocking sounded at the door. Hello, is Boss Chu inside? Chu Feng took a deep breath and called out, Come in. The door creaked open, revealing two enchanting figures. The two female spirits appeared to be in their 20s, possessing stunning features and alluring figures. Clad in tight mini-skirts and dazzling high heels, their hair styled in uniform waves, as they entered, a potent scent of perfume wafted through the air. Hello, we are here from the beautiful club to provide service. May I ask who is? Before they could finish, their fiery gazes locked onto the imposing figure in front of the wardrobe, an imposing man with bloodshot eyes and a robust physique, resembling a human beast. Most importantly, the two female spirits immediately sensed the aura emanating from him, that a human. Is there truly a death knight in this world? Beside them, Xiao Seipai was equally astonished. Though he was somewhat prepared, the thrill was overwhelming. I want the one on the left. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the hospital. Charge! Upon hearing the command, Xiao Seipai sprang forth like a coiled spring, landing squarely on the chest of the female spirit on the left. This is suffocating. Yet, at that instant, a whooshing sound cut through the air. Turning his head, he saw Chu Feng launch himself like a cannonball, delivering a powerful punch that struck the front female spirit squarely in the face. Bang! A thunderous collision reverberated as the female spirit was sent flying, crashing into the wall behind her and collapsing, leaving only one leg visible, twitching helplessly. Xiao Seipai and the surviving female spirit stared at the wreckage, rendered speechless. Time seemed to freeze in the empty ward, silence enveloping the space. After a moment, a voice emerged from the wardrobe. My pants are off, and you show me this. The female spirit regained her senses and let out a piercing shriek upon seeing the devastation. Sister! A frail hand emerged from the rubble, trembling as it reached skyward. I've been tricked. This is a trap. Sister, run. With that, the hand fell limply to the ground. The female spirit's anguished scream echoed throughout the night in Linjiang, her heavily made-up face visibly decaying as her delicate skin rotted away before their eyes. Surrounded by a surge of malice, she turned mechanically, her eyes fixated on Xiao Seipai. As Xiao Seipai slid down from the female spirit, he looked up into her eyes, shaking his head frantically. Not me. It wasn't me, sister. Slap. Before he could finish, a slap fueled by 20 years of rage struck his face. Xiao Seipai clutched his cheek, tears streaming down his face involuntarily. I'm innocent. Who knew he meant press on literally? The female spirit, now devoid of reason, lunged at Xiao Seipai, intent on attacking him. You're asking for trouble. As Chu Feng shouted, he executed a precise side kick that struck the female spirit's waist. Ah! She screamed in pain, flying backward and rolling several meters down the corridor before coming to a stop. What kind of monster are you? You dare strike me in front of my eyes. You re-asking for death. Without giving her a chance to recover, Chu Feng charged at her again, roaring with fury. The female spirit, terrified, scrambled to her feet and attempted to flee. Stop, if you have any guts. Stand still. Your sister is still in my grasp. Don't run. Stop. Hearing the furious shouts growing closer behind her, the female spirit was on the verge of tears. Help! Help! This is public assault. Someone help. I'm being attacked by a ghost. Help! A lone individual and a ghost sprinted over 10 kilometers, their immense roars and anguished cries for help sending shivers down the spines of the residents lining the streets. Mom, there's someone chasing a ghost in the street. That ghost looks so pitiful, indeed, exclaimed Xiao Ming. You must study diligently from now on. Otherwise, even in death, you'll be bullied by others, understand? Damn, that malevolent spirit is so tall. If that girl gets caught, who knows what will happen to her? For heaven's sake, can't you see the shadows? The one behind is the human. The one running is the ghost. In Chapter 19, despite his rough appearance, the man's character was still commendable in the dead of night. A human and a ghost trudged along a road leading to the suburbs, burdened with a large wardrobe. Not to call you out, Xiao Sei Pai, but how young are you? Don't you have a single clean thought in your head? Now look, the female ghost has escaped, and these spirits will surely be more vigilant with us. How can we revive the textile factory? How can I help you all grow stronger? Chu Feng grumbled as they walked. Xiao Sei Pai, struggling under the weight of the wardrobe that was twice his height, flushed and protested, Brother Feng, I know I was wrong, but I'm still so young. How can you expect me to carry such a big wardrobe? Besides, there are 2 ghosts inside. Chu Feng shot him a glance. You're at the age where you should be growing. You need to exercise more with that. He fell into deep contemplation, suddenly raising an eyebrow. However, letting that female ghost escape may not be a bad thing after all. The duo quickly returned to the factory, and Chu Feng had no time to inquire about Boss Wang and the short-skirted female ghosts past. He immediately opened the forum on 48 Tongqing. Sure enough, a new post had appeared at the top of the page. Shocking. A heinous man summoned 2 beautiful technicians and committed such an atrocity. Chu Feng clicked on the post. Tonight, an evil awakener took control of Old Huang from the North Ring Mountain Psychiatric Hospital and summoned 2 technicians to his location. Point 1 is dead. 1 is injured. And Old Huang is also missing. We will thoroughly investigate this matter. Furthermore, we urge everyone not to forget our original intention. Anyone who colludes with humans to harm their compatriots will face severe punishment. Several images accompanied the post, featuring photographs of Chu Feng in pursuit of the female ghost. The revelation sparked intense debate among numerous ghostly netizens. I can't believe we have such traitors in the ghost realm. Damn Old Huang, I hope I don't catch him. I was hunting on Ice River Avenue at the time, and I witnessed the entire scene. You have no idea how pitiful that little ghost girl looked. Her high heels fell off while running, and that awakener wouldn't let her go. Did you notice? The awakener didn't seem to use any supernatural abilities. He wasn't even wearing an awakener badge. He was purely relying on brute strength to chase her. He must be a guy who has awakened a beastly power. Perhaps he has the strength of an orangutan. Just look at his face. Doesn't it resemble that of a chimpanzee? Everyone, please be cautious when going out. The little ghost who caused a ruckus at the passenger station a few days ago has also disappeared. She likely fell victim to foul play. Hello everyone, I am Iching, the female lead in this incident. I am now safe, but my sister is still in the hands of that villain. I sincerely hope you can help me rescue her. Don't worry, sister. We will support you. Take down the villain. Restore peace to Linjiang. Take down the villain. Restore peace to Linjiang. Take down the villain. Everyone, do not fear. The Ghost Envoys Patrol Day is the day after tomorrow. With that adult's capabilities, they will surely capture this villain and bring justice to all. Exactly. As long as the Ghost Envoy takes action, the combined force of all spirit users in Linjiang will not be his match. At that time, we will definitely flay him alive. Ghost Envoy? Upon reading this, Chu Feng couldn't help but furrow his brow. According to the Mirror Ghost, the 12 Ghost Envoys are all S-level or above malevolent spirits, each an extremely dangerous entity. If they truly came looking for him, he wouldn't know how to respond. With this thought, Chu Feng wanted to ask the Mirror Ghost for more details. However, when he turned around, he found Old Huang standing beside him, looking bitter and staring blankly at the phone in Chu Feng's hand. Damn, you look like a ghost. You scared the life out of me. Old Huang seemed to be oblivious to his surroundings. My reputation, Huang Deheng, has been tarnished. I end up as a mere lackey. It's all over. It's all over. Chu Feng glanced at him. What do you mean it's over? Coming here doesn't mean you'll be wronged. If you truly don't want to stay, you can leave now. Old Huang looked at the heavy iron door and then back at Chu Feng. If you tell me to go out now, won't I be killed by the malevolent spirits? Brother Feng, you can't do this. You need to explain for me. I'm not that kind of ghost. Chu Feng sighed and was about to comfort him when a flash of inspiration struck him. He looked at Old Huang intently and pulled out his phone to make a call. After 2 rings, the call was quickly connected, and a chilling voice came from the other end. Hello, this is the Ghost Service Center. How may I assist you? Old Huang looked at Chu Feng in disbelief, his eyes filled with gratitude. This young man may appear rough, but he has a good heart. He dares to speak the truth on my behalf despite the risks posed by the Paranormal Alliance. If the Alliance truly tries to make things difficult for you, I will surely speak well of you. Touched, Old Huang listened as Chu Feng continued, Hello. I have discovered the whereabouts of the traitor Old Huang. Yes, that Huang Deheng. You must send people to capture him. The address is behind the North City Fortune Plaza at the construction site. Yes, that guy is quite formidable. You must bring plenty of people. You worthless thing, even worse than a ghost. I swear I'll fight you. Old Huang's gratitude instantly transformed into skepticism regarding humanity, raising his hand to confront Chu Feng, if it weren't for the quick reactions of a few other ghosts who managed to restrain him. The consequences would indeed have been dire. Sir, please take it easy. Brother Feng's arrangement definitely has its reasoning. Don't fight. You can't withstand his brick. Since we've come in, let's just be good ghosts and not think of anything else. In Chapter 20, as the clock struck midnight, 2 shadowy figures darted through the corners of the street, soon appearing outside an alley behind the North City Commercial Plaza. One malevolent spirit, clad in a red Wangzai short-sleeve shirt and tight 3/4 pants, was a well-known mischievous ghost. Brother, I can sense the ghostly energy emanating from within. It seems the news is indeed true. The other, sporting green long hair and dressed in saggy pants, adorned with a distinctive style reminiscent of the Shamate subculture, replied in a low voice, I sense it too. Remember, this mission must succeed. Once we capture Huang Deheng, it's kill on sight. The mischievous ghost grinned widely. Understood, brother. With the 2 of us working together, there will be no missteps. I hope that villain is inside too. We can eliminate him while we're at it and post videos of his torment, and Huang Deheng's online to serve as a warning. The Shamate ghost grinned wickedly and led the way forward. The 2 spirits followed the ghostly energy for over 500 meters until they finally halted outside a dilapidated factory. The factory was in such a state of disrepair that its doors and windows had been removed. The mischievous ghost, brimming with eagerness, exclaimed, Brother, this must be the place. The Shamate ghost glanced warily around. There's only ghostly energy emanating from within. I don't sense any human presence. Would that human truly leave Huang Deheng here alone? The mischievous ghost dismissed his worries. Brother, you're overthinking it. We are both a-level malevolent spirits. Even if the entire Paranormal Bureau were to mobilize, they couldn't handle us. But if you're still uneasy, you can wait here while I go fetch that old man. The Shamate ghost shot him an annoyed glare before charging inside. The factory wasn't large. The first floor was merely over 100 square meters. Once inside, they discovered a figure wearing a black hood tied to a chair in the corner. The 2 spirits exchanged glances and approached, yanking off the hood to reveal none other than Huang Deheng. He looked utterly astonished. How could it be you 2 brothers? The Shamate ghost grinned maliciously. Surprised, aren't you? Old Huang, today my brother and I have come to take your life. Letting you know the consequences of betraying the Alliance. Brother, start the live stream. The mischievous ghost hurriedly pulled out his phone, opening a live broadcast on 48 Tongqing, pointing the camera at the seated Old Huang. Brothers, with my brother's diligent searching, we have finally located the traitor Huang Deheng. How shall we deal with him? Flood the screen with 666, and for every eyeball emoji, I'll slap him once. For every pair of golden boy and jade girl emojis, I'll stab him once. The live stream erupted with activity. Dead but still a hero rewarded the Shamate brothers. Eyeballs 100. Finally caught this traitor. Slap him 100 times, but be forceful about it. Still cute even in death rewarded the Shamate brothers. Paper money 10,000. How can we slap such a cute Huang? Let him perform a dragon swallow sulfuric acid. Dried corpse baby doesn't eat salt, rewarded the Shamate brothers. Golden boy and Jade girl too. Oh, isn't this old Huang? He even gave me a pancake before. Today, I'll return the favor. Bring him iron pancakes. Upon hearing the alert sound emanating from the live broadcast room, Lao Huang grew anxious and began to stomp his feet. Although he had long since passed away, the compassionate heart of a healer remained with him. Even in death, he continued to assist other spirits. In his earlier days, he had earned a commendable reputation, and anyone who knew him would refer to him as Old Huang. This included the pair of punk spirits before him, who had previously had their legs broken by the agents of the Supernatural Bureau during a confrontation, only to be healed by Lao Huang. Yet now, misfortune had struck, and all spirits were hurling insults at him, which truly tugged at the heart of a ghost. I did not betray the alliance. Oh dear. There is no time for explanation. You two must leave quickly. This is a trap set by Brother Feng. He aims to lure you here and then capture you to work in his factory. Captured to work in a factory? The little spirit exclaimed, momentarily stunned. After exchanging a glance with the punk spirit, they nearly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Old Huang, come on. Humans capturing ghosts to work? Your imagination is quite vivid. You've even summoned Brother Feng? You two seem to have quite the connection. Lao Huang, feeling a deep frustration, lamented silently. That guy called himself Brother Feng, and the spirits in the factory referred to him as such. What could he possibly call himself? I know you won't believe me, but listen to this old man's advice. Run, or it will be too late. The little spirit erupted in laughter, mockingly directing the camera toward the road outside the factory. This rundown factory doesn't even have a hiding place. A trap? Old Huang, just accept your fate. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room reached a peak of tension. The Punk brothers were all class of malevolent spirits. If there were truly humans present, how could they not sense them? Ha ha ha. Don't expose me. We're all just trying to survive. There's no shame in that. Host, quit stalling. The gifts have already been sent. Get to work. The surroundings were on the verge of being demolished, and yet they spoke of traps. Were the agents of the Supernatural Bureau hiding in the sewers? Just as the spirits were caught up in their animated discussion, the manhole cover outside the factory suddenly shifted, causing a hush to fall over the entire live broadcast room. With a scrape, the sound of old metal grinding echoed, and the manhole cover slowly turned twice before a massive arm forcefully shoved it aside. A towering figure, grinning menacingly, emerged from the depths below. Standing over 2 meters tall, the pale moonlight illuminated its terrifying face, accentuating the sinister smile. Its formidable muscles and heavy breathing made it resemble a fearsome deity descending upon them. Chu Feng glared at the two spirits, his anger intensifying. I specifically warned you to bring more people when I called. Is this how you regard me, Chu? Witnessing his clenched teeth, the live broadcast room erupted in gasps. A ghost? Ghost Mama. There's a ghost. Wasn't this supposed to be an entertainment broadcast? Why has the tone suddenly changed? I'll never trust the internet again. It's him, the scoundrel who chased Ah Ching for miles. Is it too late to retract my gifts? I'm a minor. Why does he show no fear, only rage and menace? Aren't we the ghosts here? The little spirit stood frozen, gazing upward, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He had read the posts on the forum, convinced he could confront the villain depicted in the images. However, when faced with Chu Feng, he realized just how suffocating that overwhelming pressure truly was. Big brother, we are supernatural entertainment streamers. We have never deceived anyone. The punk spirit sneered disdainfully. Pathetic. What did you say before entering? It's just one person. How could you be frightened like this? Feeling guilty, the little spirit stammered. Big brother, aren't you afraid? Afraid? Ha! Childish. The punk spirit scoffed and took a couple of steps toward Chu Feng before suddenly kneeling on the ground. Why would I fear my own boss, Brother Feng? I heard your factory is hiring. I come from the countryside and can endure any hardship. Chapter 21. Women only slowed down his punching speed following the incident involving the Punk brothers' live stream. Chu Feng's infamous reputation spread throughout the entire ghost realm of Linjiang. That evening, 48 City issued an urgent announcement, emergency notice. Until the ghost officials handle this incident, all ghost friends are advised to remain at home and avoid venturing out unless absolutely necessary. If you happen to encounter the bald scoundrel, ensure you evade him promptly. Chu Feng paid little heed to the warning, even utilizing 48 City to post 2 job openings. Front desk recruitment, guaranteed salary of 5 living individuals. Easy work without breaking a sweat, no educational requirements, no experience necessary, paid training upon hiring, ample opportunities for advancement, open to recent graduates. Urgently hiring, mansion sales. Earning $1 million a month is not just a dream. Meals and accommodation provided, friendly boss offering hands-on training. As long as you have hands, you're welcome. Subsequently, Chu Feng assigned roles to the 4 new colleagues. The Punk brothers as the security team leaders, Lao Huang as the medical office director, and the Red Dust female ghost as the front desk supervisor. As for the mirror ghost, she was called into a small room. Chu Feng, with a serious expression, said, "Little Jing, relax. I brought you here to discuss your acting skills." The mirror ghost averted her gaze, gripping her white dress tightly. "Brother Feng, does your factory not have a large scale? Are you really going to engage in hidden rules?" Chu Feng shook his head. "What are you thinking? What a misunderstanding." Relieved, the mirror ghost sighed. "That's good." Before she could finish, Chu Feng flashed a toothy grin. "We speak plainly. How could that be considered hidden rules? You may resist, but that would only excite me further." The mirror ghost smiled wryly, shaking her head. Taking a deep breath, she seemed to resign herself, her expression one of acceptance. "What do you need me to do?" Noticing this, Chu Feng felt his breath quicken. "I recall you can transform into the likeness of anyone you've seen, correct?" The mirror ghost clenched her teeth. "You pervert! You want me to become Qin Aoxue?" Upon hearing this, a blush crept across Chu Feng's face, merging with his dark skin, turning him a deep shade of purple. He sat up straight, his hands rubbing together awkwardly before he finally uttered, If convenient, arrange for some small accessories, like cat ears and white stockings, for ambience. You know what I mean, right? Shameless." The mirror ghost shook her head helplessly. "Who are you insulting?" Chu Feng's heart sank, ready to explode in anger. But his gaze became entranced. Suddenly, the mirror ghost waved her hand, enveloping her form in a thick cloud of black mist, obscuring her true self. The next moment, a pair of snow-white long legs emerged from the mist. Adorned with white stockings featuring pink flowers, gently resting on Chu Feng's thigh. "Just insulting you. What's wrong with that? Shameless." As her words faded, the mist dissipated, revealing the mirror ghost transformed into the likeness of Qin Aoxue. Clad in a pink dress, and most strikingly, a pair of cat ears that twitched enticingly. Her voice mimicked Qin Aoxue's, but devoid of its coldness, replaced by endless allure. Chu Feng's heart raced, feeling as though it might leap into his throat. He instinctively lowered his head, clenching his fists tightly, his rigid body trembling with excitement. The mirror ghost smirked, leaning closer to Chu Feng, her finger delicately lifting his chin. "Is it not your honor to be scolded by your queen? Raise your humble head and gaze upon your queen." Before she could finish, her expression faltered, for as she lifted Chu Feng's head, she was met with a pair of fiery eyes. Chu Feng gritted his teeth, nearly biting them in half. "You dare to insult me again?" The mirror ghost's eyes widened in shock, shaking her head frantically. "Is something wrong with you? Didn't you ask me to add some ambience?" "Ambience, my brother. Do you understand?" Don't pull my hair." "Stop, help ah." The commotion in the small room instantly captured the attention of the workers outside. Sadako gazed at the small room's door with a complex expression, feeling a sense of dread. "Is it really possible to pull hair like that?" A hint of blush tinged Aunt Chu's cheeks, yet her gaze remained fixed on the door, so wild. "No wonder it's Brother Feng." Xiao Seipai frowned. "Brother Feng doesn't he keep his word? Didn't he say once we enter the factory, we're all family? Why are they still fighting? Should we go in and mediate?" Lao Huang smiled mysteriously. "Little fool, do you really think they're fighting?" "Huh? Aren't they?" Xiao Seipai looked bewildered, then approached Aunt Chu with a pitiful expression. "But I'm so scared, Aunt Chu. Quickly hug me and soothe my fragile heart." Aunt Chu chuckled knowingly, her cherry lips transforming into a blood-red crescent, revealing 32 pearly white teeth. "Sure, come here. Aunt Chu will tell you the story of Snow White battling the Hulk." Xiao Seipai's face froze, taking a step back, only to hear a loud crash from behind. Turning around, they saw the mirror ghost crashing through the small room's window, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Chu Feng stood at the doorway, panting heavily. "Still daring to insult me? You really think you're tough? What are you staring at? Get back to work. Chu Feng continued to grumble in indignation, pulling the curtains shut, silencing the room. Help! Help me! The mirror ghost, battered and bruised, raised her trembling hand, only to faint immediately afterward. All the spirits were left in shock that I asked this for real. It appears that we have misjudged him. The woman merely influences the speed of his punches. Chapter 22. The doctor advises me to eat more warm foods the following morning. There was a series of urgent knocks echoing from outside the factory. With a stern expression, Chu Feng stepped outside. Who is it at this early hour? Upon opening the door, he was met with the cheerful faces of Chen Guoqiang and his two subordinates. Brother Feng, good morning. You live in such a remote area. It took me quite a while to find you. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Feng swiftly closed the door. Old Chen, what brings you here? Chen Guoqiang replied with a smile. Today is the auspicious day of Brother Feng's employment at the Supernatural Bureau. I had to come and personally escort you. Taken aback, Chu Feng coughed lightly. Did the young lady agree? Chen Guoqiang awkwardly chuckled. Not exactly. Chu Feng shot him a glare. If she didn't. What are you even saying? What did she express? With a troubled expression, Chen Guoqiang explained, I've been urging her. In truth, Ao Xue does have some feelings for you. She mentioned, curious, Chu Feng interjected. What did she say? She said that even if you two became close, she still couldn't bring herself to be affectionate. Chu Feng responded, Chen Guoqiang, get lost. Just leave now. It is I who am unworthy. Let us part ways amicably and not disturb one another's lives. Chen Guoqiang grew anxious. No, Brother Feng, patience is key. Give Xiaoxue some time. Let her get to know you gradually. Chu Feng pulled him outside and slammed the door shut. Enough. Your Brother Feng has a sensitive stomach. The doctor advised me to eat more warm foods. With a thud, Chen Guoqiang took a deep breath. Looking at the closed door, Chu Feng. This is no trivial matter. Last night, we received intel from an undercover agent in the Ghost Realm. The Supernatural Alliance has organized a city-wide slaughter plan, potentially summoning ghostly enforcers tomorrow. If you maintain this attitude, the entire Linjiang may be obliterated. Can you truly bear to witness our home being ravaged by malevolent spirits? Not hearing any response from within the factory, Chen Guoqiang called out. Chu Feng, must I truly kneel and plead with you? With that, he dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his face. As long as you refuse, I shall not rise. Chu Feng paid him no heed. Returning to the factory and reclining in his office chair, pulling out his phone to browse the dating section on 48 City, discussing life with two young women. Before long, he heard murmurs from outside. Old man, at your age, you shouldn't be kneeling. This Chu boss is utterly inhumane. Chu Feng chuckled derisively, continuing to play on his phone. Old Huang peeked outside, then hurriedly approached, a complex expression on his face. Boss Chu, perhaps you should go out and take a look. That old man has already unfurled a banner outside. Chu Feng glanced at him. Calm down. This is but a minor issue. Old Huang, remember, you are part of Brother Feng's textile factory. No matter the situation, remain unperturbed. What does the banner say? Old Huang frowned and shook his head. IT states, scoundrel boss Chu Feng, owing wages to migrant workers, return our hard-earned money. This heartless factory must face justice. Damn it. Chu Feng's heart sank as he pulled back a curtain to glimpse outside. The area was crowded with neighbors, and Chen Guoqiang's two subordinates were indeed holding a red banner, while he himself knelt on the ground, passionately recounting his plight to the elderly women nearby. The crowd was visibly stirred, pointing disdainfully at the factory. How could business continue like this? More critically, several angry youths were already banging on the factory door. If they discovered the spirits within, who knows what chaos could ensue? Outside the factory, a few young men were comforting Chen Guoqiang. Old man, please stand up. Rest assured, we will seek justice for you. What era is this? And there are still such unscrupulous bosses. Come on, brothers. Follow me. With that, a group of young men marched towards the iron gate, ready to knock, when suddenly, the door swung open on its own. What do you want? One young man, raising his fist, found it level with Chu Feng's chest, blinking in surprise as he felt a strain in his neck. Let me ask you, big brother, do you have broadband at home? Get lost? All right then. The young men retreated sheepishly. Chu Feng cast a cold glance at the astonished elderly women nearby. And you all? The crowd collectively gasped. How could I forget? There's still someone hiding in my wardrobe. Excuse me, I must return to my illicit activities. Hello? Sister Wang. Your young master got into Lanxiang? Wonderful. I'll be right there. What? Yasuo is about to reach the high ground. Wait for me. If I don't crush him to a 0-21 score today, I'll write the name of the strongest Yongin backward. Chen Guoqiang's mouth twitched as he watched the public outrage he had stirred dissipate just like that. Most importantly, the two subordinates who had devised this plan had vanished into the crowd. Gazing at Chu Feng's shiny bald head in the sunlight, Chen Guoqiang forced a strained smile. Son-in-law, you wouldn't actually lay hands on your future father-in-law, would you? Chapter 23, Offline PK. Additional update, thanks to Longshire and Mao Mao for the gifts, Chen Guoqiang approached the car. Turning to smile, Xiao Chu, no need to see me off. Rest assured, the initiation ceremony is waived. I've discussed it with the director and arranged a team leader position for you. We will expedite your promotion. By the way, as long as there are no urgent tasks, you can rest at home. Just come in when needed. Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. I'm not that materialistic, Uncle Chun. If it weren't for my concern for the safety of Linjiang citizens, I wouldn't have joined the Supernatural Bureau. Though I may lack talent, I still know where to draw the line in matters of principle. Chen Guoqiang sighed with relief. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Chu Feng nodded earnestly. Those who understand me are indeed wise, old Chun. I may not have many virtues, but my sense of justice is particularly strong, by the way. Esteemed father-in-law, you were indeed serious about helping me secretly obtain Xiaoshua's household registration to apply for a marriage certificate, right? If you deceive me again, I might not be able to control myself. Chen Guoqiang broke into a cold sweat. As the deputy director of the Supernatural Bureau, being directly threatened like this was a first for him. Don't worry, I'll take care of it, Xiao Chu. You should be a bit more confident. A man as masculine and handsome as you should have no trouble winning Xiaoshua's heart. Chu Feng stiffened. Are you saying I don't curse anymore? Chen Guoqiang was taken aback. What? When did I curse at you? You called me handsome and dashing. Is that not an insult? Do you really think I've never looked in a mirror? Father-in-law, you were playing with fire. Chen Guoqiang. Chu Feng, fearing he might say something else wrong. Chen Guoqiang hurriedly rolled up the car window and sped away. Watching the jeep disappear into the distance, a hint of regret flickered in Chu Feng's eyes. From Chen Guoqiang's tone, it was clear that the Supernatural Bureau had prepared a grand welcoming ceremony for him. Just standing on the podium would make him the most dazzling person in the room, undoubtedly elevating his status in Chen Aoshua's eyes. What a pity, I have an appointment with an online friend. Chu Feng closed the factory door and returned to his small office, quickly pulling out his phone to access the 48 City dating platform. This is a mature dating application, similar in operation to WeChat, but predominantly featuring crimson and black themes. During the time he had been dealing with Chen Guoqiang, two ghostly young women had sent him over 10 unread messages. Midnight Phantom, hey there, big brother. I'm not that easygoing. My family was very strict growing up. I've never gone on a date with a male ghost. Where are you? The other parties sent a voice call, which went unanswered. Stupid man. Can't even be patient for this long and still wants to date me. I don't need you in my fish pond. Get lost. By the way, even though I don't want to talk to you, I still want to ask for my sister. Do you really have a 20? Chu Feng smirked. Society's Chu Feng. Good sister, I just went to the restroom. Sorry for the wait. Midnight Phantom, who are you kidding? You were in the restroom for an hour? Society's Chu Feng. Really, how could I bear to deceive you? The volume is quite large. It's been a pain in my heart. You'll see if you have the chance. Midnight Phantom. I don't believe you unless you show me right now. Society's Chu Feng. You're making it difficult for me. The camera simply can't capture it properly. Midnight Phantom. Bragging. If what you say is true, would you still be human? Society's Chu Feng. So what do you think caused my death? Midnight Phantom. How about you show me tonight? Society's Chu Feng. All right, just tell me the address, and I will absolutely make you laugh until you can't close your legs. Midnight Phantom. You're so annoying. I'm at the old campus of Linjiang Kindergarten. Message me when you arrive, and I'll come to pick you up. However, the ruckus caused by the bald villain has escalated quite significantly. Perhaps we should consider rescheduling, Society's Feng Gu replied. Oh, little bald one, how amusing. Fear not, my dear, for Feng Gu shall protect you. Midnight Phantom responded, Feng Gu, you are so kind. I shall await your arrival. Mua Chu Feng chuckled and shook his head. Ah, youth, Upon opening the second chat window, Chu Feng found himself momentarily taken aback. It was a ghostly girl named Red-Eyed Rabbit, her avatar depicting a little Lolita. Their conversation consisted of merely 2 exchanges. Society's Feng Gu inquired. My dear, are you also from Linjiang? Shall we share a slumber sometime? Red-Eyed Rabbit replied. Sure, my address is 1094, Building 1, Jima Apartment. Message me before you arrive. Chu Feng furrowed his brow, taken aback by the girl's boldness. Leaving him somewhat at a loss, he dismissed the thought and casually browsed the web, clicking on the entertainment section, only to be surprised to find a game of King of Glory. Without hesitation, he clicked on it, selecting Liu Banqi Hao. 10 minutes later, his teammates erupted in frustration. What the hell, marksman? Charging in recklessly all day. Do you even think while playing? This is worse than express delivery. Is that a tumor on your shoulder? I beg you, why not play Super Mario instead? This game is not for you. Good lord. While others are pushing lanes, you're out there picking mushrooms in the jungle? Chu Feng could feel the veins on his forehead throbbing. Damn, is the gaming environment really this atrocious? If I weren't afraid of being scolded for playing the licensed version, would I even bother with you clowns? I can't believe I'm being berated. He intended to retaliate, but his large hands were adept at fighting, yet utterly inept at typing. Before he could even manage to input a single pinyin character, he had already been cursed from his ancestors down to the 18th generation. Watching the crystal explode, his eyes nearly bled with frustration as he slammed his phone onto the bed. Jiang Dui Shui. Huh? Internet bullying, is it? Just wait until I catch you, truly, just wait. Just as Chu Feng was about to explode in anger, he suddenly noticed his phone screen lighting up. Jiang Dui Shui has requested to add you as a friend. Chu Feng clicked to accept without hesitation, and a message promptly appeared. Damn you and your banana hammer. You useless fool, you've ruined my ranking matches. Why didn't you just die against the wall? Why did you have to come out and mess with people? Upon reading those glaring words, Chu Feng felt his blood pressure rising, his entire body tensed, and he was almost crushing his phone. But after reading the next line, an eerie laughter filled the cramped room. You worthless fool, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Do you dare to give me your address? I want to challenge you to a PK offline. Chapter 24. So you call yourself Jiang Dui Shui? Curfew had arrived, and the streetlights glowed with a dim, yellow light. Chu Feng and Xiao Seipai had arrived early at the abandoned factory for their duel. Xiao Seipai tilted his head. A complex expression on his face. Feng Gu, are we really going to fight? How many of them are there? Why did you only bring me? Chu Feng took a deep breath, exhaling smoke with a solemn expression as he patted Xiao Seipai's shoulder. Little Pai, once you embark on this perilous path, there is no turning back. They will not spare you due to your youth. You must grow faster than others. Only then can you protect yourself and those you cherish. Do you understand? Xiao Seipai's eyes brimmed with tears, moved by his words. Feng Gu, I get the point, but if we really count, I'm only 6 years old, while other kids are still reading comic books. You've brought me out to fight, even binding a watermelon knife to my hand with duct tape. Chu Feng shot him a sideways glance. Wasn't that to prevent you from trembling? Now you realize you're only 6? What about when you were harming others? Xiao Seipai, knowing he was in the wrong, helplessly replied, I can't fight back, nor can I argue. You're right. All right. By the way, Feng Gu, why didn't you bring Chui and the others? If they were here, it would be a piece of cake. Chu Feng smiled wryly and shook his head, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Forget it. Those 4 old foxes, I hope they never have to come out again. Just then, a roar of engines echoed from afar. They're here. Xiao Seipai quickly turned to look, the blinding high beams striking his face. 5 motorcycles adorned with flashing lights parked in a row outside the factory, each ridden by multiple thugs wielding steel pipes or watermelon knives. The leader appeared to be under 30, standing around 6 feet tall, with a round face and a shiny bald head, dressed in a denim jacket and black leather pants. Adorned with a golden chain around his neck, he exuded an imposing presence. The gang, spotting the pair crouched inside the dilapidated factory, could hardly contain their laughter. Is this the duo who ruined your rank? Boss? That little brat's holding a fruit knife? Ha ha ha. I thought it was someone important. How dare they provoke Long Gu? Xiao Seipai nearly burst into tears, trembling uncontrollably, trying to hide his hands behind him and remove the fruit knife. But Chu Feng had tied it in a tight knot. Feng Gu, you need to think of a way out. Chu Feng's cigarette but was crushed between his teeth. This was supposed to be a fight, yet the high beams were blindingly bright. Taking a deep breath, He attempted to maintain his composure. Turn off the lights. The thugs exchanged glances, their expressions filled with mockery. Ha ha ha, you're brave, little brother. You dare to speak when you see all of us? Hurry up and bow to us. We're all part of the alliance. We aren't unreasonable. Longu chuckled, waving his hand and flashing a grin that revealed his golden teeth. You've got guts. Come over and admit your mistake. Look, we share the same hairstyle. I won't make it difficult for you. Chu Feng, furiously amused, spoke each word deliberately. I will say this one last time. Turn off the lights. Long Ji's expression darkened. You're asking for trouble? Don't blame me then, brothers. Grab your weapons. Just as his words fell, the thugs dismounted, brandishing their weapons threateningly. At that moment, a thunderous roar shattered the air. I told you to turn off the high beams. Are you deaf? The voice echoed like a beast's growl, freezing the thugs in place, a fierce, violent aura enveloping the area. Coupled with the bloodthirsty glare in his eyes, two of the weaker thugs fainted on the spot. Long Gu, feeling a twinge of unease, knew as the leader he couldn't falter. Bro, you think you're tough? Before he could finish, Chu Feng was already standing before the gang, delivering a powerful kick to one of the motorcycle's high beams. Bang! The headlight shattered, and the bike's front twisted, sending it spinning over 10 meters. Seeing his motorcycle reduced to scrap metal, Long Ji's teeth nearly crunched together in anger. That was my motorcycle. Do you know what you've done? Long Gu gritted his teeth and turned to unleash his fury, only to find Chu Feng towering over him. His iron-like chest was etched with fine grooves, a testament to extreme physical conditioning. The trapezius muscles on either side of his neck were as smooth as welded steel, giving him the appearance of a machine. As he loomed closer, even the 6-foot-tall Long Gu found himself shrouded in shadow. Looking up at a 30-degree angle, the heavy breath exhaled from Chu Feng's mouth sprayed onto Long Ji's face, evoking visions of rockets launching in his mind. Intense, powerful. The most terrifying part was that they were both bald. Yet Chu Feng's head appeared more polished and smoothed. The chilling thought crossed Long Ji's mind. The bald villain. At the utterance of this name, the weapons in the thug's hands clattered to the ground. The sound ringing throughout the area. Chu Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes sparkling with mirth, a sinister grin forming as he seized Long Ji's collar. Oh, you call yourself Jiang Dui Shui? In sheer terror, Long Ji's mind went blank as he instinctively shook his head. Bro, you must have mistaken me. I'm Fat Dragon. You can call me Long Chu Feng, fury turning to a mocking smile. Retorted, mistaken? Your gaming avatar is you in real life. How could I mistake it? At this, Long Gu felt a wave of despair wash over him. But before he could beg for mercy, Chu Feng pressed the cigarette butt against his nose. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You're worthless. Sizzle. The burning sensation at his nose made Long Gu yelp in pain, stumbling back, his eyes bloodshot. Damn, this is too much. You can't even insult me now? Brothers, he's all alone. Before he could finish, Chu Feng's fist had already buried itself in his gut. Long Gu fell to the ground, his face flushed, body curled like a shrimp, unable to utter a single word. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes, his cold gaze sweeping over the gang, causing two more to faint. Humph, a bunch of useless fools, not one can fight. Who was it that turned on the high beams? Come, be aware and come to the front to crouch down, and keep your eyes fixed on that high beam. Only when you have extinguished the light will you be allowed to rise. Friendly reminder. 1. Do not use your own photo as an avatar. 2. Do not use high beams. Chapter 25. I, Chu, have never forced others. Well, we are all in the same circle, and it can be said that we have become acquainted through conflict. Let us turn the page on this matter and refrain from mentioning it again in the future. In this era of rule of law, there's no need for daily theatrics, and regarding your attire and tattoos, you all present yourselves like societal misfits. Long Fat, I will keep your necklace for now and return it to you later. Hand over your vest as well later. You can go find Junzi for a set of autumn clothes. Lastly, everyone, stop wasting time aimlessly. Hurry and find a factory job to earn some money. Isn't that better? At this moment, someone might ask, since we are all ghosts, what factory would be willing to take us in? That is indeed a valid question, but in front of Brother Feng, it's not an issue. Brother Feng's Textile Factory, the place where dreams take flight, welcomes you all. The assembled ghosts were momentarily stunned. yet dared not voice a single question. The most bewildered were the four malevolent ghosts who had fainted earlier. Having lost consciousness for a brief moment, they awoke to find themselves transformed from ghostly youths to factory brothers and sisters. A sudden turn of events. Seeing that no one voiced dissent, Chu Feng nodded with satisfaction and turned to Long Gu. Long Fat, I have sent the address to your phone. You will lead the brothers there, right? Long Gu covered his swollen face with one hand, nodding with difficulty. I will do my best, but being suddenly thrust into a factory, I fear the brothers may not be willing. Chu Feng smiled, placing a reassuring hand on Long Ji's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Hey, don't be so disheartened. Sending you to work is not to harm you. If you truly don't wish to go, you may leave now. I, Chu, have never forced anyone to do what they do not wish to do. A flicker of astonishment crossed Long Ji's eyes. Really? Is that true? Chu Feng smiled slightly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Of course, but in a small place like Linjiang, where heads bow and faces meet, should we encounter each other in the future, do not misunderstand. I harbor no threats. It's all about democracy and freedom. Long Gu forced a strained smile, tears streaming down his face as he chuckled. I understand, Brother Feng. You are not that kind of person. Chu Feng quickly gave a thumbs up. Good, now off you go. Long Gu raised an eyebrow. Brother Feng, aren't you coming back with us? Chu Feng waved his hand out. No, I have some matters to attend to. You all can head back on your own. Rest assured. I will not be watching you from the shadows. Long Gu, the ghosts. After watching the group of ghosts ride away, Chu Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. With the addition of these 15 ghostly youths, the pressure of tasks became significantly lighter as the sky darkened. Recalling his plans to meet two ghostly sisters later, Chu Feng hastened his pace. However, upon glancing back, he noticed Xiao Sei Pai still standing frozen in place. Are we going, or are you just going to stand there? While speaking, Chu Feng had already donned the large gold chain and leather jacket, instantly feeling revitalized. Xiao Sei Pai finally snapped out of his daze, looking at Chu Feng with nothing but admiration, eagerly following behind, tilting his head and gesturing animatedly. Brother Feng, how did you do that? Faced with so many malevolent ghosts, you weren't scared at all. And you even used that cigarette but to poke that fat guy. Damn, so cool. I admire you so much. Chu Feng smiled nonchalantly. Basic skills, don't be so anxious, keep calm. Look at your pitiful self. Xiao Sei Pai nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, Brother Feng, please teach me. I want to become strong like you. Chu Feng gazed deeply at him. Child, remember, we are men, and more importantly, we are people of the underworld. No matter when or where, you must maintain your aura. Otherwise, even before you make a move, you will have already lost. Xiao Sei Pai was moved by that sincere gaze, a spark of fervor igniting in his eyes. Understood, Brother Feng. Aura. Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction, pulling out his phone and entering an address into the navigation. Linjiang Kindergarten Old Campus. In just 20 minutes, the duo arrived at the entrance of the kindergarten. This kindergarten had moved out not long ago, but since the incident, it had been left unattended, with the only streetlight swaying in the chilling wind. The outer wall of the kindergarten was painted a deep green, adorned with murals of children and animals playing, which upon closer inspection seemed to gaze directly at you, sending shivers down one's spine. Xiao Sei Pai vigilantly surveyed the surroundings, whispering, Brother Feng? The beings inside seem to have sensed us. The surrounding energy is emanating a hint of malice. We must be cautious. Chu Feng nodded. Maintaining malice is a good thing. It indicates she hasn't recognized me yet. So, you go in first and lure her out. If she gets scared away by me, then our trip would be in vain. Xiao Sei Pai felt a tightening in his chest, his gaze evasive. Her level should be higher than mine. Judging by the Yin energy, she is likely a B-class malevolent ghost. Chu Feng chuckled helplessly, shaking his head in disappointment. Have you forgotten what I told you earlier? Aura, fight like a man. Xiao Sei Pai's gaze faltered. But I'm only 6. Chu Feng crouched down, looking directly into his eyes. Child, wanting to become a man, to become a hero, cannot be achieved through mere imagination. You must take action. If you cannot even face a female ghost, how will you confront stronger enemies in the future? Do you understand my words? Xiao Sei Pai was taken aback, and after a moment, a fervent spark ignited in his eyes. Got it? I understand. It's just a female ghost. Right? Damn. With that, Xiao Sei Pai stepped forward, kicked open the door, and charged inside wielding a watermelon knife. You wicked spirit! Come here. Watching that small figure, Chu Feng couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Children are indeed easy to manipulate. However, before he could finish his thought, a blood-curdling scream echoed from within. Mother! Upon hearing the scream from behind the courtyard wall, Chu Feng's heart tightened, and he kicked the massive iron door open with a resounding crash. Rushing inside, he found Xiao Sei Pai collapsed in the center of the playground, and he hurriedly lifted him up. Sei Pai? Sei Pai? Xiao Sei Pai's eyes rolled back, foam spilling from his mouth, his legs thrashing. Brother Feng. There's a ghost. Chu Feng was so moved that tears nearly fell. Tio reached this point, and being a ghost is quite the feat. Just then, a bone-chilling wind swept through the area, accompanied by an eerie and ethereal voice. Human? Baldy? Bald-headed villain. How dare you? How many malevolent ghosts have you colluded with to serve you? Turning to the source of the voice, he saw a female ghost standing on the third-floor railing, her white dress billowing in the cold breeze. Chapter 26 Rampage. Chu Feng took a deep breath and slowly stood up. So it was you who frightened my little brother into a faint? At his words, the female ghost's malevolence surged, and her eerie laughter echoed throughout the courtyard. He. Ha ha ha. So what if it was me? But just then, a more terrifying laughter rang out. He. Chu Feng's eyes widened in fury, blood vessels bursting in his eyes, yet a sinister smile crept across his face, revealing a row of bone-white teeth as his facial muscles contorted. Sister, it seems you found yourself in trouble. The female ghost's laughter had not yet faded when Chu Feng adopted a standard sprinting stance. Boom! Pushing off with tremendous force, the ground cracked beneath him as his massive figure charged toward the female ghost like a derailed train. As he reached the ground floor, he crouched down sharply, causing the cement beneath him to explode again, propelling himself over 3 meters high, just enough to reach the railing on the third floor. The female ghost was struck with terror, and as she saw the snarling Chu Feng lunging at her, images of a great white shark feeding flashed through her mind. Boom! Fortunately, the female ghost sensed the impending danger and narrowly evaded the attack by leaping into the air. Hearing the thunderous sound behind her, she quickly turned, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. The railing she had just occupied had been smashed into a large gap. Had she been a moment slower, she might have perished on the spot. What on earth is this creature? No, where did he go? Just as the female ghost was bewildered, a furious shout rang from above. Crows, fly! The female ghost looked up in terror, only to see the vanished Chu Feng descending from the sky, less than a foot away from her, his ferocious face inches from hers. The female ghost let out a scream, but the next moment, a powerful hand clutched her throat. Chu Feng seized the female ghost by the neck, and as her body tilted, he stepped directly onto her back. With immense inertia, both the man and the ghost plummeted like a meteor, creating a massive pit in the ground below. Ha! Quite cunning, are you? How did you manage to escape? In the depths of the pit, Chu Feng gasped heavily. He had just managed to restrain the female ghost. Yet at the very moment of contact with the ground, she inexplicably exploded into fragments, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Just then, an ominous voice echoed from outside. Damn thing. Look at your masterpiece. At these words, Chu Feng's heart tightened, and he gripped the edge of the pit, pulling himself up with great effort. However, the scene that awaited him made him furrow his brow deeply. There lay the female ghost, akin to a scorpion, sprawled in the center of the playground, her crimson eyes fixated intensely on Chu Feng. After employing her mysterious escape technique, the female ghost found herself in a dire state, her entire body drenched in blood, limbs fractured and reassembled, wounds oozing dark, putrid blood, while her hand clutched tightly around Xiao Sei Pai's throat. Brother Feng. Blood tears streamed from the corners of Xiao Sei Pai's eyes, leaving only terror in their wake. Chu Feng inhaled deeply. This is getting tedious. If you have the guts, come at me. What kind of skill is it to bully a child? As Chu Feng advanced towards her, a murderous glint flashed in the female ghost's eyes. Don't come any closer. The moment the words left her lips, her sharp nails sank into Xiao Sei Pai's delicate skin. Previously, she had relied on her A-level strength, intending to eliminate the detestable bald man. But now she comprehended the vast chasm between her power and that of the bald villain. If you dare take another step closer, I will rip out his throat and deliver it to you. Chu Feng stiffened, his brow furrowing slightly. Let him go, and I will allow you to leave. The female ghost scoffed derisively, her face twisted with malice. Leave? Heh. Who will bear the burden of my injuries? Chu Feng's gaze gradually turned frigid. What do you truly want? The female ghost glanced between Chu Feng and Xiao Sei Pai, grinning wickedly. It appears you hold this little brat in high regard. Is he your son? With that, she licked the blood flowing from Xiao Sei Pai's wound. What I desire is simple. Your life in exchange for his, that wretched woman. You must be dreaming. My life belongs to Brother Feng. As Xiao Sei Pai attempted to speak, he felt the sharp nails dig deeper into his flesh. Silence. The female ghost barked, then provocatively turned her gaze towards Chu Feng. Choose, bald man. You could easily come over and kill me. But I swear, I will ensure I take this little brat's life before you even lay a finger on me, thus contributing to the alliance. Seeing this, Chu Feng could only sigh in resignation. I absolutely detest being threatened. You could easily act against me. Why must you harm those around me? Such a sensation is utterly intolerable. I truly wish to spare both our lives. Why do you squander this opportunity? Miss, you are truly despicable. As he spoke, Chu Feng's body began to tremble uncontrollably, his teeth chattering, veins on his forehead bulging like twisted worms. He struggled to contain his fury, but his voice grew louder. Until finally, in a fit of madness, he knelt on the ground, clutching his head and roaring. Witnessing Chu Feng's bizarre demeanor, the female ghost felt a chill run down her spine, an unnameable fear creeping in. What are you babbling about? I am giving you a choice. Before her words could finish, a fierce roar reverberated throughout the area. Chu Feng suddenly lifted his head. I offered you a chance. Why do you not cherish it? The female ghost was momentarily stunned by the intensity of his roar. She had intended to fight back, but the gaze of Chu Feng petrified her in place. What kind of eyes were those? The orbs were pitch black, resembling a bottomless abyss, as if the most terrifying of evils were concealed within. Why not cherish it? Why? The roar rang out once more. In that instant, the female ghost felt a wave of brutal, bloodthirsty energy swirling in the air around her. The villain before her was no longer describable as human. He was a feral beast, completely unhinged. In a panic, the female ghost flung Xiao Sei Pai aside and fled towards the doorway like a madwoman. Her heart was consumed by fear, realizing how ludicrous her prior actions had been. She had to escape. If she fell into Chu Feng's hands, even death would be a luxury. But just then, a colossal hand pressed her head firmly against the ground. Why not cherish it? Why? Chapter 27. Brother Feng hasn't woken up yet. Should we go in and check? Has he really been asleep for this long? Surely nothing has happened. Xiao Sei Pai. What on earth did you do last night? In a haze, Chu Feng heard a cacophony of voices. Rubbing his eyes, they suddenly widened in shock. Xiao Sei Pai. Chu Feng sat up abruptly, scanning his surroundings, only to realize he was indeed in his own small bed. Brother Feng, you're awake. Are you all right? Upon hearing the soft voice from outside, Chu Feng stepped out, only to find all the ghosts staring at him with suspicion. Why is everyone just loitering at my door instead of working? The ghosts jumped in unison and hurried back to their stations. The familiar face of a capitalist. Well, I suppose everything is fine. Back to work. With a cold glance, Chu Feng swept over them, choosing not to engage further as he surveyed the room. He was surprised to see Fat Dragon and his minions gathered around a large round table. Not a single one missing. A group of tattooed men were either threading needles or stitching shoe soles, and they appeared to be rather engrossed in their tasks. Feeling Chu Feng's gaze upon him, Fat Dragon involuntarily shivered, stretching his neck and forcing a strained smile. Brother Feng, you're awake? Chu Feng nodded silently and turned to see Xiao Sei Pai seated on a small stool beside Aunt Chu. So he walked over. Is your injury healed? At the sound of Chu Feng's voice, Xiao Sei Pai trembled, turning his head cautiously, fear evident in his eyes. Yes, it's fine, Brother Feng. After we returned, Aunt Chu helped me take care of it. Are you all right? Chu Feng looked on in confusion. If you're fine, why are you still afraid of me? What on earth happened last night? He struggled to recall. The only image that surfaced was of the female ghost threatening him with Xiao Sei Pai in her grasp. And everything after that was a blur. Come with me for a moment. With that, Chu Feng returned to his room, closing the door behind him once he saw Xiao Sei-pai obediently following. What exactly transpired last night? Xiao Sei-pai gulped nervously, laughing awkwardly. You don't remember? Well, what else could it be? You completely lost it, and that female ghost was scared off, but you fainted afterwards, so I had to drag you back. Thank you, Brother Feng. Chu Feng frowned slightly. I asked that all? Xiao Sei-pai nodded. Yes. Chu Feng sighed in exasperation. Good grief. I must have been so furious that my blood pressure skyrocketed and caused me to faint. Allowing that girl to escape. Riding a wild horse, you are valiant and strong. The galloping steed races like the wind. Chu Feng attempted to say something, but his phone rang. Picking it up, he saw it was a call from Chan Guoqiang. Hello? Did you manage to steal the household registration booklet? A chuckle resonated from the other end. Not yet. Give me a little more time. Hey, Xiao Chu, I'm calling you for something important. The Bureau is discussing strategies to combat the ghost agents. And we come up with several plans. You should come over to provide your insights, I promise. If this works out, I will definitely arrange something for you. Chu Feng sighed, glancing at the still early sky. And agreed. After hanging up, he instructed Xiao Sei-pai to return to his live stream selling goods while he made his way out of the factory. As he departed, Xiao Sei-pai breathed a sigh of relief. But just then, a pale face peered in. It can't be that simple, can it? Xiao Sei-pai jumped in fright, turning to find all the ghosts staring at him, forcing a sheepish smile. You all scared me. I was telling the truth. Aunt Chu shot him a sidelong glance, smiling lightly. When you brought him back, he was covered in blood. I spent quite a while cleaning him up. That blood must have belonged to that female ghost. Right? Sadako nodded in agreement. Moreover, there was a faint trace of ghostly energy lingering on his body, though it was very subtle. It was chillingly cold. I barely touched it and felt unwell. This is not something an A-level ghost can possess. The little spirit chimed in. Brother Feng even vomited while sleeping. When I went in to clean, I saw bits of flesh and black blood all over the floor. Xiao Sei-pai's anxiety heightened with each word, and he eventually sprang from his chair in alarm. Enough. What are you all speculating about? Brother Feng is perfectly fine. The ghosts exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, a faint voice broke through the tension. You've seen Black Brother Feng, Haven Tu? All the ghosts turned their heads, and the speaker was Master Ma, his eyes filled with calmness and a tinge of bitterness. Xiao Sei-pai's eyes widened in shock. How do you know? Master Ma shook his head with a bitter smile. I have encountered him once before, during a time when I was engaged in nefarious deeds. He happened upon me and subsequently apprehended me. It was a harrowing experience that nearly cost me my life that I swear. I never wish to witness such a thing again. The assembly of spirits exchanged puzzled glances. Master, what are you discussing? Who is this Brother He Feng? Apprehended? I don't deny that Brother Feng is indeed formidable, but Master Ma, you are an SS-level malevolent spirit. Surely, he cannot be your equal in direct confrontation? Master Ma replied with a wry smile. Oh, how naive. SS level, you say? If it were to come to a true confrontation, you might as well inquire with Xiao Sei-pai. Do not unearth my painful memories. Upon hearing this, the spirit's gazes converged once more on Xiao Sei-pai. He grinned awkwardly, initially intending to fabricate another lie, but was interrupted by Aunt Chu's calm voice. I know you are contemplating what to conceal about Brother Feng, but since we are all in this factory together, we are now one family. Your leader is also ours. If there are any issues, bring them forth, and we shall assist you in analyzing them, for we all seek his well-being. With his head bowed in contemplation for a moment, Xiao Sei-pai ultimately recounted the events of the previous night. At that time, Chu Feng had completely lost consciousness. After capturing a female ghost, he began to unleash a torrent of blows, his fists striking down with ferocity, while a terrifying ghostly aura seeped from within him. The female ghost was beaten to death, yet Chu Feng seemed unable to quell his rage and resorted to devouring her remains, consuming her whole. I can assure you, at that moment, Brother Feng was not himself, and it was truly terrifying. The spirits shivered at his words. Although many had endured Chu Feng's wrath, they understood that his intent was merely to capture them for the factory. And then, Xiao Sei-pai appeared to recall something dreadful, his eyes filled with anxiety. After consuming the female ghost, Brother Feng suddenly turned to look at me, his gaze still bloodthirsty and frightening. Aunt Chu furrowed her brows. He intended to consume you as well? Xiao Sei-pai shook his head, a complex expression on his face. That was my thought as well. As he approached me, all I wanted was to flee. But under such an oppressive atmosphere, my legs trembled uncontrollably. To my surprise, when he reached me, he embraced me gently and patted my back, inquiring if I was well. After I shook my head, he fainted. It was a scene reminiscent of a beast tenderly caring for its young. Chapter 28. The master of recruitment. Upon hearing Xiao Sei-pai's summary, the spirits collectively sighed in relief. Goodness, he had lost consciousness and yet still acted on instinct to protect you. Such a leader is truly rare. At that moment, I thought Brother Feng was quite admirable. It surely bodes well to associate with him, Sei-pai. Since Brother Feng treats you so well, you must repay him generously. Xiao Sei-pai smiled begrudgingly. That is only natural. Ever since Brother Feng avenged me, I have recognized him as my leader. Just as the spirits were rejoicing, a soft voice interrupted, restoring silence to the factory. Let us not be overly optimistic. The spirits turned their heads, realizing it was Huang Deheng. Old Huang, what do you mean by that? Huang Deheng took a deep breath. Animals, including humans, possess an instinct to protect their food. When they sense a threat to their sustenance, they may go into a frenzy. While this is a form of protection, it is possible that he simply finished his meal and, in a satiated state, left Xiao Sei-pai for the next round. As for the gentle patting of your back, it is akin to measuring the size of prey, much like a python assessing its meal. These words. The spirit smiles froze. Are you implying that in Brother Hei Feng's eyes, we are merely food? Huang Deheng gravely shook his head. It is a possibility we cannot dismiss. However, we can ascertain that Brother Feng appears to suffer from severe dissociative identity disorder. When a certain emotion reaches a critical point, another persona awakens, this being Brother Hei Feng. Such phenomena often occur in individuals with extreme personalities, like circus clowns who, while presenting smiles to please the audience, often harbor deep-seated depression. Brother Feng may outwardly seem utterly wicked, yet he possesses a kind heart. This stark contrast can easily lead to complications. The spirits exchanged glances of uncertainty. But isn't he just a rogue? Look at the mirror ghost. He was beaten and still hasn't recovered. Your attempts to exonerate him are excessive. He may have merely beaten me, but he also stole my clothes and gold chain. Is that the behavior of a kind-hearted individual? You are unaware of what happened in the cinema. I heard he was compelled to jump from a building in tears. How tragic. In response to the spirit's complaints, Huang Deheng shook his head dismissively, gazing dreamily out the window. This leader is truly enigmatic. The Supernatural Bureau is situated in the heart of Lingjiang City, where a tall office building remains bustling with pedestrians. At that moment, under the blazing sun, everyone appeared lethargic, seemingly indifferent to the impending arrival of the ghost envoy. Chen Aoshue had already awaited Chu Feng at the entrance. Noticing his tense demeanor even while walking, she teased, "What is a big man like you so nervous about? You aren't going to tell me you have social anxiety, are you?" Chu Feng forced a smile. "I cannot claim that. It is merely that I feel a bit excited in your presence." Chen Aoshue scrutinized him from head to toe, a blush creeping across her fair cheeks. "Indeed, men seem to think with their lower halves, Chu Feng." Chen Aoshue smirked, "Just teasing you. Once we enter, let us keep it serious." Chu Feng nodded earnestly, glancing around curiously. "Officer Chen, isn't the ghost envoy arriving soon? Why does everyone appear so unhurried and unconcerned?" Chen Aoshue nodded silently. "To avoid causing unnecessary panic, this matter has remained undisclosed. Additionally, we possess ample confidence to contend with the ghost envoy." Chu Feng's brows furrowed slightly. The resources of the Lingjiang Supernatural Bureau were not particularly robust. The most formidable forces were merely the director and Cheng Guoqiang, both A-level awakeners. Yet the ghost envoy was at least an S-level malevolent spirit, and the disparity in strength was far too vast to be compensated by mere numbers. Could it be because of me? I am grateful for the organization's trust. Officer Chen, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Chen Aoshue glanced at him, forcing a smile. Having you join is certainly advantageous, but relying solely on you is insufficient. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng was instantly taken aback. Me? Insufficient? How can anyone tolerate that? Officer Chen, does this imply you have enlisted others? Chen Aoshue nodded. Not exactly an enlistment. Yesterday, we happened to encounter 2 envoys from the recruitment nation who came to Lingjiang to exchange experiences. Both are S-level experts, and collaborating with us to handle a ghost envoy should not pose a challenge. Chu Feng's brows knit tightly. People from the recruitment nation? Little devils? Qin Aoshue nodded helplessly. Yes, one is a ninja, and the other is a yin-yang master. Although they possess some skills, they are incredibly arrogant, always maintaining an air of superiority, and a horde of sycophants surrounds them, only inflating their egos. If it weren't for this ghost envoy crisis, I would have loved to expel those two along with their sycophants. But then again, who can fault us for not measuring up? Chu Feng immediately adopted a stern expression. If you find them displeasing, simply cast them out. Leave this matter to me. You need not worry. Qin Aoshue observed his resolute demeanor, momentarily lost in thought. Each encounter with this man brought forth a new sensation, akin to a mine, always leaving one curious about what might be unearthed next, be it a con artist, a hero, a villain, a Na'vi virgin, or a master of psychological analysis. Now, he had transformed into a champion of national pride. Who, in truth, was the real Chu Feng? Officer Qin? A gentle call snapped Qin Aoshue back to reality, and she quickly shook her head. Chu Feng, allow me to give you a word of caution, even if you dislike them. Do not cause any incidents at this time, understood? Chu Feng took a deep breath. That will depend on their performance. Rest assured, I still possess a measure of restraint. As they spoke, the pair had already arrived outside the collective meeting room on the top floor. Through the glass door, they observed a group of individuals fawning over the two envoys from the recruitment nation. Master Zhu Bu Zhu Jing, is that blade of yours the legendary ancient Iron Tiger Che? We truly cannot compare to such craftsmanship. Master Tu Fei Yuan, your talisman-making technique is simply mesmerizing. Master Tu Fei Yuan, I have heard that all yin-yang masters maintain Shikigami. Could you summon one for us to behold? Seeing this, Chu Feng's eyes narrowed. The two envoys bore expressions of disdain, yet those shameless sycophants continued to crowd around them, growing increasingly nauseating to witness. As for Tu Fei Yuan, he resembled a green-skinned winter melon, needing to stand on a stool just to draw a talisman on the table. How could anyone find him charming? With such a lackluster appearance, even I, Feng, eclipse him in terms of looks. I find it utterly absurd to compare my appearance to that of a mere dog. As Zhao Feng, who was engaged in drawing talismans, sensed the gaze of Chu Feng, he looked up, momentarily taken aback, before a flicker of fierce intensity flashed across his small, pea-sized eyes. Chapter 29. What a farce! Who dares to wreak havoc in broad daylight? Just as Wei Yuan had demonstrated his skill in the art of seeing the unseen, allowing him to perceive the true form of malevolent spirits with his naked eye, he suddenly found himself confronted by a brutish man with a grotesque visage standing outside the door. Instinctively, he mistook the stranger for a malevolent spirit, seizing a yellow talisman from the table and reciting the incantation aloud, "Abba, Abba, away!" As the words left his lips, he flicked his hand, sending the talisman soaring through the air. With a smack, the yellow talisman struck Chu Feng squarely in the chest, adhering to his face like a damp piece of tissue. Chen Guoqiang, upon hearing the commotion, turned his head and instantly recognized Chu Feng standing outside. What? No, Master Wei Yuan. This is one of our own. He is a person. Chen Guoqiang was frantic, stomping his feet as he rushed to Chu Feng's side, hastily tearing the talisman from his face. Upon seeing the red marks left in its wake, he nearly burst into tears. Xiao Chu, are you all right? I'm fine. How could I possibly be in any trouble? Chu Feng trembled uncontrollably, veins bulging on his forehead, yet a sinister grin curved his lips as he turned to Officer Qin Aoshue. Officer Qin, I do not wish to cause a scene, but it seems I can hardly be blamed for what is unfolding now. Qin Aoshue felt a tightening in her chest, about to speak, only to witness Chu Feng stride purposefully towards Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan stood atop a small stool, gazing up at the towering figure before him, instinctively swallowing hard. By the heavens, I did not recognize you as a human. Beside him, a figure clad in standard ninja attire, with a black mask obscuring his face, revealed only a pair of piercing eyes. He glanced between the fearsome Chu Feng and the visibly anxious Wei Yuan. A disdainful smile creeping across his lips. Yuan-san, you are an S-class powerhouse of our nation. Your presence here is an honor for them, yet you find yourself apologizing to a Huaxia man. This truly contradicts the spirit of our warrior code. As Wei Yuan regained his composure and regarded Chu Feng once more, only a chill remained in his gaze. He felt no trace of spiritual energy emanating from Chu Feng, yet a suffocating sense of dread had inexplicably welled up within him when confronted by the man. Prompting his hasty apology, the bewildered gazes of those around him ignited a tempest of fury within him. Baka? Yet, before Tueyuan could make a move, Chu Feng suddenly raised his hand and delivered a heavy punch to Tueyuan's forehead. The immense force causing his fist to sink in more than half an inch, Tueyuan had never anticipated that Chu Feng would dare to strike him. His small eyes bulged wide with shock, nearly leaping from their sockets as the chair beneath him splintered, sending him crashing to the ground, blood gushing from his nose, his expression blank as he fell into a state of utter confusion. Baka! Beside him, the ninja, shocked, drew his katana, intent on avenging Tueyuan, only to find himself locked in the terrifying gaze of Chu Feng. Chu Feng squinted his eyes. What a farce! The ninja trembled, swallowing hard, and sheathed his katana. His gaze darting to the side as his mind raced, finally alighting on an epiphany. What does one call the father of one's father? Grandfather to this? Laughter erupted among the onlookers. The spirit of the samurai? Is this it? Fortunately, he wore a mask. Otherwise, he would surely have flushed with embarrassment. Do they even have the face to show? A few loyal sycophants of the masters glared at Chu Feng with indignation. How can you behave this way? The master has already apologized to you. Why must you resort to violence? Indeed, you exhibit no spirit of internationalism, acting like a barbarian and bringing us shame. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes. If apologies were effective, why would I bother with these hands? You all are truly worthless, standing for so long that you've forgotten how to rise. You may regard me as a barbarian, yet I confess I know not what this so-called spirit of internationalism entails. However, I am well aware that the grudges buried deep within me shall never be forgotten. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. I truly wish to send your ancestors back into the womb. Faced with Chu Feng's rebuke, the crowd lowered their heads. They felt no shame, but rather fear that a mere glance at this rogue would invite further violence. In this day and age, can one not exhibit a modicum of tolerance? Stop pretending. You merely succeeded in a sneak attack. If you possess any courage, fight him openly. At this, Tueyuan, who had been motionless until now, trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I truly thank your entire family. He had contemplated summoning a Shikigami to eliminate Chu Feng but had attempted it twice without success. His Shikigami refused to obey, remaining stubbornly within the talisman, even quivering slightly in fear. How am I to stand and battle this towering barbarian? What difference would that make to courting death? Chu Feng had clearly noticed this exchange and squatted down, lowering his head to say, They wish for me to fight you openly. Tueyuan scrambled to his feet, warily eyeing Chu Feng, shaking his large head vehemently. Ridiculous. We are here to resolve issues, with great danger looming. How can we engage in internal strife? Indeed, I was at fault earlier, as the saying goes. One must not fight without first becoming acquainted. Let us not dwell on this matter. The sycophants seized upon this opportunity, eagerly applauding. Do you see? This is what it means to be a master. What it means to have grace. What it means to let bygones be bygones. That barbarian, the master has extended a hand. Why do you remain obstinate? Truly, ignorance breeds fear. Chu Feng grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. His interest peaked as he appraised Tueyuan. Is that so? Tueyuan, moved to tears, gazed at the sycophants with reddened eyes. I am begging you. Please be quiet. Are you all rushing to partake in my feast? Though his accent was rough, his words were strikingly apparent. The sycophants were momentarily taken aback. What a beautiful command of Huaxia. None had anticipated that the master would delve so deeply into our native culture. Merely this linguistic talent is admirable. Chu Feng scoffed dismissively, when suddenly a robust voice called from behind. All right, everyone, return to your seats. Chu Feng instinctively turned, spotting a middle-aged man in his 40s, frowning as he entered. The moment their eyes met, Chu Feng noted the glimmer of approval in the man's gaze. This man was Zhang Qingshan, the director of the Lingyi Bureau of Linjiang City. Dressed in a black casual outfit and sporting black-framed glasses, his expression was stoic yet commanding. Once all had settled, Zhang Qingshan signaled for his assistant to activate the projector, displaying a series of images as he gravely announced. In recent days, our city has experienced several significant supernatural incidents. First, let us examine this, a BT malevolent spirit incident currently rated as S in danger level. Upon seeing the images projected, Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 30. The Spirit S Messenger is her? Zhang Qingshan stood at the podium, his expression serious. This malevolent spirit stands over 2 meters tall. With a stocky physique, a rough voice, and dark skin, often donning women's clothing and wigs, hence the moniker perverse malevolent spirit. I have long pondered why this spirit, after abducting a small ghost from outside the North Station, chose to flee rather than confront our investigators. However, with the spirit's arrival imminent, I suspect he may have established contact with the spirit's messenger and is plotting something sinister in the shadows. The projector displayed the scene from the day Chu Feng had abducted Xiao Sei's skin, the only silver lining being that his reflective head obscured his features, rendering them indistinct. Upon seeing this, murmurs circulated among the crowd. Looks just like a bronze statue, yet enjoys wearing women's clothing? What a peculiar preference, moreover. What could he possibly want with that small ghost? Could it be? Why does that silhouette feel so familiar? Have I seen it somewhere before? Chu Feng broke into a cold sweat, desperately keeping his head down, fearful of being identified. Otherwise, it would surely lead to a public humiliation of monumental proportions. Just then, a voice beside him broke through his thoughts. Chu Feng, why do I feel like that perverse malevolent spirit resembles you? At this, all eyes turned towards him. Chu Feng felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. Had anyone else spoken such words, he would have undoubtedly silenced them with violence. Yet, the one raising the question was none other than Chen Aoxue. Ha, a skirt. Do you look down on me that much? Chu Feng feigned a look of outrage, his imposing visage radiating indignation. Before Chen Aoxue could press further, Zhang Qingshan interjected sternly, Enough. What time is it? Is there still time for jokes? We have already devised a concrete response plan. Please review it and let me know if there are any additions required. Having concluded his remarks, Zhang Qingshan once again opened a strategic deployment plan. 8 teams were organized into pairs, each assigned to patrol the 4 cardinal directions. Upon discovering any manifestations of the specters, they were to report immediately. Zhang Qingshan and the 2 recruitment masters would promptly arrive to provide assistance. Due to the hastily formed 8th team led by Chu Feng, Chen Guoqiang was tasked with filling the ranks. The mission was swiftly dispatched, and as twilight approached, everyone hurriedly departed to their designated posts. Chu Feng was not idle either. He returned to the northern district alongside Chen Guoqiang and team leader Wang of the 7th team. Chen Guoqiang, with an appreciative smile, remarked, Little Chu, the thought of executing this honorable mission alongside you fills me with excitement. Chu Feng shot him a sidelong glance. How excited can you be? Where's your household registration? And what about Xiao Shui? At your age, spending an entire day without doing anything, how can you still feel excited? By the way, I recently read a report about an old man who spoke recklessly, only to be stabbed over 80 times by his son-in-law, each strike carefully avoiding vital areas. Ultimately, he was deemed to have suffered only minor injuries, and the court couldn't even pass a verdict. I mean, no offense, merely sharing an anecdote. Chen Guoqiang retorted, with so many people around, could you not spare me a little face? Chu Feng coldly smirked and settled onto a stone stool, engrossed in his phone. Dear friends, the specters are upon us. We must eradicate the bald villain today. We must unearth that bald fiend. Otherwise, I shall not rest in peace. The following day, amidst the pervasive fear of the bald villain, numerous similar posts flooded the local forum. Half called for the execution of the bald fiend as a sacrifice, while the other half echoed the same sentiment. Chu Feng regarded this with disdain. Just then, his friend request notifications began to flicker. Did you stand me up? Red-Eyed Rabbit inquired. Are you serious? Replied Society's Brother Feng. Are you even a man? Red-Eyed Rabbit pressed on. Chu Feng frowned. This female spectre's tone was laced with condescension. Yet, given the unusual circumstances, he was preparing to decline when suddenly a cold system notification reverberated in his mind. Ding! Side quest triggered. Side quest. Initiative strike quest introduction. A fierce dragon does not suppress a local snake, especially when the host is Brother Feng. How dare a mere specter disturb your territory? I couldn't bear it myself. Go, defeat her. Let these humble little creatures know who the true underground emperor of Linjiang City is. Quest content. Proceed to Jima Apartment, room 1094, defeat and capture the specter. and let her atone on the merciless assembly line. Quest reward, Requiem, max group attack skill. Upon reading this, a smile involuntarily crept across Chu Feng's face. Society's brother Feng. I'm on my way. Let me show you I am indeed a man. Room 1094 of Jinma apartment was shrouded in crimson, blood-red curtains, a scarlet carpet, and a girl clad in dark red Lolita attire adorned the interior. She appeared to be around 15 or 16, with skin as pale as porcelain, slightly curled hair, and crimson eyes, resembling a princess from an ancient castle. As she glanced at the notifications flashing on her phone, a fierce glint flickered in her eyes. She was one of the 12 specters, an SS-class malevolent spirit known as Mao Tuesday. She had arrived in Linjiang several days prior and, upon learning of the bald villain, had been conducting an investigation in the shadows, but to no avail. Accessing the back-end data of the Spectre network, she discovered that while all malevolent spirits were quaking in fear, only one individual, Society's brother Feng, remained unfazed. Even posting recruitment information, all spirits who had interacted with him had vanished, naturally leading her to target him. Hope you won't disappoint me, little bald man. With that, a series of electrical short-circuit sounds echoed through the room, plunging it into darkness. Mao Tu furrowed her brow. What is going on? A power outage. Simultaneously, footsteps resonated in the corridor. Tap, 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 tap. The footsteps grew nearer, each step echoing as if stepping on someone's heart. The sound approached. Drawing closer. As it passed by room 1094, it suddenly halted. Unbeknownst to her, Mao Tu's heart began to race, and she tremulously called out, Who? Who's out there? Tap, tap, tap. 3 gentle knocks sounded, akin to death's knocking at the door, followed by a man's raspy voice, Open up, I need to check the water meter. Check the water meter? Mao Tu, skeptical, approached the door, but an inexplicable sense of unease surged within her. Her mother had always told her never to open the door to strangers when alone. No way! How absurd! I am a specter. A terrifying specter. She peered through the peephole, only to find utter darkness outside, clearly purposefully blocked, and the courage she had mustered dissipated. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her resolve and shouted, You're lying. You're not here to check the water meter. Who are you, really? The person outside seemed somewhat exasperated. What would I have to gain by deceiving you? I genuinely need to check the water meter. Hurry up and open the door. Mao Tu shook her head vigorously. I don't believe you. Unless you swear. I swear. I wouldn't deceive you. Mao Tu remained apprehensive. No, not unless you promise that a Huaxia person does not deceive another Huaxia person. Chapter 31. She grew impatient. Bang, 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 bang. The person outside appeared to have completely lost their patience, pounding furiously on the security door. Open up, hurry, don't waste my time. Mao Tu instinctively took a couple of steps back, her foot suddenly slipping, and she lost her balance, landing on the floor. Unbeknownst to her, tears of blood streamed down her cheeks. Go away. Just leave. Just then, as despair threatened to consume her, a sharp voice echoed from the hallway. Hey, why are you crouched at someone's door? Stand up straight. Don't run, damn. It's the police. As soon as the words left their mouth, a ruckus erupted at the door, followed by a series of agonized screams. Stop hitting me. I'm really just checking the water meter. As light filtered through the peephole, for the first time, Mao Tu found the illumination to be a beautiful thing. She hurried to the door, and sure enough, a middle-aged officer in uniform stood outside. Knock, knock, knock. Hello? Is anyone there? We VE apprehended the thief. Please cooperate with us for a brief statement. Mao Tu quickly opened the door, her heart brimming with gratitude. Thank you, police officer. But before she could finish her sentence, a burlap sack suddenly descended from above. Before she could grasp the situation, the world plunged into darkness once more. Davy got me. Quick, help me hold them down. Even as she was tackled to the ground, Mao Tu remained in a state of bewilderment. Aren't we just doing a statement? I've only heard of being transported in a police car. Never in a burlap sack. Could it be that the meter checkers and those 2 officers are in cahoots? They actually teamed up to deceive a specter. Such treachery. What do they intend to do? I am far too adorable for them to harm me. Faced with the specter, Chu Feng did not dare to be careless. He quickly secured the burlap sack and tossed it into the air, executing a precise spinning kick that sent it flying 7 or 8 meters away. Following that, he unleashed a series of devastating moves, each strike landing accurately and lethally. Observing his vigorous movements, Qin Guoqiang and team leader Wang felt rejuvenated. As if decades had been stripped away, they joined the fray, wielding steel pipes and bricks with fervor. Mao Tu, caught in the sack, could hardly believe that she, a powerful specter, was being brutally assaulted by 3 humans. Finally, after enduring a devastating blow, her fury erupted. "You! How dare you! Shameful wretches! You shall all perish!" As her words fell, an overwhelming surge of ghostly energy erupted from within her. The burlap sack swelled dramatically before bursting with a resounding bang. Upon exposure to the air, Mao Tu's body began to grow at an astonishing rate, her Lolita dress tearing apart as she transformed from a cute girl into a towering monster nearly 3 meters tall. Though her features remained unchanged, her legs elongated, now comprising 2/3 of her stature. This was a unique ability possessed only by S-class malevolent spirits, battle form. Once activated, her combat prowess would skyrocket to terrifying heights. Before them stood a furious Mao Tu, her hands sprouting 2 rows of sharp claws. "You all shall." Just then, the corridor was empty, but 2 panting voices echoed from the emergency exit. "Brother Feng, the outfit-tearing loli is so thrilling. Luckily, I was quick enough to record it. Should I send it to you? Shut up. Quit talking and run." Upon hearing the words, the rabbit, in a fit of rage, nearly crushed her back molars, propelling herself forward like a tempest. With astonishing speed, she dashed into the safety corridor, swiftly pinpointing the locations of the 3 individuals who were frantically fleeing below. Were it not for the narrowness of the stairwell, she was confident she could seize them in the blink of an eye. Nevertheless, her pace was significantly quicker than that of Chu Feng and his companions. As she closed in on the glimmering crown of the head ahead, her fervor intensified. "Run! Flee swiftly! Soon, I shall have you dangling from my teeth." Ha 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 ha! At that moment, however, the trio abruptly altered their trajectory, plunging into a nearby passageway. The rabbit slowed her pace, cautiously following them inside. This was the 2nd floor of the apartment, a tranquil corridor dimly lit, with only a few safety exit lights casting a greenish glow. Furrowing her brow, the rabbit advanced cautiously. For reasons unbeknownst to her, after entering, the 3 seemed to vanish into thin air, producing not a single sound. In such a confined space, an unsettling anxiety enveloped her. Yet, she gritted her teeth and pressed on, determined not to let those 3 scoundrels escape. Just then, a stern voice rang out behind her. "Hey, what are you doing?" The rabbit's heart skipped a beat as she turned to see a blinding flashlight shining in her eyes. "Damn it, turn off that wretched flashlight." At that instant, 3 figures lurking in the shadows lunged forth, ensnaring her once more with a large snake-skin bag. "What the hell, ah?" Before the rabbit could utter a word, fists and feet rained down upon her. Unlike the previous encounter, in her battle form, she was not one to be contained by just a snakeskin bag. Within moments, she broke free from her restraints, ripping the bag to shreds. Turning mechanically, the rabbit seethed. "Twice now, twice. I've had enough of you lot. I thought the phantom was formidable. Turns out, it's all just a facade." "Sister, I adore your expression of hatred mixed with desire." Witnessing the gleeful expressions of Chu Feng and his companions, the rabbit felt an overwhelming frustration. "Die. All of you." As her words fell, an immense surge of ghostly energy erupted from her, sweeping towards the trio like a flood unleashed from a dam. The 3, sensing the impending danger, hastily retreated, desperately leaping down 2 flights of stairs before finally bursting through the safety exit. The rabbit charged out after them, her face contorted with rage. "You 3 fools might evade me in the confines of the stairwell, but in the open, within a minute, you'll all be dead with that." She smashed through the corridor's exit door. "Run? Keep running." Before her words could fully escape, beams of light converged upon her face. Looking around, she beheld at least 200 individuals outside, some toying with flames, others manipulating icicles, all grinning wickedly at the rabbit in the center. At that moment, a glistening bald figure stepped forward among the crowd. Physical and mental attacks are ineffective. Now, unleash magical assaults, prepare, fire. As an array of vibrant spells surged toward her, tears of gratitude streamed down the rabbit's cheeks. "I love you all." Chapter 32. Of a different kind. Their hearts must diverge. A torrent of supernatural attacks enveloped the rabbit, a cacophony erupting as the ground trembled beneath her. Observing the billowing smoke rising from the center, Chen Guoqiang instinctively glanced at Chu Feng. How this fellow managed to lock onto the phantom's position remains a mystery, but what's even more astonishing is that during the brief span of our journey to Jinma apartment, he orchestrated such an intricate plan in under 10 minutes, executing it flawlessly. What secrets lie within this rugged man? As the smoke gradually dissipated, all that remained of the rabbit's previous location was a massive crater, with no trace of her in sight. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. The Phantom. Has she perished? Ha ha ha. We have vanquished the Phantom. Under Captain Chu's command, this was even simpler than dealing with an A-grade evil spirit. Victory for Lin Jiang. Long live Feng Gu. Just then, a coarse voice silenced the crowd. No, she is not dead. Everyone was taken aback. Impossible. With the combined might of over 100 of us, we unleashed our ultimate attacks for more than half an hour. She survived? Feng Gu is being overly cautious. I maintained my perception and locked onto that evil spirit. She indeed vanished amidst the barrage of fire. She must have been obliterated into ashes. Chu Feng shook his head. His brow furrowed in concern. He lacked the power of perception, yet the mission results were clear. Ding! Side mission completion rate too low. Severely injured the Phantom but failed to capture her. Reward halved. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. Lullaby LV3. Lullaby. A melody that rends the heart. Where to find a kindred spirit across the expanse. Skill description. Singing a random tune summons heavenly thunder to annihilate all C-grade and below spirits that hear the melody. With a cooldown of 12 hours. Note, if the task is completed within the time limit, the skill can be upgraded. If overdue, the skill will be revoked. Remaining time, 8 hours and 7 minutes. Upon reading this, Chu Feng couldn't help but sigh. Having missed the optimal opportunity to capture the Phantom, he had inadvertently startled the serpent. Attempting to catch the rabbit now seemed utterly unrealistic. Seeing his discontent, Chen Guoqiang stepped forward to clarify. SS-grade evil spirits possess their own domains, akin to the independent spaces created by spatial awakeners, allowing them to hide in times of crisis. Everyone need not lose heart. We have severely wounded her, and the crisis in Linjiang has been averted. Just then, a series of anguished screams erupted from Chen Guoqiang's walkie-talkie. Master? What is happening? They are killing us. Help, help. Chen Guoqiang's brow furrowed tightly. Urgently inquiring, what is going on? Which district are you in? Is there another evil spirit causing chaos? It's not an evil spirit. It's those two summoners. They suddenly turned on us. We are in the East District. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. Summoners? Chen Guoqiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Hold your ground. I'll bring reinforcements immediately. Hanging up the phone, he muttered irritably. Damn it. Weren't they supposed to assist us? How could they suddenly turn against us? Chu Feng inhaled deeply, exhaling smoke of a different kind. Their hearts must diverge. Forget it. Tell your colleagues to rest. After half an hour of unleashing our ultimate attacks, our energies are drained, and going now would be futile. Chen Guoqiang expressed concern, but those two are both S-grade powerhouses. Chu Feng smirked disdainfully, biting down on his cigarette, but dealing with those two beasts is child's play for me. You need not accompany me. Instead, help me sneak out Xiaoshua's household registration during the chaos. And you all, disperse. Chen Guoqiang, visibly anxious, called out, Can you handle it alone? I don't know, but if I don't go, Linjiang will crumble. With that, Chu Feng turned and strode away. The spotlight casting his imposing figure into stark relief, the skull on his back appearing particularly prominent. Seeing this, those awakeners who had previously mocked Chu Feng lowered their heads. Help me! Help me! Damn little devils! I curse your ancestors, these brutes, who will save my child. At this moment, the East District had descended into a hellish nightmare. Screams, terror, and wails permeated every corner. A myriad of malevolent spirits relentlessly slaughtered the surrounding awakeners and innocent civilians. Kappa. Cat demons, red-faced evil spirits, Tengu. These were all Shikigami summoned by Tu Feiyuan, now drenched in blood and engaged in a frenzy of carnage. One awakener knelt on the ground, frantically bowing, his eyes filled with sheer fear. Master, I am your loyal supporter. I will do anything for you. You cannot, Jubufu Mikuji coldly smiled. a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. I have no need for a wretched creature like you to idolize me. As his words fell, the ghostly blade gleamed with a chilling light, slicing the kneeling figure into pieces. Zhu Bufu sheathed his blade, casting a cold gaze at Tu Feiyuan nearby. Yuan San, did you not claim to sense the phantom's presence? Why is it so quiet elsewhere? Tu Feiyuan, equally perplexed, rubbed his chin. I did sense her earlier, but then she abruptly vanished. She likely dealt with the awakeners to the north and is now resting. Do not fret. Even if she refrains from intervening, no one in Linjiang can thwart us. Once we transform this place into a ghost domain, Huaxia will have no choice but to withdraw forces from neighboring cities to provide support. With the nearest being Linhai City. Linhai is a border town. Once its defensive forces are diverted, our summoner empire will be able to breach Huaxia's gates. Ha 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 ha. Crack, crack, crack. Amidst the clandestine laughter of two individuals, a towering silhouette gradually emerged from around the street corner, with a gleaming bald head, muscular physique, and a flamboyant denim jacket. The sight of a distinctive scar sent a wave of pallor across Tu Feiyuan's face, prompting him to instinctively retreat 2 steps. "It's him," Zhu Wujing remarked, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. "Yuan San, you must always remember your identity. You are merely an unawakened brute. Are you truly so frightened?" Tu Feiyuan's face reflected unease as he forced a strained smile. Yes, yes. My core will shall never be extinguished. Shikigami. Eliminate him. Yet, despite his fervent command, the Shikigami under his command remained motionless, their gazes fixated with trepidation upon the steadily advancing Chu Feng. The menacing grin, the intangible pressure, and the disdainful gaze that belittled all beings rendered these feeble spirits paralyzed with fear. Seething with rage, Tu Feiyuan shouted, "You useless fools, Tengu! Kill him!" The Tengu, an A-grade spirit, with a crimson face and elongated nose, unfurled its black wings and cast a contemptuous glance at Chu Feng. "Baka! A mere mortal devoid of spiritual power dares to act so brazenly, seeking death." As these words left its mouth, it spread its wings and charged forth. In the next moment, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the venue. Crows, prepare for takeoff. Chapter 33. A heartbreakingly melodic farewell, where to seek a kindred spirit. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Feng's fists relentlessly struck the Tengu, each blow resonating like a hammer against the hearts of all present. Moments ago, the swift Tengu had appeared before Chu Feng in the blink of an eye, and just as everyone anticipated a decisive strike, Chu Feng suddenly leapt into the air, forcefully stomping down and shattering the Tengu's spine, pinning it to the ground with a barrage of blows. At this juncture, the Tengu lay in a grotesque state, its once proud wings torn from its body and cast aside. "All of you, come forth. Do not waste my time." Chu Feng wiped the blood from his forehead and cast a cold glance at the assembled spirits. Zhu Wujing let out a chilling laugh and stepped forward. "Baka, you shall soon pay for your arrogance." With that, he drew his blade, Gui Che, affectionately caressing the weapon. This 4-inch long sword, crafted by ancient celestial beings, contained an immensely potent malevolent will, effortlessly slicing through iron. And upon slaying you, it would devour your soul and essence. Prepare to wail in despair before my divine weapon, boy. Before he could finish, Zhu Wujing felt a gentle tap on his forehead. Looking up, he was met with the ominous sight of a pitch-black gun barrel. Upon recognizing the weapon in his opponent's hands, the mask atop Zhu Wujing's head became instantly drenched in cold sweat. Chu Feng stood 5 meters away, wielding a colossal 98K, its muzzle pressed firmly against Zhu Wujing's forehead. The gun's body appeared relatively normal, save for an excessively elongated barrel. With his face pressed against the weapon, Chu Feng squinted through the 8-fold scope, savoring the terror reflected in Zhu Wujing's eyes. "Tell me, which is swifter, your blade or my bullet?" Reincarnation Gate. A single shot to shatter the skull. On the road of reincarnation, there are no familiar faces. Characteristics. To ensure absolute accuracy, this gun knows no boundaries. Note: every 12 hours, it automatically condenses a bullet capable of obliterating all beings of S grade and below. Tears involuntarily welled up in Zhu Wujing's eyes. "The barrel is pressed against my head, and you still dare to aim." Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Baka, I bet your gun is empty." Bang! The piercing gunfire rang out, and in an instant, Zhu Wujing's skull was flattened. the aftermath spilling red and white upon the ground, marking the demise of a legendary master of ninjutsu. Chu Feng grinned coldly, casting a glance at the now vulnerable Tu Feiyuan. Your turn, little wintermelon. Tu Feiyuan, prepared for a desperate struggle, had already pulled out a handful of yellow talismans, scattering them into the air at the moment Jubu Wu Jing collapsed. Abba, 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 arise, my Shikigami. The talismans, imbued with ghostly energy, ignited upon contact with the air, and one by one, malevolent spirits surged forth, quickly filling the street. These Shikigami, gathered over Tu Feiyuan's lifetime, were unleashed in a moment of desperation, not holding back their power. Damn it, you must die today. Abba, Abba, bloodthirst technique. Go, kill him. These Shikigami, ranging from D to a grade, felt their fear dissipate upon hearing the incantation, their bodies erupting with a surge of ghostly energy as they roared in unison toward Chu Feng. Facing the multitude of malevolent spirits, Chu Feng merely smiled faintly, casually retrieving his phone and activating the music player. A gentle rhythm filled the air. The once chaotic street fell into an eerie silence as the fearsome spirits paused, their menacing demeanor faltering. Clearing his throat, Chu Feng began to sing. I have never witnessed a village illuminated by lasers, nor have I seen anyone setting off fireworks in the dead of night. The evening star reflects your eyes, igniting flames. You need not say a word, the night breeze disturbs me. The spirits, drawn from the summoning, could not comprehend the lyrics, yet under the enchanting melody, tears of emotion streamed down their faces. Because this was utterly off-key. The melody was one thing, but his singing was an entirely different matter. Oni-chan, please stop singing. Your appearance is already excessive, but your singing is even worse. Others charge for their songs. You sing for lives. Please, even the donkeys from my hometown sing better. Even the system could not resist issuing a prompt, sensing the malevolent sound. Perceiving the devilish tune, the damage of the requiem doubles. Hearing this unexpected acknowledgement, Chu Feng felt a swirl of emotions within him. Observing the spirit's constipated expressions, he decided to go all out, his face reddening as he launched into a vengeful performance. Now, let me bring you a song from the Tibetan plateau. I hope you enjoy. The spirits immediately clutched their heads, weeping in despair, pleading for this divine being to cease his performance. Meanwhile, Tu Feiyuan was beside himself. Stamping his feet in frustration, he had intended to continue chanting incantations to command the malevolent spirits against Chu Feng, but despite the horrendous singing, the infectious energy was overwhelming, causing him to falter in his own incantations. As Tu Feiyuan and his Shikigami teetered on the brink of collapse, a sudden gust of wind swept through the broad street. Looking up, they beheld thick clouds gathering in the sky, lightning dancing among them. Accompanied by a series of rumbling roars, the dark clouds churned, thunder crackling, resembling the end of the world. The spirits were gripped by panic, but before they could react, a voice of doom resounded in their ears. Qing Zong. Gao. Oh, wha. You want? The malevolent sound intensified, requiem damage multiplied by 4. The malevolent sound soared again, requiem damage multiplied by 8, 16, 32. Enough, enough, stop the wailing. I can't bear to listen any longer. This final note resonated like the last sip of medicine swallowed by DeLang. As the last note echoed, thunder erupted, with bolts the size of well openings striking down, causing the entire Linjiang to tremble violently. A cacophony of wails and cries erupted. Boom. Once the final malevolent spirit was struck down by lightning, the ominous clouds above dissipated rapidly. A heartbreakingly melodic farewell, were to seek a kindred spirit. Regrettably, such divine ability must be relinquished. Surveying the desolate street, Chu Feng shook his head lightly, preparing to depart when he noticed a pile of corpses nearby moving. In the next moment, a winter melon head emerged from within, revealing Tu Feiyuan. At this moment, Tu Feiyuan was drenched in blood, and upon seeing Chu Feng, his expression twisted into a maniacal grin. Damn you. Do you truly believe you have one? Wiping the blood from his face, Tu Feiyuan quickly formed 2 intricate hand seals. The ghostly blood scattered around began to flow as if guided by an unseen force, swiftly coalescing into a crimson array upon the ground. Forbidden technique? 1,000 souls as sacrifice. Summon my ghostly master. Arise, you who hide in the world's most terrifying sins. Chapter 34. In my factory, I have 4 like you. Additional update, Tu Feiyuan's frenzied voice echoed along the elongated street. As the array on the ground radiated a blinding red glow, that moment, Zhang Qingshan, accompanied by over 100 awakened individuals, arrived and gasped at the scene before him. Damn it. He is using the recently departed citizens and malevolent spirits' corpses to summon the most formidable evil spirit. If he succeeds, Linjiang City will face an unprecedented calamity. Everyone, attack! We must not allow the array to form. In an instant, all the awakened beings summoned their unique powers to launch an assault. Scorching flames, piercing wind blades, and frigid ice spikes transformed into dazzling streaks aimed at Tu Feiyuan. Yet, at that moment, the space behind Tu Feiyuan was torn asunder by an enigmatic force, manifesting as a grand portal. A blinding red light flickered from within, akin to a raging inferno, and otherworldly energy seeped forth, enveloping Tu Feiyuan in a luminous barrier. All attacks that struck the barrier disintegrated into ashes. Observing this, Zhang Qingshan's expression grew grave. It was disastrous. Indeed, a malevolent spirit had responded to his summons. Upon witnessing this, Tu Yuanji discarded his previous despondency, kneeling before the portal with a frenzied expression, exclaiming, "Master of Ghosts, I am grateful for your response to my call. If you can obliterate these insignificant beings, you may devour all the blood I sacrifice." Moments later, a melodious voice emanated from within the portal. However, though soft, it sent a chill down the spines of the awakened beings present, causing several, in their trepidation, to instinctively take 2 steps back. Chu Feng, however, was entirely different. His eyes, the size of copper bells, fixated on the portal, a glimmer of anticipation dancing within them. The next instant, a petite figure clad in red shoes stepped forth from the portal, a scarlet-clad Lolita. With fair skin, a delicate visage, and softly curling hair, it was the familiar essence, the same delightful flavor. It was the explosive attire of the Lolita, Mao Tu, as she emerged from the realm of ghosts. The overwhelming scent of blood engulfed her senses, prompting her to shut her eyes in sheer delight. What a marvelous aroma! Once she devours this life essence, my strength shall ascend to its zenith once more. Big bald head, await my return. At this thought, Mao Tu involuntarily conjured an image of Chu Feng's grotesque visage in her mind. Physical attacks, mental assaults, magical onslaughts, deception and trickery, they would stop at nothing. He even filmed her in her disheveled state. Just wait. I shall make you acquainted with true suffering. Suppressing her fury, Mao Tu slowly opened her eyes, her piercing gaze sweeping across the gathered awakened beings, and you lot, not one of you shall escape. In the crowd, Mao Tu quickly spotted a familiar figure. His gaze was unlike the others, filled with anticipation, joy, and excitement. That gaze held more affection than a first love. He extended a trembling hand. Is it you? Mao Tu was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting rapidly. Not, brother. You've mistaken the wrong person. Chu Feng unconsciously stepped forward. I know it's you. Last time. Why did you leave without a word? Tears of blood streamed down Mao Tu's cheeks involuntarily. Must I be beaten to death by you to retreat? How did I end up with a calamity like you? Caught in the middle, Tu Feiyuan appeared utterly bewildered. What do you mean, Master of Ghosts? Why are you crying? Hurry up and do your work. Mao Tu mechanically turned her head to glare at the round-faced summoner, her fury reigniting. Just an hour prior, she had been compelled to unleash her ghostly energy to escape a calamity. Now, she found herself in an exceedingly weakened state, only to realize that someone had summoned the mightiest evil spirit with the flesh and blood of thousands as a sacrifice. After enduring the torment from the bald ruffian, she had made sure to verify the presence of rich life essence outside the ghost realm before stepping out, yet somehow, she had still fallen into the trap laid by the big bald head. Deceivers! What else can you humans do besides tricking ghosts? Tu Feiyuan blinked innocently. Me? I am a law-abiding citizen. Why would I deceive you? Before he could finish, Mao Tu's delicate fist struck out, seemingly a gentle blow. Yet it sent Tu Feiyuan's head spinning 3 times before he collapsed to the ground. A distinguished exorcist. Fallen. Clap, clap, clap. Chu Feng hurriedly applauded. What a heroine ridding the world of evil. Our Fenggu textile factory is in dire need of someone like you. Come, allow me to host a grand welcome for you and help plan your future. Mao Tu responded with a cold smile. Oh, big bald head. You are a tad too overconfident, aren't you? Chu Feng furrowed his brow in confusion. Suddenly, Zhang Qingshan recalled something, panic flashing in his eyes. Oh no. The battlefield remains uncleaned, strewn with the corpses of those monsters and deceased citizens. If she consumes them, her strength will undoubtedly surge. Quick, all awakened beings. Use your powers to destroy those corpses. Yet, before anyone could react, Mao Tu's maniacal laughter echoed through the air. Hee hee. Come forth, abundant life essence. Grant me the strength to return to my pinnacle, big bald head. You shall pay dearly for your arrogance, as she cackled. The blood within the surrounding corpses was drawn forth, transforming into crimson threads that surged into her mouth, and the ghostly energy enveloping her body gradually thickened. Damn it, this is getting a bit intense. Chu Feng unhesitatingly drew forth the door of reincarnation, the barrel elongating swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, it was pressed against Mao Tu's forehead. Bang! A thunderous gunshot resounded, yet the bullet potent enough to obliterate an S-class spirit merely left a shallow imprint on her forehead. The attacks from the surrounding awakened beings were utterly inconsequential. After several bombardments, they failed to inflict any harm whatsoever. Upon witnessing this, Mao Tu's laughter turned even more frenzied as her form began to ascend gradually into the air. Hee hee, you foolish beings. Soon, this city shall pay the price for your foolishness. Her silvery laughter instilled terror, and her breathtaking smile evoked despair. Only Chu Feng sighed helplessly, his expression sincere as he spoke. I truly do not wish to leave you with a significant psychological scar. I shall give you one last opportunity. Come with me willingly, or shall I invite you back? Mao Tu sneered disdainfully. After draining the last drop of life essence, her gaze turned playful as she looked at Chu Feng. I am sorry, but I have now returned to SS-class strength. Big bald head, you are doomed. Chu Feng shook his head with a smile, yet in the next moment, his expression turned cold, revealing a row of sharp white teeth. Don't speak too soon. I have 4 just like you in my factory. At the moment Chu Feng's words fell, Mao Tu's heart tightened, her playful glimmer of amusement instantly replaced by terror. For at that moment, 4 powerful presences suddenly materialized behind her, enveloping her completely. An inexplicable chill surged from her feet, coursing straight to the crown of her head. Little sister, when speaking with our factory director, you must be courteous. Mao Tu trembled as she turned her head. Behind her stood a long-haired female ghost with her head bowed in silence, a feeble old man with a sinister grin, a decayed-faced female ghost clad in green, and a stoic man with a severed arm. Each bore a vast amount of ghostly energy surrounding them, devoid of any malevolent aura. Mao Tu had no idea when these 4 figures had positioned themselves behind her. But she could sense that each of these 4 evil spirits possessed strength rivaling her own. No, they were likely even stronger. Spirits possess a far superior sensitivity to ghostly energy than humans, and their sudden appearance without her notice indicated that their mastery over ghostly energy surpassed her own. Aside from Mao Tu, the awakened beings present turned ashen. One ghostly envoy had already left them in disarray. And now, 4 even more formidable evil spirits had suddenly appeared. How could such terrifying entities emerge in this small city of Lingjiang? Wait, that old man is referred to as the factory director? Are they on our side? Oh no, our own ghosts? What kind of existence is Feng Gu Textile Factory? Chu Feng cast a cold gaze over the crowd, regardless of whether they are black cats or white cats. A cat that catches mice is a good cat. Don't pry into matters that don't concern you. It won't do you any good. Seeing this, Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction, turning his attention to the visibly frustrated Mao Tuesday. I offered you a chance, yet you did not cherish it. Now, you have 2 choices. Mao Tu glared at Chu Feng, unwilling to concede. What choices? Chu Feng grinned widely. Point 1. Surrender immediately and don't compel my brothers to take action. Mao Tu coldly laughed, and the second. Chu Feng's expression turned serious. Point 2. I suggest you choose one. Mao Tu, seething with frustration, gritted her teeth and forced a smile. Your bald head certainly didn't shave it for nothing. You re quite adept at being slick. But what if I choose neither? Chu Feng furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I shall offer you 2 choices again. 1. A one-on-one duel. 2. A group challenge. Without hesitation, Mao Tu declared, I choose one. Before her words had completely left her lips, Chu Feng added, one-on-one means you alone against the five of us. A group challenge means the five of us will take on you alone. Brothers, let us get to work. Then what kind of game is that? You damned bald head. Remember today's events? In an instant, the rabbit spirit found herself cursing the ancestors of Chu Feng for 18 generations. Upon finishing her lament, she unleashed all the spectral energy within her, forcefully opening the gateway to the ghost realm in preparation for her escape. Confronting four opponents who were undeniably stronger than herself, she recognized that direct confrontation would amount to a death sentence. At this juncture, her will to fight had long since dissipated. Fleeing was her only viable option. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but mutter about the strength of the four ghosts. Just as her hand was about to touch the door to the ghost realm, an eerie melody suddenly echoed in her ears. When the beloved is in the heart and the lover in despair. Who knows the heart's anguish but the moon? Meeting is rare, parting is easy. Now comes regret late, unaware if the phoenix once joyfully spread its wings. Do you recall the butterfly that betrayed its love? And the pain it bore? Do you remember the orphan with neither mother nor father? Ah, I wonder if you have been peering into my suffering for so long. The tune was hauntingly elongated and melancholic. Its lyrics steeped in sorrow, compounded by Aunt Chu's spine-chilling sing-song voice that sent shivers down her spine. The rabbit spirit was instantly struck with terror, her movements slowing perceptibly, yet with no other recourse. She steeled herself and charged towards the ghostly portal. At that moment, however, the crimson light from within the door abruptly vanished, replaced by an unfathomable darkness. Just as the rabbit spirit's face was about to touch the door, a horrifying visage of a woman suddenly lunged out before her. Pale skin, rolling white eyes, and a battered visage. The rabbit spirit shrieked in fright, instinctively retreating. In the next instant, the hair of the ghost, resembling that of Sadako, began to grow at a visibly alarming rate, ensnaring her like a swamp and slamming her to the ground. No! Ah! Help! Let me go! As they watched the rabbit spirit writhing on the floor, the awakened ones collectively inhaled sharply. From their perspective, the scene was utterly surreal. Just moments ago, it seemed she was about to escape into the ghostly realm, but then her body stiffened, and she fell to the ground, clutching her neck and rolling in madness. Throughout the ordeal, the four malevolent spirits remained hovering in midair, unmoving. Anyone with a hint of spiritual awareness could discern that this was a manifestation of a mental assault. A common trick employed by evil spirits, awakening the fears within their enemies to induce various illusions. This tactic, typically used against humans, had unexpectedly proven effective even against a SS-tier evil spirit. Chu Feng let out a faint sigh. Had he known this would transpire, he would have acted differently. Aunt Chu, that should suffice. Aunt Chu pouted, nodding slightly, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Just moments ago, she had affectionately referred to him as little darling. And now the atmosphere felt so foreign and estranged. How vexing. Upon hearing her words, the awakened ones gasped in shock. What did she just say? Referring to a SS-tier evil spirit as little darling? Being women, they could read the sincerity in her eyes. Her feelings for Chu Feng were genuine. What a scoundrel, truly deserving of being my idol. Peak brother is remarkable. Chu Feng cast a cold gaze over the crowd, which instantly fell silent. Are you all so idle? As everyone averted their eyes and lowered their heads, Zhang Qingshan could only muster the courage to step forward. Little Chu, is the crisis resolved now? Chu Feng shot him a discontented glance before lifting his noble head to look into the air. I still prefer others to call me Peak brother. It's all right now. You may leave. Zhang Qingshan forced a smile. All right, you carry on. We shall withdraw. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly departed. Chu Feng strode over to the unconscious rabbit spirit, swiftly placing her into a snakeskin bag and hoisting it onto his shoulder. This time, you performed admirably, perfectly showcasing the elegance of our Peak Brother textile factory. I hope everyone will continue to strive for greatness and achieve even more glorious feats. The three evil spirits nodded in silence, while the one with a severed arm remained in a daze, fixated on the snakeskin bag. Chu Feng furrowed his brow. Xiao Bai, what are you daydreaming about? The severed arm spirit turned to look at the bag. Then at Chu Feng, a complex expression crossing his face. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before, but I can't quite recall where. Chapter 36. Accidentally leading a trend. Congratulations, host, on perfectly completing the side quest. Ding, congratulations, host, on acquiring the skill Requiem Max. Skill description. Singing random songs summons heavenly thunder to annihilate all A-tier and below ghostly entities that hear the tune. Skill cooldown. 6 hours. Though he had received the rewards for the quest, Chu Feng remained far from elated. This skill was excessively powerful, capable of eradicating ghostly beings outright. How could he recruit new members if such a skill were to be used? Reflecting on it now, if he can find the Shikigami summoned from the useless source into the factory, wouldn't his hiring task be completed with flying colors? Upon returning to the factory, Chu Feng discovered a more pressing issue. The 48 cities had unexpectedly mandated real name authentication. If one failed to complete the ghost face verification within 2 minutes, their account would be directly suspended. Chu Feng attempted to bring 2 employees over for facial recognition, only to find their accounts suspended as well. The sole reason for this outcome was that during his dealings with the ghostly messenger, the local malevolent spirits of Linjiang had completely abandoned their vengeful thoughts and likely upgraded their supernatural network, possibly even removing the names of the vanished evil spirits through methods akin to a census. The only silver lining was that he had successfully brought 4 malevolent spirits out without any incidents of rampage occurring. It felt as though he had returned to square one. Now, he could only resort to old methods again. Revitalizing the factory was indeed a heavy responsibility. Shaking his head, Chu Feng exited his small office and observed the trembling rabbit spirit. Still holding on? The rabbit spirit hastily shook her head. I told you. I truly have no knowledge of the supernatural network, nor do I possess the addresses of the malevolent spirits in Linjiang. And I certainly don't know who this severed arm spirit is. Chu Feng chuckled dismissively. And no need to be so anxious. Since you've entered the factory, we are all family now. Shameless little spirit. What are you dawdling for? Your sister is being unreasonable. Shouldn't you teach her a lesson? The rabbit spirit's expression stiffened. Is this how you treat family? The 2 spirits promptly nodded, their lips curling into mischievous smiles as they looked back at the rabbit spirit. Previously, they would never have dared to disrespect an SS-tier evil spirit, but circumstances had changed. Upon entering the factory, all beings were equal, with only Peak being revered. The thought of being able to train the renowned ghost messenger excited them immensely. Come on, sister. You might as well confess. Otherwise, it will be hard for your brother to make a report. My stick is already eager and impatient. It's all right, sister. Just grit your teeth and get through this. As the rabbit spirit watched the 2 henchmen approach her with steel pipes in hand, tears of blood streamed down her face as she choked out, I swear everything I'm saying is true. The current ghost realm is so fiercely competitive. Who could possibly provide you with an address? Seeing her pitiable state, Chu Feng couldn't help but sigh. Continue the beating. Huh? Why are you like this? The rabbit spirit's face stiffened, and just as the stick was about to descend, she urgently called out, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Chu Feng smiled faintly. That's more like it. We are all family, so we should be honest with one another. Quickly, speak. Taking a deep breath, the rabbit spirit confessed. The owner of the Wulong guest house runs a supernatural and that only opens after 1 a.m. He was the one who received me at that time. Chu Feng nodded earnestly. Now that's the spirit, rabbit. You shouldn't feel burdened. I'll find a way to invite you all here for your own good. Look at you, acting as if I intend to harm you. The rabbit spirit glanced at her own injuries, then at the mirror ghost lying on the stretcher not far away. I know, Peak brother. You are right in everything. No one has treated me as well as you since I was a child. Werwu, Chu Feng smiled in satisfaction. That's more like it. Quickly dry your tears, rest for now, and tomorrow I will arrange a comfortable position for you. You will soon forget your pain at that moment. Chu Feng suddenly sensed 2 gazes fixated on him. Turning his head, he involuntarily raised the corners of his mouth. Cover the well with a chrysanthemum. 2 Fei Yuan. The 2 summoned experts, who had already perished in battle, were revived as evil spirits after Chu Feng ordered the others to infuse their corpses with ghostly energy. From the moment they returned to the factory, a new regulation had been instituted at Peak Brother Textile Factory. To enhance the physical training of employees, each one must beat 2 individuals for over an hour daily, or else they would automatically join the summoning team and be beaten alongside the 2 of them. All the evil spirits eagerly participated in this new rule, and within just 2 hours of returning, the 2 had collectively succumbed to 32 fainting spells and 5 severe comas. Ironically, at such times, well-meaning citizens would often provide them with ghostly energy, waking them only to be met with another round of thrashing. The two masters, upon seeing Chu Feng, looked as though they had encountered their reincarnated parents. Chu sang, "I'm ready to confess. Just ask me anything." Chu Feng smiled slightly, his gaze turning icy in an instant. "No need for your confessions. Bringing you back was merely a means of venting my frustrations. Continue the beating? Huh? Why are we still being beaten? Ah, you've got to be kidding. Is there no sense of humanitarianism left? Stop hitting us." Chu Feng cast them a disinterested glance. "Humanitarianism is reserved for conversations with humans. With you two, there's no need for such decorum." At that moment, Aunt Chu's voice resonated. "Brother Feng, there is something I must inform you." Chu Feng furrowed his brows and approached, asking, "What is it?" Aunt Chu sighed. "Ever since you vanquished the ghost messenger, your videos have gone viral across the human network. Countless individuals now idolize you, and many have even shaved their heads in your honor." Chu Feng's expression soured. "What's wrong with being bald? I find it refreshing, and I take pride in it." "Are you prejudiced against baldness, sister?" Aunt Chu's brow furrowed. "I hold no bias. The problem is that our factory's best-selling product happens to be wigs. Out of the 5 individuals joining me live tonight, 3 are bald, and there are also several returns from previous sales." Chu Feng's countenance stiffened. He had not anticipated that he would inadvertently set a trend at such a time. It appeared that not only was recruiting a challenge, but his core industry was also facing a crisis. "I will find a solution. If wigs are problematic, we can temporarily produce hats or something similar to sell." "That will have to suffice," Aunt Chu sighed, before resuming her live stream. Chu Feng exhaled in relief, and upon ensuring everything was in order, he prepared to return to his room for some much-needed rest. At that moment, a timid voice called out, "Brother Feng, I need to discuss something with you." Turning around, Chu Feng saw Lao Huang. "What is the matter?" Huang Deheng took a deep breath, glanced around cautiously, and whispered, "Brother Feng, there may be an issue here." Observing Huang Deheng's serious demeanor as he pointed to his own head, Chu Feng struggled for a moment before managing a sweet yet unsettling smile. "You truly are like an old man eating arsenic. Are you tired of living?" Chapter 37. Coral. Chu Feng walked down the street with Xiao Sei Pai, his brow tightly knitted. What was wrong with Huang Deheng? How could he suggest that there was something amiss with his mind? It infuriated him to the point that he couldn't even sleep. Xiao Sei Pai tilted his head and grinned. "Brother Feng, don't overthink it. Old Huang is just bored and looking for something to do to elevate his status in your eyes. Adios, nothing. We have already dealt with him. If he dares to speak out of turn again, we will teach him a lesson." Chu Feng cast a skeptical glance at him and nodded silently to it. Seemed he had indeed been too lax. He would have to reevaluate the future of the factory later. Sensing this, Xiao Sei Pai also sighed in relief. The factory's demons had long reached a consensus. Regardless of whether that black Brother Feng was suffering from a split personality or something else, they could not let him know about this matter. Otherwise, given his already heavy disposition, who knew what chaos might ensue? It was uncertain why Huang Deheng suddenly brought this up. Thus, each harbored their own thoughts as they soon arrived at a dilapidated urban village. This had once been the largest and most bustling urban village in the northern district, but since the outbreak of ghostly energy, the remaining survivors had vacated. Now, the place was shrouded in a sinister aura. Cloaked in darkness, despite it being late at night, Chu Feng circled the area several times but still failed to locate the legendary Wulong Hotel. Just as he began to suspect that Mao Tu had intentionally provided incorrect information, 2 childish voices in the distance caught his attention. Why daddy dares to eat people? Does your daddy dare to eat? Eating? What is so special about that? My daddy dares to eat anything. What can he eat? My daddy can eat 10 pounds? No. He can even do a handstand and put his head in the food while eating. Chu Feng approached, only to find 2 small spirits, around 3 or 4 years old, engaged in a heated debate beneath an eave. With one hand on their hips and the other pointing at each other's foreheads, they appeared fearless, eager to defend their father's honor, witnessing their adorable yet mischievous antics. Chu Feng could not help but reminisce about his own childhood, a wistful expression crossing his face as a peculiar smile crept onto his lips. "Little friends, what are you discussing?" The 2 children turned to look at him, their wide eyes reflecting shock at his shiny bald head, bright eyes, and menacing smile. In a flash, 2 burlap sacks came hurtling toward him. Chu Feng swiftly tied the knots, urging, "Hurry up, Don't let them escape. Observing the writhing sacks, Xiao Sei Pai's expression grew complicated. Once upon a time, he had been abducted in a similar manner. He could imagine the terror and helplessness experienced within that inky blackness. Little did he know that in just a few short days, the victim would transform into a suspect. Don't worry, Brother Feng. I've got this. Chu Feng nodded, about to speak when he suddenly felt a gaze fixed upon him from behind. Everyone has experienced the sensation of being watched, even if the observer is behind you and out of sight. An instinctive awareness lingers in that moment. Chu Feng felt precisely that. He quickly turned around to find a young woman holding a phone aimed at him and Xiao Sei Pai. The girl, appearing to be in her early 20s, possessed exquisite features and a slender figure, with sea-blue short hair and skin as delicate as sheep fat. Clad in stylish attire consisting of marten boots, cargo pants, and a cropped orange top under a small jacket, she exuded a fashionably playful vibe. Upon locking eyes with Chu Feng, her expression froze. Why, you are the bald villain? Chu Feng retorted warily. Who are you? Is it really you? The short-haired girl's eyes widened in admiration. My name is Shan Hu. I'm an outdoor streamer and also your fan. I never expected to encounter you here. You are even more imposing than I imagined. Are you capturing ghosts? This is a method I've never seen before. Is that little one beside you your pet spirit? How adorable! Chu Feng sighed in relief. Her animated reaction had initially made him fear she was an adversary. Yet, her sincere compliments were much more delightful to hear. Imposing was far more flattering than handsome, and even Xiao Sei Pai blushed at the praise. Hello, big sister. You are also very beautiful. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. Miss, what brings you here at this late hour? I came for an adventure. I promised my fans I would spend a night at the Wulong Hotel. As she spoke, Coral aimed the camera at Chu Feng. Look, everyone. I've met the villain uncle in person. I'm so thrilled. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng felt overwhelmed with emotion, almost moved to tears. Being in their 20s, being called uncle felt surprisingly affectionate. The live stream chat erupted with excitement. It's bald brother. Please notice me. I just shaved my head to match yours. Even through the screen, the pressure is palpable. Do you have any hair wax recommendations? I want that shining look. Chu Feng inhaled deeply, glancing at Coral's phone before sending her a knowing look. Immediately, she understood, apologizing to the camera. Sorry, everyone. I may have inadvertently revealed the villain uncle's whereabouts. We will end the live stream here. See you next time. I apologize for being too forward. Chu Feng waved dismissively. He was about to search for the Wulong Hotel and feared that a ghost might catch sight of the live stream and make an early escape. It's fine, miss. You mentioned wanting to stay at the Wulong Hotel? Do you know what kind of place it is? Coral nodded, sighing. I've heard it's a haunted hotel. Given the current market slump, we had to resort to such measures to attract attention. By the way, bald uncle, what are you doing here? Chu Feng furrowed his brow. I'm also heading there, but I'm facing a dilemma. I don't know where the hotel is located. Coral smiled sweetly. That's wonderful. I have a way to find the hotel's location. Why don't we go together? Chu Feng hesitated. Oh, it's settled then. Watch this. Without giving him a chance to refuse, Coral opened her palm, conjuring a small, glowing orb and gently placing it on the ground. The orb began to hop toward a direction. This is my awakened ability. It can summon spirit orbs to locate nearby ghosts. Shall we go? Before Chu Feng could respond, Xiao Sei Pai rushed forward, taking her hand. Let us go, big sister. We'll scout ahead. Oh, my feet are so tired. If only someone could carry me. How could you be so cute? I'll carry you, Coral replied with a smile. Upon glancing at the ethereal figure leading the way and then at the graceful silhouette of Coral, Chu Feng's brow furrowed slightly, yet he ultimately chose to follow suit. Chapter 38. Resisting the forces of evil, ghosts have responsibilities inside the Wulong Hotel. The landlady sat on the sofa at the reception desk. After scrolling through several posts on the supernatural web, she set her phone aside, casting a wary glance at her husband. Honey, now that the Lord of Ghosts has been captured by that scoundrel, shouldn't we pack up and leave tonight? The atmosphere in Linjiang has shifted drastically. Staying here any longer could be perilous. The proprietor embraced her tightly, letting out a deep sigh. How I wish to leave, but with Lord Mao Tu captured, our inn has become the last refuge for these homeless ghosts. If we were to abandon them, what would become of them? The landlady leaned gently against his chest, her expression a mixture of concern and complexity. I understand. and I do not fear death, but my worry lies with our child. In such an environment, the safety of our little one cannot be guaranteed. The proprietor, his face etched with concern, replied, "Rest assured, I will do my utmost to ensure the safety of you both. If anyone dares to take you, they shall have to tread over my corpse." Tears of emotion welled in the landlady's eyes. "Fool, what are you saying? If it comes to that, I shall accompany you into death. I love you." Moi, wait, where is our child? Indeed, in the blink of an eye, how could he have vanished? Most likely he has run off to play again. Let me go find him. Just then, a gruff voice echoed from outside, and no need to search. I am watching over them. As the words fell, a towering figure entered the hotel, a glistening bald head, standing over 2 meters tall, with piercing eyes and clad in a signature denim vest. Bald-headed scoundrel. Chu Feng hastily gestured for silence, then took out his phone, opened a video, and handed it to the two ghosts. "Shoo, keep it down. It's late at night, and we wouldn't want to frighten our lovely guests." The two ghosts glanced at the phone in suspicion, where two little ghosts were bound to a chair, wailing loudly. "Mommy, save me! Help, Daddy! Hurry, come save me! I promise I will never say you eat poop again." The landlady's eyes widened in shock. Little treasure, little treasure. The proprietor's face turned ashen, and he shot up, glaring at Chu Feng. "What do you intend to do? Release my child immediately." With a calm smile, Chu Feng replied. "It is simple. I have a question for you. How many ghosts are residing in your hotel?" The proprietor's expression shifted to one of wariness. "What do you ask this for?" Raising an eyebrow. Chu Feng retorted, "You will answer as I inquire, and do not forget, your son is still in my possession." The proprietor gritted his teeth in frustration but could only reply, "There are a total of 42. "Very well, keep watching the video. Hand me the spare key to the rooms. I shall go speak with them." Chu Feng waved his hand. At that moment, a hoarse voice emerged from behind. "No need, we can come down ourselves." Turning his head, he was taken aback to find the stairwell crowded with vengeful spirits. These spirits ranged from Class D to Class B. Though their strength was lacking, the resentment emanating from them was palpable. "Despicable humans, how dare you kidnap Mr. Su's son to threaten him? Such disgraceful conduct. Even I, a ghost, cannot bear to witness it. Mr. Su has treated us with great kindness. How could we abandon him? Do you truly believe that having defeated the Lord of Ghosts grants you license to act with impunity? Was it not the effort of those 4 vile ghosts that allowed you this moment? Let us not waste words. He is but one man. Fists cannot contend with many hands. I do not believe he can truly stand against all of us." 5 minutes later, the bruised and battered spirits huddled together, crouching against the wall from the hotel entrance to the second-floor staircase. Chu Feng frowned. "We are all compatriots. Must you force my hand? Now, one by one. Hand me your phones from left to right." The spirits exchanged glances, their expressions uneasy. "Brother Feng, you may not be aware, but to prevent you from exploiting our resources for wrongdoing, the Alliance has instituted a new rule. Upon seeing you, the first action is to smash our phones." Chu Feng was taken aback. "What nonsense is this? Are you truly that straightforward?" "Naturally, resisting the forces of evil is the responsibility of ghosts." Chu Feng ceased his chatter, found a length of hemp rope in the hotel, and proceeded to bind the ghost's hands, leading a procession of 44 spirits out of the hotel. Yet, upon stepping outside, they were met with an eerie silence. The streets were desolate, with only a solitary ghost sprawled motionless on the ground, and the 2 captured little ghosts along with Coral were nowhere to be found. Chu Feng rushed over, concern etched on his face as he slapped the motionless ghost. "Xiao Sei Pai, Xiao Sei Pai." Xiao Sei Pai jolted awake. "Huh? Brother Feng. What's wrong?" Chu Feng, infuriated yet amused, retorted, "What's wrong? I want to ask you what's wrong. Where are they?" Xiao Sei Pai regained his senses. "They? They ran away." "Yes, they ran off. Brother Feng, that woman is not a good person. Shortly after you went in, she knocked me out, and she took the 2 little ghosts with her." The ghosts erupted in an uproar. "What do you mean? Little Treasure and Demao have been abducted. Is there someone else? Bald-headed scoundrel, what do you mean? Where are the 2 children?" The lead landlady pressed urgently. "Brother Feng, did you not say our children were in your possession? What is happening now? Do not panic. I will find a way." Chu Feng, equally distressed, realized he had been outmaneuvered in the ghostly realm of Linjiang. Having mingled with these spirits for so long, he had never anticipated being outwitted by someone else. If this had been in the past, he might have turned a blind eye, but now the children of his employees had been taken, and as their boss, he could not remain indifferent. Let us return to the factory. Old Sue, I will devise a plan to ensure the safe return of both children. Is that agreeable? Old Sue gently caressed his wife's back, offering a weary smile. We are all your captives now. Is there even a need to inquire about such matters? Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng reassured him. Fear not. With that, Chu Feng wasted no time, returning with the spirits to the factory, where he promptly called Chen Guoqiang to assist in retrieving the surveillance footage from the vicinity of the urban village. The materials were quickly sent over, and the footage revealed that the bag containing the two little ghosts had indeed been taken by Coral, who, upon exiting the urban village, walked directly south into a lavish villa. Xiao Chu, that villa belongs to the wealthiest family in Linjiang. What trouble have you encountered? Please, enlighten me. Before he could finish, Chu Feng abruptly hung up the phone. The wealthiest family in Linjiang indeed. Chapter 39. Are you serious about that nosebleed? In the luxurious villa district of Linjiang, within the standalone villa of Wang Hai, the spacious hall was dominated by 4 well-built men, standing like pillars in each corner. All donned black suits and sunglasses. Most notably, each bore an A-class awakened badge on their chests. Such power could easily secure a captain's position within the Supernatural Bureau, yet here, they served merely as bodyguards. Coral sat centrally in the living room, feeling increasingly uneasy under the piercing gazes hidden behind the 4 pairs of sunglasses. Across from her, seated in the main position, was a frail, elderly man with white hair and a stooped posture. He was Xue Jiang, the head of the wealthiest family in Linjiang. At that moment, a man resembling a butler emerged from the basement and approached Xue Jiang, bowing his head respectfully as he whispered something in his ear. Xue Jiang nodded silently. Understood. Miss Coral, the goods have been inspected and found satisfactory. You may leave now. Shortly, my butler will transfer the funds to your account. Cough, cough. Before he could finish, Xue Jiang was seized by a fit of violent coughing. Using a handkerchief to wipe his lips, stained with dark red blood. Seeing this, Coral quickly rose to her feet, about to speak, when a towering figure passed by the window behind the elderly man. Causing her to freeze in shock, Xue Jiang's expression soured. Miss Coral? Regaining her composure, Coral replied apologetically, I saw you coughing up blood and couldn't help but worry. Are you all right, Elder Xue? Xue Jiang shook his head silently. It's nothing. The hour grows late. Please take your leave. I must rest now. By the way, once you step outside, refrain from discussing tonight's events. Coral nodded urgently. Understood. I will take my leave now. Go on. With that, Coral hastily departed from the Xue family villa. The sky had lightened to a grayish hue, yet the streets remained devoid of pedestrians. As she walked home alone, a sense of dread crept over her. Being an awakened individual with sensory abilities, her perception was sharper than most. At that moment, she could distinctly sense a pair of eyes lurking in the shadows, shifting from left to right. A sinister face involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Please, not him. If he were to catch me, I shudder to think of the consequences. Soon, Shanhua dashed into the community, and upon reaching the stairwell, she broke into a frenzied sprint up the stairs. 2nd floor. 3rd floor. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from below. The pursuer was moving quickly, causing Shanhua's heart to race in response. Fortunately, she managed to reach her front door unscathed, hurriedly retrieving the key she had prepared in advance to unlock it. Slamming the security door shut behind her. Finally safe, she exhaled deeply, leaning against the door. However, as she flicked on the living room light, her peripheral vision caught sight of a tall figure standing beside her. A chill shot down her spine, and just as she turned her head, a rough hand clamped over her mouth. Dressed in black suit and sunglasses, with a menacing grin, it was not Chu Feng but rather Xue Jiang's bodyguard. Shanhua struggled with all her might, yet against an A-class awakened one, her efforts were futile. The bodyguard seized her by the throat, lifting her effortlessly. Her porcelain skin flushed crimson, and tears of defiance welled in her beautiful eyes. Why are you here? The bodyguard slowly raised his right hand, and in the next moment, a metallic sheen began to form on the surface of his skin, poised to deliver a fatal blow. I am sorry, Miss Shanhua, but the Master's affairs are not for outsiders to know. The bodyguard's sharpened hand drew perilously close to her forehead, despair consumed Shanhua. Just as her consciousness began to fade, a thunderous bang erupted behind her. A massive fist smashed through the security door, striking the bodyguard squarely on the temple, sending him flying several meters away. The long-awaited air rushed into Shanhua's lungs, and as she gasped for breath, she quickly opened the door. A towering figure stood outside, the smoothness of his bald head blocking the external light, casting a blinding halo. Tio Shanhua. He appeared like an angel. "You scoundrel!" Chu Feng cast her a disapproving glance before turning his attention to the bodyguard inside. "You even hit a woman?" "I, a mere scoundrel, can't stand by." The bodyguard, having taken a punch, stood up with his right cheek swollen like a soccer ball, shaking his head vigorously. "Bald scoundrel? Are you sure you want a medal?" Before he could finish, another swift kick connected with his head. The bodyguard crumpled against the inner wall, collapsing to the ground. Chu Feng frowned slightly. "Do you not know that villains often meet their end through excessive talking?" Shanhua was utterly stunned. The bodyguard was an A-class awakened one, specifically in the metal combat category, yet he was rendered unconscious after just 2 blows. "Are you all right?" Shanhua trembled slightly, casting an apologetic glance at Chu Feng. "Scoundrel, I'm so sorry." Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively, limping over to sit beside Shanhua's bed. "Let us skip the pleasantries. It seems that Guy's teeth nicked my leg. Do you have any alcohol?" It was only then that Shanhua noticed the crimson stains on Chu Feng's pant leg, and when she rolled it up, a row of deep bite marks was revealed. "I am so sorry." She sprang up in a panic, her eyes shimmering with tears as she hurriedly retrieved a medical kit, kneeling before Chu Feng. "Let me take care of that for you." Chu Feng sat on the bed, observing the young girl kneeling before him, tears brimming as she tended to his wounds, and couldn't help but feel a pang of admiration for her porcelain skin. After applying alcohol and bandaging the injury, Shanhua finished and wiped the sweat from her brow. "Phew, that should do it. Scoundrel, is that blood from your nose for real?" Chu Feng's face flushed as he quickly wiped away the blood. "I must have injured myself when kicking that guy." Shanhua couldn't help but chuckle, giving Chu Feng a playful glare. "Aren't you mad at me?" Chu Feng gazed deeply at her. "I was quite inclined to blame you earlier, but who could hold a grudge against someone so beautiful?" Shanhua smiled coyly, then picked up Chu Feng's phone from the bed and added him on WeChat. "Since you saved my life, I'll give you a chance. You are the boss of Fenggu Textile, right?" Noticing her incredulous expression, Chu Feng felt a pang of unease. What was happening? Had one of his oblivious employees spilled the beans? Chapter 40. The soul-eating corpse. Just as Chu Feng was trying to piece things together, he noticed Shanhua's eyes glistening with tears. 3 months ago, my mother was suddenly diagnosed with a terminal illness. Our family was already struggling financially, so in desperation, we turned to crowdfunding online. I remember it was someone from Fenggu Textile who generously donated 100,000 without asking for anything in return. I've been searching for him ever since. That person is you, isn't it? Chu Feng forced a smile. Has your mother shown any improvement? Shanhua shook her head. Terminal illness. She has passed away. Chu Feng sighed helplessly. My condolences. Shanhua wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. It's all right. Life and death are part of life. I've come to terms with it. I never expected the person I had been searching for all along would turn out to be you. Thank you for saving me, Fenggu. Chu Feng awkwardly rubbed his hands together. What is there to thank? Besides, we just added each other on WeChat, right? Shanhua looked at him intently, a flush creeping onto her cheeks as she shyly murmured. Well, you are my savior. I would be willing to do anything to tea that moment. Chu Feng felt a swarm of butterflies in his stomach, his face turning crimson. Honestly, you don't need to feel that way. I hope to earn a pure love through my own efforts. Shanhua was taken aback, gazing at his rugged face. Huh? Chu Feng's expression hardened. What do you mean by that? Shanhua furrowed her brow slightly. Fenggu, are you saying that your efforts refer to earning money to buy a wife? Chu Feng sighed. Forget it. Can you just explain why you deceived me? Shanhua nodded. Fenggu, can you guess how old Shuejiang is? Chu Feng furrowed his brow, recalling his brief encounter with Shuejiang at the Villa Point 80, 90. Shanhua shook her head, a grave expression on her face. No, he can't be over 40. Chu Feng's brows knitted together. Comrade Ringguoqiang is 50 and doesn't he have a single gray hair? Shuejiang can't possibly look that aged. Shanhua continued to explain, he is from the same generation as my mother. For some unknown reason, he began aging rapidly after turning 30, and now he appears as he does. The current medical advancements cannot resolve his issues. Originally, he had accepted his fate, but with the recent surge of ghostly energy, witnessing those corpses that have lived on in another form, he hired a top-notch medical team for research on evil spirits. Recently, Xue Jiang posted a high-priced bounty in the black market for young evil spirits. Though his exact intentions remain unclear, Chu Feng felt a twinge of unease. So why did you take on such a job? Given that you've awakened your abilities, you could easily join the Supernatural Bureau and live comfortably. Shanhua chuckled nonchalantly. Initially, I only wanted to cover my mother's medical expenses. After she passed, I aspired to earn money through my own efforts, like you, and help those in need. Chu Feng gazed at her intently, helplessly smiling. You really do learn the good and ignore the bad. Shanhua adopted a serious demeanor. Did I say something wrong? You truly are the best person I've ever met. Although your appearance and style are so unconventional, I know you are a good person. Chu Feng felt his heart skip a beat, and just as he was at a loss for words, he suddenly heard a soft chuckle from the corner. Hey bro, you're a good person. 5 minutes later, Chu Feng emerged from Shanhua's home, one hand gripping the unconscious bodyguard. Shanhua hurriedly followed, her face alight with excitement. Feng Ge, are we going to confront Xue Jiang now? Chu Feng cast her a calm glance. I will be going. Not us. Go back and get some rest. This is a man's business. You needn't pry. Coral stood outside the door, stunned, her gaze fixed on the tall figure gradually receding into the distance. After a moment, she regained her composure, swiftly closing the door and pressing against it, feeling her heart race while an involuntary smile crept onto her lips. What a man! You shall not escape. Chu Feng, frowning, marched towards the Xue family villa, gripping the bodyguard tightly. During the interrogation of the bodyguard, he received alarming news. Not long ago, Xue Jiang had discovered an ancient corpse that could automatically devour weak, evil spirits. Furthermore, after consuming the evil spirits, the corpse's shriveled organs began to revive, and new muscle formed on its surface. Xue Jiang's objective was to nurture the corpse, intending to dissect and analyze it once it reached its peak condition, in hopes of uncovering methods to rejuvenate blood and flesh. Pondering this, Chu Feng's brow furrowed in concern. In his worldview, there was little distinction between humans and spirits. If a difference existed, it was that one could commit crimes against spirits without facing legal consequences. Gallant man on the saddle, your might is formidable, and your steed gallops like a tempest. Chu Feng's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the ringing of his phone. Upon checking, he found it was Chan Guoqiang. Hello? Xiao Chu, where are you? Something serious has happened at the Xue family villa. It must not concern you, right? Chu Feng's expression darkened. What does it have to do with me? I'm on my way there. What's the situation? Chen Guoqiang's anxious voice crackled through the line. A high-level soul-devouring corpse has suddenly appeared at the Xue residence. All my bodyguards are dead, and this corpse seems intent on consuming me. We attempted to rescue twice, but were repelled both times. Damn it, isn't this playing with fire? I'll be there soon. Ending the call, Chu Feng took off running. When he arrived outside the Xue family villa, a throng of awakened individuals had already encircled the premises. Terrifying roars and wails echoed from within, instilling fear in everyone present. Chen Guoqiang and Chan Aoxue spotted Chu Feng immediately and rushed over, only to find him clutching a beaten bodyguard. Wait, isn't this one of the Xue family's bodyguards? How did he end up like this? Xiao Chu, I want to mention your dealings with spirits. But this is a human. Chu Feng shot him a sidelong glance, tossing the bodyguard into his arms. I'll explain later. Chu Feng squeezed through the crowd and charged into the villa. Chen Guoqiang frowned. This kid lacks discipline and organization. Xiao Xue, you must strengthen your oversight. Chen Aoxue shook her head, her expression complex. I don't think that will be necessary. Furrowing his brow, Chen Guoqiang asked, what do you mean? No, Xiao Xue, Xiao Chu is a good person. You wouldn't want to miss out on him. Taking a deep breath, Chen Aoxue replied, it may already be too late. He carries the scent of a woman's perfume. Inside the Xue family villa, anguished screams reverberated. What are you all doing? Hurry and get this thing off me. Hurry. I pay exorbitant taxes every year so you worthless fools can watch me die. You useless lot. Help me. I don't want to die. Get off me, you beast. Get off. At that moment, Xue Jiang lay sprawled in the center of the hall, his eyes bloodshot, limbs thrashing in desperation, unable to rise. A corpse? No. A soul-devouring corpse was pressing down on him. Its lower half had pierced into Xue Jiang's waist, siphoning his vital essence, if not for the copious black blood oozing from their connection. One might mistake them for conjoined twins. Although the soul-devouring corpse had developed new flesh, its features had long since degraded, resembling a fermented dough devoid of gender. While it devoured Xue Jiang's flesh and blood, it would occasionally lick his face with its crimson tongue. One cried out in agony, while the other laughed sinisterly, a bizarre scene that left the awakened individuals surrounding the hall grimacing. Despite Xue Jiang's invectives being infuriating, their duty compelled them to intervene. However, the soul-devouring corpse had awakened its intelligence. Whenever the awakened approached, it would threaten Xue Jiang with its sharp claws, instilling fear in them. Observing the helplessness of the awakened, the soul-devouring corpse opened its gaping maw, emitting a chilling chuckle. It relished this torment, ensuring Xue Jiang would not perish easily, all while deepening his terror. Only through this fear could it harvest the most vibrant of souls. At that moment, a towering figure emerged from the crowd. Yes, Brother Feng. Brother Feng is here. We're saved, Brother Feng. Think of a way. This soul-devouring corpse has taken Xue as its hostage, and we're powerless. Upon hearing this, Xue Jiang quickly lifted his head, despair morphing into a fierce will to survive upon seeing Chu Feng's imposing figure. Baldy, quickly save me. Get this thing off me. Chu Feng glanced at him, his brow slightly furrowed. What happened to those two little spirits from last night? Xue Jiang's expression stiffened. Then he gritted his teeth and cursed. What little spirits? What the hell are you talking about? Can't you see this thing on my back? Get it off me now. Chu Feng silently nodded, comprehension dawning. He stepped forward and pointed at the soul-devouring corpse, his voice low and steady. So, you think you're quite impressive. Don Tu? Kidnapping people now? From the moment Chu Feng appeared, the soul-devouring corpse eyed him warily. It sensed that this imposing man lacked any supernatural aura, indicating he was not an awakened one. Yet, his rugged exterior and piercing gaze made it feel inexplicably uneasy. As Chu Feng took 2 steps forward, the corpse tightened its grip on Xue Jiang's throat, muttering indistinctly, "Back off." Chu Feng scoffed disdainfully and stepped closer. You dare to touch him? Go ahead. Try it. A flicker of ferocity flashed in the soul-devouring corpse's eyes. Try it? Do you really think I'm afraid? Let us see. With a slight adjustment of its grip, it exerted a terrifying force, causing Xue Jiang's face to turn beet red. What the hell are you doing? Chu Feng ignored Xue Jiang's protests, regarding the soul-devouring corpse with disdain. Is this all you can do? What a joke. If it were me, I could twist his head off with a single move. Do you believe that? The contemptuous gaze pierced deep into the heart of the soul-devouring corpse, igniting its rage. In retaliation, it dislocated one of Xue Jiang's shoulders. Xue Jiang's scream echoed throughout the villa. Damn it. What are you doing? Hearing that wretched cry, the soul-devouring corpse grinned, casting a provocative glance at Chu Feng. Yet, the latter remained unimpressed, his expression laced with mocking disdain. Teske. Look at this, with such meager skills, you dare to show off? If I were you, I'd only dare to sit at the children's table during a feast. The soul-devouring corpse's rage ignited, its body trembling with fury as it glared at Xue Jiang. Enough. Enough of this humiliation, Xue Jiang. Feeling the corpse's fury, couldn't he help but shed tears. Can you please stop provoking it? I am begging you to be human. Chen Guoqiang rushed in, hastily approaching Chu Feng, his expression serious. Xiao Chu, please stop provoking the soul-devouring corpse. Xue Jiang's status is different. If something happens, I want to be able to explain it to the higher-ups. Seeing Chen Guoqiang's earnest demeanor, Chu Feng shook his head, then turned to Xue Jiang, his tone grave. I'll ask you one last time. Where are those 2 little spirits from last night? Xue Jiang gasped for breath, the excruciating pain saturating him with cold sweat. I think they were used to feed it. I didn't pay attention, and then this thing awakened its intelligence. Upon hearing this, the surrounding awakened individuals paled in shock. He raised this soul-devouring corpse? That is strictly forbidden. We sacrifice countless lives daily to combat these spirits, yet he nurtures them. What the hell are we protecting? Shut up. I'm not asking you to critique me, but to save me, Xue Jiang roared, glaring at Chu Feng with a twisted expression. I've told you. Hurry and save me. What are you waiting for? Are you after money? As long as you get this thing off me, I'll give you money. Enough to last a lifetime. Chu Feng's expression darkened, but after a deep breath, a strange smile played at the corners of his mouth. All right. Upon hearing Chu Feng's affirmative response, Chen Guoqiang finally relaxed, knowing that if this formidable figure agreed, success was assured. With that thought, Chen Guoqiang quickly issued orders. Prepare to rescue the hostage. As soon as he spoke, Chu Feng reached into his coat, revealing a 98K rifle. Seeing the legendary weapon that had once taken down an S-class ninja, Chen Guoqiang felt a surge of joy. But his smile quickly froze in place, for the extended barrel was aimed squarely at Xue Zhang's forehead. Xiao Chu, do not. Before Chen Guoqiang's words could finish, the gunfire rang out. Xue Zhang's skull was instantly shattered, and as he fell to the ground, the astonishment in his eyes had yet to dissipate. The Soul Eater, suddenly splattered with blood, stood there in a daze. The awakened individuals present gazed at Xue Zhang's lifeless body, their expressions frozen in shock, unable to regain their senses. They held no fondness for Xue Zhang. Yet they had always refrained from voicing their disdain due to his status and position. However, this villain had committed the very act that everyone had wished to do but dared not attempt. At that moment, a strident shout echoed throughout the villa. The hostage has been eliminated. Brothers, charge with me. The announcement stirred a wave of excitement, and the crowd, invigorated by the rallying cry, surged towards the Soul Eater with fervor. The Soul Eater, unaccustomed to such chaos, struggled to extricate itself from Xue Zhang's corpse. Just then, a powerful punch landed squarely on its face, sending it soaring away from the body, before it could rise. It found itself engulfed by a massive shadow. Crow, get on the plane. The force of the blow shattered a row of ribs, and the Soul Eater coughed up a mouthful of black blood. But the ordeal was far from over. The burly figure atop it rained down blows, leaving it disoriented and dazed. In a fleeting moment of clarity, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in its eyes. Recalling the harsh punishments at the county office, it realized that as long as they had a hostage, no one dared to act recklessly. The memories of galloping alongside hostages felt so innocent and pure. How had the world changed so drastically now? They were flipping the script, taking down hostages instead. How were the kidnappers supposed to survive in this new order? Before long, the Soul Eater succumbed to unconsciousness. Chu Feng, panting heavily, rose to his feet. Suddenly recalling something, he turned back, casting a cold glance at the bodyguard hiding among the crowd. The bodyguard trembled. What's wrong? Chu Feng furrowed his brow. Take me to your boss's laboratory. The bodyguard, his expression complex as he glanced at Xue Zhang's corpse, eventually nodded in agreement. Xue Zhang's secret laboratory lay within the basement of the villa's backyard. From the moment they entered the gate, a pungent smell of blood assailed their senses. The basement was dimly lit, with bodies strewn haphazardly across the floor. Following the bodyguard, Chu Feng finally located the cage, imprisoning the little ghosts deep within the labyrinthine space. The cage, adorned with various talismans, contained little ghosts who had clearly been frightened. Their expressions were vacant until they noticed Chu Feng's presence, at which point they snapped back to reality. Scanning the interior, Chu Feng indeed recognized two familiar figures. The little ghosts trembled uncontrollably upon seeing him. Mom? A monster. Save me, silence. Chu Feng's thunderous roar rendered the little ghosts pale with fear. Once they quieted, he spoke in a grave tone. Come with me, or die. The choice is yours. Tears of terror streamed down their faces, but ultimately, they chose to leave. Without further ado, Chu Feng grabbed a few available body bags from beside the cage, stuffed the little ghosts inside, and hoisted them over his shoulder as he made his way outside. Just as he stepped out, an irate voice called from beside him. Chen Aoshue wore a frosty expression, her brows tightly knitted. Reckless, impulsive. What are you doing? Chu Feng turned his head. What's wrong with me? You. Do you still think you're in the right? This is utterly irrational. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, Chen Aoshue angrily turned away. Chen Guoqiang waved his hand, glancing at the bags behind Chu Feng, and frowned. Why is there such a heavy aura of negativity? Are there ghosts inside? Chu Feng nodded. They are all captured by Xue Zhang to feed the Soul Eater. I'll help them pass on later. You needn't worry. Chen Guoqiang sighed deeply, speaking earnestly. This is not just a matter of concern. It's a matter of principle. Xiao Chu, you killed Xue Zhang just to save these little ghosts? Chu Feng shook his head. No, I shot him by accident and my aim was poor, and I just happened to hit him. Chen Guoqiang was left speechless. The gun was pointed right at his forehead, and you say your aim was poor? That requires no skill. And how did you manage to hit that nuclear ninja so accurately before? Chu Feng explained earnestly, it's different. When I shot that little ghost, I felt as if a beam of righteous light was guiding my aim. And I pulled the trigger instinctively. Chen Guoqiang shook his head in resignation. Forget it. I don't want to argue with you. I just want to tell you that Xuezhang's identity is anything but ordinary. Killing him in front of so many people will surely bring trouble from those behind him. In their conversation, Chu Feng learned that Xuezhang's background was indeed extraordinary. The Xue family's influence held significant sway throughout Huaxia. Although Xuezhang was the richest man in Linjiang, he was merely a peripheral figure within the family. By publicly killing Xuezhang, Chu Feng had undoubtedly provoked the authority of the entire Xue clan. Chen Guoqiang, with a worried expression, said, I'll think of a way to help you smooth this over. Chu Feng grinned. I thought it was a big deal, making me so anxious and no worries, I'll just slip away now. You can handle the aftermath. With that, he shouldered the 3 body bags and began to walk away. Watching his figure, which resembled a small mountain, Chen Guoqiang's frown deepened. After revealing the gravity of the situation, he noticed not a shred of concern or anxiety in Chu Feng's eyes. Instead, there was a hint of disdain and mockery. Impulsive. This guy is truly reckless. As Chu Feng made his way back to the factory, carrying the 3 body bags, he gazed up at the solitary moon hanging high in the sky, and his mind involuntarily conjured the image of Qin Aoshue's furious expression. What a lovely girl. What a pity she is ultimately not one of us. At that moment, a light voice called from behind, Boss, where are you going? Let me see you off. Turning around, he saw Shankai approaching on a pink electric scooter. What are you doing here? Shankai quickly rode up to Chu Feng, her smile revealing 2 adorable dimples. I had no choice. You broke down the door, and I had no money to pay for it. So the landlord kicked me out. Chu Feng looked down and noticed that she had packed all her kitchenware onto the scooter's footrest. But why did you come looking for me? Shankai feigned a pitiful expression. Wasn't it you who broke the door? Shouldn't you take responsibility? You left me without a place to sleep, so I had to come to your room. Seeing through her intentions, Chu Feng chuckled. That's not necessary. Little girl, I told you before, you needn't feel burdened about your mother's situation. I'm not asking for anything in return. Shankai shook her head seriously. It's not about that. Feng, good, I'm serious. Initially, I was still a bit hesitant, but after you took down that villain Xuezhang, I've made up my mind about you, Dao. Oh haha, you have no idea how handsome you were at that moment. Chu Feng could only smile wryly and shake his head. You might not know, but Xuezhang has a powerful background. Just now, our deputy director hinted that I might be in big trouble. Shansai's eyes sparkled with excitement. What is there to be afraid of? Fengge, if you really get caught, I'll bring you food. You can sit for a day, and I'll bring you meals for a day. Well, if it really comes to that, we can run away tonight, become a pair of bandits, and roam the world, fighting against the strong and helping the weak. Seeing Shansai's earnest demeanor, Chu Feng couldn't help but feel anxious for her. Have you watched too many Hongxing movies? Shankai shook her head, and noticing Chu Feng's helpless expression, she pursed her lips. I'm not joking. Feng Ji, Dio, you really feel nothing for me, if that is the case. As she spoke, Shankai lowered her head, tears glistening on her exquisite cheeks as they began to fall, looking utterly pitiful. If that is the case, then perhaps I'm just being overly sentimental. I'm sorry for bothering you. With her eyes slightly swollen from crying, Shankai looked up, only to find that the towering figure of Chu Feng had already run several hundred meters away. Hey, Chu Feng, are you still a man? Stop. At that moment, in an old residence in Beijing, an elderly man in his 70s sat with his eyes closed, frowning, while enjoying the gentle breeze brushing against his face. His right hand's 2 fingers lightly tapped on the tea table beside him, producing a rhythmic tap sound. If it weren't for the multitude of people kneeling before him, one might mistake the scene for a moment of leisure. These individuals, dressed in finery and exuding an air of distinction, included high-ranking officials from the Supernatural Bureau and business tycoons, many of whom were familiar faces frequently seen on screens. In the outside world, they were all prominent figures, but here, they could only kneel. Their faces etched with solemnity. Old master, this person publicly killed someone from our Xue family. We cannot let this go unpunished. I have thoroughly examined all the information regarding this individual. However, He is merely a team leader from the Supernatural Bureau. Old gentleman, allow me to handle this matter. The elder gently opened his eyes and weakly uttered, noisy. Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively lowered their heads. Noticing this, the elder turned his gaze to a young man in the front row and asked nonchalantly, Shuehong, if I recall correctly, your young girlfriend is in Linjiang, right? Go check on her and take care of this matter. The man referred to as Shuehong appeared to be around 25 or 26. With sharp brows and starry eyes, possessing an attractive countenance and a commanding presence that could drive countless young women into a frenzy with just a glance. What stood out even more was the SS Awakener badge emblazoned on his chest. Chapter 44, Brother Feng's garment rips, suddenly pressing down, fourth update. As the members of the Shui family departed, the high-ranking officials of the Supernatural Alliance finally convened. In the vast, desolate dining hall, the atmosphere was chillingly eerie. A long white table was positioned at the center, flanked by 10 figures of various forms, and upon closer inspection, 2 seats remained conspicuously empty. With manes like that of a horse, combs like a rooster's crown, scales like a serpent, and horns like a bull, none bore the semblance of a human. Their statures varied greatly, tall, short, stout, and slender, in stark contrast. The youthful woman seated at the end of the white table appeared relatively normal. Ghost Emperor, the leader began. Ever since the fourth was captured, these humans have increasingly disregarded us. Should we not take some action? Indeed, ever since that bald villain emerged, a significant number of human awakeners have transformed into his fervent admirers, all following suit to shave their heads, and those who capture us unleash a torrent of brutal assaults. It is utterly infuriating. This situation is urgent. The fourth should still be in the bald one's clutches, uncertain of his fate, while the fifth has been missing for far too long without a trace. The situation in Linjiang is even more dire. The ghostly populace dares not step outside, and the little ghosts are all emaciated. If this continues, they will truly starve to death. The Ghost Emperor maintained his cold gaze on his phone, disregarding the anxious urgings of his subordinates. The malevolent spirit, Zhanzi, the rancid-faced female ghost, Aunt Chu, and the reckless Master Ma were present. The last figure, though particularly unfamiliar, somehow struck a chord of familiarity within him. The bull-headed ghost exhaled a breath of foul air from his nostrils. There's no need to concern ourselves, boss. He possesses merely S-level strength, nothing to fear. The Ghost Emperor cast a frigid glance at the bull-headed ghost, and an instant chill swept through the room. The already darkened hotel plummeted to freezing temperatures. The bull-headed ghost swallowed hard, furtively averting his gaze. I didn't mean it that way, he stammered. With a cold smile, the Ghost Emperor solemnly stated, Zishu, Chonyo, Sishi, Sugo, and Haiju, I grant you 1 week's time to rescue the fourth. As for that bald one, he, along with Linjiang, shall be eradicated. The others, not assigned tasks, were free to accede. Understood. As soon as the words left his lips, the figures at the long table vanished from sight. Alone in the hotel, the Ghost Emperor gazed at his phone, a frigid smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Bald one, you are quite intriguing. If Chu Feng were present, his eyes would undoubtedly widen in shock. How could it be you? A sudden chill coursed through Chu Feng, and he glanced around warily. Who dares to insult me? Coral furrowed her delicate brows. Who would dare insult you? It's utterly annoying. Unlike me, who only feels pity for Gigi. Chu Feng's skin crawled, and he grimaced. Let's speak sensibly, sister. Let us maintain decorum. By the way, this is my factory. Are you certain you wish to enter with me? Coral nodded earnestly. Of course. I've declared that I'm devoted to you for life. You cannot escape. Chu Feng sighed deeply. Though this girl often rambled nonsensically, he had discerned her kind heart during their previous gaze. It was precisely for this reason that he agreed to bring her into the factory, revealing his deepest secrets to an outsider for the first time. All right, but be prepared for what lies ahead. Upon hearing him relent, Coral joyfully leapt off the electric scooter, clutching her belongings as she made her way into the factory. Eagerly, she kicked open the door, exclaiming, Hello, everyone. I am Coral, your future boss. A collective gasp filled the room as over 40 pallid-faced ghosts turned to stare at Coral, their expressions devoid of emotion. Without elaborating on their severed limbs, some of the thuggish individuals bore bloodied cleavers embedded in their skulls, while even the disheveled ones were listlessly toying with their own eyeballs. Coral's expression instantly froze, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chu Feng hurriedly rushed in, clutching a body bag, only to hear the chilling notification from the system echo in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest. All abilities have been doubled, and rewards are being distributed. This time, the task's rewards were markedly different. As the notification resonated, Chu Feng felt every cell in his body come alive. His muscles rapidly swelled, tearing through his denim attire in an instant. His body expanded like a balloon, on the verge of bursting, only to rapidly deflate again. After enduring such tumult, his skin had shed several layers. Rewards have been fully distributed. Main quest triggered. Absolute obedience. Quest description. As your influence grows, rebellious elements will inevitably emerge within your ranks. Go forth, subjugate them, and strip them of their ability to think, rendering them your sharpest blade in the world of Jianghu. Quest objectives. Enslave the malevolent ghosts to labor, with a minimum workday of 18 hours, and ensure that 50 ghosts accumulate a total of 18,000 hours of work within a month. Quest rewards. Passive skill, 100% counterattack. Chu Feng crouched on the ground, panting heavily. When he finally rose, he was infused with explosive power, his joints emitting the distinctive creaking of metal gears in motion. Is this what strength feels like? Why are you all staring at me? Just as he was about to celebrate his newfound might, he noticed the malevolent spirits gazing at him with varied expressions. I swear, this young man is impressive. Winky face, so magnificent. Chapter 45. Worse than beasts, 5th update. Upon witnessing the scene, Chu Feng felt a sense of foreboding and, in a panic, glanced around before shoving Huang Deheng, who was guarding the door, in front of him. Huang Deheng was taken aback. This is not permissible, director. This cannot be. Silence. Chu Feng's face flushed red as he chastised, pushing old Huang aside as he dashed into the small room. The ghosts exchanged amused glances, realizing that even a tough guy could feel bashful at times. Brother Feng is still too young. If I were him, I would definitely cover my face. Come on, if you were Brother Feng, you wouldn't need to cover anything because no one would notice. What the hell? Aunt Chu, what is wrong with you? Hearing this, all the malevolent spirits turned their attention to Aunt Chu, who, unlike the others, maintained a somber expression, glancing intermittently at the fainted Coral and then towards the small room. Chu Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his rising anger, and stepped outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. He opened the door. Frowning, what do you want? Aunt Chu fixed her gaze on him. Chu Feng, you scoundrel. You previously told me that you would only love me. What is this woman doing here? The room erupted in an uproar at her words. Wait, they have such a mysterious past? Judging by Aunt Chu's expression, it seemed she was not joking. How despicable. Even Aunt Chu is a scoundrel. Isn't it forbidden to have relationships on the assembly line? How did they end up together? Chu Feng and Aunt Chu both turned abruptly. Shut up, silence. The malevolent spirits trembled, returning to their work. Noticing this, Chu Feng turned to Aunt Chu, who was visibly trembling with anger, and quickly explained, No, Aunt Chu, I admit that I did use some means to persuade you to join the factory, but I never claimed that I loved only you. Tears streamed down Aunt Chu's cheeks. When you held me back then, you certainly did not say that. The spirits abruptly looked up, only to meet Chu Feng's furious expression, causing them to lower their heads once more. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng raised 3 fingers. I swear, if I truly said that. Before he could finish, Aunt Chu pressed her hand against his mouth, her face filled with disappointment. There's no need. It's just that I was too foolish. All right. Foolish enough to still think of you. Fearing that your oath might bring down a lightning strike. Woo-woo. With that, Aunt Chu covered her face and dashed back to her workstation, sobbing like a little girl. Chu Feng blinked in confusion. What on earth just happened? Did I really say that? No way. With a gentle pat on his gleaming head, he cast a glance at Aunt Chu, then looked over at Coral, who was sprawled by the entrance. Fearing for her safety, he decided to move her back to her room before anything else. After witnessing the door to Chu Feng's room close, the gathering of spirits exchanged complex expressions. Gazing at Aunt Chu, please stop crying. That scoundrel is not worth your tears. In this vast world, one cannot expect a person to be devoted to just one. Hush, To speak candidly, though Chu Boss is a decent man, he is rather unappealing in appearance. Cheer up, Aunt Chu. Our factory is filled with handsome fellows. Any one of them is more charming than Chu Boss. You could easily find someone else and leave him green with envy. Ridiculous! Aunt Chu suddenly lifted her head, her face flushed with indignation as she glared at the grouped eye in our factory. Not even all the men in Linjiang combined could compare to him. The spirits collectively gasped in disbelief. If you claim that not all the men in Linjiang can best that bald head, I might believe you, but handsome? Are you serious? Wasn't he the one who got hit in the mouth back then? Yet his eyes remain intact. How can you say he's blind? They then noticed Aunt Chu's expression, which was filled with a complicated longing as she gazed toward the room. You don't understand how truly handsome he is. He radiates a captivating red aura, his eyes brimming with tenderness, his every gesture exudes romance, and when he whispers sweet nothings. Oh, my heart! As they witnessed the blush creeping onto Aunt Chu's cheeks, the spirits shuddered. That smile could scare a dog to death. Tender, romantic, and he can even speak sweetly? What does that imply? That the current version of him is a fade. Indeed, if he weren't a bit fierce. How could he manage you all? Aunt Chu instinctively nodded, but then suddenly covered her face in embarrassment. Oh no, I let something slip. How dreadful! The spirits exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from disbelief to concern. In a corner, old Huang remained solemn, attentively observing Aunt Chu's every move. After a lengthy pause, he nodded thoughtfully and quietly pinned the character read in his notebook. The following morning, in a haze, Chu Feng sensed a pair of eyes glaring at him with intensity. Startled, he opened his eyes to find Coral sitting at his bedside, staring at him with a mournful expression. What do you want so early in the morning? Let me make it clear. Nothing happened between us last night. So don't even think about it. You missed such a golden opportunity, you beast. With that, Coral stormed out in a flurry of shame and anger. Chu Feng blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, the phone rang. Hello? On the other end, Chen Guoqiang's heavy voice came through. Xiao Chu, someone from above has arrived. Chapter 46. A new official's 3 fires of reform during the call with Chen Guoqiang. Chu Feng learned that before dawn, individuals from the Xue family had already arrived in Linjiang. They quickly convened a high-level meeting, citing mismanagement as the reason for the immediate dismissal of several senior officials from the Paranormal Bureau, including Zhang Qingshan and Chen Guoqiang himself. Not only did Xue Hong personally assume the role of acting bureau chief, but he also specifically requested Chu Feng to take over as deputy director. Xiao Chu, he likely intends to undermine you publicly, so be cautious and try to be polite, Chen Guoqiang advised. Chu Feng nodded in acknowledgement, his brow furrowing. As the Xue family moving this quickly? No sooner had he uttered those words than the phone rang again. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was a number from Beijing. Upon answering, a deep and authoritative voice resonated. Hello? Is this Chu Feng? Chu Feng furrowed his brow. I am your father. The voice on the other end clearly paused for a moment. Lowering its tone, I know you are Chu Feng. Let's skip the childish games, shall we? It's rather tiresome. Chu Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is tiresome, but I truly am your father. Silence enveloped the call, as if the person on the other end was struggling to contain their ire. Listen carefully. I am Xue Hong, the newly appointed director of the Paranormal Bureau and your superior. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. So, it's Director Xue? Now you understand. I am your father. The sound of the call disconnecting echoed in Chu Feng's ears, and he couldn't help but chuckle derisively. A mere bureau chief trying to assert authority over me. How amusing. It's quite clear he intends to target me, yet he still expects me to play nice. Meanwhile, in the office of the Paranormal Bureau, Director Xue Hong was seething, having just received a call that resembled something out of a farcical comedy. What kind of insufferable scoundrel is this? How can such a disgraceful character even join the Paranormal Bureau? Xue Hong, akin to a volcano ready to erupt, had veins bulging on his forehead as he vented his frustrations into the receiver before smashing the phone to pieces. Having meticulously planned how to deal with Chu Feng even before arriving in Linjiang, he found himself taken aback by the audacity of this rogue who refused to engage in rational discourse. Standing nearby, his aide, Xue Qiao, looked alarmed. Xue Hong was renowned as a paragon among the younger generation of the Xue family, powerful, knowledgeable, and refined, often referred to as one of the 4 talents of Beijing. Yet, upon his arrival, he exploded with rage. Young master, calm down. He's merely a petty ruffian. It's not worth your ire. Not worth my ire? Who dares insult me from childhood till now? Did you not hear him? Before he could finish, a series of knocks echoed from outside the room. Knock, knock, knock. Director Xue? Come in. Zheng Qingshan gently pushed the door open to find Xue Hong seated on the sofa, calmly reading a newspaper. Sunlight streaming through the window to illuminate his handsome face, still dignified and elegant, as if everything were perfect. Director, is everything all right? I just heard some commotion from the office and wondered if Chu Feng had offended you. Xue Hong smiled slightly, exuding composure. Oh, how could that be? He may be rude and unreasonable, but I am a man of higher education, so I shan't stoop to his level. Zheng Qingshan chuckled awkwardly at him. You're holding the newspaper upside down? Xue Hong replied, Speak plainly. Zheng Qingshan hesitated before stating seriously, Director Xue, regarding the possibility that Chu Feng is secretly raising malevolent spirits, I've already called to inquire. Xue Hong's brow arched. The Paranormal Bureau has strict regulations against anyone raising evil spirits for personal gain. Otherwise, the penalties are severe, ranging from imprisonment to the death penalty. Though Chu Feng had resolved many crises for Lin Jiang and held a high reputation, any violation of these taboos would render him a target. Xue Hong's plan was to systematically dismantle Chu Feng's image in the public eye, ultimately leading to his eradication, ensuring that even in death, he would bear the burden of infamy. And the outcome? Zheng Qingshan's brow furrowed. He claims there is no such thing. It was merely 4 concerned citizens passing by who intervened. Xue Hong narrowed his eyes, dismissing the notion with a wave of his hand. You can't take his word for it, concerned citizens? That's a child's play trick? Never mind, you needn't worry about it. I have already dispatched people to investigate. A flicker of anxiety crossed Zheng Qingshan's eyes. Xue Hong raised his hand to silence him, speaking firmly, There is no need for further discussion. As I said, I've already sent someone I trust it won't be long before we receive news. By the way, Director Zheng, I've only confided this to you. To avoid any conflict of interest, let us wait here together until we hear back. Huh? You've sent others too? Oh, all right, Zheng Qingshan replied with a forced smile before seating himself. He had long suspected that those 4 evil spirits were indeed linked to Chu Feng. Although the rules forbade raising spirits, he chose to trust him. However, if this man, who dedicated himself to Lin Jiang, were imprisoned for this, it would undoubtedly chill many hearts. Xue Hong maintained an air of calculated poise, reclining on the sofa while sipping tea, occasionally glancing at Zheng Qingshan's anxious demeanor, all the while suppressing a smirk. On this trip, aside from his aide, Xue Qiaoqiao, he had also brought along an S-class undercover agent, Xue Yi, an awakened beast transformation individual, possessed extraordinary insight. Any traces left by a suspect would be meticulously uncovered. And he believed Chu Feng would be no exception. The office of the director fell into a tranquil silence once more. As time ticked by, Zheng Qingshan grew increasingly restless, fidgeting and rubbing his hands. Noticing these subtle movements, Xue Hong couldn't help but smile. Before long, the sun had traversed half the sky above Lin Jiang. Observing the sunset casting its glow on the desk, Xue Hong's brows knitted slightly. Why is it taking so long? Is that rogue truly so troublesome? Just then, the phone on the desk vibrated suddenly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The faint sound made Zheng Qingshan flinch, and upon realizing Xue Hong was eyeing him with a smirk, he quickly forced a smile. Director, your phone is ringing. Xue Hong raised his lips in a triumphant smirk, picked up the phone, and jested, Understood. Thank you for the reminder, Director Zheng. I can only wonder if this will bring good news or bad. I sincerely hope it doesn't adversely affect Deputy Director Chu. After finishing his words, he connected the call and intentionally activated the speakerphone. Hello? What have you found out? No sooner had he spoken than a choked voice emerged from the other end. Hello? Young master, I've been kidnapped. That bald man wants me to work off my ransom here. Please come save me. I'm hiding in the bathroom while calling you. Before he could finish, a violent crash echoed from the other end, followed by a piercing scream from Xue Yi. Don't come over, young master. Save me, damn it. Still daring to ask for help? You lot, beat him. Ouch, be gentle, Beep beep beep. Xue Hong. Zheng Qingshan. Chapter 47I. For the family, Xue Hong maintained an elegant posture while answering the phone, yet upon closer inspection, one could see his body trembling subtly and swiftly, akin to a revved-up engine, with veins bulging on his forehead. Xue Qiaoqiao quickly cleared her throat. Young master, composure, composure. Xue Hong inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury within, forcing a smile. Director Zhang. Is this the hero of Linjiang you spoke of? Zhang Qingshan had not anticipated the situation would escalate to this level. Director Xue, please remain calm. There must be some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Very well. Let us hope it's just that. Xue Hong cast him a sidelong glance, preparing to call Xue Yi to ascertain what was happening. When his phone vibrated once more. This time, it was not a call but a video call. Connecting, both Xue Hong and Zhang Qingshan stared gravely at the phone screen, but upon seeing the image within, they instinctively took a step back. Hiss, what in the world is that? In the dim light, the cramped space revealed a round face dominating the screen, with one side swollen and the other bruised. Lips curled, dark circles under the eyes, and a head full of painful lumps, resembling a Buddha at first glance. Young master, it's me. Upon hearing this, Xue Hong gasped in shock. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Xue Yi, who had gone out on a mission. He had been thoroughly beaten. What had happened to that flowing mane of hair? Before Xue Hong could speak, a low voice emerged from Xue Yi's end. Oh, still calling you young master, huh? Xue Yi trembled, a flicker of terror in his eyes, raising his head to say, No, brother Feng, I didn't T-switch gears fast enough. Finishing his sentence, Xue Yi looked at the phone again. Xiao Hong, I need to tell you something. Xue Hong's body shook involuntarily, his eyes bloodshot as he grit his teeth. Fine, speak. Xue Yi took a deep breath. Listen well. I'm sick of you needing to beautify yourself even on video calls. Luckily, by a stroke of fate, Brother Feng pulled me out of the mire. Now, I am officially working as an assembly line worker in Brother Feng's factory. Here, I solemnly warn you, if you dare to send someone to cause trouble again, I will hunt you down, no matter the distance. What I said is from the heart, and I'll repeat it thrice. No one is threatening me. Absolutely no one is threatening me. Really not TT. Xue Hong's chest heaved. His breathing grew increasingly labored, his complexion shifting from red to green, then from green to purple, and finally to black. Chu Feng, I will surely kill you. Amidst his furious roar, his brows furrowed tightly, and with a sudden force, his right hand erupted in a blaze of fiery energy. Zhang Qingshan gasped in astonishment. Hiss! Is this the power of an S-level awakened individual? Terrifying indeed. Meanwhile, Xue Qiao's eyes widened in disbelief. I remember the young master awakened a light attribute. I didn't expect he would awaken a second attribute under such circumstances. Congratulations to the young master for breaking through the bottleneck. No sooner had she spoken than Xue Hong clenched his right hand around his left wrist, trembling as he squatted down. Young master, is this the new pose for showing off? Xue Hong spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, my 8848 just exploded. Quickly call a doctor. Zheng Qingshan, Xue Bai. Meanwhile, inside Brother Feng's textile factory, Xue Yi stared at the darkened screen, his lips involuntarily twitching. Earlier that afternoon, he had been tasked with an investigation inside the factory. Who would have thought that the bald man, just a moment before, had donned a flattering smile, only to knock him unconscious as soon as he entered? When Xue Yi regained consciousness, the sky had fallen. Faced with the sinister visage of Chu Feng and a host of thugs, he initially scoffed. He considered himself the top spy trained by the Xue family, confident in his silence. However, these individuals truly regarded him as less than human. With pepper spray, torture devices, and all manner of extremes, he had endured it all. Who would have thought that upon seeing Aunt Chu's smile, he would descend into a hallucinatory nightmare? Countless horrors relentlessly eroded his will, shattering his resolute spirit through layers of dreams within dreams. He had even contemplated ending it all, but at that moment, the loathsome bald man had rummaged through his wallet, pulling out a family photo, a malicious grin spreading across his face. What kind of monsters inhabited this factory? Hello? A gentle call pulled him back to reality. Xue Yi shivered slightly, wiped his nose, and forced a smile. Brother Feng, look, I've signed the Declaration of Loyalty. Can you let the brothers put down their weapons now? Chu Feng nodded, signaling the thugs to lower their bricks. All right, I'll ask you one last question. Tears streamed down Xue Yi's swollen cheeks. IVE revealed everything. Seeing his despairing expression, Chu Feng couldn't help but sigh in resignation. Don't be so nervous. I'm asking you, what are your plans for the future? Will you follow me? Or return to Beijing? Shui, in disbelief, asked. You will let me go? Chu Feng nodded. As long as you have a way to deal with Shui Hong, I can let you leave right now. Shui furrowed his brow, suspiciously asking, You've done this to me? Aren't you afraid I'll expose your secrets once I'm out? At that point, even if Shui Hong doesn't spare me, you certainly won't escape either. Chu Feng chuckled dismissively. The person who prioritizes family wouldn't act recklessly. Shui retorted bitterly, And you? Why are you doing this? At this juncture, you still dare to provoke Shui Hong. Do you truly think you can single-handedly oppose the entire Shui family? Their strength is beyond your imagination. Chu Feng scratched his head, glancing at the thugs behind him. Like you, I am also doing this for family, but unfortunately, in this family, there are no loved ones, only a crowd of lost souls. The door is right there. If you wish to leave, you may do so at any time. With that, Chu Feng turned and walked toward his small office, watching his carefree yet somewhat lonely figure depart. Shui found himself momentarily entranced. For some reason, even after being tormented by Chu Feng, he didn't harbor as much hatred as he expected. He'll regard the wicked spirits as family is absurd. Paper cannot contain fire. Fine. I'll just watch how long this scoundrel can last. At that moment, Shui had yet to realize that his decision today would lead him to witness the rise of a malevolent deity. And he himself would become one of Chu Feng's most loyal supporters. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Chapter 48. The engine roars. Brother Feng appears the next morning. The area outside the Supernatural Bureau was teeming with citizens. Each face bore an eager smile, all eyes fixed in anticipation on the podium. Today, they would witness the splendor of their idol at this press conference. As the time for the press conference approached, all cameras were trained on the red-carpeted stage. Noticing that Chu Feng had yet to arrive, Shui Hong, hidden behind the scenes, couldn't help but let a smile creep onto his lips. Since that guy isn't here, this is my stage to shine. With this thought, Shui Hong inhaled deeply, straightened his posture, and elegantly strode to the center of the podium. The sunlight cast at a perfect 45-degree angle illuminated his handsome profile, the breeze gently lifting his flowing hair. Hello, everyone. I am the newly appointed director, Shui Hong. The voice was deep and resonant, imbued with a magnetic quality, while the gaze was suffused with tenderness, tinged with a hint of sorrow that evoked sympathy. Everything seemed perfect. However, the scene was engulfed in an eerie silence. The citizens stared at him, their bewildered expressions reflecting a mix of confusion and inquiry, as if questioning the foolishness of his demeanor. What was most striking was the throng of over 1,000 people gathered below, nearly half of whom were bald, with the remainder sporting caps atop their bald heads. Can one even begin to fathom the sight of hundreds of bald heads basking in the sunlight? The rays not only illuminated the handsome profile of Shui Hong, but also glinted off their reflective domes, creating an almost blinding spectacle. As Shui Hong took to the stage, it felt akin to being dazzled by a multitude of glass reflections, reminiscent of a performance at Shaolin Temple rather than a formal press conference. Noticing the crowd's lack of response, Shui Hong cleared his throat and squinted as he spoke. Upon my arrival in Linjiang, I acknowledge the areas where I have fallen short, and I kindly ask for your guidance. A wave of perplexity swept through the audience. Is this person unwell? He is the director now, yet he seeks our counsel? If I had that capability, I would be the director myself. Voices murmured in disbelief. Have you noticed how stiff his face looks? Surely he must have had work done. Meanwhile, someone pondered aloud. Where's Brother Feng? I practically fought for this entry ticket. If he doesn't show up, it would be a tremendous loss. Shui Hong's smile began to stiffen as he contemplated how to alleviate the awkwardness when a thunderous roar of engines echoed from a distance. Vroom, vroom. Everyone turned in astonishment to see a motorcycle, a sleek beast of a machine, weaving through the streets. Clad in that signature denim vest, the exposed muscles gleamed under the sunlight, radiating a metallic luster. The corners of his mouth curled into a menacing grin, his eyes sparkling with mischief and arrogance. The combination of muscle and metal created a visual explosion that ignited the crowd. Feng, Brother Feng. This is too stunning. A palpable sense of exhilaration permeated the air, that suffocating aura, and those aggressive eyes. I feel as though his grip on the handlebars is tightening around my heart. How can there exist such a perfect man in this world? Hurry! Someone pinch me to bring me back to reality. I wish to catch another glimpse of Brother Feng. Brother Feng, my idol. I wish to bear your children. Observing the frenzied crowd and then glancing at the rapidly approaching Chu Feng on his motorcycle, Shui Hong was utterly dumbfounded. Are you all blind? This is what you call handsome. This is perfection. If you were to examine his features separately, you wouldn't even recognize him as human. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng's motorcycle halted beside the podium, and he ascended the stage, casting a cold glance over the audience. Comrades, your efforts are commendable. The crowd erupted into raucous applause. Bravo, bravo. Ascend to the heavens. Everyone, be quiet. All right, Feng just looked at me. On the side, Shui Hong's mouth twitched, yet he still managed to muster an elegant smile. Seeing that Deputy Director Chu had won the hearts of the public, he felt a genuine happiness for him. Chu Feng shot him a sideways glance. What are you so pleased about? Shui Hong's face flushed with anger, yearning to land a punch on the face of this scoundrel, but upon inspection, he feared he might not reach. After taking a couple of deep breaths, he composed himself and forced a stiff smile as he addressed the audience. Now that Deputy Director Chu has arrived, we shall officially commence the press conference. In light of Lin Jiang's current circumstances, I will present the following analyses and plans. As he spoke, his brow furrowed deeper with each point he made. This was a speech he had painstakingly crafted through sleepless nights. It was meant to stir the literary world, at the very least, to be inspiring and fervent. Yet, the audience remained utterly unresponsive, their adoring gazes fixed on Chu Feng, leaving him feeling utterly disrespected. Finally, summoning all his strength, Shui Hong shouted, I firmly believe that with the collaborative efforts of the Supernatural Bureau and our esteemed citizens, Lin Jiang will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. The room fell silent, echoing only with the remnants of his words. Ascend to new heights. In that moment, Shui Hong felt a sting at the tip of his nose and a bitterness in his heart, yet his elegant smile remained unwavering. Now, I invite Deputy Director Chu to share a few words with us. Deputy Director Chu, you were informed of this press conference a night in advance, so I trust you have prepared a speech. He gestured to the audience, whose spirits were soaring. Please do not let our citizens down. Chu Feng glanced at him, then seized the microphone. Observing the hopeful eyes of the crowd, he frowned and pondered for a moment. He speaks the truth. The audience gasped momentarily, then erupted into thunderous applause. Well said. No wonder you are Brother Feng. Did you see that? What does it mean to be both scholarly and martial? I never dreamed that beneath such a rugged exterior lay such a delicate heart. Truly, he is the locomotive of all Lin Jiang. The crowd cheered, Brother Feng. We will follow your lead. The entire nation stands ready. To face the demons, Shui Hong stood there, his gaze vacant. What is happening? Why are you all so moved? I spent an entire night crafting those policies. Why does his simple affirmation transform them into his own thoughts? As he was on the verge of breaking down, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression turned serious. Hello? All right, understood. Hanging up, he frowned at the raucous crowd. May I have your attention, please? Brother Feng is amazing. Long live Brother Feng. If it weren't for Brother Feng, we would be lost in the abyss. Brother Feng, what kind of hair product do you use? Shui Hong noted Chu Feng's face had turned a shade of deep red in exasperation. All right, everyone, quiet down. The crowd fell silent in an instant. Shui Hong took a deep breath. I just received notification of a powerful surge of malevolent energy heading towards Lin Jiang. Wherever it passes, vitality is extinguished, and the chilling aura has altered the weather along its path. The precise cause remains unknown, but it is highly likely we are facing an onslaught of malevolent spirits. At these words, the jubilant citizens fell into a hush. Spirits? A horde of spirits? Tens of thousands? Not entirely. It is said that when formidable spirits congregate, they can alter the very fabric of reality. Since the eruption of malevolent energy, there has only been one prior instance of such a horde in the nation. Why has it returned? And why to Lin Jiang? What shall we do? Tens of thousands. Just as anxiety gripped the crowd, a shrill laughter erupted from the podium. They looked up to see Chu Feng's menacing grin, and suddenly, a glimmer of hope flickered in their eyes. What is there to fear? We have Brother Feng with us. Trust in Brother Feng for eternal life. Shui Hong interjected. Indeed, you're right. We have Deputy Director Chu here. Deputy Director, what is your plan for this situation? If we retreat now, it may leave our citizens disheartened. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. Retreat? How cowardly! Xue Hong's face flushed crimson as he retorted, during the last spirit horde, 3 cities were transformed into domains of darkness overnight, resulting in nearly 1 million casualties, including 3 SS-ranked awakeners. If you do not act swiftly to organize an evacuation, the entire city will perish. Chu Feng shot him a sidelong glance and snatched the microphone. I trust you all heard this fool's words. Those who wish to leave may do so immediately. Those who wish to stay, follow me, Chu Feng, to defend this place. Skepticism rippled through the crowd. Brother Feng, it's not that we don't believe in you, but the threat of a spirit horde is simply too terrifying. Do we have a plan? To be honest, Linjiang is my home. I truly do not wish to leave. Chu Feng smiled broadly. A plan? There is no plan. I can only tell you this. The weak fear the strong fear the invincible, and the invincible fear those who are reckless. When you throw caution to the wind in a matter, success becomes a mere formality. Even in the face of malevolent spirits, the same principle applies. I urge you all to muster your courage, for if you flee once, you will flee again and again. Evading the challenge will only render you a coward, and you will forever miss out on the exhilarating feeling of triumph over evil. Moreover, even if the sky were to fall, there would be a tall person to hold it up first. Unfortunately, I stand at 2 meters and 15 centimeters. If anyone is to fall, it shall be I who falls first. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of fighting spirit gradually emerged in the eyes of the crowd. No longer anxious, no longer evasive. Brother Feng is right. This time I could escape, but what about next time? Or the time after that? Until there is nowhere left to run, damn. With Brother Feng here, what is there to fear? My ancestors have lived in Linjiang. If I were to flee, wouldn't I be scolded in their dreams? Damn! I vow to share the fate of Linjiang. I vow to share the fate of Linjiang. As more and more people raised their fists and shouted, Xue Hong's brows furrowed into a character. Have they gone mad? Chu Feng, do you truly intend to lead an entire city to their demise? Chu Feng glanced back at him. What if it actually works? Xue Hong, disregarding his image, gritted his teeth and cursed. What if? You talking about the lives of over 100,000 people. Beside him, Xue Qiao hurriedly stepped forward and whispered in his ear. Young master, stop wasting breath with them. I have already arranged for a plane. Let us leave first. Young master, you are the eldest son of the Xue family. There is no need to fight desperately in a place like this. After saying this, Xue Qiao pulled Xue Hong down from the podium. Just as the two were about to get into the car, they suddenly heard Chu Feng's mocking voice not far away. You came here all full of vigor, and less than 2 days later, you planning to sneak away in disgrace. With this kind of character, do you think you are worthy to be my opponent? Xue Hong's body stiffened, and when he looked back at Chu Feng, a glint of cold light appeared in the corner of his eye. You dare. Before he could finish his sentence, a more piercing voice rang out from the crowd. You dare to glare at my brother Feng? Do you believe I want to gouge your eyes out? Get lost. For the sake of survival, don't lose face. With that delicate skin, who do you think you are? Let me tell you a joke. I am the newly appointed director of the Supernatural Bureau. Xue Hong. Ha ha ha. Listening to the various mocking voices, Xue Hong could not stop trembling all over. His fists were clenched tightly, making a sound akin to popping beans, but under Xue Qiao's tugging, he still got into the special car. On the way to the airport, Xue Qiao glanced at Xue Hong's cold expression and couldn't help but sigh. Young master, aren't we going to pick up Miss Chun? Xue Hong silently shook his head. His gaze tinged with helplessness. He had sought out Chen Aoxue the very night he arrived in Linjiang, but when she looked at him, there was no hint of surprise or joy in her eyes. Only a face full of vigilance. We have long since severed ties, and I hope you do not harm Chu Feng and Linjiang. It was precisely because of this statement that Xue Hong became even more displeased with Chu Feng. Hence he targeted him deliberately. Yet the result? Xue Qiao frowned and comforted. Young master, do not dwell too much on this. The world is not just made up of her. You are so outstanding. Countless women are waiting in line for you. Also, do not take the ghost tide to heart. Don't you remember what the old master said before he left? Our purpose in coming here is to kill Chu Feng, and Linjiang must pay the price with him. Now that we have encountered the outbreak of the ghost tide, we can accomplish our task effortlessly. How wonderful! Xue Hong sighed, his expression blank. Turn around. Xue Qiao's face stiffened. Turn around. Where to? Back, to resist the ghost tide. I do not wish to suffer from gossip. What? Shui Qiaoqiao's eyes widened in disbelief. No, young master, at this critical moment, why do you care about them? That was Chu Feng deliberately provoking you. A tactic to bait you. Shui Hong sighed helplessly. I know, but who told me I am a Shui? The family has given me glory, and I must bear the corresponding responsibility. I can die, but I cannot bring shame to the Shui family. This death is precisely what is required. Chapter 50. The Old Man and the Dog. A surge of powerful ghostly energy swept toward Linjiang, turning towns to ruins along its path. Countless innocent lives transformed into ghostly beings, joining the army of evil spirits. Just 100 miles from Linjiang, their numbers had already reached tens of thousands. But at that moment, all the ghostly beings suddenly halted. Everyone was taken aback. A man clad in a tattered black cotton coat appeared at the checkpoint. Two soldiers from the Supernatural Bureau frowned and approached. You, what are you doing here? The man had a long face, covered in grime. With a black spot on his nose, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Greetings, officers. My name is Su Shi. I originally lived in the countryside. But with the ghost tide approaching, I thought I might come to the city to take refuge. One soldier cast a suspicious glance at him, extending his sensing ability, a faint beam of light descending upon the man. Checked. No ghostly energy on the surface. You may enter. By the way, do you need me to take you to the relief station? The man grinned. No, I've been here twice before. I know the way. With that, the man walked straight past the checkpoint, an inexplicable smile creeping onto his lips. Su Dog, an SS-class evil spirit. As long as he wished to conceal it, these low-tier awakened ones would never be able to perceive the ghostly energy on him. At the same time, he was the strategist and intellectual pillar of the Supernatural Alliance. In his eyes, the capture of the rabbit was not an accident. Although he had not yet come into direct contact with Chu Feng, he knew from the laments of Linjiang's ghostly companions that this fellow was not only powerful but also quite clever. Hastily approaching would yield unpredictable outcomes. To ensure a stable capture of Linjiang, he proposed that the other 4 ghostly agents gather the surrounding spirits while he himself infiltrated Linjiang to gather intelligence and act as an informant. Now it seemed that everything was proceeding smoothly. Upon entering Linjiang, Su Dog carefully observed his surroundings, and soon his brow furrowed. It was already deep night. Yet the streets were still brightly lit, bustling with life. People were eating barbecues, shopping, and watching movies. It was a lively scene. As if everyone were reveling in the nightlife. Shouldn't there be a curfew? What is going on here? With such questions in mind, Su Dog turned his gaze to an elderly woman selling pastries. The old lady had a kindly face, pushing a small cart, her steps unsteady, calling out as she sold her wares. Business was not good. Su Dog had been observing her from the shadows, and upon seeing her push her cart into an alley, he hurriedly followed. Granny, I'm from out of town. Can I ask you something? The old lady seemed to have poor hearing, frowning with her white brows, asking, Do you want to buy some cake? 50, okay. Su Dog smiled wryly. No, I'm not looking to buy cake. I want to ask you something. The old lady chuckled helplessly. I thought you wanted to buy cake. Sigh, not a single one sold all night. I am getting old. My hearing isn't what it used to be. It's no good, young man. You look pale and thin. Haven't you eaten for a while? Come, let Grandma give you something to eat. Su Dog initially intended to refuse, but facing her loving gaze, he felt a pang of reluctance. This world still has many good people. Perhaps I shall spare your life when Linjiang falls. With that thought, Su Dog quickly accepted the cake and began to swallow it greedily. I must say, the old lady's craftsmanship was excellent. One bite was reminiscent of childhood flavors. The old lady smiled kindly. Young man, is it delicious? Su Dog nodded, touched. It's delicious, thank you, Grandma. The old lady shook her head with a smile. Oh, no need to thank me. That LLB 13,000. What 13,000? The old lady grinned, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth. The cake. You ate that piece, 13,000. Will you pay by card or cash? Su Dog stood there in bewilderment, scratching his head. No, Grandma, let me clarify. I remember you offered to give it to me. Right? The old lady frowned. I did offer you some, but I never said I'd give it to you for free. That's why I kept emphasizing no need to thank me. You young people are so funny. If I give you something to eat, do you think I'm giving you the moon? Su Dog blinked, finally coming to his senses. Fine. Let us say I bought it. But is this cake encrusted with gold? 13,000 for a small piece. Damn. I remember clearly that you said it was 50, with a disdainful half covering of his mouth. I said that. 51 for two. Clearly priced. That piece you ate is several pounds heavy. Oh dear. After all that, you don't mean to say you can't afford more than 10,000, do you? Su Dog took a deep breath. The task was pressing, and he couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He pulled out his phone and scanned the QR code on the cart. Ding, payment successful. All right, the money has been paid. Old lady, remember this. Don't let me catch you. Did you hear? Don't let me catch you. Just as Su Dog was about to leave, he was suddenly grabbed by the old lady. Wait, young man, is your eyesight poor? Why are you scanning someone else's payment code? Did I say the QR code on the cart was mine? Su Dog was left speechless with laughter. You old hag? If the payment code isn't yours, then why is it on your cart? Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't seek your own death. The elderly lady blinked her eyes. For it was my old companion. The hound could no longer contain itself, trembling uncontrollably, its yellowing teeth falling away to reveal sharp fangs, fixed on the old woman with its glowing green eyes. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? The elderly lady instinctively took 2 steps back, her trembling finger pointing at the hound's head. You? Are you a ghost? The hound stepped onto the pushcart and provocatively snatched a piece of cake. Taunting, got it? Isn't it money you want? Here, take it. The elderly lady scrutinized him for a moment before unfastening the old mobile phone hanging around her neck. Wait a moment, please. I'm making a call, the hound. Hello? Supernatural Bureau? Listen, there's a malevolent spirit consuming the cake you developed, and yet it remains unharmed. Yes, yes. The cake made with that poison, the red date flavor, indeed. Just had another piece moments ago, and now it's flaunting itself before me. When will you arrive? Don't worry, I've lured it into our alley. I will definitely stop this little brat. The hound's eyes widened as it looked at the cake in its hand, trembling uncontrollably. Cursed humans. You're doomed. Gug-gug-gug. Before the hound could finish its words, a sharp pain surged through its abdomen, forcing it to bend over. Just as it was about to endure the agony and confront the old lady, the massive iron gate behind her creaked open. 5 burly men, resembling the azure dragon and white tiger, emerged, wielding steel pipes and kitchen knives. Upon seeing the hound, which was gritting its teeth, they all revealed fierce expressions. So, you're the one who eats cake without paying, huh? Chapter 51. A solo by the riverbank by the bank of a small river in the countryside. The hound, bruised and battered, squatted by the water's edge, staring vacantly at the bright moon above, playing a sorrowful tune alone. Pooh-pooh. Schwa schwa schwa. The entire night passed, transforming the thick into thin, the thin into clear. You sellers of cake, mark my words, I shall never let you go. Never, woo-woo. Recalling the benevolent smile of the old lady, the hound's last stubbornness turned into 2 streams of tears. In the end, it was simply too young, still believing that there were good people in this world. $50 for a piece of cake. Food poisoning, extortion, intentional injury. Just one of these revelations could bring them to their knees. Yet, here it was, a ghost with nowhere to voice its grievances. Speaking of that cake, one could only wonder what it contained, for it had kept him occupied all night, expelling all the ghostly energy. Those ruffians were no simpletons either. Each of them wielded items imbued with spiritual energy. When that steel pipe came crashing down, it nearly knocked him senseless. Had he not rolled into a nearby sewer to escape, he might have been beaten to death by that gang of thugs. After escaping the city center, the hound's first instinct was to seek help from the local Supernatural Alliance via the 48 City website, but upon opening the page, the glaring headlines pierced his heart once more. A ghost friend lured an elderly human woman into an alley, intending to commit foul deeds, only to be brutally beaten by a gang of bald heads. We urge all netizens to heed this warning. Do not act rashly before the ghost envoy descends. I just saw an out-of-town ghost being pinned down and beaten by a group of people. How utterly humiliating. On the 5th day, shrouded in the shadows of bald-headed thugs, the weather was remarkably clear. Yet my heart felt exceedingly heavy. I was lying comfortably in my coffin, only for a group of ruffians to pry it open and drag me out for a beating. Woo-woo. Where is justice? Where is fairness? As he read, tears welled up in the hound's eyes, and he leaned against his knees, falling asleep. The next morning, a blinding ray of sunlight awakened the hound. His physical form had reached a state of soul and body unity. Fearless of the sunlight, squinting, he surveyed his surroundings. This long-lost sunlight is far warmer than the hearts of men. Damn it, I, a dignified S-class ghost envoy, almost fell into depression because of you lowly humans. No, I must pull myself together. I still need to expand the territories for the Ghost Emperor. I must seek revenge on that cake seller. And where's my phone? Damn, which scoundrel snatched my phone while I was asleep? The hound felt as if his lungs were about to explode with rage. Such vile acts, they were even more disgraceful than a ghost. Just then, a small head peeked out from a nearby patch of reeds. It was a chubby little boy of 8 or 9, adorably innocent. What are you doing here? Oh, are you here to take a dump? Looking at the rosy-cheeked child, the hound unconsciously swallowed. After squatting by the river for an entire night, he had expelled last year's stones. He was extremely hungry now, utterly drained and weak. In such a state, he might struggle against even a normal adult. Suddenly encountering such a plump little cutie was just the opportunity he needed. If he could devour the child, he could regain some strength and wait until nightfall to absorb enough ghostly energy. At that point, ha ha ha. The little boy furrowed his brows. Why are you laughing like that? Cursed! Is there something wrong with the soil and water around here? How can even a little kid speak so harshly? The hound forced a strained smile. Little one, my leg is numb. Could you lend me a hand? The boy hesitated for a moment, then frowned and asked, What's in it for me? The hound coldly chuckled inwardly. Indeed, humans are all greedy. Of course, if you help me up, I'll give you money. The boy immediately tightened his brows. Liar, you have no money. I checked. The hound replied, How about this? If you help me up and take me home, I will give you a substantial amount of money. Deal? The boy remained silent for a moment, but ultimately nodded. Fine. Who said we people from Linjiang aren't all living lay fongs? The hound thought, I sense you Linjiang folks are all living landmines. The hound. Finally, after the boy's persistent efforts, he managed to help the hound stand. After a bit of movement, he was able to walk again. The boy led the way, with the hound following behind. Uncle, are we almost there? After walking under the sun for a while, the hound felt increasingly weak, his complexion pale, cold sweat dripping from his temples. Yet, glancing at the pulsating artery around the boy's neck, he forced himself to keep moving forward. Almost there, just ahead. The boy followed the direction of the hound's finger and was astonished to see a dilapidated wooden cabin. This, uncle? Are you sure you live there? The hound smiled weakly. Yes, that's the place. Don't worry, uncle has money. Just take me there, and you won't be short-changed. The boy skeptically nodded and continued leading the way. Creak. The wooden door swung open, sending a cloud of dust flying, causing the boy to cough incessantly. Inside the dim room, only a pile of hay cluttered the floor, clearly not a place for human habitation. The boy then realized he had been deceived and abruptly turned around. Frowning. You tricked me? The hound no longer concealed his true nature, his eyes glowing ominously, revealing a sinister smile. Hee. You are still too young, boy. Have you heard of the Ghost Envoy's name? I am the SS-class evil ghost. Hound! As the words fell, the hound summoned the last wisp of ghostly energy within him, transforming his face into a ghastly visage. While this did little to enhance his combat prowess, it would surely invoke fear in the child. Thus, the hunt became much simpler. However, the boy's reaction left the hound momentarily stunned. You dare to trick me? The boy clenched his teeth, his body beginning to tremble, his eyes devoid of fear. Instead, they were filled with rage. He stared fiercely at the hound, the battle intent in his eyes intensifying, his body vibrating as if it contained a powerful engine. The hound's pupils gradually constricted. For some reason, he felt an ominous sense of danger from this little brat. As if he were about to transform into a super saiyan. You tricked me. The boy tilted his head and let out a childish shout. His hair did not transform into the wild spikes of a super saiyan. Rather, it fell limply to the ground due to his sudden movement. The wig. He had gone bald, yet had grown stronger. Gazing at the round little bald head, tears streamed down the hound's face. There's something wrong with the feng shui in Linjiang? What kind of talents are you people? Chapter 52. So young yet so judicious in the office of the director of the Supernatural Bureau, Xue Hong stared at the towering man before him. His brow furrowing, Chu Feng wore a stern expression, as if everyone owed him $300. To alleviate the awkwardness, Xue Qiao hurriedly stepped forward. Mr. Chu, would you like something to drink? Chu Feng nodded. Do you have coffee? Xue Qiao quickly nodded. Yes, I'll get it right away. Chu Feng nodded but then added, I won't drink it. Can you make tea? Xue Qiao forced a smile and said, I just happened to bring some exquisite Longjing tea from the capital. Please wait a moment. Chu Feng furrowed his brow and replied, I won't drink it. Do you have any beer? Xue Qiao responded, No, but I can go buy some. Chu Feng declared, I won't drink. Xue Hong interjected, What the hell do you mean? Before he could finish, Chu Feng thrust his gleaming bald head into Xue Hong's face and asked, Is there a problem? Xue Hong raised an eyebrow. Problem? What problem? Chu Feng took a deep breath and retorted, If there is no problem, why are you sitting in my seat? Do you really think this place is your home? Xue Hong clenched his teeth. Are you implying that I should step down? Do you wish to become the director? Chu Feng chuckled dismissively, then pulled out his phone from his pocket and tossed it in front of Xue Hong. No, this is the will of the people. Ever since you and your little assistant boarded the car to the airport, they have implored me to take over the Supernatural Bureau. Don't be too quick to get angry. Inside are words they wish to convey to you. You may listen, and then provide me with your answer. With a dubious expression, Xue Hong picked up the phone and pressed the play button, a deafening voice instantly filling the office. Idiot. Xue Hong shot to his feet, his eyes blazing as he glared at Chu Feng, gritting his teeth. Chu Feng, don't go too far. Chu Feng frowned. What's the matter? What are you staring at? Want to challenge me? Go ahead, if you hit me. What difference does it make if I'm overstepping? Want to fight? Have you ever harmed someone? Have you ever seen a corpse? Xue Hong gritted his teeth, his clenched fists trembling, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Ha! Chu Feng scoffed derisively, striding over to the director's desk and sitting down, lighting a cigarette as he said nonchalantly, This place is quite deep. You won't be able to handle it. Xue Hong inhaled deeply, a look of reluctance on his face. Why do you think I can't do it? Chu Feng glanced at him indifferently before turning his gaze out the window. Because you still have a way out. You can return to the capital, but I cannot. Though Lingjiang isn't much, it's my home, and I cherish everything about it. Good or bad, I adore this place and will fight fiercely to protect it. His calm yet resolute gaze, combined with his sincere words, made Xue Hong momentarily entranced by the sunset casting its glow on Chu Feng's rugged face. How infuriating. I've been duped again. Then if you take my position? What do you want me to do? Be the deputy director? Chu Feng scrutinized him from head to toe. You must be dreaming. You start from the bottom. I am a dignified SS-level awakened one. Xue Hong's eyes turned red with rage, about to explode, when a distinct roar of a tractor echoed from downstairs. What is going on? What have they brought over? Villager. What are you hauling? Wait, there's a hint of ghostly aura. Chu Feng frowned and headed downstairs. A bright red agricultural tractor was parked in front of the Supernatural Bureau building, surrounded by a throng of bald-headed individuals. Hey, Brother Feng is here. Clear a path for me. Chu Feng had become the spiritual leader of Lingjiang. Upon his arrival, everyone made way. Excuse me, Xue Hong intended to follow, but the bald heads immediately blocked his path, forcing their way in, drawing the ire of the crowd. Get out of the way! Xue Hong wore a stiff smile, silently shedding tears inside. The tractor was operated by an elderly man in his 60s, who was leisurely reclining with a cigarette, looking quite pleased with himself. Upon seeing Chu Feng emerge from the crowd, he approached with a young bald boy in tow. Comrade Chu Feng, good news. My grandson has captured an SS-level evil spirit. Please, take a look. The child was equally excited, gazing at Chu Feng with wide eyes. Brother Feng, I finally get to meet you. You're my idol. I want to be like you when I grow up. Chu Feng gently patted the little bald head, saying, To become a person like me? Well, that's commendable. At such a young age, you already have such ambition. Hearing the old man's words, murmurs spread among the crowd. Isn't this kid under 10? He captured an SS-level evil spirit? To meet his idol, he certainly goes to great lengths. Little one, it's commendable to shave your head, but honesty is key. Brother Feng wouldn't deceive you. The child pouted. I'm not lying. Just watch with that. The child yanked down the tractor's tailgate with a loud clank. Everyone turned their heads to see a dog tied up like a New Year pig, their expressions turning peculiar. This is an SS-level evil spirit? I remember the last S-level evil spirit we dealt with. It took us a lot of effort. This must be fake. Look, it has a shadow that. The dog instinctively turned its face to rest against the iron plate. Ha, misunderstanding. I'm just a D-level little ghost. My name is Wang Fuguwei. I live in... Hey, let us talk. No photos, please. Chapter 53. The sudden arrival of flyers inside the textile factory. AO2 looked at the battered figure beside Chu Feng with disbelief. His lips quivering. That you? The dog covered its face with one hand, instinctively turning away as it choked back tears. No, I'm Wang Fuguwei. AO2, heartbroken, clasped her hands over her chest. No, I know it's you. Dog, can you look me in the eyes like before? The dog inhaled deeply, trembling as it lowered its hand, tears of humiliation streaming down. Rabbit, I'm sorry. I truly cannot give you what you desire. Ha ha ha. It really is you, dog. How did you get beaten up like this? I heard you were captured by a child. Ha ha ha. Watching AO2 laugh uncontrollably, the dog's face twisted in anguish. You? Just then, a furious roar startled both ghosts. Enough! Are you two putting on a show with my salary? The crowd of ghosts turned around, confused. Salary? Is there such a thing? No. We were all abducted. I've never heard of any wages. Chu Feng's face turned dark. Cough, I misspoke. Are you two putting on a show? And you lot, not working, just loitering around. From the moment he stepped through the door, Chu Feng had maintained a stern expression. None of the employees were diligently working. Over 50 ghosts had split into two factions, showcasing their talents on their phones. Point one was exploding firecrackers in leather pants, while two others were showcasing an extravagant dance, and even Master Ma was performing unarmed strikes. Upon witnessing this, all the ghosts ceased their activities, nervously glancing at Chu Feng. Brother Feng, why are you so angry? Shanhu turned off the livestream and cheerfully stepped forward. Brother Feng, live streaming for PK is much more profitable than doing manual labor. You wouldn't believe how much we VE earned in just one day. Chu Feng took a deep breath. Did you instruct them to do this? Shanhu was taken aback and nodded silently. I see they have little to do, so I figured I should arrange something for them. Before she could finish, Chu Feng shook his head helplessly. Nonsense. After saying that, he turned and walked into his small office. Watching the closed door, the ghosts looked anxious. What now? The boss lady is only trying to do good for the factory. Ist this a bit unkind? Isn't it all for the sake of making money? We VE earned it through our efforts. Yeah, my pants are all torn. Why is Brother Feng angry with us? Everyone quiet. Shanhu scolded, wiping away tears defiantly. Only I can critique him. No one else can. Moreover, I could never speak ill of him. With that, Shanhu followed him. Seeing Chu Feng lying on the bed, she sat down beside him, filled with resentment. I just wanted to help you. If you dislike it, then you can manage it yourself from now on. I won't meddle again. Meddle? Their eyes met, both blushing. Chu Feng cleared his throat. Currently, with the surge of ghostly energy and rampant evil spirits, every industry is in disarray. Only by enhancing our foundational production can we change this situation. Live streaming is indeed profitable, but I believe if everyone becomes obsessed, how can this nation grow strong? I, Chu Feng, may not possess great abilities, but I wish to do my part, however small it may be. Shanhu's brows furrowed, but if it's like before, you won't earn much. Chu Feng rubbed his head, a gentle yet sinister smile appearing on his lips. I like money, but I hope it's clean. Otherwise, I have many methods. Seeing his adorably awkward expression, Shanhu couldn't help but chuckle. All right, no wonder I chose you. You know your limits. Brother Feng, are these your sincere words? Chu Feng let out a helpless sigh, a trace of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. How could I possibly comprehend these truths? They were merely words spoken to me by the officer before my release. Before he could finish his thought, Coral leaned entirely into Chu Feng's embrace. All right, I shall reluctantly forgive you, but remember, you are not to scold me in front of so many people again. Feeling the warmth in his arms, Chu Feng's breath quickened. What is this? Hold me tight. Chu Feng's grin stretched wide, nearly reaching his ears. Although I am tall and robust, I am indeed a novice in this regard. Just as Chu Feng was about to tighten his embrace around the delicate figure in his arms, he faintly heard a soft laugh coming from outside the door. Ift. Don't laugh. It's about to begin. Chu Feng's face instantly flushed crimson. What the hell? Upon opening the door, he found an unusual tranquility. All the employees were quietly seated at their stations, gazing at him with expressions of surprise. Boss Feng? Is something the matter? Why is your face so flushed? Did you have a quarrel with the boss lady? For the first time, and the last, Chu Feng took a deep breath, slammed the door shut, and had yet to utter a word when a series of loud knocks echoed from outside. Who on earth is it now? His enormous roar made the entire factory tremble. Yet there was no response from outside. Fuming, Chu Feng strode out and opened the door, only to find no one there, but a flyer plastered on the massive iron gate that read, Hong Langman KTV. Everything you desire is here. Tonight all services are half price. Chapter 54, Hero of Linjiang. After meals and tea, third update, the gathered spirits stared at the flyer on the table. Their expressions somber. We are in the outskirts, with only a few households around. Who would come here to post an advertisement? It's a scheme. A scheme indeed. In my view, it is highly likely that the malevolent spirits are provoking us. Boss Feng has been gaining momentum recently, and they must have set a trap to lure him out. I sensed it. There is no trace of ghostly energy on it. Could it be that you are being overly sensitive? This is merely an ordinary advertisement. It wouldn't be acceptable even if it were human. If news of our factory's situation gets out, we will be taken back by tomorrow. Chu Feng, observing the anxious expressions of the gathered spirits, slammed his fist on the table with a resounding thud. What is there to look at? Has it only been a few days of good fortune before these matters arise? I believe they have simply overindulged. We must eliminate this din tonight. Restore a healthy and harmonious society for the citizens of Linjiang. With that, Chu Feng stormed out alone, filled with indignation. Bang! Gazing at the firmly shut iron door, the spirits looked at each other with admiration. Boss Feng truly embodies the spirit of Linjiang, always taking matters into his own hands. He is indeed a blessing for the people. These humans possess not a shred of crisis awareness. What time is it? And they still indulge behind the scenes? Even I, a spirit, cannot bear to witness this. Did I just see a hint of excitement in Boss Feng's eyes before he left? Is he really going to the KTV at this hour? Upon hearing this, the spirits turned displeased faces towards Huang Deheng. Silence. Boss Feng has just taken a few steps, and you are already gossiping behind his back. He is exhausted. How can you speak such words? Old man, mind your words. I can see it clearly. Among all these spirits, your thoughts are the most depraved. Coral waved her hand dismissively. All right. Let's all refrain from saying too much. Old Huang means no harm. However, let us avoid such topics in the future. For the sake of maintaining a good influence, I trust him. Huang Deheng smiled sheepishly. Perhaps I was overthinking it. Meanwhile, in the staff dormitory of the Supernatural Bureau, Shuehong sat on his bed, gritting his teeth as he scrolled through his phone. After 2 hours of continuous scrolling, Chu Feng's post remained at the top of the trending list. Damn it. He's not as handsome as me. Doesn't he have as much money, lacks my status, and even has less hair than I do? Why do so many people like him? Knock, knock, knock. Shuehong furrowed his brow, sitting up straight while adjusting the desk lamp to cast light on his handsome profile. Come in. Xue Qiao entered with a look of delight, hastily shutting the door behind her. Young master, I have exciting news. The informant has reported that Chu Feng just entered a nightclub, and his smile was utterly lecherous. If we gather people to catch him now, his heroic image will surely collapse within just one night. His reputation in Linjiang will plummet. Shuehong frowned. Isn't that a bit excessive? Xue Qiao blinked in surprise. Young master, are you pretending in front of me? Shuehong shot her a sidelong glance, his lips involuntarily curling into a smile. Merely tarnishing his reputation in Linjiang is not enough. He must be embarrassed in front of the entire nation. Aren't you an ability user specializing in image projection? Go, broadcast everything he does inside to the live stream. Let the whole country watch him sway. Xue Qiao was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Young master, you're so wicked. I like it. Shuehong laughed, his body shaking with mirth. Those who pretend to be superior in front of me must perish. In a dimly lit private room at Hong Langman KTV on the outskirts of Linjiang City, 2 heavily made-up women sat on either side of Chu Feng, observing his tense demeanor and the beads of sweat rolling down his bald head, their brows furrowing in concern. Big brother, You aren't a first-timer at places like this. Are you? Yeah, with you acting like this, we wouldn't even know where to begin. Chu Feng's eyes were fixated on the scrolling letters on the screen, veins bulging at his temples as he unconsciously gulped. He was here to learn. Yes, to learn how not to be so nervous when facing girls. Back at the factory, things were supposed to smoothly progress with Coral, yet at the crucial moment, he felt a rush of blood and dizziness. If it continued, he might truly faint again, and it's fine. You all carry on, don't mind me. The woman on the left furrowed her brows, her expression complex. No, big brother, why don't you sing a song instead? The woman on the right even shook her lips. Yeah, my stockings are getting all messed up because of you. Huh? Chu Feng jerked his hand back as if jolted by electricity, awkwardly smiling. Right? Singing. At this moment, Chu Feng was unaware that a live stream named Hero of Linjiang, After Meals and Tea, had gone viral online, showcasing the very scenes of him at the KTV.as. People recognized Chu Feng. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. Isn't that the bald guy? Why is he partying at a nightclub, conquering the citizens of Linjiang by day, experiencing the local flavor by night? My darling is impressive. This is disgraceful, the moral decline of society. Is this the hero we admire? As a resident of Linjiang, I am truly pained by such occurrences. I cannot fathom the existence of such vulgar industries. What is their significance? Where is morality? Where is dignity? Where is the address? Chapter 55. The Snake, 4th update. It was now deep into the night. Yet nearly a quarter of the population of China was focused on the live stream titled Hero of Linjiang, After Meals and Tea. Half of the viewers were angrily condemning this so-called hero, while the other half feigned criticism, clutching tissues tightly, continuously cheering for Chu Feng. However, his performance was deeply disappointing. He truly picked up the microphone. Seeing this, friends familiar with Chu Feng muted their phones. I really want to live, live, for 500 more years. The high-pitched and convoluted singing suddenly erupted, leaving thousands of netizens bewildered. What is this? Is anyone there? Ah? Is anyone there? It's over. Barbecue. What was that sound just now? Why am I suddenly picturing my dad pulling out 7 wolves? Damn. My phone is connected to the speaker. The speaker is smoking. Huh? The speaker isn't broken? So it was my ears that were deaf. Thank goodness. Look quickly, both girls' hair is standing on end. Inside the private room, Chu Feng's eyes widened further. The 2 women turned pale, their expressions dazed, their long hair standing upright, practically glued to the ceiling. Wait, if singing could kill, wouldn't that be illegal? Just as Chu Feng hesitated over whether to call the police, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ghostly presence detected. Host's singing resonates, triggering skill. Lullaby. Simultaneously, a blinding flash of white lightning streaked outside the window. Boom. 2 bolts of lightning, as thick as wells, shot straight up, lifting the rooftop. The 2 women beside Chu Feng let out no more than a shriek before vanishing into the blinding light. In the blink of an eye, the once vibrant Hong Langman KTV transformed into ruins. Chu Feng sat on the leather sofa, gripping the microphone, clearly still in shock. Not only him, but even the viewers in the live stream were left speechless. What is happening? Did a single song just obliterate the KTV and achieve a double kill in the process? Soon, attentive netizens began to flood the screen with comments. This is a damned ghost KTV. We ve all misunderstood Brother Feng. He.s. actually here to exorcise ghosts. What did I say back then? Does Brother Feng's character even need to be elaborated upon? Damn, a bunch of mindless haters. I implore you all to show some decency. He's doing good deeds yet still gets criticized. Don't chill the heart of a hero. Oh, I actually doubted a local hero. I'm not human. At that moment, Chu Feng snapped back to reality, slapping his forehead in frustration. Damn it, it's my fault. My voice went too high. I startled even myself. Huh? Where is everyone? Where's KTV? What is going on? Hello? Is anyone there? Just then, a collapsed door panel nearby was suddenly lifted, revealing a figure gradually rising, towering at 4 to 5 meters tall, with disheveled hair, emerald green eyes, a body as thick as a water barrel, scales covering her entire form, and a blood-red snake tongue. She emerged as a snake. A huge snake. Holy crap! Look closely. She isn't even injured. That thick lightning didn't harm her. What level of evil spirit is this? I am an S-Class Awakened one, but even through the video, I felt chills when seeing those snake eyes. It's clear. She is definitely SS Class or higher. The figure was none other than Shi, an SS Class ghost envoy skilled in toxic arts. Upon witnessing the dismal fate of the Su Dog on 48 Tongqing, she hastily infiltrated Linjiang, transforming a dilapidated factory into a KTV using overwhelming ghostly energy, and allied with 2 local female ghosts to lure Chu Feng into drinking poison wine. Once he was poisoned, she would strike him down from the shadows. The plan was flawless. She was confident that no awakened being within her rank could see through her illusion until that terrifying lightning bolt appeared. It turned out that the one trapped in the illusion was me. Baldy, how did you see through it? You don't even radiate any spiritual energy. Her voice was as chilling as the air in a basement, cold and merciless. Chu Feng looked up, his brow furrowed, implying, "So it was all your deception?" A flicker of astonishment crossed Xi's eyes. "You don't know." Chu Feng dismissed her entirely, lowering his head as bulging veins surged like dragons over his hill-like muscles. The vouchers were a scam. The girl was a scam. The KTV was a scam. Isn't this just bullying an honest man? Noticing the abnormality in Chu Feng, Xi's eyes glinted with malice. She had studied Chu Feng's previous videos and conducted a meticulous analysis. Although his physical abilities far exceeded those of ordinary people, Shi firmly believed that such brute strength posed no threat to an SS-class evil spirit's life. Her plan was to swiftly end the fight before the 4 evil spirits arrived. With this thought, Shi charged out of the rubble, opening her enormous maw to attack Chu Feng. Arrogant bald head. Die. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Xi's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, she was already before Chu Feng. Just then, Chu Feng abruptly raised his head, his visage grotesque, resembling the most brutal of evil spirits. Lu Run, can you withstand this punch filled with fury? Chapter 56. Run, little girl, run. In the instant she locked eyes with Chu Feng, a terrifying sense of oppression cascaded down like an avalanche. His eyes bulged, bloodshot, his mouth stretched unnaturally to reveal 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. His facial muscles contorted, no longer blocky but linear, resembling thin steel bars welded onto his face. This was no longer a human visage. Chu Feng suddenly withdrew his right leg, bending backward as he retracted his right fist, launching it forward with tremendous force. Intentional, punch, boom. His fist, as large as a cooking pot, shot forth like a cannonball, the terrifying force seeming to shatter space itself. Sending a fierce wind howling, Shi was struck with horror, realizing that at such a speed, she had no time to evade. A crisp, cracking sound rang out as Xi's hardened bones shattered instantly, her rigid form snapping like a chopstick, her entire body flying away like a kite with its string cut. Humph! Not a single one capable of fighting, Chu Feng scoffed, kicking the massive snake head with disdain. Hey, don't play dead, huh? Before he could finish, Xi's eyes suddenly snapped open, flashing with a fierce light. Chu Feng felt a twinge of dread in his heart. Before he could react, he was ensnared by her enormous tail. After gaining the upper hand, Shi did not let her guard down, quickly rising to ensnare Chu Feng, leaving only his head exposed. Chu Feng struggled to break free, but the binding force was astonishingly strong, rendering him momentarily immobile. The cold snake skin against his body made him feel utterly repulsed. His eyes glowed with an eerie green light. What is the use of having such brute strength? Now, you've become my prey. As soon as she finished speaking, she revealed her sharp, venomous fangs and lunged at Chu Feng's bald head. Damn you, bald head. Struggle and die in my venom. Crack. The moment Xi's fangs met Chu Feng's skull, a searing pain surged through her, causing her to roll her eyes back. My teeth broke. This guy's head is still intact. Chu Feng also felt the sting from her fangs, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Damn it, if I can't beat you, I'll bite you. You think I can't?" As Chu Feng opened his bloodied maw, she felt an ominous premonition wash over her. In the next instant, 32 teeth pierced through her snake scales, embedding into her flesh. As she howled in agony, Chu Feng felt the binding force slacken slightly, using all his strength to break free, grabbing her hair and unleashing a flurry of punches. Black Tigress Heart Extraction, Tornado Devastation, Bear Paw Strike, Scorpion Palm. Cixi retreated step by step, while Chu Feng grew more emboldened. Just as Chu Feng soared into the air, preparing to declare victory with a crow sits on airplane move, he suddenly found his footing gone. Upon closer inspection, there lay only a massive snake skin beneath him. Looking around, he spotted a disheveled woman fleeing towards the city center. A grin crept onto Chu Feng's face, forming a sinister smile. Damn it, I was too serious and let her escape using the shedding technique. But can you truly escape from my grasp? Having sustained severe injuries, Cixi no longer possessed sufficient ghostly energy to maintain her combat form. Now, she resembled a frightened little girl targeted by a predatory uncle, frantically darting through the streets of Linjiang. After running for over 20 minutes, she finally paused in a park, glancing warily around before leaning against a green trash can. Damn it, what is this guy? That kind of power is beyond human capabilities. In that gaze, at that moment, a voice echoed in her ear. What is wrong with that gaze? Cixi tensed, scanning her surroundings warily, only to find the park completely empty. After years of being a ghost, this was the first time she felt such a bone-chilling sensation. Who is speaking? Suddenly, the lid of the trash can behind Cixi was pushed open, revealing a large head, Chu Feng's head. The same sinister smile, the same mocking gaze, the same familiar bald head. Was that gaze like this? Winky face. Cixi's piercing scream reverberated throughout the night in Linjiang. As she scrambled to her feet and fled towards the exit, observing her panicked retreat, Chu Feng's smile blossomed once more. Hee, run, little girl, run. That night, Cixi's footprints were scattered across the entire Linjiang city. No matter where she hid, that bald head would always surprise her. Hiding beneath a bridge, a bald head would suddenly emerge from the water's surface. Sneaking into a movie theater, a bald head would appear on the screen. The most humiliating moment came when she even sought refuge in the ladies' restroom, only to hear the mocking laughter from the adjacent stall. At this point, she was nearing the brink of collapse. All those grandiose notions of exterminating humanity, building a society for evil spirits, and resisting awakened beings without compromise were nothing but nonsense. All she wanted now was to completely rid herself of the terror that the bald head had inflicted upon her. With that thought, Cixi finally picked up her phone. Chapter 57. You called the police? I answered the phone in a dilapidated building somewhere in Linjiang. Cixi curled up in a corner on the second floor, trembling as she dialed the number. Hello? Supernatural Bureau? Hi, my name is Cixi. I'm an evil spirit. Could you please come and catch me? The man on the other end of the line was clearly taken aback. Madam, are you sure you're an evil spirit? The serpent nodded with a choked sob, yearning to weep profusely, yet fearing to attract the attention of that villain, thus hastily covering her mouth. Yes, I swear. I am truly a ghost of SS rank. However, my spectral energy is nearly depleted. You may come to apprehend me without concern. I assure you, I shall not harm anyone. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. All right. Please provide your address. The serpent nodded eagerly, whispering, Thank you. I am within the unfinished building by North City Avenue. Please hurry and take me away. All right. Oh, I fear that man will find me again. He is a devil. All right. We will be there shortly. The serpent hung up the phone, and her tension eased slightly. She gazed up at the bright moon, a trace of helplessness crossing her eyes. Indeed, whether human or ghost, in critical moments, one must rely on the police. Not long after, a flurry of footsteps echoed from below. The serpent's heart leapt with joy, and a long-awaited smile graced her face. Police officer, yet in the next moment, her smile froze. The footsteps grew heavier, and a gleaming bald head slowly emerged from the staircase. You called the police? Chu Feng flashed a sinister grin. I answered the call. The serpent stared blankly for a moment, her eyes rolling back before she finally fainted. Chu Feng shook his head in exasperation. He had instructed the station to monitor the city's surveillance the moment the serpent left, yet he never anticipated losing track of her. Just as he was about to give up, the call came. Fate truly is a curious thing. Grabbing hold of one of the serpent's feet, he slowly descended the dust-laden stairs. Just then, a ringing phone caused Chu Feng to pause. As he answered, an anxious voice came through. Wife, I was just in the game. What is going on? Is that bald head after you? Where are you now? Don't worry, if he dares to touch a hair on you, I'll flatten this entire city. Hello? Hello? What is the situation? Speak up. A slight smile played on Chu Feng's lips, forming a professional grin. Your wife is in my grasp, if you wish to ensure her safety. Please follow my instructions. At the southern gate of Linjiang City, Xue Hong crouched beside the city wall, taking a deep drag of his cigarette before flicking the butt away. Damn it, the more I think about it, the more I feel I've lost out. I came away with nothing, but my craving for a smoke has intensified. This cursed place is truly toxic. At that moment, he exhibited none of the composure befitting a gentleman. His hair was disheveled, and his expression was fierce, resembling a petty thug at first glance. It wasn't that he had given up on his appearance, but rather that there were no outsiders here. Tasked with guarding the southern gate were just him and Xue Qiao. There was no need for pretense. Xue Qiao frowned slightly. Young master, perhaps Mr. Chu is genuinely looking out for us? Think about it. Those ghosts are about to attack the city, and all the other awakened ones have been deployed to the other 3 gates, leaving just the 2 of us here. Isn't that a sign of trust? Xue Hong retorted irritably. It's better not to mention that. Just talking about it makes me furious. Had I known it wasn't just a ghost tide coming, I would have charged out by myself to eliminate them. Wouldn't that have been a grand achievement for all of Huaxia? Now, knowing the ghost's attack plan, they leave me here in this godforsaken place while he goes off to gain glory alone. How can that be right? Xue Qiao awkwardly smiled. Just an hour ago, Chu Feng had somehow gleaned information about the ghost plans to attack the city and devised a detailed defense strategy. According to the plan, at the stroke of midnight, the malevolent spirits would assault the city, first launching a feint at the east gate, followed by 2 ghostly emissaries leading the main force to attack the north gate, while the west gate would see a ghostly emissary accompanied by a small number of spirits causing disturbances. At that time, only a few awakened ones would guard the east gate, while Chu Feng would lead the main force at the north gate, and 2 enthusiastic citizens would oversee the west gate and the south gate. Just the 2 of them. Observing Xue Hong's frustrated demeanor, Xue Qiao couldn't help but lower her head. Young master. It is all my fault. Had I not insisted on pulling you into the car that day, Chu Feng wouldn't have had a reason to take your place. You wouldn't have been demoted from Director Xue to Little Xue. And we wouldn't have been reassigned to the south gate to fend for ourselves, causing you so much distress. Upon seeing this, Xue Hong felt a pang of sympathy, biting down on his cigarette, but as he embraced Xue Qiao, gently patting her back, silly girl, you've been with my family since childhood. We grew up together. Although you are my maid, I have long regarded you as my own sister. Look at all these years. When have I ever blamed you? Noticing her delicate form trembling in his embrace, a hint of affection appeared in Xue Hong's eyes. All right, why are you still sobbing? You're not a child anymore. Xue Qiao looked at Xue Hong in horror, swallowing hard. It's not sobbing, young master. It's a ghost, a ghost? What ghost? Xue Hong turned his head suspiciously towards the city's edge, and in the next moment, the cigarette but he had been biting fell to the ground. What the hell? Chapter 58. Since we can't leave this world alive, we might as well be bold about it. Outside the southern gate of Linjiang City, tens of thousands of malevolent spirits gathered, a torrent of ghostly energy swirling into the sky, forming a dark canopy that completely obscured the heavens. Why, young master, we must leave quickly. Seeing the dense mass of evil spirits, Xue Qiao's face went pale as she tugged at Xue Hong, only to find she couldn't budge him. Young master? A sheen of cold sweat appeared on Xue Hong's forehead, his expression grave. Damn it, why aren't these creatures following Chu Feng's plan? That bald head has led me astray. I don't know how long I can hold them off. You must notify Chu Feng immediately and have him come with reinforcements. Xue Qiao's eyes reddened involuntarily as she clutched his sleeve, incredulous. Young master, do you realize what you're saying? This is a ghost tide. Please come with me. Xue Hong gently shook off her hand, turning to face the spirits while forcing a strained smile. Although I don't particularly like that guy, he did teach me one thing. Once you retreat, it becomes easier to do so a second and third time. A man cannot retreat. Since we cannot leave this world alive, then let us be bold. If I die, remember to let him come to my grave and apologize. He must bear this burden. As soon as the words left his mouth, a brilliant aura coalesced around Xue Hong, propelling him straight into the horde of spirits. Xue Qiao stood frozen, her gaze vacant, tears streaming down her chin. Young master, go. Shui Qiao trembled all over, wiping away her tears and gritting her teeth as she ran into the city. Meanwhile, the malevolent spirits noticed the burst of light, their eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty ferocity. Though their strength might not be formidable, their prolonged hunger for human flesh had made them increasingly desperate and volatile. Roar! With a furious roar, hundreds of malevolent spirits and evil dogs lunged forward like ravenous beasts. Die! Shui Hong gritted his teeth, his spiritual energy surging as he transformed into a beam of golden light, weaving through the spirits, leaving a trail of wailing and dissipating ghostly energy in his wake. In the face of overwhelming power, these lowly spirits were akin to dust, crumbling upon contact. Shui Hong grew bolder with each clash. The hundreds of malevolent spirits before him were hardly worth mentioning. After effortlessly dispatching the evil spirits, he leapt into the air, extending his arms backward with force. Divine light. As soon as the words left his lips, a scorching and sacred beam of light tore a gaping hole in the dark canopy, hurtling towards the main force of malevolent spirits. The nearly 1,000 spirits had no time to evade before being engulfed by the divine light. In the next instant, scorching flames erupted around them, reducing them to ashes in the blink of an eye. In the face of absolute strength, numbers are nothing but a joke. After landing a successful strike, Shui Hong couldn't help but grin. This was the signature skill of an SS-ranked Awakened One. While powerful, it consumed a great deal of energy. A closer look revealed beads of sweat forming on his brow. You filthy creatures, listen up. You have until now to scram. He was stalling for time, trying to hold out until that villain arrived with reinforcements, for he knew all too well that he could not withstand so many spirits. Yet for some reason, he felt that bald head could make a difference. Just then, a sneer emerged from within the tide of spirits. Is this the power of an SS-ranked Awakened One? Not bad. You are stronger than those I have encountered before. Shui Hong focused, spotting the speaker. A hunchbacked old man standing at the rear of the ghost tide, clad in tattered clothing, stooped in stature, with a sharp, monkey-like face and triangular eyes gleaming with a ghostly green light. The key was that this old man, despite having done nothing, instilled a sense of dread within Shui Hong. Shui Hong's heart raced, but his face remained impassive as he scoffed derisively, "Ignorant fool, if you seek death, then I shall oblige, divine light." As he spoke, he spread his arms once more. Another beam of divine light descended, even more scorching and pure than the last. However, at that moment, a thunderous roar resounded like thunder among the ghost tide. What audacity! Shui Hong's heart tightened as he suddenly saw a burly man, entirely clad in crimson, burst forth from beside the old man. With a powerful leap, the immense force he generated caused the ground to cave in significantly. While he charged towards the divine light like a cannonball, a flicker of mockery flashed in Shui Hong's eyes. Light is eternally the nemesis of darkness, and no matter how formidable this brute might be, he could never withstand the onslaught of the divine radiance with a lifeless body. However, at that moment, a massive hand surged forth from the divine light, seizing his face with an iron grip. "Gotcha, kid." At that moment, Shui Hong clearly discerned the grotesque visage of his adversary. His face was bloated, adorned with 2 horns, towering nearly 3 meters tall, and his muscles bulged like a mountain. This was nothing short of a supersized Chu Feng. No, unlike that ruffian, whose eyes contained a glimmer of humanity, all Shui Hong could see in this fiend's gaze was sheer brutality and ferocity. Simultaneously, a fierce light flickered in the demon's eyes, and Shui Hong instantly felt the terrifying grip emanating from that massive hand. The demon intended to crush his skull with bare hands. Light escape. In an instant, Shui Hong transformed into a myriad of luminous particles, cascading to the ground. At this moment, he had exhausted all his spiritual energy, barely managing to remain upright, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "What on earth are you?" he gasped. "Why is it that under the same level?" Same level? After landing, the bare-chested giant exchanged a knowing glance with the hunchbacked old man. When he turned his gaze back to Shui Hong, only mockery remained in his eyes. "Remember this, Grandpa is an SSS-level demon, Chon Yo." The old man added, "And I, though humble, am also an SSS-level demon, Zi Shu." Chapter 59. The Unbreakable Jianglin. The emergence of 2 SSS-level demons plunged Shui Hong's spirits into the depths of despair. Is this the might of the supernatural alliance? Just within the ranks of demons, two S-level entities have appeared. What manner of horror must the demon emperor embody? Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Fear, helplessness. Observing this, Chonyo let out a derisive laugh. Go in there and tell that bald head to release our brother. I can spare you and his entire corpse. Before he could finish his sentence, Xuehong shakily stood up as he saw his trembling hands. He gripped his left wrist tightly with his right hand, his nails digging into his skin. Feeling the fear welling up within him, he raised his fist and struck his chest twice. With bloodshot eyes and a grimace, he glared at the far stronger Chonyo. Enough of your nonsense. A real man never retreats. Jianglin shall remain unbroken. In that fleeting moment of eye contact with the bloodshot eyes, a cold glint flashed in Chonyo's gaze. Seeking death. As soon as the words left his lips, Chonyo charged forward like a cannonball. The gust of death swept towards Xuehong, who clenched his teeth and instinctively shut his eyes. Am I really destined to die? I'm not ready for this, Baldy. Remember to avenge me, grandfather. I did not bring shame upon the Xue family. Xiao. Just as Xuehong prepared to embrace his demise, he suddenly heard a loud bang before him. The explosive shockwave sent him crashing to the ground, the tremendous impact causing his heart to race. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a towering figure clad in a denim vest standing before him, the iconic skull emblem on his back standing out starkly. Chu Feng. Chu Feng turned his head and grinned. Not bad. You really played me this time. Xuehong's expression stiffened, and just as he was about to speak, a thunderous roar erupted from behind him. Jianglin shall remain unbroken. Jianglin shall remain unbroken. Jianglin shall remain unbroken. Xuehong turned in astonishment, witnessing countless awakened individuals standing outside the city gates, their faces brimming with excitement, fervor, and recognition. In front of the crowd stood a slender figure, tears of joy glistening in her eyes. Xiao. Young master. Xuehong had spent his life posing, but this time, he found himself at a loss for words. His lips curled upwards, then fell again, wavering back and forth, tears welling in his eyes. You lot. A bunch of rascals. Who cares for your approval? Don't think this will make me happy. You should have come sooner. It's just a joke at my expense. With that, Xuehong rolled his eyes and fainted. Truly, handsome for no more than 3 seconds. Chu Feng shook his head in exasperation, turning back to Chonyo, only to find a hint of surprise on his face. Likewise, Chonyo was momentarily taken aback, even displaying a glimmer of mutual sympathy. The two exchanged solemn nods, secretly amused within themselves. To think there exists someone uglier than me. Chu Feng, having clearly caught Chonyo's flicker of delight, immediately adopted a serious demeanor. You must be the one who spoke to me, right? I, Chu Feng, value honesty and do not deceive. Why then, do you feel the need to deceive me? Chonyo sneered. I once thought that bald-headed ruffian was formidable, but now that I see, I damn well ask you why you deceived me. Before Chonyo could finish, Chu Feng's furious roar erupted like thunder, startling him into a shudder. Chonyo, with a face twisted in rage, retorted defiantly, Speak plainly. Why are you shouting? I've long wanted to change wives. Is that a crime? You ugly wretch, do you think you're the only one with a loud voice? Chu Feng gasped in disbelief. Do you have no shame? Others may call me ugly, but you look like that and still dare to disgust me. Chonyo's eyes widened in shock. What? Do you really think you're better looking than me? Such confidence from a bald head. I'm the Wu Yinzu of the demon realm. All right. Chu Feng waved dismissively. Shameless. Can my Jianglin Guoxisher spoil you? Enough of this idle chatter. That rat behind you. You tell me, between us, who is more handsome? Chonyo frowned, turning his head. Yes, tell him the truth. Let him give up hope sooner. Not to mention Zishu. All the demons were baffled. Two hefty, ugly men stood together. Not fighting, but instead comparing appearances. The reasoning was simple. In the world, people only remember the ugliest, not the second ugliest. The crucial point was, this question was too difficult. It was akin to someone pointing at 2 piles of dung and asking which one smelled better. Zishu's gaze flitted between the two, brows furrowed. This? Hearing his tone, Chonyo turned to Zishu, disbelief etched on his face. No, brother. Is this really a question worth pondering? You think I'm uglier than him? Zishu, flustered, rubbed his hands together. Ah, you both have your merits, right? Chonyo cautioned. Chapter 60. A true man never babble. Before Zishu could finish, Chu Feng, sporting a wicked grin, appeared behind Chonyo, delivering a powerful flying kick that struck Chonyo squarely in the lower back. Chonyo felt a tightness in his chest, barely having time to turn around before a sharp pain radiated from his waist. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as Chonyo's massive form careened like an out-of-control freight train, hurtling dozens of meters before coming to a halt. Chu Feng brushed the dust off his shoes, his expression one of fury. You dare to call me ugly to my face? I've endured you for long enough. Did you know? However, before he could finish, Chonyo had already risen to his feet. You shameless scoundrel, resorting to sneak attacks. Roar. With bloodthirsty ferocity glinting in his eyes, a fierce roar reverberated through the air. Causing it to tremble, he lunged forward, the ground cracking under his weight with each step he took. As Chonyo charged like a heavy tank, Chu Feng did not retreat. Instead, excitement bubbled within him, manifesting as a wicked grin. Come on, let us test the limits of this ruffian physique. Chonyo's speed accelerated, and just 3 meters away from Chu Feng, he lunged forward with a powerful swing aimed at Chu Feng's head. Chu Feng swiftly retracted his right foot, his right fist drawn back, muscles bulging in anticipation. Die? Roar! Their fists collided with a resounding crash, pure strength clashing against pure strength. Bang! The two titanic forces collided, resulting in an explosive sound that reverberated through the air. Chu Feng staggered slightly, while Chonyo was forced back over 10 steps before regaining his footing. His right hand was utterly obliterated, the muscle tissue bursting through the skin, resembling a sausage that had been ruptured, with shards of bone mingled within. Outside the desolate southern gate of Jianglin, silence reigned, broken only by Chonyo's labored breathing. The demons gaped in disbelief, their faces reflecting utter astonishment in their eyes. An SSS-level demon was akin to a deity, symbolizing not only power but also spiritual hope. Yet now, their god had been vanquished. In the next moment, the humans outside the city erupted in cheers. One punch takes down an SSS-level demon. Brother Feng is invincible. Feng is invincible. Jianglin shall triumph. Feng is invincible. Jianglin shall triumph. However, Chu Feng did not find joy in this. On the contrary, a hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Throughout the encounter, he had been gazing into the eyes of the grotesque bull, yet even now, there was not a trace of fear or anger reflected back. Instead of being cowed by the severe blow, the creature appeared even more exhilarated, almost frenzied, anticipated. A deep, resounding laughter erupted across the arena. Hee hee hee. Ha 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 ha. What a delight. Finally, someone has managed to wound me. Pain. A long-lost sensation. You truly are formidable, bald villain. I concede your strength. The grotesque bull sneered, its bloodshot eyes fixated on Chu Feng. Yet, that was not enough. Zishu frowned as he approached the grotesque bull from behind, his mouth moving rapidly as if chanting an incantation. But at that moment, the grotesque bull abruptly turned, its expression fierce. Silence. I will win this battle of men through my own strength. Zishu's brow furrowed. Yet all he could do was shake his head, retorting sarcastically, stubborn fool, you deserve to be beaten to death. The grotesque bull huffed heavily and turned back, preparing to unleash further threats, only to find Chu Feng's iron fist crashing down before him. Bam! The grotesque bull's body was sent flying once more, rolling for over 10 meters before swiftly regaining its footing. Twice, human, I've had enough of you. Chu Feng merely cast a nonchalant glance in his direction. A true man never babbles. This is your first lesson. You've got some grit. I can offer you a position as a foreman. The grotesque bull, now further enraged, trembled as an overwhelming aura of malevolence erupted from its surface, shooting skyward and forming a massive dark veil. You despicable creature, you shall undoubtedly fall beneath my iron hooves today. With a thunderous moo, 2 colossal hooves emerged from the shadows, shaking the earth beneath them. As the malevolent aura dissipated, the grotesque bull had transformed into a creature with the body of a bull and the head of a man, towering like a hillside. Most terrifyingly, its skin was no longer the metallic sheen it once bore, but rather formed from a multitude of grotesque human faces. Now in its battle form, the grotesque bull had descended into madness, locking onto Chu Feng and charging forward, as its iron hooves descended. The surrounding malevolent spirits barely had time to react before being crushed into pulp, witnessing the gargantuan figure, double his height, barreling toward him. A sinister smile crept across Chu Feng's face as he assumed a stance reminiscent of a sumo wrestler, his feet spread apart, half squatting, hands resting on his waist. Outside, the awakened ones exchanged worried glances. Isn't Brother Feng averse to summoning people? Why is he adopting a sumo stance? Indeed, their sizes are completely disproportionate. Can he truly withstand that? Only Chen Guoqiang gazed at Chu Feng's back with fervor. No, this is not a sumo stance. This is hunting to him. Such a powerful malevolent spirit was nothing more than prey. Seeing the increase in urging symbols and blades, I am genuinely apprehensive. I shall first release 2 chapters for your consideration, esteemed readers, while I continue to hastily write. Please bear with me. Chapter 61. Proceed as planned. Chu Feng maintained his hunting posture, his expression fervent as he watched the massive mountain of flesh charging toward him. He could sense that the grotesque bull's strength had surged more than twofold, sending exhilarating tremors through his entire being. While his focus remained razor-sharp, meticulously analyzing every twitch of the bull's muscles, predicting its next move. Drawing closer and closer, yet Chu Feng remained steadfast in his stance, unyielding. Soon, the grotesque bull was upon him. Raising its iron hoof to stomp down, the awakened ones collectively gasped, some cowering and covering their eyes, while the malevolent spirits stared wide-eyed, on the verge of exultation. But then, Chu Feng moved. He did not evade or resist. Instead, he brought his hands together and struck the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The sound reverberated, causing the ground to tremble violently, launching the bull's hoof into the air, leaving it suspended. A look of confusion flashed across the grotesque bull's fierce visage. At that moment, it lost its balance. Its prior momentum dissipated, rendering it unable to retaliate. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Feng crouched low, twisting his waist with immense force, and delivered a powerful punch to the bull's hoof. The bull's enormous form was propelled into the air, and an enraged roar echoed, "Crows, fly away." Just as the words left his mouth, Chu Feng's figure appeared above the grotesque bull, his feet plunging straight into its face. The bull's massive body came crashing down, creating a deep crater in the ground, and finally, it lay still at that moment. Silence enveloped the area outside the southern city gate. The malevolent spirits stared in disbelief at the gaping hole. This time, they had truly been defeated. Wow! The humans outside erupted in cheers. Brother Feng is incredible. He is no longer just Brother Feng. He is the Divine Chu. Divine Chu is magnificent. Divine Chu is magnificent. Listening to the roaring cheers that surged like a tidal wave, Chu Feng could not help but clench his fists. The jubilant voices, muddled with nasal tones, left him uncertain whether they were mocking him or genuinely celebrating. He approached the edge of the crater, peering down to find the grotesque bull had reverted to its original form, covering its face with one hand, silently shedding tears. Chu Feng retrieved a cigarette, biting it as he lit it, glancing around to ensure the spirits had kept their distance, before softly asking, "What's the matter? Have you truly been reduced to tears? We are all men here. Stop pretending. Let's proceed as planned." The grotesque bull parted 2 fingers to glance at Chu Feng, quickly closing them again, suppressing its voice to say, "Pretend? You hit me with no mercy. It genuinely hurt. It's not like I need to act that convincingly. I feel you are envious of my looks, deliberately ruining my appearance. However, I must admit, Brother Feng, I genuinely concede. You are the second person to make me submit. I respect you." Chu Feng furrowed his brow. "Who was the first?" Without hesitation, the grotesque bull replied, "Our boss. Speaking of our boss, not only is he strikingly handsome, but his power is also." Chu Feng quickly interjected, "Rest assured, brothers across the seas are all family. I will ensure you reunite with them soon. For now, let us proceed as planned." A flicker of hesitation crossed the grotesque bull's eyes. "No problem. You know you are a good brother. I believe that with you. My tens of thousands of brothers will not be wronged. We will cooperate to deal with the rat, but I have a question to confirm. Didn't you say I was to be the deputy factory manager? Why have you now referred to me as the foreman?" Chu Feng's brow furrowed tightly. "We'll discuss that later. You don't doubt Brother Feng, do you? By the way, how do we deal with the rat?" Does it possess any special abilities? The grotesque bull scoffed disdainfully. That rat is merely a support. As long as you don't let it speak, I can easily handle it. Hearing this, Chu Feng sighed in relief. But just as he was about to speak, an eerie sound echoed. Dada 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 dada. Zhi zhi zhi. The grotesque bull's complexion paled. Not good, it's speaking. You'd best make a hasty retreat. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. Isn't it just a minor support? I don't even need to act myself. I could send in a Yasuo to slaughter it. Why are you so terrified? Chu Feng turned to look at Zishu, who appeared to be revving his mouth like a motor, his teeth clattering together, producing the incessant dada-dada sound, while an eerie zhi-zhi-zhi echoed from his throat. The two strange sounds intertwined, causing frustration in those who heard them. At that moment, the malevolent spirits around Zishu began to tremble violently, each letting out pained growls, as though enduring immense agony. Roar, roar. In the next instant, the malevolent spirits began to howl at the sky, their eyes bloodshot and faces contorted in rage. Upon closer inspection, the malevolent energy enveloping their forms had visibly intensified. Previously D-rank spirits, under the influence of Zishu's buff, had instantly attained C-rank strength. As Zishu's voice carried further, the grotesque bull's eyes also began to turn crimson. Struggling to stand, it fought against the urge to crush Chu Feng, its expression twisted in rage. Cursed creature, why are you still here? The rat can awaken the evil hidden in the hearts of the malevolent spirits with its voice. Even hearing it will drive them mad. Before it could finish speaking, a furious voice erupted in the arena. Enough noise! Silence! 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 You worthless, wretched rat. I gave you an opportunity. Why can't you just be quiet? Roar. Chapter 62. Crushing the SSS level roar. A furious roar reverberated through the air, the terrifying sound wave causing the atmosphere to tremble. In a fit of jealousy and rage, Chu Feng's eyes transformed into pools of ink, his entire being enveloped in malevolent energy, his face contorted in a grotesque snarl, his muscles twisted, his gaze fixed on the distant Zishu. He took a deliberate step forward, seething with anger. Why won't you obey? Why? The rat's face was ashen, its legs trembling uncontrollably. What manner of creature is this? Merely a glance from it could make his very soul quiver. In the instant their eyes met, Chu Feng seemed to erupt with ferocity, surging forward a step, only to feel an immediate obstruction. Looking down, he discovered a pair of large hands encircling his abdomen. Mechanically, he turned to see it was the grotesque bull. Dare you impede me? Dare you impede me? At that moment, the grotesque bull, under the influence of the rat's buff, had succumbed to a frenzied state. Completely losing its sanity, Chu Feng charged forth. The bull attempted to stop him, but despite exerting all its strength, it was dragged back 2 or 3 meters by that terrifying force, its feet sinking into the earth before it could barely halt him. In the split second they locked eyes, a chilling pressure enveloped the bull, causing it to break into a cold sweat. This was an insurmountable fear, akin to a primal suppression from its very bloodline. Reminiscent of a wild dog trapped by a lion. No, a wild dog could still fight back, yet the bull now lacked even the courage to resist. What is this? A rabbit? Yes, rabbit. Or perhaps an even more insignificant being. No, I am an SSS-grade evil spirit, and no matter how strong he is, it cannot be. At that moment, a searing pain yanked the bull's thoughts back to reality. Chu Feng's powerful frame shook, breaking free from the bull's grasp. And then his hands clutched the bull's face, delivering a brutal headbutt. Crack! The bull's facial bones shattered instantly, staggering back 2 steps, only to be seized by Chu Feng, who grasped one of its horns. The next moment, the bull felt itself lifted off the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The bull, weighing nearly a ton, was flung about like a waterlogged balloon in Chu Feng's hands, repeatedly slammed against the ground until it lost consciousness. You ugly beast! How dare you obstruct me? Just you? Yet, Chu Feng's wrath showed no signs of abating as he gripped the bull's ankle, spinning around as if tossing a hammer, flinging the bull into a perfect parabolic arc, making it vanish into the night sky. The awakened humans watched in stunned silence. Even from 500 meters away, they could distinctly feel that brutal, ferocious aura. This truly Brother Feng's power. That SSS-grade evil spirit had no chance to retaliate in his presence. Though he fought for Lin Jiang, why did I feel such unease? In stark contrast, the rat felt a tightening in its chest. For now, Chu Feng's inky black eyes had locked onto it as Chu Feng approached. The rat cried out in terror, "Stop him! Stop him!" The other evil spirits, their eyes bloodshot, let out low growls and surged towards Chu Feng like a tidal wave. Seeing this, Chu Feng's ghostly energy erupted once more as he charged headlong into the tide of evil spirits. While these spirits had been enhanced by the rat's buff, in the face of Chu Feng, they were no more than weeds. With a display of absolute power, his strikes cleaved the surrounding spirits in half as if they were mere blades. One spirit attempted to crawl over its fallen kin to attack Chu Feng, only to have its head crushed in a swift counter. The most critical aspect was that within Chu Feng surged an inexhaustible force. The more he fought, the stronger he became, and his countenance grew increasingly savage. As he watched the spirits fall in droves, the rat's heart sank with dread. It understood that if this continued, it was only a matter of time before Chu Feng reached it. At that point, escape would be futile. Even death might become a luxury. Only one path remained for survival: to employ a mental attack to awaken Chu Feng's true consciousness. With this thought, the rat's eyes flashed with a strange red light as it emitted a piercing sound once more. Just as Chu Feng had toppled a row of spirits, he was immediately drawn to this noise, turning with a furious glare. "I told you to be silent, you worthless fool. How dare you?" The moment their gazes intertwined, the rat's expression stiffened, rendering it frozen in place. Concurrently, a horde of evil spirits lunged at him, engulfing him in a tide of corpses. The rat finally exhaled in relief, closing its eyes and entering Chu Feng's mental space to search for his core consciousness. Yet in the next instant, the rat's expression changed drastically. Its eyes widened in horror, and it collapsed to the ground, retching violently. This was the manifestation of extreme terror. As its brain raced, the shock caused its body to lose control, leading to a visceral reaction. Simultaneously, Chu Feng's roar erupted from within the tide of spirits, resuming his massacre. The rat trembled in fear as it beheld Chu Feng's figure. 7. What manner of monster are you? Chapter 63. Loss of control. The rat could never have imagined witnessing a human mind harboring 7 complete consciousnesses simultaneously. Upon entering Chu Feng's mental space, it found itself engulfed in darkness, only to feel 7 terrifying presences locking onto it in an instant. Looking up, it beheld 7 pairs of eyes fixed upon it, mocking, disdainful, hollow, ravenous, indifferent, furious, and cruel. "Little one, let me out quickly, and I shall grant you all you desire. Yes, release us, or I'll crush you right now. Hurry, hurry, stop dawdling, you pitiful thing. What are you still hesitating for?" The overwhelming pressure bore down on the rat like a mountain, compelling it to kneel. Voices thundered in its ears, and just as it was on the verge of collapse, a furious roar erupted within that vast, enclosed space. "Shut up, or I'll slaughter you all." At that moment, an invisible force thrust the rat out of Chu Feng's mental space. Had it remained, its consciousness would surely have been obliterated, leaving it a soulless husk devoid of thought. The rat was consumed by a singular thought: to flee, to never again appear in Linjiang, to never again confront this bald-headed menace. But just then, Chu Feng burst forth from the tide of spirits, delivering a powerful kick that struck the rat's jaw. Crack! The rat's head snapped back, blood arcing through the air before it vanished into the horizon as a dark spot. An eerie scene unfolded as the rat's body fell, only to suddenly right itself, legs splayed as it scrambled towards its head. With the loss of the rat's buff, all the evil spirits regained their senses. Staring in terror at the blood-soaked Chu Feng, with the tree fallen, the monkeys scattered. Upon witnessing the rat's retreat, the spirits promptly fled in all directions. Chu Feng's fury remained unquenched, and as he prepared to pursue, a cheer erupted behind him. "Brother Feng is amazing! Brother Feng is amazing! He single-handedly repelled the tide of spirits. I say Brother Feng is the strongest in history. Who dares to disagree? Linjiang will astound the world tonight. Brothers, it's time to rake in military merit. Let us charge with Brother Feng." Just as the crowd was about to rush forth, a heavy voice suddenly halted them. "Stop! Don't rush! Everyone, stand down!" Zheng Qingshan dashed to the front of the crowd, regarding Chu Feng with the utmost caution. "Director Zheng, what are we waiting for?" "Indeed. Achievements are mere trifles. We just want to assist Brother Feng. Zheng Qingshan swallowed hard, his breath quickening. Look closely. At that moment, Chu Feng stood with his back to the gates of Linjiang. Upon closer inspection, the ghostly energy surrounding him had almost solidified, and even his characteristic bald head had sprouted a mane of black hair, cascading to the ground. Zheng Qingshan observed Chu Feng's every move. Upon noticing the anomaly, he realized that as Chu Feng slaughtered the evil spirits, their ghostly energy flowed into his mouth. At that moment, his greatest fear materialized. Ghostification. Even living beings, when subjected to ghostly energy, faced the possibility of becoming evil spirits. How much more so for someone who had directly consumed so much ghost energy? It could be said that Chu Feng had nearly transcended humanity. He was a rampaging evil spirit. Just then, Chu Feng turned to face the people of Linjiang. Roar! Zhang Qingshan gasped in horror, urgently shouting, "Retreat! Quickly, retreat!" The crowd trembled at the sight of his bloodthirsty gaze, hastily fleeing towards the city. Yet for such a massive throng, the city gates were woefully inadequate. At this moment, Chu Feng's speed and explosive power could only be described as terrifying. With a powerful push, he transformed into a streak of black light racing towards the city gates. Zhang Qingshan's heart tightened as he shouted, "Awakeners with ice attributes, summon the ice barrier with me. Let them enter first." With that, over 100 awakened beings stepped forward, channeling their internal energy. Under Zhang Qingshan's leadership, a wave of chilling air erupted outside the city gates, forming over 10 massive ice walls. He did not expect these barriers to halt Chu Feng's advance, merely hoping to slow him down to allow more people to escape into the city. Yet even so, could these ice walls truly stand in his way? At that moment, Chu Feng's body collided with the first ice wall. Bang! 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 It was evident that Chu Feng did not pause for an instant. In his fervent rush, he barreled through the ice walls as if propelled by bullets, swiftly creating human-shaped breaches, and in the blink of an eye, he had breached half of the icy barriers. Zhang Qingshan's eyes were filled with despair, cold sweat trickling down from the tip of his nose. The outcome was entirely in your hands. Just as Zhang Qingshan was on the verge of surrendering, a sudden whoosh echoed from afar. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a massive boulder plummeting from the sky, crashing directly onto Chu Feng's head. Boom! The boulder shattered into fragments, yet Chu Feng remained unscathed. He trembled involuntarily, his fury surging once more. Then, a coarse voice rang out, "Bald-headed ugly man, dare you face me in battle?" As the words flowed, a chill crept down my spine. Indeed, another wave of blades surged forth. I shall release 2 chapters first. Dear readers, please bear with me. At least 2 more chapters will follow tonight as I strive to catch up. Chapter 64. One man herding 10,000 ghosts outside the city gates. The awakened ones were momentarily taken aback, turning their heads to see that the previous malevolent spirits had long since fled, leaving only a solitary towering figure standing distantly. It was him, this moment. The ugly bull was battered and bruised, having hurled a boulder, leaning on his knees and gasping for breath. Upon witnessing Chu Feng mechanically turning his head, he was instantly startled by the ferocity of his expression. My heavens! The ugly bull's face stiffened, and he turned to flee. When he saw Chu Feng truly pursuing him, he tearfully fumbled for his phone to send a message. Wife, you must remember my goodness. If I meet with any misfortune, please do not remarry. But if I were to perish, then go ahead and find someone else. Otherwise, if this creature goes berserk again, there will be no one to draw fire. Damn it, I truly curse your ancestors. What the hell did you summon such a fierce spirit for? Watching the figures of one man and one ghost vanish into the outskirts of the city, the awakened ones collectively exhaled in relief. Chu Feng found himself in a dream, envisioning himself riding a horse in pursuit of a flock of sheep, his body swaying rhythmically. Just then, a beam of sunlight suddenly illuminated his face, a warm yet blinding light. Rubbing his eyes, Chu Feng awoke. He blinked in astonishment, realizing he was not on horseback at all. The sensation of swaying came solely from his hands and feet. At that moment, he resembled a gorilla, running on all fours, while the sheep in his dream transformed into countless malevolent spirits ahead of him. One man chasing 10,000 ghosts towards the rising sun. What a magnificent sight it was! The frantically fleeing spirits occasionally glanced back, their faces etched with terror, It's over. This guy is catching up. Brother Feng, your hair is all gone. Just give up the chase. I swear, I will never return to Linjiang again. Chu Feng inhaled sharply. Hadn't they just been discussing how to deal with the rats? How had it turned into this chaotic scene? Nearly 100,000 malevolent spirits. If they could all be confined in the factory, Brother Feng's textile factory would instantly rival that of the Goose Factory, effortlessly reaping benefits. I have poured so much effort into these malevolent spirits. The carefully laid plans have been utterly ruined by this sleepwalking. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, and he sprang up to chase after them. Villagers, stop running. Hurry and earn some money to celebrate the new year at home. Brother Feng's textile factory. 6 days a week. Upon employment, you will enjoy 5 insurances and 1 fund. Beautiful environment, no dust suits required for work. Guaranteed wives. Guaranteed wives. Upon hearing this, the malevolent spirits ahead dashed away even more frantically, their tears nearly spilling over as they felt the distance between them and Chu Feng rapidly closing. It's over. This guy has awakened a new form. He has learned to run upright. Using the slogan from 48 Tongxing, it seemed he was even more frenzied than before. Everyone, don't believe him. This guy is brimming with young energy. Still a virgin, yet he promises wives. He has truly deceiving ghosts. Watching the malevolent spirits suddenly dash away as if fueled by stimulants, Chu Feng gritted his teeth and pursued them relentlessly. Unfortunately, the malevolent spirits were tireless. And after over an hour of exertion, Chu Feng felt a burning pain in his lungs, his strength finally waning, and he fainted. Don't go, don't go. After a thorough examination, his temperature, heart rate, and blood circulation were all normal, showing no signs of ghostly transformation. Logically speaking, everything should have been fine in a daze. Chu Feng was awakened by a cacophony of fragmented voices. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself lying on a hospital bed, his arm adorned with a multitude of medical apparatus. This Chu Feng jolted awake, and standing beside him were Chen Aoxue and her father, Cheng Guoqiang, accompanied by several medical personnel. You're awake? Upon seeing Chu Feng regain consciousness, Chen Aoxue signaled to the medical staff, who then discreetly withdrew. Cheng Guoqiang smiled broadly. Little Chu, you've finally awakened. We were so worried. You have no idea. I led the patrol team over 500 miles just to find you. Chu Feng gazed deeply at Cheng Guoqiang, noticing a hint of worry in his eyes. Truly, it had been arduous for old Chen. As they spoke, Chu Feng surveyed his surroundings, iron bars and iron windows. This environment felt all too familiar to a prison. Seeing this scene, Chu Feng's brow furrowed tightly, sitting up abruptly, and sternly inquired, how did I end up here? Is this the treatment of a director? Chen Aoxue hurriedly replied, Chu Feng, please don't get agitated. This is merely a temporary observation point. Cheng Guoqiang added, Little Chu, don't worry. The higher-ups are urgently dispatching investigators. As long as there are no issues, everything will return to normal. Issues? Chu Feng furrowed his brow deeper. What are you talking about? Don't you remember? What happened last night? Chu Feng shook his head. I recall the confrontation with the ghost tide. I remember some parts from the beginning, but the latter half is a blur. The father and daughter exchanged glances, ultimately producing a phone to display a video recording. Chapter 65. Passed in the prison standing by the iron door. Cheng Guoqiang wore a complex expression. Little Chu, rest assured, these are minor issues. It shouldn't be that serious. If you need anything, feel free to ask. We will do our best to accommodate you. Would you like Aoxue to keep you company? Chu Feng lay on his side, facing the wall, and calmly shook his head. No need. Thank you. Take care. Chen Aoxue cast a complicated glance at Chu Feng before turning to leave. With a clang, the sound of the iron door closing made Chu Feng sigh deeply. Carefully surveying the surroundings, it was quite the coincidence that he found himself in the very cell he had occupied before. Everything seemed to have returned to square one. Shortly after, a prison guard approached the railing. Brother Feng, Miss Coral wishes to see you. Will you meet her? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, turning around to find that this guard also bore a bald appearance, prompting a smirk to form at the corner of his mouth. Thank you for your efforts. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed as they entered. Coral, carrying a lunchbox, had reddened eyes, evidently having cried recently. However, upon seeing Chu Feng, she still endeavored to maintain a smile, teasing, look at my bad luck. I just said I would bring you meals while you were in prison, and here we are. Just 2 days later, it's all my fault. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Coral opened the lunchbox. You haven't eaten yet, right? I learned from the video how to make this. It's my first attempt. Tell me if it suits your taste. Chu Feng glanced down at the contents: braised pork, soy sauce ribs, each dish looking quite appetizing. Not bad, girl. You possess quite the skill. Pleased by the compliment, Coral's eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she hurriedly picked up a piece of meat. Really? Try this piece. I'll feed you. Chu Feng gladly accepted. After chewing a few times, his expression shifted slightly. After a few more chews, boom, a thunderclap exploded in his mind. The braised pork tasted as if it had just emerged from a salt pit. Overwhelmingly bitter. How's it? Delicious? Seeing Coral's eager gaze, Chu Feng forced the meat down, striving to conjure a sweet yet grotesque smile. It's fragrant, very fragrant. Why don't you try some too? Coral eagerly nodded and picked up a piece of meat for herself. But her adorable smile instantly froze. Unable to suppress his laughter, Chu Feng chuckled, but the next moment, he noticed Coral had quietly lowered her head. Joy is meant to be shared. Isn't it? You okay? Before he could finish his sentence, tears began to cascade down Coral's exquisite cheeks. I'm truly useless. I can't even cook a proper meal. You've been imprisoned, and I can't save you. That meat was undeniably terrible. Why did you still swallow it? You've done so much for Lin Jiang, yet these people treat you this way. Why do you still tolerate it? Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback, but chose to remain silent, cradling Shan Hu in his arms as her tears fell upon his chest. Time seemed to freeze at that instant, with only the sound of Shan Hu's sobs echoing in the cell. After a considerable while, Shan Hu composed herself and managed a faint smile. Brother Feng, I've thought it over. Tonight, I will bring Aunt Chu and the others to rescue you. By then, you can get an AK? And hand me a shotgun. We will rise to greatness and create a new era. Chu Feng chuckled dismissively, gazing down the long corridor, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. To be honest, after spending some time outside, I've come to appreciate this place. I am quite familiar with this cell. There was a female officer here before, and she was quite stunning. I even harbored a secret crush on her. Instead of being angry, Shan Hu burst into laughter, teasing, I wonder how terrified she must have been to be admired by you. What happened next? Chu Feng smiled with a complex expression. She died before I could confess my feelings. Shan Hu's brows furrowed in concern. She died? Chu Feng nodded solemnly. Yes, she died on the very first night the malevolent spirits erupted. A vicious ghost stormed in, and at that time, there were no awakened ones. The guards could only defend themselves with their bare hands, and the outcome was predictable. Upon hearing this, Shan Hu's expression gradually dimmed. Without pausing, Chu Feng continued. The sound of devouring echoed throughout the prison all night. Not a single inmate perished, yet not one of the guards survived. At that moment, I couldn't understand why this prison, filled with scoundrels and the dregs of society, was defended so fiercely. Were they truly hoping these miscreants would return to society as reformed individuals? Clearly unrealistic, right? Initially, I thought such occurrences were mere coincidences, but who could have foreseen that the very next day, the malevolent spirit returned, treating this place as its dining hall. Once again, those men, despite trembling in fear, rushed forward to their doom. It continued for a third day, and only on the fourth did the awakened ones finally appear, bringing an end to the ordeal. During those 3 days, I grasped a few truths. When faced with adversity, there will always be those who stand up. The individuals they protect may not always be virtuous, yet there are always some who will be inspired by their spirit, just like me. Shan Hu nodded, inhaling deeply before standing up. I understand now, Brother Feng. From now on, I will bring you meals every day. Before she could finish, Chu Feng suddenly sprang to his feet, delivering a powerful kick to the iron door, which collapsed with a resounding crash, sending dust flying everywhere. Bang! The problem is, these scoundrels bully people, and I can't just stand by. Do they really think this flimsy door can stop me? Who do they think they're looking down upon? Chu Feng panted heavily, exuding an air of defiance. Shan Hu stood frozen, blinking in disbelief. But the door wasn't even locked, Chu Feng replied, while Shan Hu exclaimed in astonishment. P.S. Keep an eye on the title. This is the 4th update. Anyone who dares to say my work is short and weak will face my wrath. Chapter 66. A man's tears are not shed lightly. only when heartbroken in a tidy and clean staff dormitory. Xue Hong lay on his bed, his eyes tightly shut, yet a contented smile graced his lips. In his dream, he walked alone along the broadest avenue in Lingjiang City, surrounded by throngs of fans, each shouting his praises with fervor, countless admirers captivated by him. Xue Hong reveled in this sensation, pacing back and forth along the street for dozens of laps, even ignoring the urge to relieve himself twice, knowing that once he opened his eyes, this blissful reality would dissipate. Just then, an intense beam of sunlight pierced through, prompting him to look up and see the dawn breaking in the east. Xue Hong quickly spread his arms, basking in the sunlight that enveloped him, igniting a frenzy among the onlookers. "Oh my! Young Master Xue is so handsome, absolutely charming, so perfect. I want to have your children. Come on, you despicable bald men, worship me," he chuckled with pride. Yet, at that moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The sun in the sky opened its bell-like eyes and emitted a chilling laughter. Xue Hong's heart raced, and he hurriedly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by Chu Feng's devilish grin. "Awake? Winky face." Xue Hong startled upright, scanning his surroundings in panic, realizing that sunlight streamed through the window. Instinctively, he rushed to the nearby sofa, positioning himself to catch the light on his handsome profile, striving to maintain his flawless appearance. "What brings you here?" He was adept at flaunting his charm, having mastered 360 ways to show off, with 162 specifically involving sunlight on his profile. Typically, he was well acquainted with the warmth of sunlight, yet this time felt different. Upon contact, he could distinctly feel his scalp warming. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he hesitantly turned to glance at the mirror. His hair was gone. Xue Hong began to tremble violently, and upon seeing the clippers in Chu Feng's hands and the pile of hair on the floor, his eyes instantly filled with bloodshot fury, and the tears of humiliation flowed. "Chu Feng, I will kill you. This was meant to help you integrate better into Lingjiang, you know?" No, don't make that terrifying expression." Chu Feng's heart raced, and he instinctively braced himself. Smack! Xue Hong collapsed to the floor, a crimson handprint appearing on his forehead. Gazing at the scattered hair, despair washed over him as he clutched his head. Oh no? A man's tears are not shed lightly. Only when truly heartbroken. Perfection was Xue Hong's belief and his lifelong pursuit. Yet now, it was all in ruins. Chu Feng felt a twinge of guilt, offering an awkward smile. "I told you not to cause a scene." "Young man, you're too impulsive." Xue Hong glared at Chu Feng with a burning rage, wanting to charge at him but fearing he would lose it that moment. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Xue Hong pulled it out and was taken aback to see a video call from his grandfather. The most crucial part was that the chat history showed a message sent 5 minutes prior. "Grandpa, I miss you." Instantly, Xue Hong understood what was happening, incredulity flooding his expression as he turned to Chu Feng. "What the hell are you planning? How am I supposed to answer this?" As he floundered, the ever-helpful citizen, Chu Feng, hastily pressed the answer button. "Just use your face to answer? Hurry!" Xue Hong gasped, barely able to react before the video call connected. "Honger, I was just talking to your elders about you, and here you are messaging me." His grandfather's face radiated warmth. However, upon glancing at the phone, his expression instantly froze. "Change your hairstyle?" Xue Hong forced out a smile that looked more like a grimace. Nodding through tears, the weather in Lingjiang is so hot. I got heat rash." Sob, "Yes, heat rash." His grandfather took a deep breath, asking seriously, "How has everything progressed? You weren't hurt during last night's ghost tide, were you?" Xue Hong was at a loss for words, but thankfully, Chu Feng came to his rescue, swiftly snatching the phone from his hand and grinning. "Don't worry, uncle, young Xue is doing quite well here. I'll be keeping a close eye on him." His grandfather narrowed his eyes. "That bald rogue? All right, speak up. What do you want?" Chu Feng chuckled nonchalantly. "Nothing much. I just wanted to ask what kind of person is coming to investigate me. If any issues arise, what consequences should I expect?" His grandfather scrutinized Chu Feng for a moment before sneering. "You're not intimidated when facing me, huh? All right, young man, let me give you a heads up. Your affairs have significant implications. This time, they sent someone from the Yi family to investigate you. A meticulous old man. If any problems arise, he will likely bring you to the capital for observation." Chu Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Then he nodded. "All right, then there is nothing more to discuss. You can continue with your business. Wait. His grandfather grinned. Kid, setting aside Xuezhang's matters, have you considered the consequences of turning my grandson into this state? Chu Feng flashed a grin. What are you talking about, Grandpa? Just last night, I fought alongside your dear grandson in a spectacular battle. Our relationship isn't that bad. His grandfather raised an eyebrow. This talk is meaningless. Do you expect him to plead for you? No, Grandpa. You've misunderstood. Chu Feng's smile widened, his gaze growing sharper as he revealed a set of gleaming white teeth. What I mean is, your grandson is in Lingjiang. And so am I. Do you understand? Chapter 67. The vanished pig. In the face of the threat posed by the Xue family, Chu Feng remained utterly unconcerned. Instead, he felt a sense of reassurance from his words, which at least indicated that the investigators sent this time were not particularly formidable, merely overly meticulous. At that moment, Chu Feng and Shan, who had already arrived outside the factory gates, and from a distance, they heard a melodious peal of laughter. Turning his head, he was astonished to find Tang Xiaoxian playfully frolicking with a small white pig in the courtyard. The little pig appeared to be merely a month or two old. With a band-aid plastered on its forehead, it rolled over and began to spin in circles, eliciting fits of laughter from the young girl. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow and teased, Xiaoxian, you seem to be doing quite well as a landlord. But how did you end up with a pig? Hello, Brother Feng, Tang Xiaoxian replied with a smile. Upon noticing Shan Hu beside him, she paused for a moment, then greeted, Hello, sister. Shan Hu responded with a bright smile. Hello, little sister. Tang Xiaoxian then pouted, Brother Feng. Isn't this pig from your factory? I found it at your factory gate last night. It was unconscious there with an injury on its forehead, so I took it home to bandage it. At our factory gate? Chu Feng's brow furrowed. Given the factory's protective measures, not even snakes or insects dared to approach. The sudden appearance of a pig was indeed unusual. Is this pig legitimate? He inquired, approaching to examine it closely, only to find the little creature trembling in place under the scorching sun. What's wrong? Caught a cold? He asked. The little white pig shook its head vigorously in response. A grin spread across Chu Feng's face as he exchanged a knowing glance with Shan Hu. Shan Hu stepped forward and summoned a sphere of spiritual energy, which bounced around without any sign of abnormality. Seeing this, Chu Feng's eyes widened in fascination. It must have a delightful flavor, he mused. Tang Xiaoxuan's expression stiffened as she hastily cradled the little pig. It's so adorable, Brother Feng. You're not planning to eat it, are you? If it doesn't seem like it's you, I'll just take it home for now, she said, turning to flee. Thud. 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 As the midnight bell tolled, a pair of vengeful eyes locked onto the textile factory below from the second-floor window of Tang Xiaoxuan's home. The pig, an SS-level malevolent spirit, possessed an acute sense of perception and was the only one among the spirits with two distinct combat forms. The little white pig was one of them. When activated, its combat power would drop to 0, yet its sensing ability would peak. Due to its relatively low attack power, it had not participated in the Ghost Tide siege the previous night, but had instead infiltrated Linjiang to locate the positions of the snake, rabbit, and dog spirits, intending to rescue its companions at the moment of battle. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. Following the unique scent left by the dog spirit, it accurately pinpointed the location of the textile factory. However, the next obstacle arose. The door proved unyielding. Despite exerting immense effort, it could not budge the small, rusty lock hanging from the door. Just as it felt helpless, the battle outside had already commenced, but the sounds indicated that the situation was far from favorable. Reluctantly, the pig steeled itself to charge the door with its body, but the door was as impenetrable as a 10-meter-thick stainless steel wall. It failed to break through and instead knocked itself unconscious. Fine, I'll spare you this time for helping me bandage, it muttered, glancing back at the sleeping Tang Xiaoxian. The pig shook its head and waved a hand, releasing a faint aura of ghostly energy that plunged Tang Xiaoxian into a deep slumber. Then, the pig entered the courtyard, its ghostly energy expanding, transforming into its true form. With a bald head, standing about 6 feet tall, pale skin, a round face, broad shoulders, and clad in a gray robe with cloth shoes. It bore the unmistakable appearance of a monk, complete with 9 distinctive scars on its head. After surveying its surroundings, the pig crouched down to dig into the earth. What had seemed like playful antics with Tang Xiaoxian was, in fact, a covert measurement of the distance between the courtyard and the factory. Its objective was to tunnel underground and rescue its trapped companions. As dust flew and stones scattered, the pig, enveloped in swirling ghostly energy, exhibited an inexhaustible vigor, quickly disappearing into the ground. Before long, it accurately arrived beneath the factory, and after a few vigorous scrapes, it felt a solid object. This must be it. With immense effort, the sturdy floor finally gave way. Blinding light flooding its vision, accompanied by the bewildered gazes of over 50 small eyes. The pig swallowed hard, observing 50-odd malevolent spirits seated in orderly rows, each holding paper and pen, seemingly taking notes. With 3 of its companions among them. "Are you all still working?" The pig was clearly bewildered, just as a gruff voice echoed in its ears. "What the hell are you doing?" The pig trembled and turned its head to see a pair of size 52 feet standing beside it. Looking up, it was the resplendent bald head of a spirit. "I was begging for alms." At that moment, the dog spirits recognized the pig. 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 "It's a pig, little brother. Run." Chapter 68. Visitors from the Yi family in the dead of night. Within the Supernatural Affairs Bureau, an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit furrowed his brow as he walked ahead, with Zhang Qingshan following closely, a complex expression on his face. "Old Yi, arriving at this hour. Why not rest for the night before commencing the investigation? Chu Feng's condition is quite stable. There's no need to rush." The elder, named Yi Changhe, an SS level awakened, was a figure from the older generation of the Yi family. Upon hearing Zhang Qingshan's words, he abruptly halted, frowning. "Stable, you say? Comrade Zhang Qingshan, do you take such statements lightly? What time is it? Am I here to sleep?" While he had not closely monitored this incident, he understood profoundly that Chu Feng was a ticking time bomb. For such an existence, my advice is to dismantle it at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, should it explode, the consequences would be dire. You instructed them to confine him under strict surveillance, yet you turned around and released him. What kind of logic is that? Before Zhang Qingshan could respond, 2 awakened individuals on duty nearby shot him incredulous glares. "Old man, who are you planning to dismantle? You dare to lay a finger on Brother Feng. He is our Linjiang hero. I suggest you choose your words carefully. This is Linjiang. The last person who spoke so arrogantly is still crying in a room. Indeed, a mere SS level, daring to act so brazenly here. What gall, old Zhang. I advise you to limit your interactions with such individuals. You know what the consequences will be." With that, the 2 men slammed their hats down, revealing their shining bald heads, swaggering out of the room. Watching their retreating figures, Zhang Qingshan seethed with frustration. What does it mean to be an SS-level powerhouse? It's not an exaggeration. There might not even be one among 100,000 awakened. Yet, upon arriving here, this is the treatment I receive. Rascals, rascals. What's wrong with being an SS level? Am I eating your rice? No, wait. Just 2 S-level fellows. Why do they look down on me? Seeing his own indignation, Zhang Qingshan couldn't help but feel a surge of amusement, accompanied by a sense of comfort. Last night, facing the ghost tide, nearly 10,000 awakened witnessed Chu Feng's explosive display. Although initially filled with panic, once they regained their composure, no one dared to mention it. Everyone reached a consensus to keep this secret, prepared to protect him. To this end, Zhang Qingshan even discreetly asked a few people about it, and the answer was always the same. Without Brother Feng, Linjiang's gates would have long been breached. Our lives were saved by him. What reason do we have to betray him? Had it not been for the accidental leak of the video, the outside world might have remained oblivious to the incident. At that moment, Zhang Qingshan realized that Chu Feng's emergence had awakened the fighting spirit in many. This was not necessarily a bad thing. Old Yi, you see the current situation in Linjiang. Chu Feng enjoys immense popularity. If we forcefully intervene, it will undoubtedly complicate matters. Yi Changhe's face flushed with anger. Nonsense, Zhang Qingshan. You are the head of the Supernatural Affairs Bureau. You bear significant responsibility for this situation. Zhang Qingshan grinned. Old Yi, I am no longer the head. Now, Chu Feng is the one in charge. Why? Yi Changhe paused in astonishment. Chu Feng? No. Who granted him the authority to be the head? Is there any official documentation? This is sheer nonsense. From today onward, everything must adhere to the standard. If this laissez-faire attitude continues, who knows what Linjiang will become? Let us set this matter aside for tomorrow. For now, come with me to retrieve that fellow and confine him. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath him. What is going on? An earthquake. Before he could finish speaking, the ground began to shake violently, and the overhead lights swayed dramatically. Yi Changhe's heart raced, preparing to flee outside, only to sense a powerful aura of malevolence surging towards him at an alarming speed. Alert! A formidable malevolent spirit is approaching. Prepare for defense. In the next moment, a grotesque apparition resembling a head of a pig, towering far above the walls, crashed through the main gate and lunged madly at Yi Changhe. This creature, with the body of a man and the head of a pig, weighed well over 3 tons and was enveloped in a thick, ghostly aura. The sudden appearance of such a colossal entity caused even the SS-ranked Yi Changhe to gasp in shock. Upon spotting Yi Changhe and Zhang Qingshan, a glimmer of intelligence flickered in the pig-headed demon's eyes. Help! Help! Yi Changhe longed to dodge the peril, but found himself backed against the entire building of the Supernatural Bureau. In that moment of realization, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from his being. Cunning demon, justice shall prevail. Instantly, the ground beneath the pig-headed demon shattered, and numerous thick, verdant vines erupted from the earth, binding its limbs. Initially, it was believed that the vines would restrain the demon. However, the sheer force in its massive body caused all the vines to snap, and it barreled towards Yi Changhe like a toppled truck. At that instant, Yi Changhe stood frozen, mesmerized by the approaching behemoth, completely forgetting to evade. But just then, the pig-headed demon abruptly halted midair, before crashing down with a resounding thud, sending dust swirling in all directions. As the dust settled, a formidable figure emerged behind the pig-headed demon, forcefully tossing its tail aside. Fool, do you not realize that the Supernatural Bureau is under my command? How dare you come here? Once the dust cleared, the imposing presence of Chu Feng came into full view. Yi Changhe, somewhat apprehensive, gazed at Chu Feng. While reviewing the files, Chu Feng appeared akin to a mere demon. Yet in person, he was far more intimidating. His massive physique, bulging muscles, and fierce gaze were utterly daunting. However, what did he mean by claiming the Bureau as his own? Was this a jest? Yi Changhe quickly recalibrated his mindset, adopting a demeanor of composed authority, and spoke solemnly. I appreciate your timely intervention. Yet your remarks were somewhat misplaced. After all, this is public property. Chu Feng slowly stepped forward, bending slightly to bring his head level with Yi Changhe's gaze, their eyes nearly 3 times the size of normal. Do you have a problem with that? Yi Changhe, feeling the weight of the threat, clenched his teeth and gripped the hem of his trousers tightly. I suppose I could share a portion with you. But could you cease your glaring? My heart is not in the best condition. Chu Feng grinned, gently patting his shoulder. Indeed, if you have a problem, seek me out at the textile factory. Old Zheng, I shall take my leave. With that, he yanked the pig's tail and began to stride away. The pig let out a frantic scream, clawing desperately at the ground. No. Help me. Aren't you supposed to capture demons? Curse it. Come and rescue me. I don't want to work for him. Observing the deep trenches carved into the ground and the pig's face awash with tears, Yi Changhe shivered involuntarily, silently thankful that he had not acted rashly. The investigation ahead appeared daunting. Just then, Zhang Qingshan's words plunged his spirits into despair. Xiao Chu, hold on. This gentleman is Elder Yi, responsible for investigating your situation. We were just about to locate you. Chu Feng turned mechanically, offering a polite smile that revealed a set of 32 gleaming teeth. So you intend to investigate me? Yi Changhe shot a sidelong glance at Zhang Qingshan, his smile contorted. What are you implying? Such an exemplary individual as yourself, youthful, vigorous. Why would I investigate him? Old Zheng, you are quite amusing. Are you not intentionally stirring discord between me and Brother Feng? Zhang Qingshan, accustomed to this banter, smirked with a slight nod. No harm, no foul. Chu Feng chuckled lightly, dragging the pig's tail as he made his way back. Within the textile factory, the sounds of a man weeping echoed. I told you, this is a bad idea. Brother Feng looks fierce. No one listened, and now look, we failed to escape. And now I'm caught here too. Hey, pig, mind your words. Was it not I who summoned you? If you're displeased, feel free to leave. Everyone else is here. You re just being verbose. Having vented, Mao Tu gritted her teeth, continuing to pedal the tricycle. What appeared to be a tricycle was, in fact, a human-powered generator devised by Chu Feng to save on electricity costs. Mao Tu was the only demon permitted to transform into a combat form on site, as her long legs warranted such an arrangement. Noticing the flickering light bulb, Chu Feng's brow furrowed. Enough. We are all family here. Why the incessant critique? The two demons flinched, turning their heads away. Chu Feng then approached the pig, attempting to muster a smile. By the way, I recall you mentioning your keen sensing abilities. The pig grinned widely. Of course. I'm not boasting, but with this nose of mine, I can accurately pinpoint the location of demons within a 10-mile radius. Brother Feng, what are you laughing at? Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. Pulling out his phone. Hello? Old Zhang, please arrange for some personnel. We have a significant operation tonight. The Northern Ring Cemetery of Lingjiang City. Within a certain coffin, a male ghost hunched over, his expression heavy as he perused a post on 48 City. Feeling the weight of his burdens grow heavier. This coffin housed his wife and child, and the three of them were forced to reside in this cramped space of less than 2 square meters. They were colloquially known as the Worm family. Initially, the male ghost had aspirations of providing a better life for his family, but ever since the emergence of the bald-headed villain, ghosts had become too fearful to venture outside. This intensified their already precarious existence. The female ghost, perceptive to his thoughts, tenderly leaned on his shoulder. Dear, do not bear too much pressure. Though we cannot go out now, we shall not starve. The bald-headed one will surely perish one day. We can wait 10 years, 50 years, 100 years. When that time comes, I will accompany you to venture forth. All right? The male ghost smiled gratefully, leaning against his wife. Thank you for understanding me. However, their moment of warmth was abruptly shattered by a harrowing scream from outside. Fire! The old man's urn has exploded. Run for your lives. Chapter 70. The Northern City Demon Hunting Operation. A multitude of demons burst forth from their coffins, panic-stricken as they scanned their surroundings, only to discover that the fire raged in the protective grove outside the cemetery. Although the flames were fierce, they had not breached the cemetery grounds, nor had any urn been ignited. As the demons stood in bewilderment, they noticed 2 rows of bald heads standing outside the cemetery gates, varying in height and girth. Each wielded a police baton imbued with spiritual energy in one hand and a snake-skinned bag in the other. The firelight illuminated their faces, rendering their smiles grotesque. Alive or dead? A thunderous roar echoed, and bloodthirst glinted in their eyes as they charged into the cemetery, wielding their batons. The demons barely had time to react before they were rendered unconscious and tossed into the snake-skinned bags. Any who dared resist were met with a flurry of blows. In an instant, the cemetery filled with wails and cries. What is happening? Are the humans attacking us? What do you want? We just wish to live. What crime have we committed? Mommy, save me. You beasts, he is just a child. An A-level demon, sensing the imminent danger, revealed a fierce countenance, unleashing its ghostly energy as it charged at the awakened assailants, though not fear. They are few in number and weak. Let us fight together. Just then, something struck the back of its head. Enraged, it turned, baring its fangs. Roar. Yet, upon seeing the dark barrel of a gun before it, the A-level demon's expression froze. The barrel extended into the distance, seemingly endless, with a walkie-talkie attached at the end. Repeat what you just said. The A-level demon involuntarily swallowed hard, attempting to shift away from the gun's aim, only to realize that it seemed to track his movements as if it possessed automatic targeting. Everyone, do not fear. Brother Feng has come to rescue us. Please maintain an orderly retreat and try not to trouble the organization. Upon hearing this, all the demons abandoned their resistance, kneeling before their graves. That moment, a diminutive figure adorned with a fish head mask produced a walkie-talkie. We have captured 29 escaped demons at the Northern Ring Cemetery. Over. Meanwhile, the intercom crackled with jubilant reports. A total of 20 canisters of tear gas infused with spiritual energy have been deployed within the Northern City Ghost Tower, resulting in the capture of 43 fugitives. 3 of them unexpectedly reincarnated while attempting to escape through windows. Over. The reservoir's waters have been drained, and 19 water ghosts have been apprehended, with the surprising discovery of an S-rank water ghost king still fiercely resisting. Photographs have been sent, requesting remote fire support. Bang! The target has been neutralized. Brother Feng is truly remarkable. Over. Currently, we are in pursuit of the malevolent spirits fleeing through the sewers. having set up a comprehensive trap at the exit. Rest assured, we will accomplish our mission. Tonight will undoubtedly become a nightmare for the malevolent spirits of Linjiang City, and the entire capture process will be broadcast live, instantly resonating with a wide audience online. I can't believe it. This is making my blood boil. Someone, bring me the clippers. I want to sport a hairstyle just like a Linjiang resident. Look at Linjiang. Those ghosts have nowhere to hide. And look at us. We can't even watch a video at night without muting it. The disparity is glaring. How can you bear to capture such pitiable ghosts? Huh. Damn it, there's a ghost knocking at my door. Someone help me. At this moment, the event's leader stood in the courtyard of the Supernatural Bureau, one hand shouldering a 98K rifle while the other gently stroked the head of a boar spirit, his face adorned with the satisfied smile of a seasoned official as he watched the malevolent spirits being herded into the courtyard. Hey, don't look so glum. We're all comrades here. Brother Feng will not treat you unfairly. Xiao Sei Pai stood to the side, arms crossed, emitting a mischievous chuckle. Yes, don't give me that long face. Be spirited. The captured malevolent spirits were bound in a line by a long rope, crouching along the corner, shivering at the sight of Chu Feng's eerie grin. Just then, a young, bald man rushed up to Chu Feng, beaming with enthusiasm. Report, Brother Feng. The ghost hunting operation in the Northern District has been flawlessly concluded, with a total of 11 malevolent spirit strongholds dismantled and 198 spirits captured. Awaiting your instructions. Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Excellent work. Now, you need not concern yourselves with what comes next. These spirits will be handled by Xiao Sei Pai and me. You brothers can head home to rest. Receiving praise only heightened the young awakener's excitement, who replied eagerly, working with Brother Feng is never a burden. But with so many malevolent spirits, can you manage alone? I could assist in transporting them back. At this, Xiao Sei Pai gasped in shock. Looking up, he saw Chu Feng grinning from ear to ear. Well, that's not out of the question. Xiao Sei Pai quickly inhaled sharply, exclaiming, that won't do. Brother Feng, they're living beings. You must provide food and accommodation, the young awakener frowned. Hey, Xiao Sei Pai, that's where you're mistaken. If there's a feast, it should be on me. Chu Feng squeezed the young awakener's shoulder, then sighed reluctantly. Fine. It does seem a bit impractical. In a rush, you're still young. I can wait a few more years. With that, Chu Feng let the boar spirit grip one end of the rope and led the 200 malevolent spirits out of the Supernatural Bureau's courtyard. Glancing back to wave farewell, brothers, no hurry. When the time comes, I will seek you out. The young awakener, though bewildered, was thrilled to receive his idol's promise, clenching his fists and stamping his feet in excitement. Brother Feng, I will strive to do my best. Chapter 71. Pursuit. Not long after Chu Feng's departure, a figure emerged from the dormitory of the Supernatural Bureau. Yi Changhe, seething with indignation at the previous encounter, could hardly bear the thought of having backed down when he intended to intimidate Chu Feng. No, this indignity cannot be tolerated. Furthermore, witnessing the flawless conclusion of the ghost hunting operation through the live broadcast had elevated Chu Feng's public acclaim to unprecedented heights. If he failed to uncover any issues now, should Chu Feng truly become reckless in the future, the consequences could be catastrophic. From a distance, Yi Changhe spotted a young awakener in the courtyard, fervently stomping his feet, seemingly possessed. Hey, are you possessed or something? Startled, the young man turned to find Yi Changhe and promptly adopted a stern expression. Old man, you startled me. Why are you up at this hour? What's wrong with you? Yi Changhe blinked. Regardless of my issues, I certainly wouldn't be out here at this hour stomping around. Besides, I'm an inspector sent from above. The young man scoffed dismissively. So what if you're sent from above? If you dare show disrespect to Brother Feng again, I'll make sure you regret it. You. Yi Changhe's face flushed red with anger. Forget it, I don't have the time to argue. Tell me, where have those 200 malevolent spirits gone? The young man shot him a glance. Brother Feng took them away. By the way, I advise you to keep your nose out of this. It won't do you any good with that. The young man turned and walked away. Fuming, Yi Changhe pinched his upper lip to calm his rising blood pressure before striding out of the courtyard. You want to tell me, huh? Then I'll investigate myself. Following the lingering ghostly energy in the air, it wasn't long before he caught sight of Chu Feng and the gathered spirits. After leaving the city center, the boar spirit had transformed into its second combat form, carrying Chu Feng forward at a steady pace. Realizing this, Yi Changhe narrowed his eyes so that why everything seemed so convenient before. You orchestrated this whole charade to embarrass me, didn't you? Not only did you spare the malevolent spirits from execution, but you also kept one as a mount. Chu Feng, you are in trouble now. Maintaining a safe distance, Yi Changhe followed until they reached the textile factory. Once he saw the young man and the spirits enter, he cautiously approached. The factory windows were heavily draped, but Yi Changhe still managed to find a sliver of light. Peering inside, his eyes widened in shock. The 200 malevolent spirits stood in a line, while across from them sat 50 to 60 other spirits. What on earth are they doing? Knitting sweaters with the hair of that long-haired spirit? Sewing shoe insoles? Chu Feng stood before the assembled malevolent spirits, passionately delivering a speech. At that moment, the seated spirits erupted into applause. Wait. One eye is clapping. He has no arms. How could it be him? As he recognized the armless spirit, Yi Changhe's face turned ashen, and he hurriedly squatted against the wall, holding his breath. No, this must be reported. After a long moment, Yi Changhe finally steadied his emotions. Trembling as he rose to his feet and retrieved his phone, aiming the camera at the armless spirit, pressing the shutter button. Click! A bright flash illuminated the space, accompanied by a chilling notification sound. Photo saved. Yi Changhe felt his heart race, nearly leaping into his throat. Not only had he forgotten to silence the shutter, but this old phone's sound was deafening. They can't see me. They can't see me. Tentatively lifting his head, he found over 200 eyes coldly fixed upon him. Just as he prepared to flee, he turned to see a pair of large feet standing before him. And before he could utter a word, a snakeskin bag enveloped him entirely. Inside the textile factory, Yi Changhe struggled to pedal the human-powered generator, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, yet his expression remained fervent. Brother Feng, I was merely passing through at night. Look how nervous you all are. We're all on the same side. There's no need for this. Chu Feng regarded the flickering light bulb nonchalantly, chuckling. Yes, I understand. Yi Lao, you're getting on in years. It's good to exercise more. Keep it up, and we'll discuss matters once this light bulb burns out. Yi Changhe's expression grew complicated. Can you just let me go? I'm too old for this. Chu Feng cast him a sidelong glance and then pulled out the photo from his phone. What is the meaning of this photo? Yi Changhe forced a wry smile. Can't you just delete it? With your current acclaim, no one would believe me without proof, right? A glimmer of coldness flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. What I'm asking is why you deliberately took a picture of him. Don't give me the coincidence excuse. From the moment you stepped in, your gaze was intentionally averted from him. I've seen it all, Yi Lao. With your strength and status, you shouldn't be so wary of an SS-rank malevolent spirit. P.S. Today, Kaven is feeling a bit overwhelmed. The pace is too slow. So I'm sending out 2 chapters first for everyone to look at, while I continue to rush the writing. Chapter 72. My people, no one can touch. Yi Changhe initially intended to continue his argument, but upon seeing the chilling glint in Chu Feng's eyes, he abruptly chose to remain silent. Chu Feng's brows knitted slightly. The one-armed ghost was something he had stumbled upon by the river 6 months ago. Its arms had been severed, and its back bore 2 deep, bone-revealing knife wounds, blood staining the riverbank. Although it had survived, it resembled a fool, remembering nothing, not even its identity as an SS-grade malevolent spirit. With no inclination to consume human flesh, Chu Feng too was curious about what had transpired with his little brother. After a prolonged silence, Yi Changhe decided to halt his steps. The overhead incandescent light instantly extinguished. If you hand him over to me, I can refrain from reporting your factory situation to the higher-ups. Chu Feng's brow furrowed tightly. Speak plainly, and if that light bulb fails to illuminate again in the next moment, I will ensure you join the ranks of those 2 nuclear masters. You? Although Yi Changhe was reluctant, he obediently resumed pedaling the generator. Before he could speak, Chu Feng produced a cigarette and lit it. In truth, I have ample methods to make you talk. Aunt Chu can extract souls, Master Ma can provide electric therapy, and if all else fails, I have a brick in my pocket. But I won't need to resort to any of that. Do you know why? Yi Changhe grinned. After all, I am an inspector dispatched from above. If I were to encounter any issues, they would promptly send someone to investigate. Chu Feng grinned back, gazing deeply into his eyes. Do you genuinely believe that? Yi Changhe instinctively lifted his head, and in the next moment, a cold sweat broke out all over him. Chu Feng's eyes held neither anger nor threat, but rather a calm indifference, a disregard for life. When looking at Yi Changhe, it was as if he were gazing upon a corpse. Unconsciously, Yi Changhe's breathing quickened. And why is that? Chu Feng cast a sidelong glance at him. Speaking casually, because of the gunshot wound on your chest. Left behind for Huaxia, was it? Yi Changhe glanced down. Having unbuttoned 2 buttons while pedaling the generator due to the heat, his sweat-soaked white shirt revealed the sunken scar. Yi Changhe grinned, the previously shrewd and slippery demeanor dissipating, replaced by a chilling intensity. I had always regarded it as a medal. I never expected it to become a life-saving talisman. All right, kid, let me be frank with you. The matters concerning him are entangled with too many things. I cannot divulge them, for neither of us can bear the consequences. Repelling a tide of ghosts and crushing 2 S-grade malevolent spirits. You are indeed strong, but let me remind you, there are always greater heights and more formidable beings. If you associate with him, your death is inevitable. Chu Feng chuckled dismissively. I also wish to remind you. My people are untouchable. You may sacrifice for the many, but I too will fight fiercely for this small family. Yi Changhe frowned tightly. Stubborn and unyielding, are you certain you won't regret this? Chu Feng nodded. What else could it be? This feeling of being an elder brother. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. It's best you return now. No need for further pleasantries. Yi Changhe looked astonished. You're letting me leave? I haven't made any guarantees to you, you know? Chu Feng shrugged nonchalantly. What else could it be? Do you wish to stay here for breakfast? However, Yi Changhe did not hurry to depart, instead regarding Chu Feng with suspicion, glancing at the 200 malevolent spirits. What exactly do you intend to do? With your capabilities, it cannot be that you expect these malevolent spirits to help you make money. Chu Feng scratched his head. What I wish to do? Well, Yi Lao, do you think there's a possibility that one day these malevolent spirits could coexist harmoniously with us humans? A flicker of disdain crossed Yi Changhe's eyes. Daydreaming with that, he pushed the door open and exited. Yi Lao, take care. Do come by to play when you have the time. Once Yi Changhe had left, Chu Feng's gaze turned resolute. Had Yi Changhe spoken softly before his departure, he might truly have been a corpse by now. It seemed he had not misjudged the person. Soon, a throng of malevolent spirits surrounded him. Brother Feng, you really let him go? Indeed, that old fox never speaks the truth. If he exposes our affairs here, it would be perilous. Chu Feng furrowed his brow. Is the work all done? The spirits returned to their posts, resuming their tasks with a sense of dissatisfaction. Inside the Spiritual Anomaly Bureau dormitory, Yi Changhe stood by the window for quite some time, his brow perpetually furrowed. Although I wish to keep this secret for you, the implications are too great. In the face of righteousness, I can only express my apologies. After muttering a few words, Yi Changhe dialed a number. A low, hoarse voice soon came through. Third uncle, is something wrong? Xiao Yuan, there is indeed an urgent matter. Yi Changhe said without hesitation, yet at the pivotal moment, the image of that bald man's earnest face unconsciously flashed in his mind, rendering him speechless. The voice on the other end hurriedly inquired. What is it? Yi Changhe struggled for a long while before his face turned crimson. Third uncle, I miss you. All right, I miss you too. Beep beep beep. After hearing the call disconnect, Yi Changhe raised his hand and smashed the phone into smithereens. Damn it, this scoundrel has thrown the problem back into my lap. Forget it. I'll observe for a couple more days. Chapter 73. Supernatural Events. Inside the Spiritual Anomaly Bureau building, Yi Changhe gravely addressed the mobile phone camera. Reciting a report summary, the people are simple and warm-hearted. This is the first impression I received from the citizens of Linjiang City. As the leader, Chu Feng has truly surprised me with his amiable demeanor and calmness in the face of challenges. He is indeed a remarkable talent. In light of this, I seriously doubt the authenticity of those videos circulating online and request the organization to impose severe penalties on the spreaders of misinformation, so as not to dishearten our heroes. This concludes my investigation results. Report complete. After a moment of silence on the other end, came the response. All right, please continue your in-depth investigation, Yi Lao. With that, the video call ended. Yi Changhe finally let out a sigh of relief, looking at Chu Feng across the table, his expression complex. Brother Feng, this should suffice, right? Can we put down that brick now? Chu Feng chuckled as he returned the brick to his pocket. It's merely a professional habit. I hope Yi Lao won't misunderstand. Xiao Shui, don't you need to report on your work as well? Shui Hong, wearing a knitted hat, stared blankly at the ceiling. I've ended up like this. Who would still listen to me? Chu Feng couldn't help but smile. Ever since he had shaved this guy's head, he appeared as if he had lost his soul, leading even Director Chu to feel he had gone too far. Has anyone told you that you look quite handsome with a bald head? At this, Shui Hong unconsciously straightened his posture, his dilated pupils gradually shining with a glimmer of hope. Really? Really? Chu Feng nodded earnestly. Haven't you noticed that Xiao Qiao has been looking at you with increasingly fiery eyes lately? Shui Hong's lips involuntarily curled upward before quickly frowning, adopting a righteous demeanor. Ahem, this is a workplace discussion. Let us refrain from such meaningless jokes. Don't think I'll forgive you for that. Both Chu Feng and Yi Changhe couldn't help but smirk. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A young awakener entered. Brother Feng, a citizen has reported encountering a supernatural event and specifically requests your assistance. Chu Feng's brow furrowed, a cold smile gracing his lips. With so many staff members, why would he specifically seek me out? As the director of the Spiritual Anomaly Bureau and the owner of Fenggu Textile Factory, do I truly lack stature? What's going on? Yi Changhe also frowned. To be alive is already a blessing. How can there still be such touchy individuals? Is our workload not heavy enough? The young awakener nodded in agreement. That's what I told him as well, but the fellow insisted on finding you and even claimed he would pay a hefty sum. Isn't that looking down on our boss? I'll go chase him off right now. Wait. Chu Feng stood up and approached the awakener, speaking earnestly. Young man, one mustn't speak so lightly. Our ghost hunting operations have only just begun to bear fruit, and now malevolent spirits are causing trouble, clearly showing a lack of respect for me. Chu Feng. This is a slap in my face. Come, take me to that citizen who is being oppressed by the malevolent spirit. By the way, what is his identity? He seems to be a construction boss. Construction bosses are great. They are the builders of the city. We mustn't dishearten them. Remember, always speak politely when addressing them. Observing Chu Feng's departing figure with the awakener, Yi Changhe and Shui Hong exchanged glances, shaking their heads helplessly, yet they followed along. Inside the interrogation room, a man in his 30s sat opposite Chu Feng and the others. The man was stout, yet his mental state was in shambles. His eyes were sunken, dark circles encircling them. His lips cracked, and his eyes reddened like a rabbit's. Brother Feng, my name is Li Daqiang. You must save me if this continues. I'm truly going to go mad. Chu Feng nodded. It's all right. Since you have called me Brother Feng, I shall take responsibility for your matters. Please, express your demands. Li Daqiang nodded in agreement and, before the three of them, began to remove his clothing. The other three exchanged glances, all gasping in horror. Xiangzi, we are all men here. You. Before he could finish, they all inhaled sharply again. Li Daqiang's body appeared charred, resembling a piece of burnt wood. Beneath the cracked skin was merely a translucent membrane, through which the blood and flesh could be distinctly seen. Multiple blisters filled with yellow fluid burst forth from his skin, creating a grotesque sight. If a normal person were to endure such a fate, they would be beyond saving. Yet, Li Daqiang had somehow survived and even managed to report to the Paranormal Bureau. Upon witnessing this, Shui Hong felt a wave of nausea rise within him. Nearly choking him, but fearing the loss of face, he swallowed it back down. Li Daqiang, given your condition, you should hasten to a hospital or seek assistance from a healing awakener. What do you want from Chu Feng? To help you dig a grave? Li Daqiang shook his head in despair. I know it can be treated. I've already sought help 7 times. The problem lies not there, but with that malevolent spirit. I have no idea how I provoked it, but the moment I fall asleep, I spontaneously combust, and it doesn't even wish to kill me. It delights in tormenting me, relentlessly torturing me. I haven't slept a wink in 4 days. Chapter 74. Human face, beastly heart. As Li Daqiang spoke with increasing fervor, tears streamed down his cheeks. When they landed on his wounds, he grimaced in pain, collapsing to the ground in desperation. Brother Feng, I have sought help before, but whenever others are present, that entity does not appear. I know you possess a solution. I beg you, please assist me. Before Chu Feng could respond, Yi Changhe scolded. How audacious! Even now, you dare to torment others. Xue Hong similarly frowned. First, put your clothes back on. We will handle this matter. Li Daqiang hurriedly nodded. Thank you all, Brother Feng. Chu Feng remained with a furrowed brow, staring intently at him. Are you certain it is pursuing you of its own volition? You truly have not committed any misdeeds? Li Daqiang's gaze faltered, a sheepish smile escaping him. Suddenly recalling something, he hastily produced a bank card from his pocket and handed it over. Of course, by the way. Brother Feng, just a small token of appreciation, nothing formal, there's no need for that. Attend to your injuries, and then join us. With that, Chu Feng rose and walked outside. Xue Hong quickly followed, seizing every opportunity to undermine Chu Feng. How rare, Director Chu. You refuse a red envelope? What do you seek then? Chu Feng cast a deep glance at him. To be honest, I was deceiving you before. Xue Hong's brows furrowed in confusion. What do you mean? After you suggested the bald head, you resembled a delicate flower even more. Ha ha ha. Boom. A thunderclap echoed in Xue Hong's mind as he stared in disbelief at Chu Feng's retreating figure, veins throbbing on his forehead. Fists clenched. Do you dare to believe I could strike you dead? Yi Changhe nodded sagely. I do believe. Go on. If you don't strike, you're no man. Before long, the group arrived at Li Daqiang's residence. Li Daqiang was wrapped in bandages, anxiously seated on the sofa, vigilantly observing his surroundings. Xue Hong offered a faint smile. Rest easy. While we are here, no one can harm you. Thank you. Li Daqiang managed a strained smile before closing his eyes. In mere moments, the sound of thunderous snoring filled the air. Xue Hong shrugged. In truth, we may have underestimated the situation. With 2 SS-level strongmen and a bald-headed ruffian, what ghost would dare to show itself? However, before he could finish, a thick smoke suddenly filled the room. Save me, save me. The three turned their heads to see Xue Hong's bandages spontaneously igniting, green flames engulfing him, as he rolled frantically on the ground, the flames showing no signs of abating. Instantly, their hearts sank, and as they prepared to rush out, a wall of fire appeared before them. Through the flames, they glimpsed a translucent ghostly figure emerging from the corner of the room. This malevolent spirit appeared to be around 20 years old, clad in an orange-yellow protective suit and helmet, resembling a firefighter. After casting a venomous glance at Li Daqiang, it turned its rage toward Chu Feng and his companions. Get out! I do not wish to harm you. How brazen! Seeking death! The two furious shouts echoed simultaneously as Yi Changhe forcefully struck the ground, causing thick vines to sprout and ensnare the ghost. Xue Hong transformed into a streak of white light, appearing before the ghost and forcefully pressing its head against the wall. The ghostly flames within the room extinguished, and at last, Li Daqiang was saved. Xue Hong's brow furrowed deeply, merely a B-level malevolent spirit, and yet it dares to appear before us to inflict harm. What audacity! The ghost trembled, its blood-red eyes fixed on Xue Hong. Why do you assist him? He is a scoundrel, a villain. I refuse to accept this. But you are a mere ghost. A glint of coldness flashed in Xue Hong's eyes as he raised his fist to strike the ghost's head. Just then, a large hand grasped his wrist. Chu Feng, you. Chu Feng cast a cool glance at Xue Hong before shifting his attention back to the ghost. Speaking nonchalantly, you refuse to accept it? I will give you 3 minutes to explain. The ghost, wary, scrutinized Chu Feng for a moment, then took a deep breath. As it looked back at Li Daqiang, blood tears began to flow from its eyes. 1 week ago, we received a fire rescue mission, and the one who reported it was this beastly creature. At that time, several houses were ablaze, and I single-handedly rushed in, risking my life to save him, just as I prepared to rescue his wife. He seized my hand, claiming she had perished in the flames and imploring me not to enter. But I refused to listen, determined to charge into the inferno. And what was the outcome? His wife had indeed died. But there was a deep mark around her neck. She had died beforehand. This man sought to create a fire to destroy evidence. I carried her body out, but just as I was about to cross the threshold, this fiend rushed in, striking me with a fire extinguisher to my head, and there I met my demise. Little did I know, I would be fortunate enough to touch the ghostly essence and become a vengeful spirit. Li Daqiang's face drained of color as he struggled to rise from the sofa. You, utter nonsense. It was your incompetence that caused both my wife and me to perish. Now you dare to accuse me." The ghost ignored him, sneering, "I should have heeded his warning not to enter. Had I done so, I wouldn't have died and my wife, who had just married me, wouldn't have gone mad. Alas, wearing this uniform, I am powerless. P.S. I will take it from here. This author is quite brief." Chapter 75. What I protect is humanity. The ghost gazed vacantly at the night sky beyond the floor-to-ceiling window, murmuring to itself, "It was only in death that I realized I devoted my life to protecting such a person. Had I known it would turn out this way, I would never have come." The innocence of youth still lingered on his face. Had it not been for that call to duty, he might have remained a hopeful young man full of dreams for the future. Yet now, despair and regret clouded his eyes. Chu Feng closed his eyes, taking a deep breath as the veins on his fists swelled involuntarily. Seeing this, Li Daqiang's hair stood on end, and he hastily pleaded, "Brother Feng, you must not listen to this malevolent spirit. Let me tell you. These ghostly beings are treacherous. It seeks a scapegoat. It desires to harm me. You often deal with malevolent spirits. You must understand, right?" Chu Feng chuckled dismissively. Naturally, at this, Yi Changhe's eyes gleamed with relief. He had been monitoring Chu Feng's every move. Worried that he might act impulsively, to his surprise, Chu Feng managed to hold back in this critical moment. It seemed that keeping this matter under wraps might not be such a bad thing after all. Li Daqiang finally exhaled, grinning broadly, "It is only right." However, before his words could fully escape, Chu Feng's eyes suddenly widened, his pupils resembling copper bells, instantly bloodshot. But why would a ghost seek a beast as a scapegoat? What? Li Daqiang fell to the ground in shock, scrambling backward to the window. Terror etched across his face. Chu Feng. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Feng's fist struck the metallic frame of the floor-to-ceiling window, causing the wall to shatter, the entire window collapsing, and Li Daqiang, who was leaning against it, plummeted alongside it. The shriek resonated through the night. The sound of metal crashing against the ground sent a shiver down Yi Changhe's spine. Chu Feng appeared to be oblivious, eyes fixed on the astonished ghost, before turning to exit. "Your vengeance has been avenged. From now on, follow me." 2 streams of blood tears cascaded from the ghost's eyes. And after a choked nod, it hurriedly followed suit. Just as they were about to leave, a furious roar erupted within the room. "Chu Feng, do you comprehend what you are doing?" Chu Feng's figure stiffened. "Do you have any objections?" Yi Changhe's face flushed crimson as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, You actually assisted a malevolent spirit in committing murder. Do you understand the consequences you will face if this matter gets out? Even if Li Daqiang is guilty, why did you not hand him over? Why did you take his life with your own hands? Do you realize? You are a human being. If you continue down this path, you will inevitably forget your own principles. You will lose your humanity. As soon as the words left his mouth, a furious roar struck Yi Changhe, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Chu Feng abruptly turned, his menacing visage nearly pressing against Yi Changhe's face. Why must malevolent spirits die? Why, despite their heinous actions, do you still perceive this as my fault? I tell you, I guard humanity. This is Linjiang, my territory. I am the one who decides. If you cannot bear it, report to the higher-ups, but for now, get lost. Chu Feng's chest heaved violently. Seeing Yi Changhe completely stunned by the outburst, he turned and left with the malevolent spirit in TOW. Yi Changhe stood dazed for a long while before regaining his senses. Facing the enraged Chu Feng felt like confronting a wild beast roaring directly at him, a terrifying intimidation that left him unable to refute. How dare he tell me to get lost? Regaining his composure, Yi Changhe was infuriated, glancing sideways to find Xue Hong watching him with a smirk. You still have the audacity to laugh at me? With your speed, you could have saved him just now. Why didn't you? Xue Hong shrugged indifferently. Why save him? Although the bald man spoke harshly, don't you think he was speaking the truth? Such people waste the air they breathe. Yi-san. Think about it. What if one day you are no longer here? Yi Changhe's face turned purple. A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. I would rather see you, a short-lived ghost, perish, lacking any abilities yet trying to emulate others by shaving your head. You look just like a comrade. With such a pathetic appearance, you dare to aspire to be one of the 4 young masters of the capital. Pa! What a disgrace! As Yi Changhe cursed and walked away. The vast living room was left with Xue Hong standing there in a daze, looking just like a comrade, comrade. The cold wind grazed his face, twisting his handsome features. Oh no. What does it have to do with me? Why am I the one who is hurt? Why? Outside a certain community, the malevolent spirit gazed up at a brightly lit room, its eyes fluctuating between joy, anticipation, and melancholy. Chu Feng sat on a nearby bench, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. If I truly cannot let go, perhaps I should go inside and see her one last time. The malevolent spirit wiped away a tear from the corner of its eye, forcing a sorrowful smile. No, I want to go. If she sees me again, who knows how she might cry. It's better for her to forget me sooner. She should begin her new life as soon as possible. Chu Feng nodded in silence. Perhaps this is for the best. You both can be busy with your own lives, undisturbed, which is the most enduring companionship. The malevolent spirit nodded but then hesitated slightly. Wait, shouldn't I be heading to reincarnation at this moment? What else is there to be busy with? Oh, what is the meaning of reincarnation? You've suffered too much in your previous life. Besides, you're not doing that anymore. There's no need to be so constrained. Come, I'll take you somewhere to vent your grievances. Oh, that seems so inappropriate. Thus, under the moonlight, the two figures gleefully made their way toward the northern district of Linjiang. Chapter 76. The Domain of Ghosts. The next morning, inside Feng Ji's textile factory, Huang Deheng spoke with a benevolent expression. Director, you see, everyone has some degree of mental illness. There's no need to be overly anxious. Dissociative identity disorder, to put it bluntly, is determined 1 part by fate and 9 parts by upbringing. It cannot be rushed. Chu Feng nodded thoughtfully. So, from what you're saying, as long as I manage my emotions well, the chances of relapse will decrease? Huang Deheng scrutinized Chu Feng deeply, shaking his head. That seems unlikely. Chu Feng furrowed his brow. Didn't you say it's 1 part fate and 9 parts upbringing? Why is it suddenly difficult? Huang Deheng rubbed his hands together. The remaining 90% is a mystery to me. Chu Feng, do you think you're particularly humorous? Hey, it's not bad. Huang Deheng chuckled innocently, but when he saw Chu Feng pull out a brick, his expression turned serious. Just as Chu Feng was about to take action, his phone suddenly rang. Looking at the screen, he was surprised to find it was a video call from Xue Hong. Xue Hong looked haggard, his eyes red-rimmed, yet his gaze was resolute. I thought about it all night. Chu Feng, I understand now why you are more popular than I am. Chu Feng frowned. Why? Xue Hong gritted his teeth. Because you are stronger than I am. Now, I want to become as strong as you. Please help me. Chu Feng, perplexed, replied. This is something innate. How can I help? Xue Hong let out a cold laugh. Innate? You must be joking. I'm also a child of destiny, not as exaggerated as you. I know that behind your success, you must have put in more effort than others. Otherwise, you could not possibly be so exceptional. Chu Feng felt an urge to tell him to get lost, but being complimented for the first time brought a small thrill to his heart. What I've told you is the truth. It's like you suddenly wake up one day and find yourself immensely capable. Xue Hong furrowed his brows tightly, clenching his teeth. If you refuse to explain, then don't use such words to brush me off. Chu Feng sighed helplessly. What I said is true. A Huaxia person does not deceive another Huaxia person. All right. Xue Hong's lips trembled, his eyes brimming with unshed tears of frustration. Impossible. You are deceiving me. You are. You selfish bastard. You are deceiving me. Do you have any idea how much I have sacrificed for this S-level ability? Conversely, you cannot have achieved your current success so easily. Why should I? Chu Feng calmly produced a cigarette and lit it, a hint of nostalgia surfacing in his eyes. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Having borne so much, do you think I am truly happy? Xue Hong was also affected by that melancholic sentiment. I think I can understand how you feel. Chu Feng nearly spat out his smoke. You can understand a pineapple. An SS-level worthless being can be easily crushed by an SSS-level malevolent spirit. And you dare say you understand my feelings? Ha 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 ha. The other party has ended the video call. Xue Hong collapsed in despair, clutching his head. Oh no. Beside him, Yi Changhe watched with concern, feeling as if he were experiencing the pain himself. Just as he was about to step forward to offer a few words of comfort, a strong wind slammed the office window shut with a resounding bang. Turning his head, he observed that the previously clear sky was now overcast. Suddenly, a massive plume of black fog arose from the direction of Linjiang's east gate, reaching up to the heavens, obscuring any view of what was happening outside. Yi Changhe stood in shock. A violent tremor shook the ground, and screams echoed throughout Linjiang City, as if it were the end of the world. Fortunately, the earthquake came swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving behind a profound silence. Huh? Whose sadness has moved whom? Xue Hong stood up, only to find Yi Changhe gazing in astonishment out the window. Following his line of sight, he too gasped in shock. Outside Linjiang's east gate, a mountain had suddenly appeared. The peak towered into the clouds, with ghostly energy swirling above its summit, accompanied by high-pitched and eerie howls. Yi Changhe widened his eyes, muttering to himself, "The domain of ghosts has opened. The domain of ghosts has opened. Such a vast domain of ghosts." Xue Hong stood frozen in place, unable to collect his thoughts. The domain of ghosts is a refuge for malevolent spirits, their birthplace as well. The sudden emergence of a domain signifies the awakening of a powerful malevolent spirit. Each time a new domain appears, various nations organize formidable teams of awakeners for eradication. However, such a large-scale domain has never been recorded in the data. What should we do? Yi Changhe was the first to regain his senses. His breath quickening. There's no need to panic. When a domain first appears, the malevolent spirits within are at their weakest. They also need time to adapt to their surroundings. Xue Hong quickly informed Chu Feng and urged him to evacuate the citizens. Before nightfall, everyone must leave Linjiang and await support from headquarters. Xue Hong, not daring to be careless, hastily pulled out his phone to call, but the other party refused to answer. Just as the two of them were at their wits' end, a ghostly motorcycle zoomed past the entrance of the Supernatural Bureau. "Thank you, Mother Nature, for your gift. I love you. Hee 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 hee." A colossal figure sat atop the motorcycle, one hand gripping the handlebars while the other waved a stack of snake-skin bags. Cheering and swaying, a grin both radiant and sinister, resembling a child over 2 meters tall. Watching his figure vanish down the street, Xue Hong and Yi Changhe stood utterly dumbfounded. When will I be able to be as carefree as he is? Indeed, if only I could be 50 years younger, I wouldn't mind. Carefree? That's a domain of ghosts. Stop him immediately. P.S. As per the usual custom, I shall first present 2 chapters, with 2 more to follow later. By the way, today I established a readers group. The number is in the author's profile. Feel free to join for some casual banter and discussions about the plot. Chapter 77. A Great Escape in the Mountains. Third update. The outer layers of the ghost domain were enveloped by a thick, suffocating aura, where any ordinary person daring to touch it would meet an immediate demise. The moment the ghost domain manifested, several awakened individuals rushed to the scene, hastily erecting a barricade to disperse the gathering crowd. Everyone, step back. The ghostly energy is too intense. However, in this peculiar place known as Linjiang, the townsfolk had long forgotten the meaning of fear. This mountain clearly isn't local. Who on earth left it here? Did they even pay a fee? What ghostly energy? Step aside. I'm going in first to scout a path for Brother Feng. Eh? My little darling, what troubles you? As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, a sudden roar of engines erupted in the distance. The crowd turned in unison to witness a motorcycle hurtling towards them at breakneck speed, kicking up clouds of yellow dust in its wake. Listen, that's his voice. The unique throttle technique, the dazzling lights. Oh no, I can't hold my ground. Woe is me. Embodiment of love and authenticity, a charmingly malevolent anti-hero. My heavens, how can such perfection exist in this world? Chu Feng and his motorcycle flashed past the crowd like a vibrant streak of color, crashing into the ghost domain, creating a gaping hole in the ghostly mist that could not close for a long while. Only after a moment did his voice echo back. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get the hell out of my way. All right, darling. I love everything you say. Wait, he is threatening me. He actually dared to threaten me. Is our story about to unfold? Once inside the ghost domain, Chu Feng discovered that it was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside. After merely circling the base of the mountain, the motorcycle ran out of fuel. He estimated that the area of this mountain was comparable to the entirety of Linjiang's urban district. Looking up, he could not see the mountain peak. The sky was shrouded in ghostly haze, rendering it impossible to discern day from night. The mountain's surface was cloaked in withered branches and decaying leaves, devoid of any signs of life. Damn it. After circling for so long, I Haven T spotted a single ghost. I've been careless. I should have brought a pig along. Fortunately, after a short distance, Chu Feng stumbled upon a narrow path leading upwards and charged ahead. At that moment, a pair of glowing eyes fixated on him. Chu Feng climbed for over 2 hours without encountering a single ghostly figure. To make matters worse, he found himself at a dead end. Surrounded by dead trees and enveloped in white mist, the mountain wind howled, leaving him utterly lost. He was, indeed, lost. Just as Chu Feng contemplated sitting down to rest, he heard a series of faint rustling sounds behind him. A yellow weasel suddenly sprang from the nearby weeds, leaping onto a stone slab, standing upright with its paws clasped together, as if greeting him like a person. "Good fellow, do I look more like a human or a deity?" Chu Feng slowly turned his head, and the weasel, with its rugged features and upturned mouth, was left utterly dumbfounded. Its wide eyes resembled two flickering ghostly lights, and the smile at its mouth was unsettling in the extreme. "Do I look more like a human or a deity?" This weasel was a creature of spirit, and its intent in stopping Chu Feng was to solicit a title. If he replied that it looked like a human, its entire cultivation would collapse, and it would cling to him endlessly until death. If he answered that it resembled a deity, it would ascend to the heavens, and he would become its first offering. Promptly devoured without hesitation. However, upon realizing Chu Feng's stature, it found itself unable to utter a word, uncertain whether he was an otherworldly spirit or merely a human. One thing was clear. This individual exuded a terrifying aura that it could not provoke. With constricted pupils and trembling body, the mountain wind nearly knocked it off the stone slab. I woof. Chu Feng's head nearly collided with the weasel's. "Dog? Do dogs stick out their tongues?" The weasel hurriedly opened its mouth, panting and sticking out its tongue. "Could it be that I truly misheard?" Chu Feng furrowed his brow, eyeing the weasel anew. "Why am I so incredulous? Show me your tail, then." The weasel complied instantly. Chu Feng frowned even more tightly, glancing around before pointing at a large mass of green, unidentifiable material beneath a tree. "If you're a dog, then you should be able to eat that, right?" The weasel gasped in shock. "I haven't even reached that pile yet. Even if you called a real dog over, it wouldn't be able to eat it, would it?" As soon as the words left its mouth, the weasel witnessed an eerie smile spreading across Chu Feng's face. "I knew you were a ghost, my little darling." With that, Chu Feng lunged towards the weasel, but to his surprise, the creature was remarkably swift, leaping over 2 meters away from the stone slab and bolting up the slope. Chu Feng took off in pursuit. "Fellow, don't run. I'm a good person. Stop, or I swear I'll break your legs. You mutt. You just want to listen, will you?" The weasel dashed ahead, and upon hearing the curses behind it, couldn't he help but glance back, nearly brought to tears. Behind it loomed a massive figure with a vicious grin, its eyes locked firmly onto its form. When faced with a dead tree, it smashed through with a single swipe. And when encountering a boulder, it kicked it aside. What sort of monster was this? It felt as though it was fleeing a scene from a horror film, just as the weasel was on the verge of despair. It spotted a dilapidated temple not far ahead and, with a determined heart, charged inside. P.S. Time is running short, so I'll add one chapter now, with another being rushed for completion. Dear readers, please bear with me. There will definitely be more by tomorrow morning. Chapter 78, Buddha, please bear with me. Fourth update. This dilapidated temple occupied an area of less than 100 square meters, having endured countless storms and trials. The wooden doors and eaves had long since weathered, creaking ominously with every gust of wind. Upon entering, the yellow weasel found itself staring up at a golden deity statue that loomed majestically on the main altar. The statue stood a full 10 feet tall, resplendent in golden light, boasting 4 arms, one wielding a spike, another a sword, and the remaining 2 grasping hammers. It possessed 3 eyes and a fearsome visage. "Scoundrel! How dare you trespass in my domain?" With a thunderous roar, the entire temple quaked. The weasel nearly lost its wits, its legs giving way as it dropped to its knees before the statue. "Great King, please quell your wrath. I have brought a tribute." "A tribute?" The deity raised an eyebrow. The weasel nodded vigorously, but suddenly, an angry shout resonated from outside. "Listen up, everyone inside. You are now surrounded. If you know what's good for you, step out willingly." The weasel trembled in fear, disregarding everything else, and scrambled onto an empty altar, transforming into a miniature statue. With a resounding crash, the door was kicked open, and a hulking figure wielding a brick strode in. The statue's expression tightened, immediately adopting an air of solemnity, yet its gaze remained fixed on Chu Feng. Upon seeing the statue, Chu Feng paused momentarily, then retracted the brick, joining his hands in a gesture of respect. "My apologies, I beg your forgiveness." The statue remained impassive, yet inwardly, it scoffed. "I never imagined this fellow, with such a fearsome appearance, would show reverence to the divine. You deserve to perish." Originally an ordinary sculpture, it had gradually gained consciousness over the long passage of time, transforming into a stone creature. When humans were in a state of sincere devotion, they often let down their guard, making it the perfect opportunity for the stone creature to strike. As expected, once this giant entered, it marched straight to the futon before the statue and stood still, seemingly fixated on something. "Why aren't you kneeling and bowing your head?" "Lower your head, and my spike can easily burst your skull." "Not happening. You. Why are you staring at my merit box?" Amid the astonished gazes of the statue and the weasel, Chu Feng slowly rose, tearing open a large opening in the merit box and grabbing a handful of bills to stuff into his pocket. Chu Feng felt as though a pair of eyes were watching him from somewhere. He glanced around, finally exhaling in relief, and looked up at the statue. "Buddha, you want to hold this against me? Will you? Hold it against you? I'd love to strangle you right here." Despite the words, the statue continued to stare impassively at Chu Feng below. At that moment, it noticed Chu Feng's vacant gaze and was taken aback. Suddenly, Chu Feng's pupils constricted. Is it gold? Chu Feng quickly glanced left and right, then picked up a shard of tile from the corner and began scraping at one of the statue's feet. Scrape, scrape, scrape. The crisp sound of scraping sent cold sweat down the weasel's back. "My goodness, it's truly gold, Buddha. Please bear with me. It will be over soon." "Ha ha ha ha. It's genuinely gold. I'm rich." Chu Feng was utterly engulfed in the euphoria of the eruption, a sensation so intoxicating that he momentarily questioned the reality of his own perceptions, particularly when he scraped the hollows of the statue's calves. Every stroke sent a shiver through the flesh, occasionally causing goosebumps to rise. An astonishing phenomenon indeed. The statue itself seemed to be driven to madness, with its right thigh alternating between an itch and a pang, yearning for relief, yet wary of revealing any weakness to the dog-like creature. In just a few minutes, the leg was left immaculate, shimmering with a golden radiance, while the other leg appeared as if stripped of its thermal layers, creating an oddly disjointed appearance. It longed to confront the bald-headed figure. Yet the sight of its flabby visage rendered it mute, only able to stifle its frustration in silent tears. "Ah, Bodhisattva, your development is impressive. Even underarm hair?" Scrape. "Oh." As Chu Feng yanked out a tuft of golden hair, he felt a distinct movement from the statue. Lifting his gaze, he noticed the statue's mouth had formed an O, with 2 streaks of tears trickling from the corners of its eyes. Nonetheless, as a high-level stone demon, it endured this torment with gritted teeth. Throughout this ordeal, it kept casting furtive glances at the yellow-skinned creature across from it, who, by now, was utterly terrified. The creature trembled uncontrollably, the scraping sound resonating in its ears like the tolling of a death knell. Even more frightening was the bald figure, who, while scraping the stone demon, would occasionally glance back, as if wary of its escape. With eyes like copper bells, a mouth stretched to the ears, and rows of menacingly white teeth. That ghastly smile was more terrifying than any specter. The stone demon could withstand such treatment, but the yellow-skinned creature was on the brink of collapse. It feared that a single blow would strip its very skin away. It began to suspect that this figure was intentionally tormenting both it and the stone demon, leaving it with psychological scars. Fortunately, after finishing with the statue, Chu Feng appeared somewhat drowsy. He pulled out 2 snake skin bags, laid them on the ground, and began to slumber. Just as the yellow-skinned creature hesitated over whether to seize the opportunity to flee, it realized that this individual slept with his eyes wide open. His fierce expression was even more intimidating than when he was awake, leaving the creature uncertain whether he was truly asleep or merely feigning it. At that moment, an eerie sound of gongs echoed from outside the dilapidated temple. Dong. Wedding festivities. Free of all taboos. P.S. The belated fourth chapter, although overdue, it has been delivered, thanks to all the esteemed readers for their support. More to come tomorrow. Chapter 79. Ghosts are humanity's best friends. Dong dong dong. The sound of the gong resounded thrice. And suddenly, a line of figures appeared on the narrow mountain path. 4 female ghosts bore a grand red sedan chair, dressed in crimson cloth and hemp garments, their heads adorned with hairpins, all resembling characters from ancient times. The elder leading the procession wore a black cotton coat and a black landlord's hat, twisting a gong in his hand. Although his words were festive, his duck-like voice, coupled with an unknown dialect, exuded an eerie aura. Upon closer inspection, each of their faces was deathly pale, their cheeks and lips painted with bright crimson, and combined with their jubilant expressions, it sent shivers down the spine. As the 5 ghosts danced on their toes, their heels lifted, they glided forward with the sound of the gong. Dong dong. Today marks 100 years of good fortune. May the newlyweds grow old together. Dong dong dong. With the din of gongs growing ever nearer, Chu Feng felt as if he might explode. With each resounding clang, his robust frame shook slightly. Finally, the ghastly bearers of the sedan chair appeared at the temple's entrance, their bodies leaning forward while their heads suddenly turned to gaze within. Just as the elder opened the door and prepared to enter, a loud bellow erupted from within. "What the hell is wrong with you? Can't a person sleep in peace?" Before the ghosts could step inside, a massive stone statue flew out, crashing through the temple's entrance and soaring over the heads of the 5 ghosts. The statue rolled a few meters before hastily scrambling to its feet, glancing back at the temple in sheer terror and cackling as it fled down the mountain. "I'm finally out, ha, ha 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 ha." As they watched the statue flee, the 4 female ghosts instinctively swallowed hard. This particular entity was the most composed among them. Why had it gone mad? The overseer, a seasoned ghost, cast a cold glance at the 4, his voice grave. "It's merely a living person. How can you be so frightened? You deserve to be slaves for all eternity." At this remark, the 4 female ghosts lowered their heads, their expressions complex. "Follow me inside. Let us bring the new son-in-law to the sedan chair." With that, the elder ghost smiled sinisterly, leading the way inside. Upon seeing Chu Feng sprawled on the ground, his lips involuntarily curled upward. However, as he approached, unease gnawed at him. Chu Feng lay on his side, obscuring his face from view. Yet with every breath, his muscles subtly tensed and relaxed, resembling a slumbering tiger, ready to pounce. Simultaneously, the elder ghost noticed a yellow-skinned creature, transformed into a stone statue, standing on a nearby table, frantically gesturing for him to leave quickly. Taking a deep breath, the elder ghost strode boldly to Chu Feng, raised the gong, and donned a sycophantic grin. "Dong. Please, what the hell is this?" Smack! Chu Feng suddenly flipped over, delivering a punch that shattered the elder ghost's gong, his hand like a vice gripping the ghost's throat, lifting him as if he were a mere chick. "Are you out of your mind? Why are you banging around at this hour? Bang your grandpa." Gazing into the bloodshot eyes and ferocious visage of Chu Feng, the elder ghost was rendered speechless. Rage, fury, and ferocity exuded from him, as if uttering another word would lead to being torn apart and devoured by the very being before him. The 4 female ghosts trembled in unison, instinctively retracting their hands behind their backs, staring up at Chu Feng in stunned silence, resembling children caught in wrongdoing. The sedan chair fell with a duan sound, sending dust scattering, and time seemed to freeze in that moment. After a while, Chu Feng regained his composure, his fierce expression softening slightly as he glanced at the sedan chair beside him. "You all are ghosts, right?" The elder ghost wished to deny it, but under the intensity of Chu Feng's eager gaze, he could only nod stiffly. Unexpectedly, Chu Feng broke into a broad smile, not only releasing the elder ghost but also kindly brushing the dust from his shoulder. "Well then, why didn't you say so earlier? By the way, I tend to wake up grumpy, so please don't take it to heart." The elder ghost looked up, his legs still trembling, for some reason. Despite Chu Feng's innocent smile, the glimmer of excitement in his eyes stirred a sense of apprehension within him. "Aren't you afraid of us?" Chu Feng shot him a glare. "What sort of nonsense is that? Ghosts are humanity's best friends. Without you, I wouldn't know how to live. Don't ever say such foolishness again." The elder ghost forced a smile, his expression dazed. In their era, humans and ghosts were sworn enemies. How could they awaken to such harmony? Chu Feng then cast another glance at the sedan chair. Whose wedding is this? Oh dear. Could it be that you've come to pick me up? With that, Chu Feng seated himself upon the chair, his grin stretching from ear to ear. What a delightful first visit. You're sending me a bride. I feel rather embarrassed. Come on, fellow villagers, lift the sedan. Is it appropriate for you to do that? The elder ghost and the 4 female ghosts exchanged glances, taken aback by his unexpected enthusiasm. Lift the sedan. To Fu Mountain Village. Chapter 80. The plainness of nether winds. The 5 ghosts carried Chu Feng up the mountain, and soon they caught sight of a village in the distance. 2 stout trees supported a large plaque, entwined with red silk, reading Fu Village. The village was adorned with lanterns. Every earthen house displayed red lanterns at their doors, while the malevolent spirits, clad in festive attire, moved about, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon the sedan chair's entrance into the village, all the malevolent spirits turned their gazes toward it. Congratulations. May you bear children soon. Each face was adorned with smiles, yet upon closer inspection, one would discern the stiffness of their skin, with a glint of excitement and bloodlust lurking in the corners of their eyes. Ah, congratulations, my lord. Remember to come feast later. Oh my, this little one is adorable. Auntie, we must bring her along later. Don't let her wander about at this hour. Chu Feng waved at each of them, his face nearly frozen in a smile, until he finally lowered the curtain, his expression darkening, a smirk creeping onto his lips as he licked them. The atmosphere of the nether realm was rich and unpretentious, filled with hospitality, cackling with delight. Before long, the sedan chair came to a halt in front of a grand courtyard. The elder ghost hurriedly approached, saying, Son-in-law, please disembark. Chu Feng pulled aside the curtain and discovered that if this grand courtyard were situated in ancient times, it would indeed qualify as a mansion of opulence. The outer walls were painted white, encircled by verdant willows that drooped gracefully. Within the courtyard, a pathway of cobblestones extended toward the inner chambers. Flanked by brilliant lights, the malevolent spirits, adorned in festive attire, were making their way inside. Glancing to the side, Chu Feng noted that over 20 tables were already laden with delectable dishes, and quite a few guests were already seated. Returning to his own territory, the old ghost's smile became more natural. Groom, please come inside. However, Chu Feng appeared to have not heard him, smiling as he walked to the entrance, beckoning the approaching spirits. Come, please enter. I am deeply grateful for your presence at my wedding. Feel free to find a seat. The arriving spirits looked somewhat bewildered, exchanging forced smiles before hastily entering. The old ghost furrowed his brow and leaned closer to Chu Feng, advising, Groom, these matters can be entrusted to the servants. Why not accompany me inside first? Chu Feng cast him a sidelong glance. In a rush, I am waiting for 2 more. The old ghost felt a tightening in his chest. 2 more? Who? Chu Feng's face was filled with fervor, his 32 gleaming white teeth clicking ominously as he spread his palms wide. I will wait for anyone. Observing Chu Feng's increasingly sinister grin, the old ghost couldn't help but shudder, resigning himself to standing quietly by. As the last spirit entered the courtyard, the once bustling street fell silent. Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction. There should be no one left out, right? The old ghost nodded in agreement. With the village chief's wedding, everyone has arrived. Groom, shall we go inside? Chu Feng nodded, leading the way. The spirits had long awaited this moment, their expressions filled with anticipation as they gazed toward the entrance. They had gone far too long without sustenance, nearly forgetting the taste of living flesh and blood. As soon as Chu Feng stepped into the courtyard, the hall erupted with excitement, many spirits rushing forward to offer their congratulations. Groom, you are remarkably handsome. The village chief is as beautiful as a flower, truly a match made in heaven. Congratulations. May you soon be blessed with children and prosperity. Chu Feng beamed even more broadly, responding graciously while guiding his fellow villagers further inside. Once in the hall, he cheerfully handed a bundle of snakeskin bags to the old ghost. Here, distribute one to each table. The old ghost looked perplexed. What is this? This action drew another round of applause. The new groom is so thoughtful. Even at the feast, he allows us to take some home. Ha ha ha, how considerate. I believe under the leadership of the groom and the village chief, We shall certainly live prosperous and peaceful lives. Why is there only one bag per table? Fool! How could there be enough to share if there were more? The new groom is truly considerate. Huh! Why has the door been closed? While the spirits chatted, Chu Feng had already secured the door, raising his hands to signal for quiet. All right, everyone, please settle down. I have something to say. Each table has one bag, correct? Now, who will lead the way and dive in, if it's not enough? Just squeeze in together. The spirits were momentarily taken aback, blinking in confusion. What does that mean? Aren't these for us to take home? What is this new groom playing at? I've heard of wedding customs. But diving into bags is a new one. A glint of cold light flashed in Chu Feng's eyes as he pulled out the gate of reincarnation, pointing it toward the ceiling. Bang! Are you all deaf? This is a robbery. Use your bodies to fill these bags for me. Do you understand? The deafening sound of gunfire rang out, rendering the already pale faces of the spirits even more ghostly. They were uncertain of the weapon in Chu Feng's hands, but they could clearly sense that this rogue could easily kill them even with a mere firewood stick. The old ghost's expression darkened instantly. Damn it! Before he could finish his sentence, the cold barrel of a gun was pressed against his front teeth. P.S. As per the usual practice, I shall first update 2 chapters, with 2 more to follow later. Chapter 81. Wife? Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire echoed 3 times, causing the old ghost to cover his mouth and stagger back 3 steps, eventually collapsing to the ground. Streams of black blood gushed through his fingers, ultimately spilling forth as he coughed violently as the spirits turned their heads. They were met with the sight of 3 large yellow teeth among the pool of dark blood. After losing 3 front teeth, the old ghost felt a buzzing in his head, forcing himself to his feet as he wiped the blood from his lips, grinning despite his missing teeth. Excuse me, I'll wait for you inside. With that, the old ghost grabbed a snake skin bag and collapsed to the ground before he could even fully don it. The spirits shuddered in fear, glancing anxiously at Chu Feng before ultimately picking up the nearby snake skin bags and diving in one by one. Chu Feng couldn't help but grin. He had intended to make an example of one, but this old ghost turned out to be an S-class spirit, managing to withstand the encounter. Seeing the spirits obediently entering the snake skin bags, Chu Feng hurried to tie them shut. After a rough count, he realized he had captured no fewer than 100 evil spirits, and these beings clearly did not belong to this era. Although there were no grade distinctions, he could sense that their overall strength was relatively high, indicating they would be quite capable in their tasks. Having accomplished all this, Chu Feng turned his gaze toward the backyard, a smile unconsciously tugging at his lips. Darling, I have kept you waiting. In stark contrast to the earlier clamor of the hall, the backyard was eerily quiet. A stone path, flanked by large red lanterns, led to a wooden window adorned with a pair of double happiness characters. Chu Feng firmly grasped a brick and gently pushed open the door, only to find his fierce expression momentarily falter. Inside the spacious bedroom, 2 red candles illuminated the room, and directly opposite was an ancient-style bed. Red curtains and bedding adorned the space, while a beautiful bride sat beside, draped in a red veil. She had a graceful figure, fair skin, and her traditional wedding attire could not conceal her elegant collarbone. Her delicate jade-like feet, resting on the red carpet, appeared as if carved from white jade. The warm candlelight danced upon her subtly undulating fair skin, captivating anyone who glanced her way. Whether others could withstand her allure remained uncertain. But Chu Feng was truly overwhelmed. His breath quickened, his throat dry, and his Adam's apple bobbed as if time had momentarily frozen. Just then, a shy voice broke the silence. Husband, what are you waiting for? Hee. Merely the sound of her voice sent 1,000 ants crawling over Chu Feng's heart, sending chills down his spine. He unconsciously approached the bedside, feeling a nervous tremor course through him. Are you still dawdling? Hee, quickly lift my veil. Chu Feng's lips curled upward, then downward, his facial muscles contorting in a fit of confusion. I've made my decision. Even if she is a ghost, I shall accept it. With this thought, Chu Feng took a deep breath, mustered his courage, and abruptly lifted the red veil. Before him was a breathtaking beauty. Her flawless oval face adorned with exquisite features, eyes like paintings, a delicate nose, and rosy lips. The ghostly bride had sensed Chu Feng's awkwardness and was secretly delighted. For a novice like him, a single flirtatious glance would suffice to bring him to his knees before her. However, as she raised her head, Her radiant smile transformed into one of shock. What kind of face was this? With coarse features and wide, round eyes, his mouth twisted in a bizarre manner, making it impossible to discern whether he was smiling or fuming. The most alarming part was that whenever he grew anxious, the muscles in his face twitched like a writhing mass of worms. With a robust physique and a brick in his hand, Chu Feng was met with her horrified reaction. In a moment of panic, she retreated to the foot of the bed, her hands instinctively crossing over her chest. "What are you doing? Get out now." The candle flames flickered violently. The warm light transformed into eerie green ghostly flames. Most importantly, the ghost's face began to contort. Get out! Get out! Her mouth widened, cheekbones protruding grotesquely, and the skin on one side of her face visibly shrank, resembling tree bark in an instant, transforming into a ghastly visage. Witnessing the rapid transformation of an enchanting woman into a monstrous form, Chu Feng felt an urgent impulse to stomp his feet. He lunged forward. "Change back immediately. Do you hear me? If you revert, I will pretend nothing happened. If you remain obstinate, Before he could finish, the ghost regained her composure. "I am the Ghost King of Corruption Mountain. What am I doing?" Upon this realization, a fierce glint suddenly flickered in the ghostly woman's eyes, propelling her forward rather than retreating. As she lunged directly at Chu Feng, a wave of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to unleash a powerful punch. However, to his astonishment, the ghost transformed into an enormous vine, ensnaring him completely. In the next instant, the entire room began to shake violently. The bed collapsed instantly, revealing a dark, gaping hole. Before Chu Feng could react, he was swiftly pulled into the abyss. Chapter 82. The sudden change in the ghost domain. Meanwhile, outside the eastern gate of Linjiang City, a throng of people had gathered. A full day had elapsed since Chu Feng ventured into the ghost domain, leaving those outside completely in the dark about the events within. The safety of Chu Feng undoubtedly weighed heavily on the hearts of every citizen of Linjiang City. He has been inside for so long. Surely, Brother Feng should be emerging soon. Don't be a harbinger of doom. With Brother Feng's immense capabilities, who could possibly harm him? Yi Changhe furrowed his brow, casting a discontented glance at the crowd, shaking his head in disapproval. He had promptly organized an evacuation, yet the citizens of Linjiang City seemed to dismiss the formidable ghost domain entirely, treating that rogue as their pillar of hope. No, as their very faith. I hope nothing happens to you. Otherwise, your recklessness could lead this entire city to ruin. Xue Hong, standing nearby, smirked dismissively. Rest assured, good people have short lives, while villains thrive for thousands of years. That rogue is just fine, however. It has been a day already, and the silence is uncharacteristic of him. Should I venture in to take a look? Yi Changhe nodded. Xue Hong possessed light attributes. Even if he couldn't assist Chu Feng in escaping, at least he could ensure his own survival. With a grin, Xue Hong snapped his fingers. Snap! Let there be light. The moment he spoke, his body was enveloped in radiant luminosity, with his left cheek shining the brightest. He has departed. As soon as the words left his lips, Xue Hong transformed into a beam of light, shooting toward the layer of ghostly energy. Wow! Impressive. How dazzling. Who is attempting to show off? It's blinding. Having grown accustomed to such exclamations behind him, Xue Hong knew these bald heads rarely spoke anything sensible unless they were praising Chu Feng. Yet, he understood this as a form of acknowledgement. A smile crept onto his lips, and the brilliance surrounding him intensified. This barrier, formed from concentrated ghostly energy, was not to be taken lightly, even by someone of Xue Hong's SS rank. A bunch of dim-witted bald heads. I don't need your approval, however. Just as one of Xue Hong's fingers pierced the ghostly energy layer, he suddenly felt an icy, piercing pain at his fingertip. Before his eyes, the ghostly energy thickened at a visible rate, beginning to whirl frantically. This is bad. A surge of dread coursed through Xue Hong as he swiftly withdrew his hand, but the immense inertia caused him to inadvertently brush against the ghostly energy. When he returned to the crowd, his complexion was ghastly pale. The ghost domain has undergone a transformation. The crowd, ready to berate him, froze in shock as they noticed the skin on his right hand had been corroded by the ghostly energy. Blood dripping incessantly from his fingertips, causing everyone to turn pale with fear. Xue Hong hastily retracted his hand, urgently shouting. The ghost domain is in turmoil. We must retreat. Quickly, just as the crowd was about to respond. A roar erupted, reverberating like thunder. Aya! Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, involuntarily conjuring images of Chu Feng in a berserk state. However, the scene before them made them collectively gasp in horror. It was not Chu Feng who was rampaging, but the ghost domain itself. The entire mountain trembled twice before it seemed to come to life. The surrounding ghostly energy swirled violently, and above the midpoint of the mountain, two massive arms extended forth, causing a cascade of rubble and soil to tumble down, revealing a bark-like skin. Looking up, they beheld a colossal ghostly face bellowing in fury. The vile spirit relentlessly pressed its hands against the ground, as if attempting to extricate itself from the earth. With each movement, stones piled upon it would tumble away. Witnessing this, everyone present was rendered speechless. What manner of terrifying existence is this, towering above the heavens? Its voice echoing like thunder? A boulder plummeted from the sky, snapping Yi Changhe back to reality as he summoned thick vines to swat it away. Run! Quickly! The evil spirit has yet to fully acclimate to its surroundings. We must flee. Faced with such a horrific entity, panic engulfed the crowd, and chaos erupted outside Linjiang's eastern gate. Run for your lives, mother! A boulder crashed down, sending tremors throughout Linjiang City. Feeling the violent vibrations, the malevolent spirits engaged in handiwork abruptly ceased, their faces reflecting shock as they gazed out at the terrifying spectacle. What in the world is that? I don't know, but even from this distance, I feel an overwhelming sense of dread. Sister Shanhu, perhaps we should open the door? Brother Feng is still inside. Shanhu's face had turned ashen, her eyes wide, fists clenched tightly. Do not go. It would only complicate matters for him. He will be fine. Do not overthink it. Please don't overthink it. As she spoke, tears began to trickle down her exquisite cheeks. The roar of the giant malevolent spirit echoed in Chu Feng's ears. Yet his own state was equally dire. Surrounded by utter darkness, several vines pierced his skin, frantically siphoning his blood and flesh. In no time, his body shriveled significantly. Chu Feng's gaze widened, his eyes vacant, yet upon closer inspection, a peculiar grayness began to coalesce within. I'm so hungry. P.S. Chapter 4 is presented. I'm done for now. The third persona is about to awaken. Chapter 83. The awakening of the third persona. Chu Feng dangled in midair, his flesh and blood being ravenously consumed by several vines, causing his body to visibly wither. He resembled nothing more than a mere skeleton, devoid of flesh. He could distinctly feel the agony of his flesh being torn away. Yet even more unbearable was the terrifying sensation of hunger, hungry, excruciatingly hungry, so hungry that he felt dizzy, so hungry that he twitched, a hunger that threatened to drive him to madness. He felt as though a colossal hand was wrenching his innards toward his stomach. Gradually, Chu Feng's consciousness began to blur, and he ultimately closed his eyes. Simultaneously, the rate at which the vines siphoned his flesh and blood noticeably slowed. Realizing his body had been entirely drained, they finally withdrew. Thud. Chu Feng's body fell to the ground like a pile of dry kindling, landing amidst a heap of bones. In this desolate, confined space, only the scent of death lingered. Yet at this moment, Chu Feng's eyes slowly opened. In his hollow eye sockets, only a grayish hue remained. Hungry, hungry. At this point, he was utterly feeble. With great effort, he turned his head only to find his face pressed against something hard. It was a leg bone, long since weathered, its color resembling that of plaster, having endured countless years. Ha, ha, ha 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 ha. His laughter was cold and hoarse, as if he were on the verge of death. His half-closed eyelids shot wide open, and his dilating pupils gradually focused, as if what lay before him was not merely a bone but a sumptuous feast. A terrifying grin spread across his face as he opened his mouth and sank his teeth into it. Crunch. Crunch, crunch. The hard bone crunched in his mouth like crispy snacks, and the key was his expression. His eyes bulged to their limits, as if they might pop out of their sockets at any moment. Eagerly crushing the bone and swallowing the fragments with wild delight, tears of joy streaming down his face. Chu Feng continued to gnaw on the white bones, the sound of his chewing echoing in the suffocating space. Gradually, he regained some strength. Once his hands could move, He began shoving the nearby bones into his mouth with increasing speed, eventually foregoing chewing altogether, tilting his head back to stuff large chunks into his mouth. The surrounding bones were quickly devoured, yet Chu Feng's stomach remained hollow, while a thin layer of white began to spread across his skin. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. No, no, no. I'm still not full. I'm still hungry. Hearing the sounds emanating from his belly and seeing the barren environment, Chu Feng collapsed once more, frantically sprinting forward as if driven mad. Swish, swish, swish. Several vines whipped toward Chu Feng, offering him no chance to react before they knocked him to the ground. Aya, Aya. Chu Feng curled into a ball, hugging his head and wailing helplessly. The vines mercilessly lashed at him, reducing him to a bloody mess in an instant. But in the next moment, that chilling laughter echoed once more, though Chu Feng was unable to retaliate. He shielded his eyes and tracked the movement of the vines, seizing an opportunity to strike out, and indeed managed to grasp one of the vines. Heh 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 heh, it's alive, it's alive. The vines began to writhe frantically, emitting a series of high-pitched squeaks. A sinister smile once again curled at the corners of Chu Feng's mouth, and without the fullness of his facial muscles. The expression became even more terrifying. He bit down hard, and the vibrant green juice instantly flooded his mouth. The remaining vines continued to lash against him, yet Chu Feng, in the midst of his feast, seemed utterly oblivious to any pain, his face a mask of indulgent enjoyment as he gnawed on the vine in his grasp. Chu Feng clutched the vine tightly, chewing as he made his way toward its root. Before long, he reached the end. Ahead loomed a wooden wall, with the vine growing directly from it. With a forceful tug, the vines snapped. The other vines, as if possessing independent consciousness, scattered in all directions. Goo goo goo. Deprived of food, Chu Feng erupted in madness, unleashing a thunderous roar before he began to strike the wall with all his might in no time. A hole was smashed open. The emerald liquid flowed forth from the breach. And upon seeing it, Chu Feng was overcome with excitement. Tears streaming down his face, he began to dig at the opening with his hands and gnaw at it with his teeth. The hole grew larger and larger. Yet Chu Feng remained dissatisfied, his entire being sinking deeper into the wall. Finally, after an indeterminate amount of time spent burrowing, he suddenly felt a sensation of grasping at emptiness. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback, only to realize he had actually breached the wall, a dim light and fresh air streaming through the aperture. Sensing the fresh air, a glint of madness flickered in Chu Feng's eyes as he hurriedly clawed at the opening, eagerly thrusting his head through. The next moment, he was stunned. He found himself within the abdomen of a colossal demon, and this wound was hardly larger than a pore to the creature. What truly astonished Chu Feng, however, were the tiny figures on the ground, resembling mere black dots. Humans. He swallowed hard, a manic smile spreading across his face. Alive, alive, humans, ha ha ha, humans. At this moment, Chu Feng had descended into madness, desperately squeezing himself through the opening and preparing to rush downward when an earth-shattering roar erupted from above. Ayo! Trembling, Chu Feng turned to look, and upon seeing the grotesque face of the demon, his entire body began to tremble violently. Alive, alive! Chapter 84. The unending feast. The giant demon continued to rear its head and roar in fury, bolts of lightning streaking across the sky. Once a tree spirit, it had long forgotten how many years it had slumbered. Over the endless ages, its body had fused with the realm of demons, giving rise to countless weaker entities. After devouring Chu Feng's flesh and blood, it felt its power reach unprecedented heights, convinced that another attempt would allow its massive form to break free from the demon realm entirely. But at that moment, it spotted a small black dot racing up from its waist. With its limbs on the ground, the demon moved swiftly, and in an instant, it recognized the features of the bald man it had previously stripped of flesh. What was happening? It had clearly extracted this creature's blood and flesh, and was certain that he had lost all vitality. Why was he alive again? Moreover, as Chu Feng drew nearer, the demon could distinctly sense that he had transformed entirely. Gaunt and emaciated, his skin pale, his breath erratic, his strength was undoubtedly diminished compared to before. Yet that frenzied gaze sent a chill through the demon's heart. It was as if a rabid dog had locked onto its prey. Willing to do anything for food, he dares to see me as his meal. Where does he find the audacity? The giant demon felt provoked and swung its massive arm down toward its waist. With a resounding bang, debris cascaded down, but Chu Feng seized the opportunity to slip between its fingers. Sensing the demon's power, Chu Feng felt euphoric, climbing onto the back of its hand and bouncing excitedly like a monkey. The next moment, he crouched down, grasping a piece of bark beneath him, and yanked with all his might. With a tearing sound, a large section of bark was ripped away, and a torrent of vibrant green juice gushed forth. Ayo! The pain caused the demon to throw its head back in a howl, but when it looked down, it was met with an even more horrifying sight. Chu Feng was voraciously devouring the flowing juice right before the demon's eyes. His gaze locked onto the demon with an intensity that held no trace of fear, only an insatiable anticipation, a primal desire to consume. The giant demon dared not underestimate him any longer. A pang of fear creeping into its heart. Filthy insect, die! The demon raised its other massive hand, aiming to crush Chu Feng. Boom! The terrifying force crashed down, sending a shower of debris flying, leaving Chu Feng with nowhere to hide. Yet, when the demon lifted its hand, it found the creature still in place, his eyes growing even more frenzied. After enduring the blow, one of Chu Feng's legs dangled, broken and suspended in the air, held up only by a thin layer of skin. Even so, he remained on the ground, continuously scooping the demon's juices into his mouth. His eyes locked onto the demon's gaze. Then, an even stranger occurrence unfolded. As Chu Feng continued to consume the demon's flesh and blood, his injuries began to visibly mend at an astonishing rate, recovering rapidly, seemingly even stronger than before. Damned insect, die! Fear had taken hold of the demon's heart as it began to strike at Chu Feng wildly, yet the latter clung to its flesh like a leech, refusing to budge, no matter how hard the demon struck. Hungry. Still hungry. Why am I still so ravenous? I have eaten so much already. Now, Chu Feng seemed to no longer regard the demon as an adversary. After feasting for half the day without feeling satiated, he fell into a frenzy, clutching his head, his expression one of helplessness as he scanned his surroundings. No, it's not enough, far from enough. I must delve deeper and consume more. I must eat his head. Yes, yes. That frenzied voice sent a jolt of alarm through the demon's heart. Just as it prepared to seize Chu Feng, it saw him darting directly into its wound, and soon felt a small bulge forming beneath its skin, traveling up its arm toward its head. What on earth are you? Before it could finish, the demon felt a sudden itch beneath its lower eyelid, and a gleaming bald head sprang forth, staring at it with a deranged expression. Yes, this is where the good stuff is, ha ha ha. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng lunged for the demon's eyeball. Ayo! The demon let out a piercing howl, hastily covering its eyes with both hands. Although Chu Feng's attack was not particularly powerful, the relentless sensation of gnawing drove the demon into despair, as if someone were persistently poking its eyeball with a toothpick at the same spot. Each jab was not lethal, but the fear far outweighed the actual pain. I am the god of Corruption Mountain. I am a deity. You cannot do this. Ayo! In that moment, Chu Feng had lost all semblance of rationality. Eat, keep eating. Only through this could he experience a sense of fulfilling satisfaction. Given enough time, he could devour the entire world. As Chu Feng continued to thrash within the demon's flesh, he suddenly felt something cold beneath his right hand. Grasping it tightly, he discovered it to be a small branch emanating a greenish glow. After charging through for over half a month, I felt utterly exhausted today, so I'll only release 2 chapters. I'll make up for the rest later. Chapter 85. The awakening of the true body. This small branch was entirely green, intermittently glowing with an ethereal light. Upon being seized by Chu Feng, it began to thrash violently, the tip splitting open, emitting a sharp, piercing sound. Curse you! I am a god. The god of Corruption Mountain. Let me go. Chu Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as he fixed his gaze on the branch. Feeling not anger but exhilaration, a grin spread across his face, and his body began to tremble with excitement. A god? Hee. That's something extraordinary, an ultimate supplement. With that, he shoved the branch into his mouth, but the next instant, his expression stiffened. The branch was icy cold, and as it slid down his throat, Chu Feng could distinctly feel it traveling down his esophagus. However, once it landed in his stomach, an overwhelming chill surged through him. Chu Feng began to shiver uncontrollably, panic flashing in his eyes. No, no. If this continues, that entity will awaken again. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back. Upon concluding his words, Chu Feng commenced a frenzied assault on the surrounding food, relentlessly shoving it into his mouth in an attempt to quell the chill that coursed through his body. Simultaneously, the citizens of Linjiang City observed that the colossal malevolent spirit, after struggling wildly for a brief moment, suddenly fell still. Its massive arms hung limply at its sides, as if it had abruptly lost all vitality. Yi Changhe stood atop the Paranormal Bureau building, vigilantly monitoring the movements of the malevolent entity. At that moment, however, he noticed a small black that had inexplicably appeared on the creature's head. In haste, he dispatched someone to fetch a telescope, and upon taking a glance, his expression froze in disbelief. By this time, Chu Feng had already restored his muscular structure, yet his actions were exceedingly erratic. He continued to tear at the body of the giant malevolent spirit, feeding it into his mouth. In a short span, he managed to gnaw a sizable indentation into the creature's head, yet astonishingly, his own abdomen showed no signs of alteration. Suddenly, Yi Changhe's complexion turned ashen, and the telescope in his hand clattered to the ground. At that very moment, it seemed that Chu Feng had sensed his gaze and abruptly turned towards him. In his eyes, there was only sheer exhilaration, akin to a beast locking onto its prey. What manner of monster are you? Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly turned back to resume his voracious consumption. Yet no matter what he did, he could not dispel the icy sensation emanating from his abdomen. In a state of panic, he glanced about frantically, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the swirling specter of ghostly energy. A flicker of madness ignited in his eyes as he dashed towards the crown of the malevolent spirit's corpse, tearing at the corners of his mouth before taking a deep inhale. Who, come? In the next instant, the previously whirling layer of ghostly energy abruptly halted. After a brief standoff, it was disrupted from its prior trajectory, transforming into countless tendrils of black clouds that surged towards Chu Feng's mouth. The malevolent spirits that had originated from the realm of ghosts were already petrified with fear. Upon witnessing the rupture of the ghostly energy layer, they prepared to flee for their lives. Yet, at that moment, an overwhelming force of suction emerged, dragging their forms into the air, as they were inexorably drawn towards Chu Feng's mouth. Stop! No! Ah! What on earth is this creature? Help me! In the face of absolute power, all struggles proved futile, and in mere moments, the entirety of the malevolent spirits within the ghost realm was devoured completely. Simultaneously, various luminous auras began to emanate from Chu Feng's skin, with the black hue being the most pronounced, indicating that he had digested these malevolent spirits and absorbed their essence. Yet, rather than feeling elated, Chu Feng grew increasingly alarmed, for the chill in his abdomen not only persisted but began to spread. This cannot be. I refused to return. After letting out a couple of anguished cries, Chu Feng resumed tearing at the corpse of the giant malevolent spirit, but after only a few bites, his eyes rolled back in his head and he fainted. As the ghostly energy dissipated, the sky finally cleared and a gentle breeze swept through. Chu Feng's robust frame shivered slightly, and he immediately sat up, his expression bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. There was no sign of Fushan Village. No superlative beauties, not even the pile of snake skin bags he had brought with him. Who on earth is so dastardly as to steal my belongings? Nevertheless, despite these grievances, Chu Feng felt a peculiar sense of increased strength. With a mere flex of his hand, his muscles began to swell, as if an inexhaustible reservoir of power resided within him. Subsequently, he wandered about the mountaintop in vain, unable to locate a single spirit. Before finally descending in disappointment, from a distance, he noticed a crowd gathered outside the city gates. It's Brother Feng. Brother Feng has returned. I told you. Brother Feng would not come to harm, no matter how fearsome that malevolent spirit appeared. In Brother Feng's hands, it would be but a trivial matter. Shut your mouth. Such things should not be uttered. Chu Feng's brow furrowed slightly. These individuals still wore the same adoring expressions as before. Yet there was an unmistakable undertone of complexity etched upon their faces. Standing at the forefront of the crowd was Coral. The little girl appeared to have gone for an extended period without sleep. Her eyes red-rimmed and her complexion haggard. Upon spotting Chu Feng, the worry in her gaze was swiftly replaced by joy. "Are you all right?" Chu Feng flashed a grin, ready to respond, when suddenly he felt a piercing gaze lock onto him. Chapter 86. The Most Powerful Awakened One. Turning his head, Chu Feng beheld two figures standing atop the eastern city gate tower.